Su Chun, your arrogance knows no bounds. From this moment on you are permanently expelled from the national youth team. Pack your things and get out at once. In London, inside a conference room of a star-rated hotel, a thunderous roar shattered the calm. The Chinese team leader of the national youth side, Wang Tao, jabbed a finger at Su Chin's nose, spittle flying, as that plump face brimmed with condescending arrogance and disdain. On the table before him lay a scatter of more than a dozen faxed copies of domestic newspapers. The bold black headlines were shocking to the eye. A tyrant emerges in the national youth team. 18-year-old youngster Su Chun brutally beats a teammate on the training ground. The Football Association strikes hard, absolutely no tolerance for violent elements. Su Chun permanently expelled. Major domestic clubs issue joint statement, refused to sign the disgraced player Su Chun. Facing this overwhelming wave of bans, Su Chun stood where he was, his expression as dark and still as deep water. On his sharply contoured face, carrying the unique heroic vigor of an 18-year-old youth, there was not the slightest trace of fear, only a thick, biting sarcasm. Leader Wang, get your facts straight. Su Chun stared coldly at Wang Tao. It was that useless piece of trash, surnamed Liu, who first launched a two-footed tackle from behind, aiming to snap my leg. I defended myself and beat him up. How is that wrong? You still dare to talk back? Wang Tao slammed the table. Do you know what status young Master Liu holds? And what status do you have? A poor brat who doesn't even know to stuff red envelopes. You should be thanking your ancestors' blessed graves for even making it into the national youth team. And you dare to hit someone. Listen to me, Su Chun, your professional career ends here today once and for all. As Wang Tao spat out this venomous verdict, Su Chun clenched his fists tightly. Bewilderment, anger, despair. He was after all a transmigrator thrust into this timeline that ran almost relying on effort far beyond that of ordinary people and a sliver of talent. He had finally, at the age of 18, been exceptionally promoted by the national youth team's foreign coach and brought to England for training. He had thought this was the starting point of his dream. Who could have known that this so-called national youth team was in truth nothing but a vast marketplace of fame and profit? The head coach might have been a foreigner, but all power to select players rested in the hands of the Chinese team leader Wang Tao. Without money, without gifts, one could not even secure the right to step onto the pitch. As for that young Master Liu, whose nose bridge Su Chun had broken, he was nothing more than a connections player who had squeezed into the team because his family had thrown in over $1 million. Jealous of Su Chun's outstanding performances in warm-up matches that had stolen his limelight, he had in yesterday's internal training session gone in with studs up and a vicious leg-breaking challenge. Had that tackle landed cleanly, the rest of Su Chun's life would have been spent in a wheelchair. So he had sprung up without hesitation and launched a heavy punch that shattered the other boy's nose. Did he regret it? To hell with that. Given another chance, he would break the bastard's leg as well. But reality was, being expelled from the national team and blacklisted by all domestic clubs was for an 18-year-old professional player tantamount to a death sentence. Just as rage surged in Su Chun's heart, and he was about to slam the door and leave, a crisp mechanical chime exploded without warning in the depths of his mind. Host's professional career has reached a dead end. Emotional fluctuation has reached threshold. Strongest green pitch system activated. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice breakthrough gift pack Peak Kaká Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Latte attribute template. Fuse immediately. Su Chun's pupils contracted sharply. A system, the standard golden finger allotted to every transmigrator, had finally arrived. And his novice gift pack turned out to be Peak Kaká. Who was Kaká? Before the era of Messi and Ronaldo descended, he was the last mortal on earth to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. He was that figure striding in great bounds across Old Trafford, sending Manchester United's entire defensive line tumbling and reeling. He was the superstar endowed with the most terrifying long-distance surging ability in football history, the deadliest first touch, and the most elegant brand of violent beauty. Fuse. Fuse right now. Su Chun roared in his heart. Ding. Beginning fusion of Peak Kaká Template. Fusion progress 10. 50. 100. Congratulations to the host, you have perfectly inherited the technical and physical attributes of Peak Kaká. Boom. In that instant, Su Chun felt an unimaginably vast warm current sweep through his entire body. His muscle fibers were reorganizing, his bone density increasing, every nerve ending seemed to be infused with inexhaustible explosive power. Instinctively, he opened the system panel. Host Su Chun, speed 98 lightning swift, acceleration 96, takeoff from a standing start, dribbling 95 man and ball as one, shooting 92 long-range mastery, passing 90 killer through balls. Staring at this string of outright monstrous stats, the tension in Su Chun's body melted away completely. At the corner of his mouth, a curve of wild joy and unshakable confidence slowly lifted. With abilities like this, the domestic ban was nothing but a joke. For the rest of his life, he had no intention of ever returning to that murky, foul-smelling national team. What are you laughing at? Seeing that Su Chun was not wailing in misery, but actually laughing out loud, Wang Tao felt mortally insulted. You think I'm joking with you, eh? You can forget about ever touching professional football again. I'm laughing at what a frog in a well you are, you idiot. Su Chen shot back without the slightest courtesy. Expel me. Fine. Remember what you said today. In the future, even if you kneel down and beg, I won't spare you so much as a glance, you bunch of trash. With that, Su Chen turned, kicked open the conference room door, and strode away without a backward glance. Behind him, Wang Tao roared in furious frustration. Rebellion. Absolute rebellion. Inform the domestic media at once. Have them write him up mercilessly. I want him utterly ruined. Back in his hotel room, Su Chen had just stuffed a few simple belongings into his backpack when the door was pushed open. A slightly chubby middle-aged man in an expensive suit rushed in, panting. Xiao Chen, what happened? I just heard the Football Association has issued a ban on you. The newcomer was Su Chen's eldest uncle, Su Dahai. Years ago, he had come to Britain to work in foreign trade, and now he was a millionaire businessman in London. During this training stint of the national youth team in London, Su Dahai had been running around taking care of Su Chen in every way. Uncle, it's nothing serious. I just gave a beating to some idiot who tried to break my leg, and they expelled me, that's all, Su Chen said lightly, as if recounting a trivial incident. And that's nothing. The clubs back home have all put out statements saying they won't take you. Su Dahai slapped his thigh in anxiety. I told you that filthy big divat back home is no place to go. With that foul temper and iron stubbornness of yours, how are you supposed to make it work? He sighed, walked over, and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Forget it. If one place doesn't keep you, another will. If you can't play back home, your uncle still has some connections here in London. I'll get you into a good university. We'll go study instead, and in the future you can help me with business. Su Chen shook his head, his gaze as firm as iron. Uncle, I don't want to do business. I still want to play football. Play football? With what exactly? Su Dahai grew anxious. You know how hard it is to get a work permit here in England. Without a national team resume, you can't even get into League One. Su Chen fell silent. His uncle was right. The English FA enforced extremely strict work permit rules for non-EU players. Without national team appearances, it was almost impossible to play in a professional league here. Just as Su Chen was pondering how to break the deadlock, Su Dahai's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his brows, knitting at first, then his eyes flying wide open as his mouth dropped enough to hold an egg. You're sure? Are you serious? Good. I'll bring him over right away. Hanging up, Su Dahai trembled all over with excitement, grabbed Su Chen's arm in one swoop, his voice quavering. Xiao Chen, good news. Earth-shattering good news. What is it? Su Chen was taken aback. Arsenal. It's Arsenal. Barely able to string words together, Su Dahai blurted. That was the head of youth development at Arsenal. He said the first team head coach, Mr. Arsene Wenger, wants to invite you to go to Arsenal for a trial. What a... This time Su Chen was truly stunned. Wenger. Arsenal. Yes. The next second, he swung his fist hard in the air, blazing light bursting in his eyes. He suddenly recalled that friendly match 2 days ago against Arsenal's youth team. Though he had only come on as a substitute for 20 minutes, in those 20 minutes he had run like a madman, and giving everything, he had delivered an assist. Back then he had vaguely noticed a tall, thin old man in a long down coat in the stands. So the professor had really been up there that day, and he had recognized Su Chen's potential. The second-rate coaches back home cared only for how much money had been slipped their way. But who was Wenger? He was one of the world's foremost tactical masters, a connoisseur unmatched in discovering young talent. Uncle, to hell with university. Su Chen snatched up his backpack, flames roaring in his eyes. Let's go. We're going to Arsenal. The Domestic Football Association wants to ban me. Then I'll turn around and go conquer the Premier League. Ding. Main storyline detected. Issuing main quest within 1 week, successfully passed the Arsenal trial and obtain a professional contract with the first team. Quest reward: the system mall will be unlocked along with €1 million as starting capital. Sitting in the front passenger seat of his uncle Su Dahai's Range Rover, the notification reverberated once more in Su Chen's mind. A first-team contract within a week. Su Chen watched the London scenery racing past the car window, the corners of his lips curling into a confident, icy smile. If it were him from a day ago, let alone the first team, he couldn't even dream of getting a contract with Arsenal's U18 youth side. But now that he carried the body and technique of peak form, Kaká trial or no trial, he was absolutely confident he could tear the opposition's defensive line to shreds, even if thrown straight into a Premier League starting 11. Xiao Chen, don't get ahead of yourself just yet. At the wheel, Su Dahai glanced at Su Chen's excited face and couldn't help dousing him with a bucket of cold water. The professor may have invited you, but at a giant like Arsenal, competition for trials is absolutely brutal. Su Dahai paused, his expression turning rather grim. Back home, the public opinion against you has already begun. As he spoke, Su Dahai tossed his backup phone to Su Chen. Su Chen received the phone and opened the largest social media platform back home, Weibo. Among the top 10 trending topics, 3 were about him. National youth teams: Su Chen assaults teammate. FA permanently expels Su Chen. How a 3-non player like Su Chen snuck into the national youth team. Su Chen opened the most popular long-form post authored by a football journalist influencer, Li Wei, who boasted 3 million followers. The article was written to sound as though every word were soaked in blood. According to exclusive insider information, the Suchun who supposedly beat his teammate into a severe concussion on the training ground is in truth a 3-0 player. No speed, no technique, no physicality. The only reason he made the national youth team was that he exploited the foreign coach's ignorance of Chinese football and engaged in sordid money-for-favor dealings behind the scenes. A thug whose play is crude and whose character is rotten. Such a tumor is a disgrace to Huaxia football. The FA's decision to expel him is wise and heroic. I call upon fans across the entire internet to collectively boycott this violent degenerate. The comments section beneath had long since been overrun by hired trolls and enraged supporters. Damn, no wonder our national team keeps getting worse. It's full of freeloaders like this. Punish the violent maniac. Kick him out of the football world. I feel sorry for young Master Lu. I heard his nasal bone was broken. How vicious do you have to be to do that? If trash like this is still allowed to play football, then everyone here is complicit. Kicking him out of the squad isn't enough, he should compensate financially. If he ever really makes the national team, he'll definitely be one of those sea cucumber slackers. Watching these vicious remarks, instead of getting angry, Su Chen almost laughed out of sheer disbelief. The thief crying "Stop thief" truth turned upside down. It was clearly young Master Lu who bribed his way onto the team, clearly, he who first went in with a murderous tackle to ruin someone's career, yet under the pens of these unscrupulous reporters, Su Chen had somehow become a vicious bully of unparalleled brutality. It didn't take much thought to know that this could only be the handiwork of team leader Wang Tao behind the scenes. He intended to use public opinion to nail Su Chen to the pillar of shame, never to rise again. Uncle, these bastards really have no shame at all. Su Chen tossed the phone back to Su Dehai, his eyes turning icy cold. You can swallow this. Su Dehai's brows knitted tightly. Swallow. That word doesn't exist in my dictionary. Su Chen let out a cold chuckle. They want to play the game of public opinion. Then I'll play something bigger. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank in an instant into the strongest green pitch system within his mind. When he had merged with the template back at the hotel, he had already discovered that aside from the attribute panel, the system possessed a hidden function: panoramic match replay. The system could automatically record every training session and match the host had experienced replaying them from a 360-degree, omniscient Godzilla perspective originally intended for tactical review. System, pull up yesterday's national youth team training footage. Ding. Retrieving yesterday's training recording. In an instant, a virtual playback window appeared in Su Chen's mind. The image quality was extraordinarily sharp, far superior even to a real 4K camera. Su Chen quickly dragged the progress bar to the moment the conflict erupted, then clipped the most crucial 10 seconds. In the footage, Su Chen was dribbling forward when that so-called young Master Lu came charging from his blind side at full speed, not even pretending to go for the ball. He flashed his studs, openly both feet off the ground, as he hurled himself towards Su Chen's supporting leg and ankle. Had Su Chen not reacted in time with a jump, the result would have been a comminuted fracture without question. Landing fury blazing, Su Chen grabbed Lu by the collar and drove a punch straight into him. System, can you export this segment to my phone? Ding. The clip has been converted into a standard video format and transmitted to the host's phone gallery. All system synthesis traces have been erased. It is perfectly authentic. Su Chen opened his eyes, took out his own phone, and seeing this razor-sharp video that even captured the twisted ferocity on Lu's face, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly dangerous. Uncle, do you believe that once this video is posted, the domestic FA's dirty laundry will be stripped bare? At a red light, Su Dehai took a quick look at the footage, then gasped sharply. The next instant, he slammed a hand on the steering wheel and burst into hearty laughter. Brilliant. Post it now. I've long been sick of those bureaucrats. Without hesitation, Su Chen registered a new Weibo account verified under his real name, former national youth team player Su Chen. Then he uploaded the video and added a caption dripping with provocation. Rumor has it I'm a 3-0 player who only knows how to throw punches. Rumor has it I assaulted someone unilaterally. Open your damn eyes and watch carefully. Does this look like a challenge for the ball to you? This is attempted murder. Wang Tao team, leader Li Wei journalist. How much dirty money from the Lu family have you pocketed to turn black into white? Expel me. I don't even need you to. I refuse to serve in such a filthy, suffocating excuse for a team. And by the way, a little preview, right now I'm on my way to a trial at Arsenal. Didn't you say no club in China would want me? Sorry, I'm going to play in the Premier League. He tapped send. Having done all this, Su Chen immediately switched off his phone's network. He had no need to watch the online reaction, for he knew that once this bombshell detonated, it would undoubtedly trigger an earthquake across the domestic football scene. Fan the flames. He intended to uproot this whole nest of parasites. At the same time, back in China, in the freshman girls' dormitory of the journalism department at Qingbei University, Xin Ming, known as Qingbei's #1 campus belle, sat before her computer, eyes reddened as her fingers flew over the keyboard. As a seasoned football fan and a diehard follower of Su Chen since his youth academy days, she refused to believe that the sunny, ever-fighting boy on the pitch could be the scum the media portrayed. Ming, stop trying to defend him. The whole internet is cursing him. Even the FA has issued a statement. How could this still be fake? Her roommate urged from the side. Just because the FA released a statement, that makes it true. Shinming bit her lip, responding stubbornly. None of those outlets have released any on-site footage. They're fabricating everything with nothing but their mouths. Su Chun is definitely being framed. At that very moment, the alert for her special follow list chimed suddenly. She snapped her head toward the screen. The Su Chun you follow has just posted a new Weibo. Hands trembling, Shinming clicked open the video. When she saw the clip of that player surnamed Liu leaving the ground with both feet studs bared flying in to scythe down Su Chin's ankle, she covered her mouth in horror as tears burst from her eyes. This isn't football, this is an attempt to destroy him. Immediately afterward, when she read Su Chin's domineering caption, especially the final line, "I'm going to play in the Premier League," she froze. Then she broke into laughter through her tears, pounding the desk in excitement. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't be crushed. Girls, come here. Look, it's flipped. A shocking reversal. In barely half an hour, the razor-sharp, crystal-clear video Su Chun had posted with even its audio crisp as glass spread across the entire internet like a virus. Fans who had just been cursing Su Chun fell into stunned silence after watching it, and then erupted into a fury unlike anything before. Holy hell. This is straight-up attempted murder. Studs up, flying into the supporting leg. If he doesn't dodge that, it's a snapped leg and forced retirement on the spot. Good punch. If it were me, I'd grab a knife and finish him off. Where's Li Wei? Come out and walk a few steps. This is what you called unilateral assault. Are you blind or just rotten to the core? Team leader Wang Tao, get out here and explain. Why did you expel the victim while shielding the aggressor? Public opinion flipped to the opposite extreme in an instant. Meanwhile, far away in a London hotel, Wang Tao, sipping red wine in celebration, was assaulted by a barrage of frantic calls from home. Wang Tao, what the hell are you doing? What's this video that's all over the internet? On the other end of the line, the roar of an FA high official nearly shattered his eardrums. Wang Tao, utterly bewildered, opened his own phone. When he saw the video posted by Su Chun, the wine glass in his hand slipped and shattered on the floor with a sharp crack. This is impossible. The training ground was completely cleared. Where did he get such high-definition footage? Cold sweat streamed down Wang Tao's body. He knew he was finished. What he could accept even less was the final line of Su Chin's caption. Arsenal. A trial there. That piece of trash who couldn't even trap a ball properly, seen by Wenger. Pretending all of it. It's absolutely just posturing. Wang Tao gnashed his teeth. Even if you clear your name about the punch with your pathetic skills, going to Arsenal is just begging to be humiliated. Once you're thrown out of that trial in disgrace, I'll still be able to crush you under my heel. The Land Rover Range Rover glided smoothly through the streets of London. Inside the car, Su Dahai's phone rang incessantly, all calls from the sports journalists back home, who were quick to catch wind of the situation. All of them were abruptly hung up by Su Dahai. Su Chun leaned back in his seat, watching the data on his newly registered social media account soar at an exponential rate. The high-definition clip of his flying tackle had garnered over 300,000 shares within an hour, with the comment section flooded with 100,000 responses. It was even shared widely on Douyin. Public opinion had exploded. Shinming frantically refreshed her page in her dormitory, witnessing the shift in sentiment as she organized her fan group to call out the influential figures who had previously spread rumors. From the dormitory building of Qingbei University, the angry shouts of male students could be heard. All fingers pointed at the Football Association and Wang Tao. In the capital, at the office building of the Football Association, Director of the Youth Training Department, Zhao Jinqing, sat in a large leather chair, his face pale with fury. He stared at the computer screen where public opinion was rapidly escalating and suddenly grabbed the teacup on his desk, smashing it to the ground. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Wang Tao stood in front of the desk, cold sweat beading on his forehead, hardly daring to breathe. This is your doing. Zhao Jinqing pointed a finger at Wang Tao's nose. I sent you to London to achieve results, and you bring back this scandal. How did that video leak? Didn't you say the training ground was cleared? Director Zhao, I truly didn't know. Wang Tao's voice trembled. There were only a few assistant coaches present, and no one was recording with a phone. That kid's video is disturbingly clear, even the audio is crisp. That's obvious. Zhao Jinqing slammed the table. Now the whole internet is accusing the Football Association of covering for connections. Li Wei, that fool, even got silenced in the comments. If this escalates to the general administration, both of our hats will be at risk. Wang Tao wiped his sweat. So what do we do now? That kid is ungrateful, posting that he wants to trial at Arsenal, and he's fanning the flames. Zhao Jinqing snorted coldly, adjusting his collar as he regained his usual authoritative demeanor. An 18-year-old kid who hasn't seen much of the world. How much of a storm can he stir up? Disdain flickered in Zhao Jiansheng's eyes. His outcry is merely a sign of grievance, trying to blow things out of proportion to get a response or some benefits. I've seen plenty of this kind of troublemaker. Deep down, they still want to keep this job. Zhao Jinqing took out his phone and pulled up his contacts. A trial at Arsenal. What a boast. What a load of nonsense. Zhao Jinqing sneered. If he can't make it here, he might as well wash dishes in England. He'll personally call him, give him a warning, and offer a way out to have him take down the video. As long as he bows down, this matter can be settled. In London, inside the Land Rover, Su Chin's phone vibrated. The screen displayed an unknown number from back home. Su Dahai turned his head to take a glance, his expression tightening. This number segment is from the capital. Xiao Chun, it's likely someone high up in the Football Association is trying to reach you. Should you answer? Su Chin stared at the screen, his lips curling into a smile. Of course, why wouldn't I answer? Su Chun pressed the answer button while simultaneously opening the voice live stream room on the social platform. This feature had only recently been in internal testing, but Su Chin's account was currently very popular. As soon as the live stream room opened, a flood of netizens rushed in, and the number of online viewers on the screen instantly surpassed 100,000. Su Chun, is what you posted real? That Lu guy is utterly shameless. How can someone like him appear in youth training? I'm truly fed up with this. These bastards, they pushed you out, and then threw dirt on you. How shameless. Su Chin, come back, don't leave. Right, we can't let these bastards play for the national team. Come back. Su Chun made a shushing gesture, switched the phone sound to speaker mode, and placed it on the center console. Hello, is this Su Chun? A deep, resonant, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. It is. Su Chun replied calmly. I am Zhao Jinxing, the director of youth training at the Football Association. The other party directly stated, his name, his tone carrying an air of superiority. Is it a good time to talk now? The barrage in the live stream exploded at once. What the hell? A high-ranking official from the Football Association is calling. Record it, everyone record it. How dare these bastards even call? They're truly shameless. So dirty, so damn dirty. Is this a private settlement? Everyone keep quiet, let's listen to what they say. Su Chin glanced at the rapidly scrolling comments and replied, it's convenient. What do you have to instruct direct? Zhao Jinxing coughed on the other end of the line, adjusting his tone as he began. Regarding the situation online, the Football Association has already noted it. About the conflict between you and Lu Yang on the training ground, after investigation, there are indeed some misunderstandings. Misunderstanding? Su Chin scoffed, 2 feet off the ground, cleats up. Is that a misunderstanding? Zhao Jiansheng's voice became noticeably colder as he was confronted by Su Chun, but he still tried to suppress his anger. It's good for young people to have some spirit, but you can't be too extreme in your actions. Zhao Jinxing adopted a serious tone, posting the video online, and causing such an uproar greatly damages the image of Chinese football. This isn't just a personal grudge, it concerns the greater good of national honor. Do you understand the bigger picture? I don't understand, Su Chun replied, bluntly, the words coming out crisp and clear. Zhao Jinsheng was momentarily taken aback, his breathing becoming heavier. He glanced at Wang Tao standing in front of him and made a gesture, continuing, it's okay if you don't understand, I'll teach you now. This matter ends here. You will immediately delete the video online and post a clarification statement saying it was just an issue of camera angle and that you and Lu Yang have reconciled. As for the dismissal notice from the Football Association, I will arrange for it to be retracted. If you do as I say, the door to the national youth team will still be open for you. In the next warm-up match against the England youth team, I can guarantee you at least half a match's playing time. Not only. Zhao Jinxing paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Lu Yang's family is willing to offer 200,000 as your nutritional fee. 200,000. For a kid like you coming from humble beginnings, that's no small amount. The netizens in the live stream were completely enraged. 200,000 to buy a leg. What kind of bandit logic is this? The bigger picture. So covering for the abuser is the Football Association's bigger picture. So disgusting. This is what they call a clarification statement. It's all a damn transaction. Shen Ming sat in front of her computer, trembling with rage as she smashed a high-value gift, using a prominent message to convey her thoughts. Su Chin, don't agree to them. We support you. Inside the car, Su Dahai's face was also filled with anger, the veins standing out on the back of his hand. If he weren't driving, he would have wanted to curse the other party's ancestors. Su Chin looked at his phone, his gaze cold and sharp like a knife. Delete the video, post a statement, retract the notice, and give me 200,000 to go back as a substitute. Su Chun reiterated the other party's conditions, his voice steady, without a trace of emotion. Zhao Jinxing thought Su Chun was wavering, his tone revealing a hint of pride. Yes, this is the best solution. Young man, you need to understand, being recognized by the Domestic Football Association is an opportunity that many people can only dream of. In other words, Su Chin's voice suddenly rose, piercing through the screen word by word. In this circle, as long as you have money and connections, even if you maliciously ruin someone on the field, you can spend 200,000 to smooth it over. And those without money and connections, no matter how strong they are, must yield to these trash. This is the rule of the Domestic Football Association, right? Zhao Jiansheng's face changed dramatically on the other end. Su Chun, what nonsense are you talking? This is the attitude to solve problems. Attitude? You're talking to me about attitude? Su Chun let out a cold laugh, his voice resonating like thunder in the live stream. And on the phone, Zhao Jinxing listened clearly. Your 200,000, keep it to buy coffins for your connections. You want me to delete the video? Dream on. Do you know who? Zhao Jinsheng was completely enraged, slamming the table with force. You are challenging the authority of the entire Football Association. Let me tell you, if you don't do as I say, no professional club in the country, not even amateur teams, will take you. You will never step into a domestic stadium again in your life. The threat was explicit and naked. 100,000 netizens heard the high-ranking official's threats live, and their anger exploded, flooding the comments section with demands for a complete investigation of the Football Association. I was just complaining about the toxic atmosphere in domestic football. Su Chen stared straight ahead, his gaze exuding absolute confidence and arrogance. By the way, let me tell you something, Director Zhao. I'm broadcasting this live. Every word you just said is being heard clearly by 100,000 netizens across the internet. The other end of the line fell into a dead silence. Moments later, the sound of a chair falling over, and Zhao Jiansheng's terrified, pitchy roar came through. You crazy. You actually dared to broadcast. You little beast. Shut up, old dog. Su Chen interrupted him without hesitation. He reached for his phone, speaking into the microphone the words he had long been preparing. A national team like this, it's better not to join. He pressed the red hang-up button. The call was abruptly cut off. The entire world seemed to quiet down at that moment. Su Chen casually closed the live stream. He didn't need to check the subsequent reactions. He knew that this phone call had completely stripped away the hypocritical and corrupt facade of the high-ranking officials in the Domestic Football Association. Refreshing. Su Dehai suddenly slammed the steering wheel, shouting, "These bastards should have been dealt with long ago." Xiao Chen, well done. Uncle supports you. Su Chen leaned back in his seat, letting out a long sigh. The pent-up frustration in his heart dissipated with this phone call. From this day forward, he would completely sever ties with that corrupt circle. The sea is vast for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to soar. In the country, Beijing City Football Association office building. Bang! The latest model smartphone was smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Zhao Jiansheng's eyes were bloodshot, his chest heaving violently. He never expected that the poor kid who wouldn't dare to make a sound in the national youth team would actually dare to open a voice live stream and trap him. That threatening statement was clearly heard by hundreds of thousands of netizens. The landline on the table began to ring frantically, all calls from media and higher authorities inquiring about the situation. Half an hour later, in the top-secret conference room of the Football Association, smoke swirled around. Several core senior executives sat around the round table, their expressions grim. Sitting in the first position, Vice President Cheng Yuan extinguished his cigarette and threw a report onto the table. Enough, the situation has escalated and the higher-ups are very dissatisfied. Zhao Jianxing, look at the mess you've made. Cheng Yuan's voice was cold and harsh. To deal with a young kid, your methods are so rough, and you've even left them with a handle to grab onto. Zhao Jianxing sat to the side, not daring to breathe. Chairman Cheng, the public opinion online has already spiraled out of control. Many fans have even gone to the General Administration's official website to leave messages demanding a thorough investigation of the funding flow in the youth training department, and the background of Liu Yang's family has also been completely exposed by netizens. Then control it. Cheng Yuan tapped his fingers on the table. Send letters to all major platforms to restrict traffic under the pretext of maintaining the national image. Remove all related trending search terms. Close the comment sections. What about Su Chen? Zhao Jianxing asked cautiously. Ignore him. Cheng Yuan scoffed. Do you really think he can succeed in trial training at Arsenal? What kind of vision does Wenger have? How many players in all of Asia could catch his eye? You all know what level Su Chen was at domestically. Zhao Jianxing nodded repeatedly. No speed, no physicality. He could stop the ball 3 meters away. If it weren't for the foreign coach seeing his good physical condition and ability to run all over the field, he wouldn't even have made it into the national youth team. Cheng Yuan crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair. That's right. The public's memory only lasts 3 days. As long as we handle this coolly without making any statements or responses, the storm will soon pass. Those big influencers and media outlets we contacted earlier should all keep silent. No one is allowed to provoke that Su Chen again. After a few days, when the news comes back that he was kicked out of Arsenal, the halo around this kid will naturally shatter. At that time, we can find a few writers to write articles exposing him as a homeless person in the UK, and the netizens will know that a player without the support of the Football Association is just a stray dog abroad. The tone was set. A massive online denunciation began to cool down. Qingbei University. In the girls' dormitory, Shinmeng sat in front of her computer, constantly refreshing the webpage. The trending search term, Su Chen Arsenal trial training, which had just been at the top half an hour ago, suddenly vanished without a trace. All the bloggers she followed who dared to speak up for Su Chen had their accounts marked as violating community guidelines, banned for speaking. That high-definition video exposing the truth was completely cleaned from the internet. Clicking on it only led to page not found. It's so dark. These people are simply lawless. Shinmeng slammed her hand on the keyboard. Her roommate peeked from the upper bunk and advised, Meng, just let it go. With their kind of influence, it's too easy for them to silence someone. Now that the entire internet has restricted traffic, even if Su Chen really went to Arsenal, there won't be any reports domestically. He's going to Arsenal to play football, not to show off to these parasites at home. Shinmeng bit her lip and opened the school's internal academic system. She typed Overseas Exchange Program into the search bar. Soon a message popped up. Countdown for Qingbei University and Imperial College London Student Exchange Program registration 3 days. Meng's eyes lit up. Xiaya, how far is Imperial College from Arsenal's stadium? Meng turned around and asked. Her roommate paused for a moment. They're both in London. The subway takes just over half an hour. Why do you ask? You're not actually thinking of going to London, are you? Why not? Meng picked up the registration form from the table, her tone resolute. I want to go see him play in the Premier League live. I want to tell him that even if the domestic media turns a blind eye, there are still real fans supporting him. Su Chun had already been staying in the star-rated hotel arranged by his uncle for 3 full days. During these 3 days, he hadn't stepped out of the door even once. Su Dahai had the staff bring 3 meals a day to the door, watching his nephew lock himself in the room all day, anxious to the point of losing his temper, thinking that Su Chun was affected by the domestic silencing order. In reality, Su Chun hadn't wasted a single second during these 3 days. He had been immersed in the system's attached true greenfield training ground. This was an independent space that only existed in his consciousness. In this virtual greenfield, he could set various levels of defensive players and training programs according to his needs. As a fan in his past life, Su Chun knew all too well the power of the Kaká Template, as well as its weaknesses. In his prime, Kaká was the most terrifying monster in football history when it came to counterattacking ability. He didn't need complicated fancy moves, he just needed to push the ball forward, and with absolute speed and an astonishing stride, he could tear through an entire defense. But this style of play placed enormous physical demands on the body. Especially the wear on the groin and meniscus was simply devastating. This was also why Kaká suffered a major injury after moving to Real Madrid, and his performance plummeted. Because a mortal's body simply couldn't withstand that kind of transcendent and violent aesthetics. But now this problem had been completely solved by the system. Su Chun discovered that in the virtual training ground, no matter how extreme his sprint training was, no matter how sore his muscles felt, as long as he clicked exit, his physical condition would instantly recover to 100% peak state. Lactic acid buildup, non-existent. Muscle strains, non-existent. Meniscus wear, even less so. This meant that Su Chun could recklessly squander the explosive power of this body in reality. He would become an ultimate form of Kaká, forever in peak condition, never injured, and with endless stamina. Bang! In the virtual training ground, Su Chun unleashed a powerful shot from 30 meters away. The football turned into a shadow, hitting the corner of the goal. Even the net was lifted high. Ding! The host completed 10,000 directional acceleration training. Ding! The host completed 10,000 powerful shots on the move. Integration level of peak Kaká Template increased to 70. The host's current physical functions have fully adapted to the template's power output. Su Chun let out a long breath and exited the system space. Opening his eyes and feeling the explosive power within him, he clenched his fists. These 3 days of grueling training had completely turned Kaká's techniques into his own muscle memory. Now, even if several top Premier League defenders were placed in front of him, he was absolutely confident that he could charge past them without them even seeing his taillights. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. The time for the Arsenal trial training had arrived. Su Chun changed into a clean set of sportswear, picked up a simple black sports bag, and pushed the door open. Su Dahai had been anxiously pacing in the corridor, and upon seeing Su Chun come out, he quickly approached him. Xiaoqin, you're finally out. Let's go, I'll drive you over myself. No matter if you succeed or not, let's just consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons. Su Dahai patted his chest to encourage him, but inside he felt uncertain. After all, Arsenal is a Premier League giant, and their youth training camp is filled with talented freaks from all over the world. Su Chun has struggled domestically. Can he even survive the first round of tests in such a place? Su Chun didn't explain much, just patted Su Dahai on the shoulder. Uncle, just watch from the sidelines later. In the northern suburbs of London, at the Coney training base. As one of the most modern training centers in world football, the turf here is even smoother than that of the Emirates Stadium. Arsenal U18 youth team head coach Steve Bold sat in his office drinking espresso while watching video footage on his computer screen. The video played was the recent warm-up match between the Arsenal youth team and the Chinese national youth team. Standing beside him was fitness coach John. Steve, is this the Chinese boy that the boss personally requested to trial? John pointed at the Asian face sprinting all over the field on the screen. His name is Su Chun. Yes. Steve pressed the pause button, freezing the frame on Su Chun's passing moment. The boss said this kid has good running awareness and a positive attitude, so let him come and train with the team for a few days to see. John curled his lip. The boss always likes to dig up cheap lottery tickets from around the world. But honestly, Steve, I'm not optimistic about him. Steve nodded in agreement. Look here. Steve circled a spot on the screen with a red pen. His center of gravity is too high and his step frequency is too slow. Although he covers a long distance, his absolute speed is quite mediocre. During that recent sprint on the wing, even our substitute fullback could easily catch up with him. And these touches, his ability to combine with the ball is too poor. This leads to him easily losing the ball when facing high pressure. In England's fast-paced and highly competitive league, having just a good attitude is far from enough. As Arsenal's youth training supervisor Steve had a keen eye, he was completely right. But that was Su Chun 3 days ago. The Su Chun who had not yet integrated any templates. Regardless, since it's the boss arrangement, we still need to follow the process. Steve turned off the computer and stood up. John, take him to the medical room for basic physical tests, then bring him to the indoor athletics track to measure his explosiveness and absolute speed. If the data doesn't meet the standards, just let him go home. Understood. John took the record book and left the office. 20 minutes later, Su Chun accompanied by Su Dehai arrived at the registration area of the Coney base. John walked over with a stern face and took a good look at Su Chun from top to bottom. He was somewhat thin, although he stood at 182 meters, his muscle definition was not prominent. He looked like an ordinary Asian high school student. John felt even more disappointed. With this physique, he would probably be knocked down by those robust midfielders on the field. You are Su Chun. Come with me. Your uncle can only wait in the rest area, John said in a businesslike manner. Su Chun handed his backpack to his uncle and followed John into the physical testing center. First were the standard height, weight, and body fat tests. The data was average with nothing outstanding. John marked off on his record book while yawning. Go over to that track and change into your cleats. First, measure your 30-meter sprint, then your 100-meter speed. Give it your all, understood? The 30-meter sprint is one of the most crucial assessment indicators for football players. The space on the football pitch is extremely limited and most overtakes and evades are completed within 30 meters. Even if you can run under 10 seconds in the 100 meters, if you can't instantly create distance during the initial 30 meters, it's useless on the football pitch. The top stars on earth like Messi and Ronaldo had approximately 30-meter sprint speeds of around 3.8 seconds in their prime. John stood at the finish line with a stopwatch. Get ready. Run. At the sound of the whistle, John felt a black shadow suddenly explode forward. A rush of wind even reached his ears. Su Chun's legs alternated on the ground, each step bursting forth with extremely violent power, leaving deep shoe imprints on the specially designed rubber track. Start, look up, accelerate. No unnecessary movements, just pure linear explosive acceleration. John's nonchalance instantly froze, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he instinctively pressed the stopwatch. Clack! Su Chun crossed the finish line, effortlessly decelerating and stopping in the buffer zone. He didn't even seem to be out of breath. John stared down at the stopwatch in disbelief. The red digits on the stopwatch were flashing. 3.71 seconds. How is this possible? John exclaimed, his voice echoing in the empty training hall. What does 3.71 seconds even mean? This speed is nearly on par with professional track athletes' short distance starting times. Even the fastest player in Arsenal's first team, Walcott, only has the best 30-meter sprint data of 3.79 seconds. This seemingly thin Asian kid actually broke the entire Arsenal club's short distance sprint record. Coach, is the stopwatch broken? Su Chun returned, his tone very calm. This was just the result of him holding back. The Kaká Template's starting explosiveness is as high as 96. If he fully exerted himself, running under 3.7 seconds is definitely not a problem. No, it's not broken. John swallowed hard. Let's measure the 100 meters. Immediately. 3 minutes later, Su Chun stood at the 100-meter starting line. Once again he took off. This time John clearly saw Su Chun's terrifying sprinting ability in the second half. Long strides, high frequency. Those legs seemed to be equipped with a V8 engine, and in the latter half, he didn't slow down, instead he accelerated. He ran faster and faster, until he crossed the finish line. John glanced at the stopwatch. 10.29 seconds. Hiss. John felt his scalp tingle. An 18-year-old football player ran the 100 meters in under 10.3 seconds. Is he here to play football, or to prepare for the Olympics? John didn't say a word, directly tearing off the record sheet and running frantically toward the head coach's office. Even Su Chun was left behind. In the office, Steve was arranging the lineup for the afternoon youth team match. The door was suddenly slammed open. John rushed in, panting heavily, and slammed the record sheet on the desk. Steve, this is unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. John's face was flushed with excitement. Which athletics team did the boss dig this monster out from? Calm down, John. Steve frowned and took the report. Is the physical test data out? Is the speed too slow? If it's slow, just let him go, it's not a big deal. His gaze swept over the rows of numbers on the form. When his eyes landed on the bold sprint data below, Steve's hand holding the report trembled violently. The office chair made a harsh scraping sound. Steve jumped up from the chair, knocking over the coffee cup on the table. Brown liquid spilled all over the table. But he didn't care about that at all, gripping the paper tightly, his eyes nearly glued to the numbers. 3.71 seconds. 100 meters in 10.29 seconds. Steve suddenly raised his head, shouting at John. Are you sure the measuring equipment isn't broken? Is this data even something a human can achieve? I measured it twice with 2 different brand stopwatches. Absolutely no error. John gasped for breath. His explosiveness at the start was like a cheetah. Steve, we completely underestimated. Steve's head buzzed. The footage of the warm-up match 3 days ago flashed through his mind. That Asian boy who was slow and clumsy with the ball. How could his physical abilities have undergone such a terrifying transformation in just 3 days? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all along? Steve turned in place twice and slapped the table. Go immediately to the training ground. Steve walked out hurriedly. Having speed on the track is useless on the football field. I need to see his ball control ability. Get a football. Let him do a dribbling test around the cones right now. On the second grass pitch of the Coney base, Sudahai stood outside the wire fence on the sidelines, his hands covered in sweat. At that moment, he saw the youth training head coach Steve rushing onto the pitch with a group of assistants. John quickly set up a row of orange cones on the pitch. The distance between them was very short, requiring the players to dribble at full speed through the obstacles. Steve stood on the sidelines staring at Su-chun, who was stretching, and shouted loudly, "Kid, use your fastest speed to dribble around these cones, and then shoot the ball into that small goal. Let me see what your—" Su-chun stepped on the grass. The feel of this top-notch field made his blood begin to boil. He lightly lifted the ball with his toes, settling it steadily on his foot, looking up at the row of cones directly ahead. Without any unnecessary preparatory movements, Su-chun forcefully pushed the ball forward with the back of his right foot. Bang! The football instantly flew 3 meters away. Steve frowned, cursing in his heart. Too big of a touch. That kind of ball would be easily intercepted by a defender in a match. But the next second, Steve's pupils suddenly constricted to the utmost. Because Su-chun moved, he was like a flash of white lightning catching up to the football just before it slowed down. No slowing down or changing direction. No little adjustments. While sprinting at full speed, Su-chun gently brushed the ball with his left foot, making it curve tightly around the first cone. Then with his right foot he nudged it again. His body swayed left and right each touch, using only the smallest area of his foot's arch, or the outside of his foot. Separation of man and ball and long strides. On the green pitch, that silhouette stirred up a whirlwind sweeping past the row of orange cones. The 2 cones in the middle were even knocked over by the strong gust he created rolling on the grass. Just 15 meters away from the small goal, Su-chun made no further adjustments. Facing the rolling football, his right leg swung like a whip, striking the ball firmly in the lower half. Boom! The crisp sound of the strike reverberated throughout the training ground. The football turned into a straight white light, brushing the underside of the crossbar and crashing deep into the net. The whole place fell silent. The wind stopped. Only that black and white football continued to spin and rub in the net. Steve gaped. The tactical board in his hand fell to the grass with a thud. Steve stared in disbelief at the spinning ball in the net, his mouth agape for a long moment. As the chief of youth training at Arsenal for over a decade, he had witnessed so-called football prodigies from across Europe, and he was well aware of what the pinnacle of innate talent in a player truly was. Skills can be honed through daily practice. Awareness can be cultivated through years of practical experience. But speed and explosive power, that is a gift from the heavens and an absolute barrier inscribed in one's genes. A 100-meter sprint time of 10.29 seconds. A 30-meter sprint time of 3.71 seconds. What does this even mean? In terms of pure linear speed, even if this kid never played football, just a few days of specialized training on the track would qualify him for the Olympic sprint selection. Yet on the football field, the core 30-meter sprint data is the greatest weapon of a forward. Most of the initiation, overtaking, and escape during a football match occur within that confined 30-meter space. A quick start that gains half a body length provides a lethal opportunity. This is unbelievable. How could the fools at the Chinese Football Association give such terrifying sprint data the evaluation of mediocre speed, lack of physicality? Steve tugged at his hair in frustration. Are those bureaucrats sitting in their offices blind to dismiss such a once-in-a-century freak of talent as utterly worthless? It's simply a waste. A complete waste. If this raw gem had entered the European youth training system a few years earlier, he would undoubtedly be a highly sought-after player worth millions in the transfer market. Even if they only taught him one trick to mindlessly dominate defenders along the sidelines with legs that could run as sub-3s can sprint, this kid would definitely qualify for a rotation position in a Premier League powerhouse. John swallowed hard beside him. Steve calmed down for a moment. He tightly rolled up the fitness test report in his hand. Just having linear speed is fine for athletics. That dribbling around the cones was indeed impressive with seamless ball control. But that was merely a static test without any defensive pressure. The competitive intensity of English leagues is the highest in the world. In real matches, facing aggressive physical confrontations and tackles, if he cannot protect the ball running fast, is of no use. Steve nodded decisively. You're right. Seeing is believing. He turned and strode toward the sideline, determined. I'm going to arrange an internal match right now, and he'll put him in the starting lineup. Whether he's a mule or a horse, we'll know after he rolls around in the meat grinder. John was startled. Directly throwing him into the main lineup. This would definitely cause a stir in the locker room. At this moment on pitch 2, Su-chun retrieved the ball from the goal and bounced it in his hands. It felt refreshing. An incredibly pure sensation of comfort flowed through his body. This black and white ball was simply an extension of his body. Back when he was in the national youth team, receiving a high ball required intense focus on the landing point and quick calculations of foot strength. Now, he didn't need those cumbersome steps at all. This ball was more obedient under his foot than a well-trained hunting dog. Whatever action he thought of, his feet instinctively executed it with precision. What thrilled him even more was that the two full-speed bursts just now had brought no negative effects. He initially thought that achieving such extreme results would cause noticeable soreness and strain in his hamstrings and meniscus. Yet now he felt neither flushed nor out of breath. This is the most extraordinary enhancement brought by the system. No injury risks, perfectly eliminating wear and tear in peak form. He could freely squander his explosive physicality on the field. "Hey kid, come here for a meeting." In the distance, fitness coach John blew the whistle for gathering. Suchun kicked the ball back to the assistant coach and jogged over to the center circle. There stood over 20 young players in training gear, all regular members of the Arsenal U18 youth team. Among this group, most had bright futures. But those who could climb all the way from the academy to the first team at the Emirates were few and far between. This is the harsh rule of the English youth training system. Survival of the fittest, the weak prey on the strong. So when Steve walked in with Suchun, a stranger, even labeled as a troublemaker, the surrounding gazes were quite complex. Several players whispered to each other. "Who's that guy? An Asian? Didn't you see the news online? That's the violent guy who broke a teammate's nose at the training base yesterday. I heard he got expelled from the national team. Came here looking for work. Huffed. What good player can come out of that football wasteland in China?" Most of the young players looked at Suchun with cold indifference, not considering him a true competitor at all. At the front of the crowd stood a boy just over 1.70 meters tall, but with extremely well-developed muscles on his chest. He had short hair and a defiant gaze. Jack Wilshere. He was the brightest jewel of the Arsenal Youth Academy in recent years. Last year, he was even promoted to the first team by Wenger and made his Premier League debut, breaking the record for the youngest player in the club's history. The reason he appeared on the U18 training field today was purely to maintain his form during the off-season. Jack glanced at Suchun and then turned his gaze away, continuing to juggle the ball with his heel in boredom. He only cared about midfielders who could deliver good passes or forwards who could finish the game. This unknown kid who suddenly appeared did not pique his interest in the slightest. Until Steve began distributing tactical vests. In the English training system, handing out tactical vests signifies the coach's decision on the starting lineup for the next official match. Today they were distributing bright red vests. Jack unsurprisingly took the first one and put it on. Next came the starting center back, the main defensive midfielder, and the star winger. When only the last red vest remained, several eager substitute forwards instinctively stepped forward, heads held high, their eyes filled with fervor for the starting position. Instead, Steve directly bypassed them, handing the sweat-stained red vest to Suchun. "Put this on. You will play as a shadow striker, moving freely in front of Jack. Show me how you play." Steve pointed to the attacking midfield position. The atmosphere on the field dropped to freezing point. The excluded youth training players widened their eyes in disbelief. They had fought hard in the mud for over 6 months just to sit on the bench. This Asian kid on his first day directly took the position of the main shadow striker? Why? Just because he's a troublemaker who got expelled. Hostility. An overwhelmingly obvious rejection and animosity pressed towards Suchun from all directions. Suchun accepted the red vest without raising an eyebrow, putting it on right in front of everyone and confidently walking into the main squad. He didn't blame them for being envious. Competitive sports are inherently governed by the law of the jungle. Since he was on the field, he would use his fists and abilities to bring down anyone who was dissatisfied. Beep. The whistle signaling the start of the match pierced the air sharply. The two opposing sides, the main squad versus the substitute squad. The match lasted 30 minutes. As this was an informal internal contest, both sides skipped the probing steps and went straight for aggressive pressing. The brutality and hard tackles characteristic of British football were fully displayed in the first minute. Suchun lurked near the center circle, ready to make a forward run. Opposing him was Marcus, a black center back from the substitutes. This guy stood nearly 1.90 meters tall, his physique broad like that of an adult grizzly bear. In order to prove to Steve that he deserved the starting position more than Suchun, Marcus immediately glued himself. Bang! Marcus took advantage of his height and long legs to deliberately collide heavily with Suchun from behind while he was off the ball, his knee pressing against Suchun's thigh. "Yellow-skinned kid wearing that vest on you is a joke." Marcus leaned down, his provocative trash talk drilling into Suchun's ears. "You better hurry up and go cry to your mom on the sidelines. This is a man's arena. Once the ball comes, it'll snap your leg bones right at the knee." To deal with newcomers, the first move is to destroy their psychological defenses with brutal fouls. This is a traditional tactic passed down among English defenders. Suchun braced against the impact from behind his lower body, not budging an inch, not even shifting his center of gravity. He ignored Marcus' vile insults completely. At this moment, the midfield maestro Jack Wilshere received a pass. Jack pulled the ball back under his foot, looking up to observe the runs in front. He noticed that the new kid was extremely clever, specifically darting into the narrow gaps between the defense and midfield. Such tactical awareness was not what one would expect from a mere reckless runner. Let me see if you can catch this ball, Jack thought to himself. He struck the ball sharply with the outside of his right foot, opting for a low pass along the grass rather than a safer high. The ball was aimed directly at Su Chen's feet, but came with a test. If his ball control was off even slightly, the ball would bounce 2 meters away, easily reclaimed by the defenders. The ball sliced through the substitute's defense like a low-flying blade, piercing through the crowd. This ball is too far. He won't be able to stop it. Marcus sneered. He spread his arms wide to firmly brace against Su Chen's back, while raising his right foot poised to tackle both the ball and Su Chen as soon as he made a mistake. The ball was about to collide with the arch of Su Chen's right foot. Just a split second before contact, Su Chen's left foot dug firmly into the grass. He didn't perform the traditional weight distribution stop. His right foot suddenly straightened the toes, deftly flicking the ball upwards at a concealed angle. With ease and finesse, a mere 4 ounces could move 1,000 pounds. The ball obediently detached from the grass, tracing an unusually arc. It soared directly over Su Chen's head. Of course, it also cleared Marcus, who was preparing to charge from behind. A backheeled flick. Before Marcus could even process what was happening, Su Chen unleashed the terrifying explosive power hidden. With a staggering explosive start value of 96, he exhibited a destructive force at that very moment. His core suddenly engaged, bracing against Marcus' weight. He executed an extremely violent half-turn. Then those long legs forcefully pushed against the ground. The strength that could leave deep dents in a rubber track was unleashed on the soft, muddy grass. Whoosh! Marcus felt a strong gust of wind brush past his face. When he clumsily twisted his body to grab the opponent's shirt, his fingers only grasped air. Su Chen had already bulldozed past him at an unreasonable speed. The ball and man were separated. An absolute speed dominance. Su Chen, like a white lightning bolt breaking through the blockade, precisely controlled the falling ball, with his chest 3 meters behind Marcus. He smoothly advanced the ball with his right foot. With long strides, he surged forward. The substitute goalkeeper was terrified, abandoning his goal to widen his defensive area. Su Chen didn't even glance at him. Just as the goalkeeper dove for the save, he curled a low shot with the inside of his right foot. The ball grazed the goalkeeper's fingertips, sliding along the grass into the far corner of the net, firmly crashing into the white netting. Bang! The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed loudly in the empty training ground. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. From Jack's pass to Su Chen's backheeled flick, forceful turn, and final unknown shot into the goal. The entire process unfolded at breathtaking speed, taking merely 3 seconds. It was seamless yet extremely raw, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes. Pure technique combined with explosively powerful physicality. Jack Wilshere, standing at the center circle, gasped in amazement. He loved this type of player. Silent, fierce, able to transform a difficult through ball into an assist. Wow, a monstrous forward has really arrived. Jack's eyes shone as he couldn't help but curse. Steve, who had been watching intently, clenched his fists tightly, unable to control himself as he took several steps forward, his heart racing. That backheeled flick and turn required an extraordinary sense of the ball and core strength. To pull off such a maneuver under the intense scrutiny of a Premier League youth defense was nothing short of genius. Trash expelled by the Chinese Football Association. If that's trash, then where are the geniuses in the world? Easy. Too easy. Watching the black and white soccer ball spinning wildly in the net, Su Chen turned around, too lazy to even perform a celebratory gesture. Not a ripple stirred in his heart. He originally thought the defensive intensity of the Arsenal youth team would exert some pressure on him. But then he faced the towering 9-meter-tall black center-back Marcus. Against his peak Kaká-like attributes, it was nothing short of a one-sided brutal domination. The feeling of forcibly overtaking and scoring was akin to taking candy from a child. Even in England's top youth training camps, it was no different. He needed to quickly obtain a work permit and step onto the first team's pitch. To go head-to-head with those well-known Premier League superstars was the true stage. Su Chen thought to himself as he ran towards the center circle. He collided head-on with the excited Jack Wilshere rushing over. This future English prodigy, known as Prince Jack, had eyes full of zeal for the strong. He himself was a rebellious character. He admired those who could let their skills do the talking on the pitch. As a central attacking midfielder, he desperately needed a monstrous forward in front who could convert those dreadful through balls into goals. That was a beautiful pass. The line was exceptionally precise. Su Chen raised his hand, praising in fluent English. Well done, mate. That turn and dribble was sensational. Jack jumped up, tightly hugging Su Chen's shoulder and giving him a hearty pat on the back. The other main young players in red vests also rushed over, cheering loudly. The world of football is that realistic. Just 5 minutes ago, they thought this Asian face was a nepotism case, feeling 100% unconvinced. But once he executed that backheel flick followed by a forceful finish, all doubts and hostility vanished. The substitute's side fell silent. Marcus sat on the muddy pitch, gasping for breath, staring intently At Su Chin's back, his mind blank. Everything that just happened was too fast. He didn't even touch the opponent's shirt before being passed, as if he were a wooden post. The match resumed. The next 20 minutes turned into Su Chin's personal highlight reel. In the 7th minute, Jack received the ball in midfield and looked up to see Su Chin retreating. Without hesitation, he pushed the ball forward. Su Chin received it with his back to the goal. This time the substitutes had learned their lesson. Marcus and another defensive midfielder positioned themselves on either side, trying to sandwich Su Chin. Su Chin didn't give them a chance to close in. He nudged the ball with his right foot towards the sideline and exploded into action. The explosive stat of 96 once again came into play. Mud flew everywhere. Su Chin charged through the gap between the two players like a heavy-duty sports car, shifting into 8th gear. A long-distance sprint. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The two defenders behind him chased desperately, only to find they weren't even qualified to inhale the fumes of his afterburn. The distance widened visibly. At the top of the penalty area, Su Chin didn't slow down at all. His left leg struck the turf like a heavy cannon. His right leg met the rolling soccer ball with a brutally powerful shot. Boom. The ball soared with a terrifying whistle, hitting the corner of the net. The substitute goalkeeper didn't even have time to attempt the save before the ball crashed into the net, creating a surge of air. 2-0. 15th minute. Su Chin moved wide to receive the ball. Near the sideline facing the left-back's defense, he didn't bother with any fancy footwork. He directly kicked the ball 5 meters forward and relied purely on his straight-line speed to overtake. He crossed to the baseline and assisted a teammate with a header into the net. 3-0. 25th minute. Su Chin skillfully controlled the ball in the penalty area, smoothly dribbling past the unfortunate Marcus. He gently pushed the ball into the near corner. 4-0. On the sidelines, Arsenal's youth training director Steve and fitness coach John were completely stunned. Their scalps tingled, breaths came in quick gasps. They had seen countless talents, but a player who exhibited such absolute dominance at this age was truly one of a kind. It was as if the core starter of the first team had been sent into a youth match to play against elementary school kids. 30 minutes, a hat-trick plus 1 assist. John gulped hard, his hand shaking as he held the notepad. Is this called mediocre speed? Is this called not knowing how to play football? Steve, I really want to buy a plane ticket to Huaxia right now to see what kind of extraterrestrials the national youth team. Steve scoffed. Extraterrestrials. Those fools who don't even know how to control the ball. This is a huge gift from God to Arsenal. Those idiots at the Huaxia Football Association actually swept such a freakish new star with a market value of at least tens of millions of euros out the door. Steve grabbed the tactical board and blew the whistle loudly. Beep. The match is over. If they continued, the psychological defense of the substitutes would completely collapse. The poor black center-back Marcus had been hit so hard that he no longer had the strength to stand up, sitting on the ground questioning his life. Steve strode onto the pitch, heading straight for Su Chin. He was now afraid that this kid would be poached by scouts from Kid. Well done. Steve clapped Su Chin's shoulder heavily, his tone filled with extreme excitement. Arsenal has decided to immediately sign you to a top apprentice contract. Moreover, it'll directly recommend you to Professor Wenger to be included in the squad when the first team assembles next Monday. According to the regulations for work permits in England, non-EU players without a national team appearance rate find it extremely difficult to obtain a work permit to play in the Premier League. But there are 2 exceptions. One is to qualify under the special talent clause. The second is to first sign a youth contract and play in Youth Cup matches in the UK, where the club can prove the player possesses first-team strength before applying for a special work permit. Su Chin met both of these criteria perfectly. He nodded, showing no surprise at this outcome. Coach Steve, when can I play in official matches? Su Chin was only concerned about getting on the pitch. Only by constantly playing and scoring madly could he completely silence those bureaucrats back home who were still trying to see him fail. Steve laughed heartily. Don't worry, you came at just the right time. Steve pulled out a schedule from his pocket. This weekend, we have a very important Youth FA Cup knockout match. The opponent is Manchester City U18 team. As long as the contract is finalized, you will be the starting striker for this match. A day later, with Uncle Su Dahai's assistance and the full green light from Arsenal's youth training camp, Su Chin smoothly signed the youth training contract with Arsenal Football Club and received special approval to train with the first team. On the weekend, a luxurious bus was driving on the highway towards Manchester. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was... The Arsenal U18 boys weren't overly blindly optimistic just because they signed Su Chin. Within the English youth training system, Manchester City's investment in youth training in recent years has been terrifying. They spent tens of millions of pounds just to buy various promising talents. Last season's Youth Cup, we were crushed 20 away by Manchester City and then held to a draw at home and eliminated. Jack Wilshere, sitting next to Su Chin, angrily slammed the back of the seat in front of him. Damn, just thinking about that goalkeeper gives me a headache. Yeah. Forward, Charlie chimed in. If it weren't for that bastard's saves, how could we have been eliminated? That guy had such a long wingspan, his range of involvement was huge, he was like a madman. Listening to his teammates' discussions, Su Chin became interested. You guys make it sound so ominous. What's that youth goalkeeper from Manchester City called? Su Chin casually asked. Jack turned his head, and answered seriously. He's a German. Manchester City spent a lot of money to bring him over from Stuttgart's youth team this year. His name is Loris Karius. Su-chan, while drinking a sports drink, nearly spat it out upon hearing that name. Karius. A super colossal blunder. Su-chan's mind immediately recalled the 2018 Champions League final. That Liverpool goalkeeper who directly threw the ball to Benzema's feet and then let in a long-range shot from Bale due to butterfingers. So this infamous world's #1 goalkeeper actually spent time in Manchester City's youth training. Su-chan quickly flipped through his memories. Indeed, from 2009 to 2011, Karius had indeed played for Manchester City. Oh, so it's him. Su-chan wiped the moisture off his chin and couldn't help but chuckle. You know him. Jack, let's just say I've heard of his name. Su-chan waved his hand. This German bow tie's future experiences were indeed unfortunate, completely losing his form after being knocked by Ramos. But at this moment, he was the confident star goalkeeper in Manchester City's youth training camp and also Arsenal's nemesis. You better be careful. Jack lowered his voice to warn he's extremely arrogant, and his defensive actions are very aggressive. He dares to charge out of the box and slide tackle during unknown situations. Arrogance is great. Su-chan leaned back in his chair, twisting his neck, producing a crisp cracking sound. I love playing against arrogant guys. Leave it to me, I'll take care of him today. Seeing Su-chan's confident attitude, the previously oppressive atmosphere in the bus dissipated significantly. With this monstrous presence capable of tearing through the entire defense, avenging Manchester City seemed no longer just an empty phrase. Let's take down Manchester City. Jack stood up and shouted. Let's take them down. The bus erupted in synchronized battle cries. Manchester Etihad Training Center. The main stand was filled with local fans, including many reporters armed with. Today was not only a focal match. There were rumors that Manchester City's first-team coach Roberto Mancini would personally watch from the box. This was also the primary reason for the large media presence today. The players from both teams finished their final preparations in the locker room and lined up to enter the player tunnel. Su-chan walked at the front of the Arsenal lineup. As the starting striker for this match, his appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Manchester City players. A completely unfamiliar Asian face. The captain of the Manchester City youth team, the tall and imposing German goalkeeper Karius, was standing at the front of the other lineup. He unceremoniously sized up Su-chan a few times and let out a loud sneer. Jack, has Arsenal really run out of players? Did you actually find a skinny monkey from Asia to play as a starting striker? Karius openly provoked Jack Wilshere in English. Jack's face darkened, ready to retort. Su-chan placed a hand on Jack's shoulder, turning to stare directly at Karius. I heard you're Arsenal's nemesis, known for your tough defense. Su-chan's tone was very flat, showing no sign of fluctuation. Karius raised his chin arrogantly. Of course. As long as I stand on the goal line, you won't have even a single shot on target today. Very well. Su-chan nodded. I have a habit. Whenever I encounter a goalkeeper who thinks they are defensively invincible, I like to put the ball and myself into the net right in front of them. I hope your response speed matches your arrogance. As soon as these words were spoken, laughter erupted from the Manchester City team. An ignorant Asian rookie dared to talk big in front of their star goalkeeper. Karius' expression darkened his gaze, chilling. You ignorant yellow-skinned monkey. Once the game starts, he'll show you what the defensive intensity of English football really is. Each of your shots will be firmly turned away by me. Su-chan didn't waste any more breath, directly stepping out of the player tunnel. Stepping onto the grass of the Etihad Training Center. The surrounding stands immediately erupted with deafening boos from the Manchester City fans. The match officially began. Manchester City youth team kicked off first. Taking advantage of home field, the City youngsters played aggressively, frequently using physical confrontations to apply pressure on Arsenal's half. In the first 10 minutes, Arsenal remained in a passive defensive position. In the luxurious box at the highest point of the stands, Mancini, the Manchester City coach, dressed in a dark coat, held a hot coffee, looking down at the pitch. What is that old fox Steve up to? Mancini pointed at Su-chan, who was hovering near the center circle single striker tactic. Are we actively giving up the match by putting a thin Asian in front as the offensive pivot? The assistant coach quickly flipped through the information in his hands. Coach, this player's name is Su-chan. He just arrived in London from Huaxia a few days ago. According to the data, he was permanently expelled by the Football Association in his home country for assaulting a teammate. This is simply nonsense. Arsenal is now willing to take back such a blemished player. Mancini shook his head, instantly losing interest in continuing to observe. The chief referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. The stands at the Etihad Youth Training Center erupted with thunderous cheers from the home fans. The Manchester City U18 team took the first kick. This luxurious youth squad, gathering talented prodigies from across Europe, paid no heed to Arsenal. In the very first minute, Manchester's midfielders began to press aggressively. With their robust physiques and fierce pressing, they forced Arsenal's young players back into their half. Arsenal's formation was forced to retreat. The football was passed quickly among the Manchester players. Two successive long-range shots posed a significant threat, only thwarted by Arsenal's defenders throwing themselves to block. From the subsequent corner, Manchester's tall striker headed the ball towards goal, narrowly missing the post. After 5 minutes, Manchester was dominating. They exhibited a level of pressure far superior to that of Arsenal's youth team. Karius, standing in front of the Manchester goal, even stepped out of the penalty area. With his hands on his hips, he stood not far from the center circle, taking on the role of a sweeper. This was an arrogant stance. He was completely confident that Arsenal couldn't mount a decent counterattack. Karius even whistled at Su Chun, who was aimlessly roaming in the half, provocatively shouting, "Asian kid. Are you ready for a match where you won't even touch the ball? This is the Etihad, not a place for you." Su Chun didn't even glance at Karius, merely adjusting his breathing, jogging slowly while observing the gaps in the Manchester defense. High pressing, early defensive line. This was practically a gift for him, who possessed the qualities of Kaká. In the luxurious box at the highest point of the stands, Manchester's manager Mancini held a steaming cup of coffee crossing his legs. An utterly predictable match. Mancini threw the documents he held onto the table. Arsenal's youth training is so suffocated they can't even catch their breath. This single striker tactic is a complete disaster. That kid from Huaxia is of no use. The assistant coach chimed in, "Yes, coach, there is simply no soil for top strikers to emerge in Huaxia. The only highlight for him is probably the low cost." This is the disastrous result of Wenger's frugality in recent years. Mancini took a sip of coffee. "Even if this level of player were given to us at Manchester City for practice, I wouldn't want them." Before he finished speaking, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Arsenal's midfield core Jack Wilshere at the edge of the penalty area accurately anticipated the opponent's passing route. Slide tackle. Ball intercepted. Jack fell on the grass, not even rising, just looking up at the distant half. There was a white figure starting to move. Without any hesitation, Jack's right foot struck fiercely, the ball skimming the grass, carving a long direct line through most of Manchester's half defense. "A through ball. Stop him," shouted the coach on the sidelines of Manchester. Two Manchester defenders left behind immediately rushed toward the ball's landing spot. But they were astonished to find that the figure darting past them moved with an unreasonably fast speed. Su Chun did not use any feints, simply executing the most direct and brutal straight sprint. His speed attribute peaking at 98, fully erupted. His plastic cleats pounded the grass, sending up splashes of mud. With every step he took, the distance between him and the defenders increased at a visible pace. So fast enough that the two Manchester center-backs didn't even have a chance to foul and pull his shirt. As he sprinted, Su Chun nimbly extended his right foot, nudging the ball forward in the direction it rolled. Man and ball combined seamlessly. This move left the defenders 5 positions behind. "Onion," the commentator on site shouted excitedly. Outside the penalty area, Karius, who had been watching with his hands on his hips, suddenly changed his expression. He never expected the explosive power of this Asian to be so terrifying that even the two black center-backs couldn't catch up. Karius, relying on his height and long legs, gritted his teeth and charged out of the goal. He charged at Su Chun, who was rapidly advancing with the ball like a raging bull. "Die!" Karius, from 3 meters away from Su Chun, unreasonably threw himself to the ground for a tackle. He blocked all possible routes forward, ball and player together. This was a dangerous defensive move. Under such a fierce attack, typical youth team forwards would instinctively jump to avoid being tackled, resulting in a change of possession. But Su Chun had no concept of retreat in his dictionary. Even while sprinting at high speed, his upper body showed no sign of wavering. His left foot subtly flicked the side of the ball. The ball slipped past Karius' outstretched studs, heading outward. Immediately after, Su Chun's thigh muscles unleashed a tremendous force, altering his forward trajectory during high-speed movement, allowing him to bypass the sliding Karius from the side. Separation of man and ball. Clean. Crisp. Without leaving room. Karius, who had tackled nothing but grass, looked back in despair. He could only watch that white figure elegantly catch up to the ball, gently pushing it with his right foot. The ball rolled unobstructed into the empty net. The white net rippled. 1-0. Just 8 minutes into, Arsenal had entered Manchester's half for the first time and took their first shot. Goal. The entire Etihad Youth Training Center fell silent. The insults and boos that Manchester fans had prepared were choked in their throats by this shockingly long run. Bang. Mancini's porcelain coffee cup slammed onto the glass coffee table, coffee splattering all over his hands, but he was completely unaware. The usually calm Italian coach now stared wide-eyed, fixated on the number 10 player who was slowly jogging. "God, what speed is this?" Mancini's voice cracked. The assistant coach was too shocked to speak. "Did you just say he has no speed? No physicality?" Mancini turned abruptly, grabbing the documents on the table. "Tell me, how can someone who can outpace two center-backs in a 30-meter sprint and perfectly control his body balance at high speed be said to have no speed? This is like a heavy tank with a powerful engine." Mancini, furious, tore the documents in half and smashed. "Are the scouts from the Huaxia Football Association all blind? How could this genius be deemed a subpar player and thrown away?" On the field, Su Chun and Jack high-fived hard. "Well done, mate. That pass was so comfortable." Su Chun laughed. "You ran too ridiculously fast." Jack's face flushed with excitement. "I could barely keep up with the play." "Keep it up. Let's tear apart this arrogant bunch." The match resumed. Manchester's players were clearly infuriated by the goal conceded. They began to employ extremely rough tactics against Su Chun in midfield. Whenever Su Chun got the ball, 2 to 3 players would swarm in to tackle. They thought this would limit the Asian forward. But they were wrong. This would only fully awaken the lethal instincts of a peak Kaká Template. In the 20th minute, Arsenal's winger crossed from near the baseline. The ball sailed over the penalty area. The landing spot was not ideal toward the top of the penalty arc. Manchester's midfielders were already prepared to receive the second ball. In the midst of the ball's descent, Su Chun suddenly burst out from within the penalty area. He did not need to stop the ball. Facing the falling ball, Su Chun's body stretched in midair, his left foot firmly planted on the grass for support. His right foot swung like a hammer, striking the center of the ball with force. Boom. An extremely dull explosion resonated throughout the field. A full-powered cannon shot. The ball transformed into a white flash with terrifying kinetic energy, hurtling straight toward the corner of the goal. This time Karius reacted. He powered off his legs, diving horizontally, his gloves barely grazing the edge. The tremendous impact directly shattered his fingers. The ball crashed against the inner side of the post and bounced into the net. 2 to 0. Karius fell to the ground, staring blankly at his hands, which were still tingling from the impact. What kind of monstrous ankle strength was this? He couldn't stop it. In the 31st minute, it was Su Chun again. He received a short pass from Jack near the left sideline. Manchester's fullback tightly blocked the cutting route. Su Chun didn't play by the rules. He kicked the ball vigorously along the sideline, sending it forward 7 or 8 meters. A pass to himself 3 seconds later. Then he sprinted along the sideline, using his absolute straight-line speed to overtake from the outside. The Manchester fullback only felt a gust of wind rush past. The player was gone. Su Chun caught up with the ball before the baseline, glancing up at the center. With a gentle touch of his right foot, he delivered a smooth ground pass into the box. Charlie, arriving late, shot the ball. 3 to 0. Su Chun had 1 assist and 2 goals. In just half an hour, this Manchester youth team, which had been dominating the British Isles, was completely torn apart by one individual. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Manchester's head coach stood on the sidelines, hands on his head, utterly clueless on how to adjust the tactics. Marking. They couldn't even keep up. Fouling. They couldn't even touch the edges of his shirt. This was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. In the 42nd minute, the most brutal scene unfolded. Su Chun received the ball at the top of the center circle and began his solo performance. His dribbling attribute peaked at 95, achieving an extraordinary level of ball control. He first used a subtle back heel to flick the ball through the legs of Manchester's defensive midfielder. Then he lunged forward, directly attacking the penalty area. Facing the last center back, Su Chun didn't slow down at all. With a light flick of his left foot, his body balance completed a strange large turn. The defender was sent sprawling on the grass. Finally, Su Chun faced Karius, who had charged out of his goal. This time Karius had learned wisely. He didn't dive for a tackle, but spread his arms wide, attempting to block all shooting angles. Su Chun, facing this tall German goalkeeper, couldn't even be bothered to feint a shot. His right foot's toe flicked sharply beneath the ball. A delicate chip shot. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, sailing over Karius' head and lightly settling into the net. 4 to 0. The whistle for halftime blew. Su Chun had achieved an incredible quadruple in just 45 minutes. Some Manchester fans in the stands had already begun to leave early. It was too humiliating. The renowned Premier League powerhouse's youth training team was being ruthlessly dominated by an unknown Asian kid. Karius knelt on the goal line, hands covering his face. He had picked the ball out of the net 4 times in the first half. Each time he conceded, the guy in the number 10 jersey didn't even celebrate, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial. This cold disdain completely shattered Karius' psychological defense. The legendary psychological shadow had begun to take root in the heart of this 18-year-old. Jack ran past Karius and purposely paused. "Hey, goalkeeper." Jack ruthlessly taunted, "Make sure to save at least 1 ball in the second half, or your market value will plummet." Karius gritted his teeth, remaining silent. "No content. No content. Whichever club grants me a starting position in the first team, I will go there." As soon as Su Chun's words fell, a sharp screeching sound of tires echoed from the front of the bus. A black Audi had recklessly stopped horizontally in front of the bus. Bright headlights shone directly into the bus. The bus driver was startled and slammed on the brakes. The door swung open, revealing a thin old man dressed in a long dark coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, striding down from the Audi. The bus was dead silent. All the young players were frozen in shock. "Oh my God, it's the professor!" Jack Wilshere exclaimed. Arsene Wenger, the supreme leader of Arsenal, had actually rushed to the service area of the highway at night to stop. Wenger completely ignored the gazes of others, directly stepping onto the bus, his eyes locked on Su Chun, who was sitting in the back row. He quickly walked over and slammed a document onto the seat in front of Su Chun. "This weekend against Chelsea, I am giving you the starting center forward position." Wenger's voice was loud and commanding. Su Duhai, standing beside him, was completely stunned. The chief scout of Manchester City, who had just been pestering at the service area threatening to knock Suchin out with a £1 million check, had just squeezed onto the bus and nearly stumbled down the steps upon hearing this. The Manchester City scout steadied himself, his face extremely grim. Mr. Wenger, Manchester City has already offered a signing fee of £1 million. This Chinese kid doesn't even have a work permit. How can Arsenal guarantee his appearance? This is blatant deception. Wenger slowly turned his head, looking down at the Manchester City scout. Get out. Wenger spat out 3 words. I said get out. Go back to Manchester and tell Mancini that the person Arsenal has set their sights on no amount of oil dollars can buy. Wenger pointed at the door, his attitude extremely firm. Work permit. I will personally go to the England Labour Office tomorrow morning and forcefully get a special talent clause approved. If it can't be approved, I will lead a strike. At this moment, Wenger displayed an extremely domineering demeanor. The Manchester City scout was left red-faced, realizing he wouldn't get a good outcome on the Gunners' turf and could only turn around dejectedly and jump off the bus. Wenger turned to look at Suchin. Arsenal is currently facing a severe injury crisis with no forwards available. I have watched the footage of you at the Etihad youth training base. You are the missing piece I need right now. Wenger's tone softened as he pushed the contract towards Suchin. This is the highest specification apprentice buyout contract in the Premier League, with additional bonuses for first-team appearances. As long as you prove yourself against Chelsea, a top-salary professional contract will be immediately presented to you. His sincerity was overflowing, even directly handing over the starting rights for the weekend match against Chelsea. All right. Suchin showed no hesitation, took a carbon pen, and signed his name on the last page of the contract. Going to Manchester City to be a high-paid substitute was not Suchin's pursuit. What he wanted was exposure to explode across Europe in the shortest time possible, completely stepping on those in the Domestic Football Association who looked down on him. Wenger looked at the powerful signature and let out a long sigh. The next morning, outside the training base gate of Arsenal's first team in Kearney, North London, Suchin got out of his uncle's taxi, just throwing his backpack over his shoulder when an extremely excited voice called out from behind Sue. Here. Jack Wilshere, wearing Arsenal training gear, jumped out of a black Mercedes and rushed up to Suchin, giving a heavy punch on Suchin's shoulder. You really did it. You went straight into the first team. The brothers on the bus last night went crazy. Jack's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. I was also promoted to the squad by the professor today, but I will definitely just be a substitute. You are the designated starter. Suchin glanced at him. What? Are you familiar with the first team? Very familiar. Jack replied with a smirk. I made my debut last season. However, the dressing room of the first team is very deep. The old guys have bad tempers, especially now that the team has drawn several matches and Van Persie is injured. The pressure inside is enough to suffocate people. Jack led the way and began to inform Suchin about the power dynamics of the first team. They passed through a long corridor and pushed open a heavy wooden door adorned with the Arsenal crest. The entire view of the first team dressing room was revealed before Suchin's eyes. Huge lockers formed a semicircular arrangement. The room was very quiet. Several senior figures sat on the benches, heads down, sorting their socks. No one spoke. The despair from dropping points combined with the upcoming match against the Premier League champions, Chelsea, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Hearing the door open, the current Arsenal captain Cesc Fabregas looked up. The Spanish midfield maestro merely nodded slightly upon seeing Jack. When his gaze fell upon Suchin, who stood behind Jack, his brows immediately furrowed. A completely unfamiliar Chinese face. Fabregas stood up and walked toward the two. Jack, the professor said he would promote 2 youth players to supplement. Besides you, it's him. Fabregas examined Suchin's slender physique, his tone filled with doubt. Captain, this is Suchin, the super striker who just scored 5 goals in the first half against Manchester City's youth team yesterday. Jack introduced loudly, fearing that others wouldn't hear. The starting center-back William Gallas let out a cold laugh. He slammed his cleats on the floor. To hell with 5 goals and a half. The youth team's defense is made of paper. The professor is truly desperate, letting an Asian who hasn't even touched a work permit play against Chelsea. Another center-back, Thomas Vermaelen, shook his head. With that physique, Drogba could knock him over with a turn. Starting defensive midfielder Alexander Song mocked from the side. Faced with these doubts, Suchin said nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to argue back. On the green field, trash talk was always the only way to make this arrogant group of Premier League stars shut up was to turn their defense into a sieve on the pitch. This is your locker. Fabregas pointed to a locker in the corner. A red and white Arsenal jersey hung there. The number was 43. As a temporary worker promoted from the youth academy, he had no right to choose a number. Suchin walked over, took off his coat, and changed into training shoes and the jersey. To the training ground. Fabregas clapped his hands and led the way out of the dressing room. Kearney's number 1. This field is exclusively for the first team's use, with turf quality far superior to that of the youth team. Wenger and chief assistant Pat Rice were already waiting at the sidelines. After a brief warm-up stretch, Wenger blew the whistle and started a half-field scrimmage. This was the most important part of pre-match tactical practice. Sue, you go to the red vest group. Pat Rice shouted loudly. The The red vest group consisted of substitutes. The yellow vest group was the unwavering starting lineup. Fabregas controlled the midfield while the defense was composed of Gallas Vermaelen and the beastly midfielder Song, forming an ironclad defense. This was the local lineup Arsenal intended to use to withstand Chelsea. Su-Chun donned the red vest and moved to the front as a pivot. His partner feeding him the ball was none other than Jack. The starting center-back Gallas glanced at Su-Chun, who was standing not far in front, and directly closed in. Chinese kid. Gallas, relying on his strong physique of 181 meters, bumped into Su-Chun's back with his shoulder while in an off-ball state. This isn't a game for the youth team. When the ball comes over, I will directly break your legs. You better pass the ball back immediately. This was an old Premier League veteran's usual method of establishing dominance over newcomers. Su-Chun braced against the impact of this collision, his lower body as steady as a mountain. He turned to look at Gallas. You're old. Your legs are too slow. Su-Chun uttered, when I get the ball, you'd better not stick out your leg. It might strain your waist. Gallas' eyes wide. A rookie who just arrived dared to speak to him like that. Beep. The scrimmage began. The starters launched the first attack. Fabregas expertly directed play from midfield. After a few passes, Song unleashed a threatening long-range shot, which was blocked by substitute goalkeeper Fabianski with both fists, sending the ball out of the penalty area. The ball fell toward the center circle. The substitute team's defensive midfielder headed the ball, setting it up for Jack. Jack received the ball, barely glancing around. His peripheral vision was fixated on the white number 43 ahead. He knew all too well the acceleration of this sports car. Bang! Jack made a fierce ground pass. The ball sliced through the midfield defense of the starters, heading straight for Su-Chun. This pass was powerful, landing slightly to Su-Chun's right front. Gallas reacted quickly. He shouted, his massive body lunging forward, attempting to intercept the ball before Su-Chun could touch it, diving to tackle. Su-Chun met the rolling ball. Without stopping. Without slowing down. His explosive acceleration, with a score of 96, was fully unleashed. His thigh muscles tightened under his shorts, revealing extremely terrifying lines. Boom. Su-Chun's first push-off action created a splash of mud on the turf. He charged forward like a tiger, breaking free, heading straight for Gallas' sliding tackle. Just as Gallas' studs were about to touch the ball, Su-Chun deftly flicked it with the tip of his right foot. The ball obediently leaped half a meter high directly over Gallas' sliding legs. Then Su-Chun's legs suddenly powered up, and he jumped over Gallas, who was on the ground. He separated the ball from his body. A clean and fierce domination. Damn. Gallas slid 2 meters on the turf, quickly turning his head only to see Su-Chun's shadow vanishing in the distance. The positioning and anticipation that he took pride in had become an enormous joke in the face of this reckless speed. Striding forward. A long-distance dash. Having passed Gallas, all that lay ahead for Su-Chun were Vermaelen and the beastly midfielder Song, who was furiously chasing back. Surround him. Don't let him accelerate. Song roared. The two defensive brutes tried to form a wall with their bodies, forcing Su-Chun toward the sidelines. This was exactly the meat grinder tactic that Chelsea's backline loved. Wenger stood on the sidelines, his fists tightly clenched. This was his true intention for throwing Su-Chun into this scrimmage. He wanted to see if this Kaká prototype could withstand the pressure of the Premier League's top defenses. 30 meters. 20 meters. The edge of the penalty area was almost within reach. Su-Chun was sandwiched from both sides. Song's hand had even tightly grabbed the hem of Su-Chun's jersey, trying to use his weight to drag Su-Chun down. Under normal circumstances, a technical forward would have lost balance and fallen to the ground, earning a free kick. But Su-Chun did not fall. With a speed attribute of 98 combined with incredibly strong core strength, Su-Chun completely ignored the tugging from behind. He dragged the nearly 80-kilogram Song forward and took 2 more big steps. His jersey was stretched tight, making a sound of tearing under pressure. Vermaelen seized the moment, extending his sturdy thigh, trying to clear the ball out of bounds. At the critical moment, Su-Chun's high-speed dribble suddenly paused for half a second. He swiftly flicked the ball to the right with the inside of his left foot. Swish! Vermaelen dove too aggressively, unable to stop himself. He lost his balance due to this simple yet deadly feint and fell flat on the turf. The sudden stop and turn at high speed, completely defying human ergonomics. The ball reached his right foot. Only the goal was left ahead. Goalkeeper Almunia rushed out, trying to block the shooting angle. Su-Chun swung his right leg. The terrifying power of his thigh muscles transferred to the top of his foot. Without any adjustment, he shot directly from the spot. Boom. Like a cannonball. The ball flew through the air without any spin, turning into a shadow carrying a ferocious force, and went straight into the top corner of the goal. Almunia didn't even have time to raise his hands. All he heard was the crisp sound of the net. Bang! The ball hit the net, deeply indenting it. The entire goal frame shook. Goal! The whole place fell silent. On Kearney's number 1 pitch, only the sound of the cold wind rustling the leaves remained. Alexander Song stared blankly at a small piece of torn jersey fabric in his hand, his mind completely blank. Vermaelen sat on the ground, shocked, rubbing his ankle. Gallas ran over from a distance, his steps slowing down as he finally stopped outside the penalty area, staring at the Chinese boy who had turned around and was slowly walking back to the halfway line as if he were looking at a monster. He took on a sliding tackle, dragged a beastly midfielder, dropped the starting center back, shot into the dead corner. All in one go. Was this called lacking physical confrontation? This was treating Arsenal's proud main defense like wooden stakes to circle around. On the sidelines, assistant coach Pat Rice swallowed hard, his tactical board dropping to the ground. Arsene. This kid didn't even go all out against Manchester City's youth team yesterday. Kearney #1 pitch. Silence still lingers. Gala and Alexander Song get up from the grass. Two defensive stalwarts who have instilled fear in countless forwards on the Premier League stage now gaze at the young Chinese boy in a red vest, their only emotion being shock. So aggressive. In their defensive system, they had never seen such a brazen and unreasonable breakthrough. Ignoring confrontation, he forced his way through the double team. Pat. Wenger suppressed his excitement and turned to his assistant coach. Let him join the yellow vest group. Replace Bender's position. Pat Rice immediately blew the whistle. Su Chun was switched to the yellow vest camp, symbolizing the main squad. This time no one spoke against it. In competitive sports, being inexperienced is the original sin. But when you are strong enough to be unreasonable, everyone will bow to you. Captain Fabregas proactively approached Su Chun and extended his right hand. Your start is quick, keep moving, my passes will definitely find you. Fabregas spoke courteously. As the midfield brain, he understood how much such a speedy forward could contribute to the team's tactics. Gala, who had just mocked him, also walked over. The experienced French center-back patted the grass off his body. Little guy, that move just now almost twisted my waist. Gala grinned. As long as you can play like that against Chelsea this weekend, no one in the locker room will care where you came from. Alexander Song threw the torn piece of jersey on the ground and gave Su Chun a thumbs up. Recognition is that with just one touch and a long run, Su Chun had silenced this group of proud first-team veterans with undeniable. From now on, he was no longer the little boy temporarily promoted from the youth training. He was a true elite, qualified to hold a place on the Arsenal frontline. Training continued. Su Chun's destructive power displayed in the main squad made Wenger continuously sketch on the tactical board. As long as Fabregas or Wilshere delivered penetrating through balls, Su Chun could always tear through the defense using his terrifying speed. This intense visual impact boosted the morale of the entire team. After training, locker room, Wenger pushed the door open and entered looking very serious. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. This weekend against Chelsea, we have many injuries. Wenger surveyed the room. The outside world is laughing at us, thinking Arsenal will be crushed by the Blues' iron defense. But I don't think so. Wenger's gaze landed on Su Chun, who was sitting in the corner. No one is allowed to go to nightclubs these days. Everyone stay at the training base. Wenger ordered sternly. He shot a glare at Bender, who could only helpless. Next to him, Jack Wilshere quietly poked Su Chun's arm. Bottled up. After this match, they'll take you to the West End of London to relax. Wait until we beat Chelsea first, Su Chun replied, leaning against the locker. The atmosphere in the locker room became tense yet fervent. For the next 2 days, the Kearney training base was completely closed. Wenger laid out a set of crazy tactics for the entire team in the tactics room. Arsenal has always advocated beautiful possession and penetration. But against a Chelsea team, with muscle men like Drogba and Eschen, possession can easily be disrupted. Wenger decided to change the strategy. He put all his bets on Su Chun alone. Counterattack. Wenger knocked heavily on the center-forward position on the whiteboard with his tactical pen. Once the defense completes the interception, don't linger. Launch a long pass immediately, whether high balls or ground through passes. The other player's task is to make crazy runs to pull apart Chelsea's defenders. Create an unknown space for Su Chun. Wenger turned to look at the entire squad. Don't doubt his speed. As long as you dare to pass, he will catch up. All the pressure of winning for the club was unreservedly placed on the shoulders of an 18-year-old Chinese rookie. This was extremely rare in the history of the Premier League. But this was the boldness of Professor Wenger. The first-team veterans had no objections to this tactical arrangement. After these 2 days of group matches, they had had enough of the torment of chasing Su Chun and inhaling his exhaust. Now it was Chelsea's arrogant players' turn to taste this desperation. The entire Arsenal team was secretly gathering strength. They knew the Blues would never think that Arsenal would play their trump card with Su Chun, a completely underestimated asset. Until the day before the match. Premier League Round 5. The official media released the squad list for the highly anticipated match. In London, major sports newspapers and media websites quickly reprinted the starting lineup of Arsenal against Chelsea. Due to a serious injury crisis for Arsenal, the media had already guessed this starting lineup. But in the center-forward position, an entirely unfamiliar pinyin name appeared as Su Chun. The entire English football world was stunned. Who is Su Chun? All the reporters following the team frantically searched through Arsenal's youth team's registration details. Soon they uncovered news that Arsenal's youth training had signed a young Chinese player a few days ago. Chelsea training ground. Cobham. Head coach Carlo Ancelotti sat in a comfortable office chair, holding the Arsenal squad list handed over by his assistant coach. The Italian maestro glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Su Chun. Ancelotti read the name aloud. Who? A temporary worker from Arsenal's youth team. The assistant coach shook his head. He's a Chinese. Just arrived in London a few days ago for a trial. Because Van Persie is seriously injured, Wenger seems to have no one else to use, directly pulling him into the squad list, and looking at the formation, he might even start. A Chinese. Ancelotti laughed. He casually tossed the squad list into the nearby wastebasket. No need to pay any attention. In Ancelotti's perception, apart from a few Japanese and Korean players who could barely stand in Europe, the football wasteland of China could never produce a forward capable of making it in the Premier League. Wenger really is at the end of his rope. He actually let an 18-year-old Chinese kid face Terry and Carvalho. That's seeking death. Ancelotti walked to the tactical board and directly erased the originally planned double-team tactic against Arsenal's front line. Informed Terry. In this match, the tactical premise is not to overly focus on that rookie. Just physically crush him. Chelsea captain John Terry laughed loudly upon hearing this news in the locker room. A Chinese forward. I bet within 10 minutes they'll have him crying back to the bench. The entire Chelsea squad was completely immersed in their arrogance of certain victory. No one took Su Chun seriously. This was underestimating him. At the same time, in a cafe in downtown London, a young Chinese girl in her 20s was sitting in front of her laptop, rapidly typing on the keyboard. Her name is Fang Yiqiu, an intern reporter for the largest sports magazine in China stationed in Europe. Her daily work involves translating the Premier League match information and news updates into Chinese and sending them back to the domestic headquarters. These days, due to the Chinese Football Association's complete ban on news about Su Chun, the domestic football scene had become chaotic. The higher-ups of the association issued a strict order. No domestic media is allowed to report any news about Su Chun in the UK. Complete restrictions, complete blockades. The intent was to destroy Su Chun through silence. Fang Yiqiu originally didn't want to touch this bad luck. However, today's match is the super highlight of this round in the Premier League. Arsenal is hosting Chelsea. This match will be broadcast live nationwide by the Chinese sports channel. Fang Yiqiu opened the official website of Sky Sports in England and skillfully found Arsenal's match squad list, preparing to translate. When her gaze followed Fabregas downwards, landing on the only center-forward position, Fang Yiqiu's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze in midair. Her pupils constricted violently. Su Chun. Su Chun. Fang Yiqiu exclaimed, causing others in the cafe to turn their heads. She quickly covered her mouth, her heart racing. How is this possible? A few days ago, a high-ranking official from the association, named Zhao Jianxing, confidently stated in the media that Su Chun, due to his poor record, was merely staging a show by attending trials at Arsenal and would definitely be kicked out. Those big names and reporters relentlessly mocked online, saying Su Chun could only beg for food on the streets of the UK. And the result? This 18-year-old boy, daring to confront the association, not only wasn't kicked out. Instead, he directly bypassed all the youth training teams. He landed in the first team of a Premier League giant. And he was starting against the Premier League powerhouse Chelsea. This is an insane comeback. Fang Yiqiu was so excited that her fingers were trembling. She knew the value of this news all too well. In Chinese football, it has been many years. There hasn't even been a shadow of someone starting for a top club in the 5 major leagues. Those so-called association insiders, let alone the Premier League, wouldn't even qualify to watch the water cooler in Europe's second-tier leagues. Su Chun, single-handedly under the complete ban of the Chinese Football Association, forged a bloody path in the Premier League. Huaxia, Guangdong Province, Sui City, the headquarters of the Southern Sports newspaper's editorial department. Editor-in-chief Wang Dehai sat in his office chair, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, staring at the email on his computer screen, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. This email was an urgent dispatch sent back 10 minutes ago by the intern reporter Fang Yiqiu, stationed in England. The title was extremely shocking. Arsenal's official roster announced. Huaxia's abandoned disciple Su Chinkong lands a starting position, taking on Chelsea as the lone striker. The dispatch included official screenshots from England's Sky Sports, screenshots from Arsenal's official website, and even a few local newspaper covers that Fang Yiqiu had captured on the streets of London. Every piece of evidence was irrefutable. The 18-year-old boy, who had been banned across the internet by the Chinese Football Association and ridiculed by major sports media for begging on the streets of London, was not only not kicked out by Arsenal. Instead, he soared to success. He bypassed Arsenal's youth training camp. He skipped the substitutes bench. He directly made it into the starting 11 of the first team. Wang Dehai took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Should he report it? Of course he had to. The significance of this news was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb in the sports scene of Huaxia. Once published, the traffic on the Southern Sports newspaper's website would undoubtedly break historical records within an hour. However, it had to be timed perfectly. After all, the Southern Sports newspaper was one of the top traditional sports media in the country and depended daily on interviewing the domestic Super League and the national team to obtain first-hand information. If they rushed in becoming the first media outlet to report on Su Chun, they would definitely attract the attention of the people in the Football Association. Just a few days ago, the higher-ups of the association, led by Zhao Jinxing, had issued a strict order to ban all overseas news about Suchun. If the association came back to settle accounts and found a reason to revoke their qualifications to interview the Super League and the national team, the Southern Sports newspaper could be forced to shut down. Editor Wang, are we publishing this article or not? A young editor beside him, drenched in sweat, pressed for an answer. Less than 2 hours remained until the focal battle of the Premier League. If they delayed any longer, other media might uncover the news, and all the massive traffic would be lost. Wang Dehai stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, gritting his teeth as he said, "Wait. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Oh, we can't be the first. Let a fearless self-media outlet break the news first, then we can follow up with our reshares. Immediately arrange someone to refresh Weibo." The entire editorial department focused intently on the computer screen. Time ticked away. At that moment, a young editor suddenly jumped up, knocking over the coffee cup beside him. "It's out. It's out. Someone has published it." Wang Dehai rushed over in a single stride. Which self-media outlet is so reckless? The young editor turned the computer screen around. "It's not self-media. It's the national station. The official Weibo of the national sports channel has issued a preview." The room fell silent. Wang Dehai stared intently at the Weibo post that had just been published less than a minute ago. At 10 p.m. tonight, the Premier League's 8th round super focal battle, Arsenal will host Chelsea. The national sports station will provide live coverage. Additionally, it includes the recently announced starting lineups of both teams. We see a long-lost face from Huaxia. Huaxia's young player Su Chun is surprisingly listed as the starting center forward for Arsenal. Let us all look forward to his performance. Below the Weibo post, images of the starting lineups of both teams were directly released. Wang Dehai slammed his thigh hard. Well done. It's the national sports station leading the charge. No matter how arrogant the association is, they wouldn't dare to shut down the national sports station. Act immediately. Push through all channels. Top the homepage headline. Urgently arrange the layout for the electronic newspaper. Official Weibo immediately reshair all the images sent back by Fang Yiqiu. With the command given, the massive news machine of the Southern Sports newspaper began to operate at full speed. There was no need to worry about any suppression orders. With the big brother overturning the table, the little brothers naturally rushed in to grab the food. In just 10 minutes, not only Southern Sports newspaper, major portal websites, various sports forums, and self-media accounts across the internet surged like a pack of sharks that had caught a whiff of blood. Various extremely exaggerated and sensational headlines dominated every corner of the internet. A miraculous turn of fate. 18-year-old abandoned disciple Su Chun lands a starting position at Arsenal. Expelled by the Football Association, he is about to face Chelsea's iron defense on the Premier League stage. The slap in the face comes so quickly. The performance of the young prodigy, as described by the higher-ups of the Football Association, has turned into a lone striker in the Premier League. Wenger's secret weapon. The hope of Huaxia football. Tonight, stay up late to watch the Premier League. All fans in Huaxia will witness history together. Countless fans in Huaxia. At first, when they saw these posts, their first reaction was confusion. They found it hard to believe. Arsenal is what level of a team? And Chelsea, what level of a rival are they? A player who couldn't even make it into domestic clubs, labeled as a hopeless troublemaker by the Football Association, goes to London for less than a week and can start in the top derby in England. No novel would dare to write this. But when they clicked on the news, they saw the stamped certification from the national sports station. They saw the Premier League's official website with the name Suchun written in black and white. Everyone's emotions were completely ignited. Ecstasy. Fervor. The heat of Su Chun's recent confrontation with the Football Association tearing up the self-criticism letter had not yet cooled. Now this wave of operations has made the fire burn through the entire network. Major comment sections exploded. Wow. 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 Unfortunately, I am uneducated, but I can shout wow to the world. Su Chun is amazing. This is what we call strength slapping back. Is this what your Football Association calls begging on the streets? If I can start at Arsenal, I would also like to go beg. Professor Wenger is famous for his keen eye for talent. The fools in the Football Association have forced a world-class genius out of the country. Tonight, I will buy 10 bottles of beer. I will root for this match. I just want to know what expression Zhao Jinxing, the high-ranking official, has now. Is he feeling pain in his face? Brothers, let's go to the Football Association's official website. The massive traffic and the fury of the fans turned into a tangible wave of online backlash. Just 2 days ago, the Football Association had spent a large sum of money to repair their official website. It didn't even last 5 minutes. It was directly overwhelmed by the millions of fans pouring in with sarcastic comments, causing the server to crash. The page turned into an eye-stabbing 404. At the same time, Yinjing, the headquarters building of the Huaxia Football Association. Bang! A precious purple clay teacup was smashed hard against the wall, shattering into pieces. Vice President Zhao Jinxing stood in the center of the office, his face dark with anger. His tie was askew. His chest heaved violently. He pointed at the television in the office that was broadcasting sports news from the national station, cursing loudly. Is this what you told me about not stirring up trouble? Is this what you said was just a publicity stunt in London? They even made it to the starting lineup of the Premier League. Now the whole internet is watching our joke. The official website has crashed. In the office, Guo, the director in charge of media and youth training, shrank his neck and broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought things would develop to this extent? Is that old man Wenger from Arsenal crazy? That's Chelsea. Chelsea, the top team in the Premier League. They actually let an 18-year-old newcomer from Huaxia start as the lone striker. Even if Arsenal had no one left, it shouldn't have come to such a desperate situation. Seeing the furious Zhao Jinqing, Guo swallowed hard and quickly stepped forward to calm him down. Chairman Zhao, please calm down. There must be some tricks behind this matter. Tricks? What tricks? It's written in black and white on the roster. Zhao Jinqing yelled angrily. Guo's eyes rolled, lowering his voice as he said, Chairman Zhao, think about it carefully. How could a Premier League giant casually let an inexperienced young player start, especially in such a London derby? This simply goes against the basic principles of football. Zhao Jinqing furrowed his brow, sitting back down in his chair. What do you mean? Guo continued to analyze. Even if we assume that Su Chun performed well during training, running fast and jumping high, but how could Wenger risk the team's performance? Facing top defenders like Terry and Carvalho, sending Su Chun onto the field with that small frame would be pure suicide, wouldn't it? The only explanation is profit. Guo clapped his hands. Chairman Zhao, don't forget. In recent years, Arsenal has taken on enormous loans to build that new stadium. They are now notoriously poor, scrambling for sponsorship everywhere. I've heard that while Su Chen's family conditions are average, his uncle, who has been doing business overseas, is a solid big boss. Buying a starting position. Guo nodded repeatedly. Exactly. It's buying a starting position. This is also a common tactic of those unscrupulous agents. Exporting to import. They spend a large sum, possibly millions of pounds, as sponsorship for Arsenal. The condition is to let Su Chun start in a focal match. He plays for 10 minutes, creating a sensation across the internet. Then Su Chun pretends to get injured or find some tactical excuse to be substituted out. With this record of starting for a Premier League giant, when he returns to the country or goes to another club in Asia, his value could skyrocket to the millions. Guo's business logic opened Zhao Jianqing's eyes. He had indeed felt a bit anxious. Fearing that Su Chun was truly a hidden genius, his decision to expel Su Chun would become an indelible stain on his career. But now, hearing Guo's analysis, everything made sense. There are not so many grassroots rise-ups in this world. It's all about capital operations. Yes, it must be like that. Zhao Jinqing slammed his hand on the table. Letting an 18-year-old Huaxia player take on Chelsea's defense, Wenger must have been paid. Guo flattered him, so you don't need to worry at all. 10 minutes. A veteran like Terry only needs one fierce physical confrontation to expose that kid's true colors. As long as he makes a fool of himself on the field, we will have something to write about. Zhao Jinqing completely calmed down. His gaze turned extremely sinister. This wave of public opinion must be suppressed. We cannot let the netizens stir up trouble like this. Guo, immediately contact those media people we support. Stir the waters thoroughly for me. Understood. I will immediately find Ma Dexing. He has the best writing skills and is most adept at writing articles that guide the narrative. Guo took the order and quickly pulled out his phone as he left the office. Half an hour later, just 1 hour before the match was about to start, a long article suddenly appeared. The author was none other than the famous editor-in-chief of the domestic football news, the #1 official reporter of the Football Association, Ma Dexing. The title of the article was highly provocative. 18-year-old genius lands Premier League starting role. Beware of the biggest exporting to importing black market scam in Huaxia football. The article flowed over a few thousand words. There was no substantial evidence, relying solely on first-hand logical reasoning and insinuation. In the article, Ma Dexing pointed out, first, Chelsea's defense is among the best in Europe. Even Terry's physical confrontations are to be feared by Drogba. What makes Su Chen, a frail 18-year-old boy who has never been through the rigors of professional leagues, think he can break the tactical norm and take the lead? Second, Arsenal is under great financial pressure. Wenger has recently faced demands from upper management to cut expenses. Third, reliable sources have revealed that Su Chun has powerful overseas capital backing him. Finally, Ma Dexing concluded in a tone of clarity amidst the confusion of others. This is merely a financial transaction cloaked in the guise of passion. Buying a spot in a match, creating a nationwide buzz. It won't be long before this so-called genius is substituted out because he can't handle the physicality. He advised fans to remain rational and not become tools for others to inflate their market value. Football is round, but sometimes in the face of money, it can also turn square. Once this article was published, with the frenzied reposts and likes arranged by the Football Association behind the scenes, it quickly climbed into the top 10 of trending topics. Many fans who were originally in a celebratory mood suddenly calmed down after reading this article. The direction of public opinion began to subtly shift. The long-dormant critics of Su Chen finally found their weapon for retaliation and began to go wild in the comment sections. I told you. How could something fall from the sky? It turns out to be bringing capital into the team. Let's disperse. He'll probably just touch the ball and pretend to be injured. I knew this kid Su-chan was up to no good. Acting like a troublemaker domestically while playing tricks abroad. Does he really think he's a king of the ball? 18 years old taking on Chelsea. If he doesn't get taken out by Terry and end up in the hospital, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. Of course, there were also fans fiercely defending Su-chan, arguing back. No evidence at all. At least he's standing on the Premier League pitch. Oh, what are you keyboard warriors doing besides being jealous? Don't listen to those water army accounts from the Football Association. Just watch the live broadcast tonight. Even if it's bought, he still disgusted the Football Association for real. The online discourse. Initially lopsided and angrily criticizing the Football Association, it completely transformed into a wild exchange of insults between two factions of fans. The Football Association successfully used this article, with no beginning or end, to extract itself from the eye of the storm. The waters were thoroughly muddied. All the controversies, all the speculations, all the malicious curses and earnest hopes were all concentrated on the upcoming match. All the fans in Hwaseong were fixated on the live broadcast of the national station, just waiting for the referees. The arguments online have reached a boiling point. Countless comments on various live streaming platforms flooded the screen, making it nearly impossible to see the visuals. Yet many domestic fans swept up in public opinion remain unaware. Just before the match that triggered a seismic reaction across the internet officially began, what kind of storm did London actually experience? The time rewinds to 2 hours before the match. Fine rain drizzled over London's sky. A luxurious bus emblazoned with the Arsenal logo was departing from the Coney training base slowly, making its way to Stamford Bridge. The atmosphere inside the bus was unnervingly tense. Head coach Wenger, wearing his signature long-down jacket and holding a tactical board, walked to the front of the bus. As per the custom of Premier League teams, the head coach would officially announce the starting 11 during this journey. Recently, Arsenal had been plagued with bad luck. The team was riddled with injuries, and financial pressure was immense. The main striker sustained a thigh muscle injury in a previous training session, and even the substitute forward was absent from the match roster due to a cold. It can be said that the Gunners had reached a dire situation with no one left to utilize. Wenger's expression was grave as he began to list off names. Goalkeeper Szczesny. Defenders Sagna, Koscielny, Mertesacker, Gibbs. Midfielders Arteta, Ramsey, Cazorla, Wilshere. Forwards on the left flank, Walcott. This was a starting lineup that was completely expected yet lacking. After reading the names of these 10 players, Wenger paused for a long time. Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to the last row of the bus. There sat a boy with black hair and yellow Su-chan. Wenger fixed his gaze forward and loudly announced the last name. Center forward Su-chan. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the bus fell into a deathly silence. The only sound was the rhythmic swishing of the windshield wipers against the rain-smeared glass. Vice-captain Wilshere exchanged a shocked glance with Ramsey, 18 years old, just promoted from the youth team less than a week ago. A person who had never proven himself in European leagues, hailing from the Dragon Nation. Today's match was a critically important London derby. Opposing him were the likes of Terry Lampard and Drogba, fearsome predators of the game. The coach actually let this young Oriental lad start as the main striker. This wasn't a surprise tactic, it was essentially sending him to his death. But after Wenger spoke, he returned to his seat, without any indication that he wanted to discuss it further. In the back row, Su-chan tilted his head, watching the rapidly retreating London scenery through the bus window. Veins stood out on the back of his hand as he heavily slapped his palm against his knee. Premier League, here I come. An hour before the match, the bus arrived at Stamford Bridge. Arsenal's starting lineup was immediately printed by the match officials and distributed to major broadcasters and media reporters. The Stamford Bridge press hall was already crowded with hundreds of top European media outlets. When that list landed in the hands of the reporters, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall for 10 seconds. Then it erupted into a cacophony that could topple the roof. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Starting center forward Su-chan. Who is this person? The data shows. Nationality is Dragon Nation. 18 years old. Did Wenger hit his head on the door this morning? Did the Arsenal higher-ups accept bribes from Asian conglomerates? A group of British journalists were so anxious that they pounded the tables in frustration. Veteran football journalist Smith from The Sun even jumped onto his chair, waving the list and laughing loudly. Guys, I've already thought of tomorrow's headline. The Oriental porcelain doll boldly charges into Stamford Bridge only to be sent to a London hospital by Terry in 10 minutes. Do you think this title is explosive enough? Laughter erupted from the surrounding European colleagues. In their football from the Dragon Nation simply didn't deserve to be on the pitches of the top 5 leagues. To have a yellow-skinned child face off against the most terrifying iron defense of the Premier League. It was truly the biggest international joke of the century. Almost simultaneously, Yinjing, inside the football newspaper office, the door to the editor's office was hurriedly pushed open by an assistant. Editor Ma, something big has happened. News from the front line. The assistant panted heavily, slamming a printed English roster on Ma Dexing's desk. Ma Dexing leaned in to take a look. Although his English was extremely poor, he could still recognize the pinyin Su Chun and the starting mark next to it. Cold sweat instantly poured down Ma Dexing's forehead. His legs trembled under the desk. In recent days, he had been jumping around personally framing Su Chun, claiming that he was just a person who bought his way into the roster to travel and watch the match. But he never dreamed that Wenger would actually have the audacity to let this kid start. If Su Chun really establishes himself in the Premier League, the Domestic Football Association that had long suppressed him and declared him a cancer to the sport would become a total laughingstock. As the association's designated mouthpiece, his future livelihood would also be utterly destroyed. Editor Ma, this starting lineup has been confirmed. What should we do? The assistant stammered. Ma Dexing suddenly stood up, grabbed a teacup from his desk, and smashed it on the floor. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Publish it. Publish it immediately. We absolutely cannot let this kid rise again. Ma Dexing panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, fingers madly tapping on the keyboard. In just 20 minutes, a lengthy article titled "The Dark Scheme of Exporting and Importing" was produced. He completely distorted Arsenal's starting lineup into a money transaction for a playing spot. After hitting send, Ma Dexing immediately took out his phone and dialed the number of the online army leader. Laolu, get all those accounts you manage moving. The article has been published. I don't care how you do it. As soon as the match starts, if that guy named Su Chun concedes a goal, gets knocked down, or even trips on the grass, immediately turn it into a GIF by trending searches and push it all over the internet. I want to completely crush him in the mud tonight, ensuring he never rises again. In the most remote corner of the Stamford Bridge press hall, Fong Ichio, a sports reporter from the National Sports Channel, sat alone in front of an old laptop. In her ears, the malicious mockery of those European journalists could be heard nearby. Fong Ichio clutched her voice recorder tightly, biting her lips hard enough to leave deep white marks. As someone who had long followed the team for interviews in Europe, she understood this feeling of isolation and helplessness all too well. It was the sorrow of being at the bottom of football's social hierarchy. What made her feel even more despair was that as this young man was about to step onto the battlefield, the domestic public opinion was filled with smoke and chaos due to the dark hand of the Football Association. People from her own country were crazily throwing dirt at their own genius. Fong Ichio took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within her. Over the past month, she had spent countless hours waiting outside the Coney training base. She had witnessed Su Chun practicing alone in pouring rain. She had seen that thin figure tirelessly practicing shooting time and again. It was pure love for football, not some underhanded money transaction. She picked up her camera and took a close-up shot of the starting lineup on the table. Logging into Weibo, she paired it with a caption and pressed enter to send. Report from Stamford Bridge. No capital. No dark schemes. The 18-year-old Huaxia youth has stepped onto the starting pitch through his own hard work. Cast aside all prejudices tonight, please cheer for our lone hero. However, as soon as this passionate post it was quickly besieged by the army of trolls bought by Ma Dexing. Hee, how much did the female reporter take as a hush fee? She's really working hard to wash it clean. Don't be ridiculous with that skinny monkey-like physique going up there is purely embarrassing for the nation. Everyone, don't worry, just wait to see how he gets carried off on a stretcher by Chelsea's muscle man. Watching the screen filled with disgusting comments, Fong Ichio suddenly slammed her laptop shut. She grabbed her press badge and strode towards the stadium tunnel. Words were of no use. All responses could only be left on that rectangular green field. Fong Ichio had just left the media seat. The major sports forums and social media platforms erupted completely. The domestic public opinion landscape was no longer something a single football newspaper and a few internet trolls could fully manipulate. Ma Dexing's lengthy smear article indeed skewed the narrative in the first half hour, inciting countless internet users who were unaware of the truth to join in the cursing. However, the whole of Huaxia was not made up only of mindless keyboard warriors. There were countless real fans. Ever since the domestic football scene experienced the storm of match fixing and corruption in previous years, true football aficionados had long since lost hope in the Domestic Football Association. They usually refrained from voicing their opinions online, rarely even watching national team matches, and instead only checked the reports of the 5 major leagues to soothe their love for football. This vast and silent group possessed a high level of football knowledge. When the news of Su Chun entering Arsenal's starting lineup synced from foreign networks to the domestic scene, when Fong Yikia's live video showcasing a stubborn rebuttal trended on social media, this group of former disillusioned fans was suddenly galvanized. Arsenal's starting lineup. An 18-year-old rookie facing Chelsea. I must be seeing things. That dog journalist Ma Dexing said he bought his spot. Are they treating us like fools? This is a London derby. A heavyweight showdown for the Premier League title. Are you suggesting Wenger took bribes to field a useless player? Those domestic media are utterly despicable. Stuck in their own muck, they can't stand to see others succeed. In a match of this intensity, just making the squad is already a blessing. Starting means this kid's talent is absolutely explosive. Trolls, get out. Tonight we must support our solitary overseas talent. Countless suppressed anger erupted like a volcano. The sports section, which usually barely received a few thousand comments, was now as hot as the latest gossip in the entertainment industry. Knowledgeable old fans rushed to the scene using highly professional analysis to expose the flaws in Moddexing's article. For the older fans, they were well aware of what disgusting depths Moddexing and his ilk, the mouthpieces of the Football Association, represented. In an instant, Moddexing's personal social media account and the official comment section of the football newspaper were directly overwhelmed by millions of furious fans. The entire internet mocked them with curses ringing out. At the same time, Yinjing, in the top-level conference room of the Football Association headquarters, the heavy security door was tightly shut. Chairman Shin looked at the real-time monitoring of online public opinion on the screen, his face dark like a piece of pork liver. The ashtray was filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Starting. How could he possibly be a starter? Director was sitting at the lower end, was sweating profusely, his words stumbling. This was completely beyond their understanding. What director could count the level of players coming out of domestic youth training with his eyes closed? Even if Su Chun was considered a good prospect in the youth training camp, this was the Premier League. It was Chelsea, known for hard battles. Do they really think Europe's top clubs are just playing house? Is the sun rising from the west? Chairman Shun glared fiercely at the cowering director, who was suddenly slamming the table. The teacup on the table jumped up, spilling tea all over. Did you not say it was foolproof? Did you not say Arsenal bought him only for commercial value? Chairman Shin cursed angrily, grinding his teeth. Now not only has he made the squad, but he's also fucking starting. How do you expect outsiders to view our football association? We just issued a punishment announcement, and now a player is stepping up in a Premier League giant. The face of the Football Association had already been slapped several times back and forth by Su Chun from 10,000 kilometers away. If tonight's match, if Su Chun truly delivers impressive stats on the field, or if he somehow becomes a regular starter for Arsenal in the future, then the Football Association will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in history. In the future, as long as there are matches with Su Chun in the Premier League, the gates of the Football Association will be drowned in the spit of fans from across the nation. This directly touched their lofty prestige. Chairman Chun was about to continue his tirade. The red internal secure phone on the table rang urgently. The entire conference room fell silent with a pin drop audible. Seeing the caller ID, Chairman Chen's eyelid twitched violently. He quickly straightened up and picked up the receiver. Director Go, you're still awake this late? Chairman Chen's voice immediately dropped by 8 degrees, laced with flattery. The several high-ranking officials of the Football Association present were also sweating profusely. Director Go, the head of the Sports Council. He is the direct superior, holding the fate of all their careers in his hands. What on earth is going on with your Football Association? What's the deal with that player named Su Chun? The reprimanding voice from the phone made Chairman Chen's back damp with sweat. Director Go, please let me explain. He is a disciplinary player reported from our grassroots level. This kid is usually a troublemaker, disrespectful to authority, and has severely violated team rules. We are just following the rules. Chairman Chen hurriedly fabricated excuses. I don't care if he's a troublemaker. The online uproar is severe and seriously impacts the overall image. Director Go's tone was heavy. The higher-ups have been focusing on improving the football environment for years. And you instead are putting on a show. If he's a troublemaker, he shouldn't have been put in such a spotlight. Everyone should behave for the next few days. Yes, Director Go, you're absolutely right. We've already held an internal meeting to reflect, and will immediately deal with him coldly. Once this storm passes, we will definitely not cause trouble for the organization. Chairman Chen repeatedly assured. The call ended. Chairman Chen sighed, slumping into the leather chair. He irritably loosened his tie and looked at the subordinates present. Do you understand? Everyone should tone it down. Go tell Moddexing to withdraw the trolls. Avoid the spotlight. Chairman Chen angrily slapped his thigh. Let this kid be arrogant for these 90 minutes. Director Guo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quietly echoed. Chairman, don't worry. Chelsea's midfield is full of tough players. With Su Chin's frail body, he definitely won't last 3 minutes before being taken off the field. Once he embarrasses himself on the field and reveals his true form, we can take action, and it will be entirely justified. Everyone nodded in agreement. All the high-ranking officials of the Football Association were praying that Terry Maddock and those strong Chelsea players could directly cripple Su Chin's legs on this night. As long as he has a misfortune, we have plenty of ways to deal with him. London, Stamford Bridge Stadium. 15 minutes before the match, the Arsenal players who had just finished warming up all returned to the away team's locker room. Through the thick walls of the corridor, the deafening shouts and boos of over 4-0 Chelsea home fans could. In the London derby, even the air felt charged with gunpowder. Inside the locker room, Arsenal's head coach Wenger stood early in the center of the room. His impeccably tailored suit was spotless, holding a tactical board marker in his hand, waiting for the players to enter one by one. Clunk. The heavy locker room door was shut firmly by the assistant coach, isolating much of the external noise. Wenger scanned the entire room with his gaze. The locker room quickly quieted down. A group of top stars worth millions found their seats waiting for the coach's final instructions. Anyone stepping onto the grass of Stamford Bridge needs to have enough courage. Wenger's deep voice echoed, "This is the toughest battle of our season. If we win, we will trample over Chelsea's corpses to claim the league championship. All the tactics we practiced in close training at the Coney base for the past few days have been for these 90 minutes tonight." As his voice fell, the gazes of stars like Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey all turned towards Su Chun, who was sitting at the corner on the bench. The entire team was well aware. Tonight, all the tactics were specifically tailored for this 18-year-old Huaxia rookie. Su Chun was the absolute core in the confrontation against Chelsea tonight. On the tactical board, the core circle of the number 10 position was marked with Su Chen's name. Meanwhile, Sanchez was responsible for stretching the defense on the wings. Ramsey was in charge of strangling the defense in midfield, and Giroud was tasked with acting as a pivot to create space up front. The first choice for everyone after receiving the ball was to pass it to Su Chun. For a top Premier League club, this was practically rebellious. Wenger strode through the crowd, approaching Su Chun directly. "Are you afraid?" Wenger asked. Su Chun tightened his shoelaces, slowly raised his head, and looked directly into Wenger's eyes. "A little," Su Chun replied succinctly. Wenger chuckled heavily, patting Su Chun's not-so-broad shoulder. "A little is just right. But that is no reason for you to shrink back. You must tear apart this fear as quickly as possible. If you can completely crush the pressure Chelsea puts on you, then you will be the best midfielder in the world." Wenger's words hammered into every player's eardrum like a heavy blow. No one dared to refute, not even the proud foreign stars in the team. In the past few days at the Coney training base, they had witnessed Su Chen's ghost-like dribbling and those pinpoint passes that were stunningly accurate. That was not something that could be trained through hard work. It was real talent bestowed by the heavens. Su Chun was acutely aware of the changes in his body. He possessed top-level passing vision and the explosive power of a world-class attacking midfielder. Every fiber of his muscle contained the strength to shred apart Premier League defenders. What he lacked now was the opportunity to prove he was worthy of this body through actual combat. Su Chun took a deep breath, standing tall. At 1.83 meters in height, he appeared exceptionally upright among the Huaxia youths. "You just need to watch. I'm good." Su Chun looked at Wenger calmly, uttering those few words. Wenger nodded in satisfaction. "Thumbs up, boys. Let's go out and take them down." Assistant coach Bold shouted loudly at the door, pulling open the locker room door. The deafening noise flooded back in. Captain Mertzacker was the first to stand up. He walked up to Su Chun and proactively extended his large palm. "Stick close to me. If that bastard named Diego Costa dares to kick you, I will twist his neck the moment I can." "Thank you, Captain." Su Chun exchanged a high five with him. Then Sanchez came over and nudged Su Chen's shoulder. "Huaxia kid, give me 2 good passes. I want to score." "No problem." Giroud Bellerin. Every starting player actively high-fived Su Chun as they passed by. Trust rapidly fermented in the sweat and intense pre-match hormones. Everyone knew that in this away game, they had to unite their strengths, focusing all their firepower on this young attacking midfielder to tear through Chelsea's seemingly impenetrable defense. Su Chun walked at the back of the line. His number 43 red and white jersey appeared somewhat thin among the star players, yet it was strikingly noticeable. Wenger stopped at the door, watching Su Chun's back as he walked towards the players' tunnel. His gaze held high expectations mixed with a subtle unease. What if we put such a heavy burden on a kid who has never played a professional match before and it crushes him? Assistant coach Bold leaned close to Wenger's ear and whispered, "According to Premier League club customs, such a promising young talent is usually given a chance to run around during garbage time when the team is leading by 2 or 3 goals to feel the atmosphere. Only after gradually adapting to the rhythm would they occasionally arrange for him to start against weaker relegation-threatened teams, who would directly send him in as the core against a grinding match like a London derby. The pressure on the field could be deadly. A slight misstep could ruin a young player's confidence for life." Wenger shook his head. "He is different from others. Ordinary talents need protection, but top prodigies do not." Wenger stared out at the lights. His vision and technique dictate that he must be the brain of the whole team as soon as he steps onto the field. Not placing him in a core position would actually restrict his natural performance. He has no time to play easy games. He must learn to be a leader in this big melting pot. Bold swallowed. What if he can't handle the collisions from Terry and the others? If he can't even get past Chelsea, then he'll just have him as a marginal substitute in the future. But if he withstands it for the next 10 years, he will be the only king of this Arsenal ship. Every transfer the club makes will revolve entirely around him. London. Stamford Bridge Stadium. A highlight match in the Premier League is about to unfold. The red and blue clash. Chelsea faces their arch-rival Arsenal at home. At this moment, the focus of the broadcast is not on the world-class stars. All cameras are aimed at the young boy at the back of the Arsenal team. Su Chun. The broadcast director knows exactly who is the key to the viewer's attention. Since the Arsenal players prepared to enter the field, the camera has been locked onto Su Chun's face. The handsome youth stands tall among a group of burly players. At 1.83 meters, he stands at the back without being hidden by his teammates. In the country, In the studio of the 5th sports channel of the national television, the famous Premier League commentator Jean Jun sits before the screen. Next to him is his old partner Jean-Lu. Good evening to all the viewers in front of the television. You are now watching the highlight battle of the 8th round of this season's Premier League, where Chelsea hosts Arsenal. The young player in the number 43 red and white jersey is Su Chun. He is about to make his starting debut for Arsenal. This sets a record for the youngest player from our country to appear in the top 5 European leagues. Jean Jun's voice is loud and fast. His excitement is palpable. Longtime fans know that at this time Longwa football is at its lowest point. Even in Asian-level matches they have been performing poorly, let alone playing in the top 5 European leagues. A top Premier League giant like Arsenal has actually arranged for a 17-year-old Longwa player to start against their bitter rivals Chelsea. This is simply a miracle. From the moment the player rosters were announced, Jean Jun has not discussed any tactical issues regarding Chelsea. All topics revolve around Su Chun. He knows exactly what the Longwa fans need now. A young starter in a top Premier League club. This will undoubtedly bring immense hope and confidence to the fans of Longwa in the dark night. At this moment, Su Chun is a bright light illuminating Longwa football's darkness. Dazzling and eye-catching. On various sports forums, the live commentary threads are completely covered by comments. Wow. Watching the live broadcast, Su Chun looks so handsome. Why not go straight to acting instead of playing football? Less talk, looks don't matter, it's all about skill. Those Chelsea defenders are no pushovers. 17 years old playing in the top English league, I am impressed by his mental strength. Wenger must be crazy if this kid will probably get wrecked by Terry in 10 minutes. Various discussions are raging online. Just as female fans are frantically taking screenshots of his handsome face on the screen, Su Chun walks behind Mertesacker. Striding out of the player tunnel, he enters Stamford Bridge. Boom. The moment he steps onto the pitch, a colossal chorus of boos from over 40,000 Chelsea fans hits him. This is one of the most intimidating home grounds in all of England. The waves of noise from the fans create a hurricane-like atmosphere. Su Chun's hair is blown back by the fierce wind. He raises his head. Before him lies an endless sea of blue. Countless blue Chelsea flags wave wildly in the stands. In the north stand, a massive typho is slowly rising. The image depicts a blue giant in a Chelsea jersey opening its gaping mouth ready to devour Arsenal's cannon logo. The live broadcast is playing heavy metal music. The overwhelming pressure of the home ground is intense. Even before the game has started, the atmosphere has already escalated to its peak. Su Chun breathes in the air filled with grass and hormones. He does not back down. On the contrary, his blood starts to boil. The muscle fibers infused with the explosive power of the world's top attacking midfielders are jumping wildly. This is the match I want. Su Chun strides forward. In the live commentary booth of Sky Sports, commentator Neville is shouting into the Arsenal players have entered the field. Without a doubt, the focal point of the entire crowd, and even all of Europe, is on Wenger's unconventional starting lineup. The young Dragon Country player Su Chun, 17 years old. No experience in any top professional league. He has been placed in the most crucial position as an attacking midfielder. Neville shakes his head repeatedly. His partner Carragher takes over. Now let's take a look at both teams' starting line. For the visiting team, Arsenal leading the attack is Giroud, with Su Chun behind him, flanked by Sanchez and Ramsey. For the home team, Chelsea, Mourinho has lined up the strongest squad. Striker Diego Costa, midfielders Fabregas and Hazard, with Terry partnering Cahill in defense, and left back as Azpilicueta, right back Ivanovic. This is a steel defense that can crush any offense. The commentators incessantly analyze the data. On the sidelines, Chelsea's head coach Mourinho walks towards the visiting team's bench in his signature black coat, hands in pockets, striding confidently. Wenger stands there watching the field. The two shake hands as a formality. Mourinho leans in towards Wenger, smirking. Old man, you let an Asian kid who hasn't even weaned yet play this match. It's truly eye-opening for me. Mourinho's tone is filled with disdain. Do you think you can't win today and are already finding excuses for losing? Wenger shakes off Mourinho's hand. Don't be too happy, soon he'll have this kid tear your defense to shreds. Wenger responds impassively. Then he'll wait for the joke. Mourinho turns and walks back to his bench, sitting down heavily and crossing his legs. Assistant coach Faria leans over to quietly ask, what is Wenger up to? What's so special about that kid named Su Chun? Mourinho snorts. What could be special? Just a desperate gamble. A 17-year-old Asian defender surviving 20 minutes in the meat grinder of the Premier League would be a miracle. Don't worry about that kid, just play according to our tactics. Pressure their flanks, cut off the midfield passing lanes. Mourinho has absolute confidence in his defense. In the center of the field, both teams' players line up to shake hands. The Arsenal team walks past Chelsea's line. Su Chun walks in front of Fabregas. The former Arsenal captain looks at Su Chun several times. Then Su Chun walks up to Diego Costa. A fierce grin appears on Costa's intimidating face. Asian kid, this is Stamford Bridge, they'll keep an eye on you. Su Chun retorts without hesitation. I hope you, that dumb bear, don't get so anxious from not touching the ball that you start biting. Costa is taken aback. He didn't expect this seemingly frail newcomer to dare to retort directly. Next, Suchin approaches Chelsea's captain Terry. Terry is extremely burly. He lowers his head, staring hard at Suchin. Rookie, this is an adult's game. If you dare to turn with the ball, my studs will definitely greet your ankle. They'll make sure you leave this stadium crawling. Suchin meets Terry's gaze. Then let's see who is faster, your studs or my speed. Terry's eyes widen. Ivanovic beside him can't help but let out a scoff. What an ignorant fool. The two pass each other. Suchin completes the handshake line without going directly to his position. He runs up to the front line, grabbing Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey. The four quickly form a small circle. Suchin covers his mouth and whispers quickly, "Let's go for a quick strike at the start." Ramsey, after kickoff, you two pass back a couple of times. As soon as you see me raise my hand, deliver a long pass with anticipation. Pass to the right flank. Suchin speaks rapidly and clearly. Ramsey nods. Suchin then looks at Giroud. As soon as you see me accelerate, you immediately make a full-speed run, pull Terry or Cahill out of position. Sanchez, you go to the far post for support, ready to pounce on the second ball. All three older brothers understand Suchin's tactical intentions. Under normal circumstances, if a rookie dared to issue orders like this, they would have been dismissed immediately. But this is Wenger's designated brain. The memory of the coach's roar in the locker room is still fresh. Everyone agrees. Suchin retreats to the halfway circle. The referee looks at his watch and puts the whistle to his lips. Toot. The long whistle blows. The London Derby officially begins. Arsenal takes the kickoff. Giroud steps on the ball and passes it back to Cazorla. He immediately turns and rushes forward. Cazorla calmly passes the ball to Ramsey as Costa charges at him. Ramsey controls the ball at his feet. Chelsea's Brazilian midfielder Oscar sees this and immediately pressures him. In this split second, Suchin suddenly raises his right hand on the right flank. Ramsey has no hesitation. He plants his left foot and uses his right foot to launch a penetrating arc. The ball slices through the air, accurately flying towards the back of Chelsea's left defense zone. At the same moment Suchin raises his hand, his legs explode with power. His body, infused with the explosive power of a top attacking midfielder, operates at full throttle at this moment. The terrifying strength from the muscle fibers propels him forward. The one defending Suchin is Chelsea's right back Ivanovic. He initially thought Arsenal would choose a conservative approach and play short passes. He never expected Ramsey to send a long ball straight to Suchin. Mark the central player. Ivanovic shouts, directing Cahill to cover the breaking Giroud. Then he turns around, ready to block Suchin's path. Ivanovic has absolute confidence in his physical confrontation abilities. Even those tough forwards find it hard to handle him, let alone such a seemingly frail kid. As a result, just as Ivanovic finishes speaking, a strong gust of wind rushes past his ear. He only sees a figure in red and white, directly overtaking from the grass outside the sideline. Overtaking on the outside. Too fast. Ridiculously fast. Ivanovic is taken aback and instinctively reaches out to grab Suchin's jersey, but his fingers only grasped air. He didn't even touch the corner of Suchin's shirt. Suchin's speed remains completely unaffected. In the last second before the ball flies out of bounds, he extends his right foot, lightly cushioning the ball. The ball sticks perfectly to his foot. Then Suchin strikes the ball forward powerfully. With big strides he charges towards Chelsea's penalty area. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Neville stands up abruptly. What kind of monster is this speed? Ivanovic was directly eaten alive. On the sidelines, Mourinho, who was leaning back in his chair, suddenly jumps up. His eyes widen. Chelsea's tightly organized defense, in less than 10 seconds after the match starts, has been torn open by Suchin alone on the right flank. Suchin dribbles into the right side of the penalty area, a dangerous area. Old captain Terry reacts quickly. He abandons his support for Giroud and lunges directly at Suchin. Terry's defensive experience is extremely rich. He does not recklessly slide to tackle. Instead, he positions himself to block the Cuden route, lowering his center of gravity and keenly watching the ball at Suchin's feet. As long as Suchin dares to make any unnecessary moves, Terry will not hesitate to step in and disrupt the play. The distance between them closes rapidly. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just as they are about to collide, Suchin, while dribbling at high speed, shows no upper body swaying whatsoever. But his legs begin to paint a masterpiece. His left foot whips swiftly over the ball. Then his right foot circles over the ball again. An extremely standard bicycle kick, but executed at blistering sprinting speed. Terry is shocked. Performing a bicycle kick at such high speed isn't something a human can do. Terry's mind races. Left or right. His center of gravity unintentionally shifts half an inch, just that half inch. Suchin accurately captures Terry's shift in weight. He flicks the ball with the outside of his right foot at high speed. Then with a powerful thrust of his thigh, he bypasses Terry on the right. Terry loses all balance and awkwardly turns around. He looks back in panic. Suchin has already burst into the edge of the small penalty area. Facing him is only Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois. Suchin leaps up. His body tenses like a bow pulled tight. His entire right leg, infused with immense power, strikes the center. Bang! A dull sound explodes inside Stamford Bridge. The ball transforms into a blinding white light. Courtois doesn't even have time to make a save. The ball sails over his head, crashing into the inner net. White waves roll. The net is lifted high by this immense force. 14 seconds into the game. The ball is in. Courtois gaped wide open. He stood frozen in front of the goal line, his gloved hands still raised in the air. He was nothing but a wooden post. He hadn't even had a chance to bend his knees and push off the ground. The ball had already crashed into the net behind him. At this moment the goal net was still violently shaking. The ball bounced a few times on the grass before slowly rolling out of the goal. Chelsea's main goalkeeper was left in a daze, turning to look at the ball, and then at Su Chun, who stood at the edge of the small penalty area. All around was astonishment. Outside the small penalty area, Chelsea's captain Terry sat on the grass, gasping for breath. His hands pressed against the turf, his eyes fixed intently on the thin figure ahead. Terry's mind was blank. He had been fooled. A 17-year-old kid with yellow skin had completely thrown him off balance with continuous high-speed bicycle kicks. At this age, such moves, such unrelenting bursts of speed and direction changes. Terry had played in the Premier League for over a decade, yet he had never seen such an unreasonable monster. Further away near the sideline, Ivanovic maintained the gesture of reaching out. He hadn't even touched the edge of he had only grasped at air. Even now he hadn't come to his senses. Chelsea's proud iron defense had been breached just 14 seconds into the match. One man had single-handedly pierced through it. After a brief silence, Su Chun turned around and dashed towards the southeast corner flag area of Stamford Bridge. That was the gathering place for Arsenal's away fans. Su Chun bent his legs, leaving 2 long marks on the grass as he lifted his head high. His hands crossed over his chest. Dominant. Arrogant. Su Chun. What a goal. The 3,000 Arsenal fans who traveled with the team erupted. They sprang up from their seats, waving their red and white scarves, shouting wildly. Some fans even hurled their plastic cups into the air, splashing water. At that moment, Arsenal's forward Giroud rushed over first. He hugged Su Chun's shoulders and tackled him down onto the grass. "You're amazing, kid. You're incredible," Giroud shouted loudly in Su Chun's ear. Sanchez quickly followed, jumping onto Giroud's back and swinging his right fist. Cazorla Ramsey Ozil. The entire team went wild. They rushed in from all directions and piled a human tower. Everyone pressed Su Chun down at the bottom. At this moment in Arsenal's half, the old captain Mertesacker knelt on the grass, pointing skyward. The match had just begun, and Arsenal had already achieved a dream start. Amidst the frenzied cheers of 3,000 Arsenal fans, over 40,000 Chelsea loyalists in Stamford Bridge collectively turned mute. Silence. Dead silence. This was their home ground. They hadn't even settled into their seats before the opponent's newcomer had blasted open the goal. Many Chelsea fans buried their heads in their hands, unable to accept this reality. In the Sky Sports broadcasting studio, goal. 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 Neville grasped the microphone and jumped up. Due to the vigorous movement, his headphone wire was yanked off. But he didn't care, shouting at the top of his lungs. The match has just begun. 14 seconds. Oh my God. What did I just see? What kind of monster-level speed and dribbling is this? Carragher's face turned beet red. He slammed his hand on the table. Su Chun. This 17-year-old lad. He destroyed Terry with an unreasonable long-range shot. I've never seen anyone eat Ivanovic alive like that. Neville suddenly turned to the director in the back. Hurry. Check the data. Check the fastest goal record in the Premier League. The broadcast switched to a data display. A few seconds later, Neville sat back down and put on a spare headphone. Dear viewers. Confirmed. 14 seconds. This is the 6th fastest goal in Premier League history. But more importantly, this is the fastest goal on debut for a new signing in Premier League history. In the face of this record, all past geniuses pale in comparison. Congratulations to Su Chun. He has forever etched his name on the Premier League record board. In the Dragon Kingdom, in a certain live streaming platform studio, well-known commentator Jean Jun's eyes widened. One hand pressed on the table, and he half stood. 14 seconds into the match. The ball is in. Su Chun. Oh my God. He did it. He scored the first goal for a Dragon Kingdom player on the Premier League stage. Everyone look at this goal. A forced overtake on the flank. 2 quick bicycle kicks to glide past Terry. Finally a powerful shot to score. This is definitely a world-class goal. Next to him, coach Jean-Lu nodded repeatedly. Ha ha ha. Yes. This speed, this explosiveness is too strong. Terry couldn't react at all. At that moment in the online live streaming room, the number of online viewers had directly surpassed 3 million. The entire screen was completely covered with white bullet comments, making it impossible to see the match footage. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I can't believe my eyes. Is this a person from the Dragon Kingdom? This must be an alien. Terry's spine must have been shaken loose. So freaking awesome. Eating through the Chelsea defense. Ivanovic has turned into an old leg injury. Can't stop him. Not just online. In every corner of the Dragon Kingdom, similar scenes of madness were unfolding. At Qingbei University, in the boys' dormitory building 8. The corridor, which had been quiet at night, suddenly erupted. All doors from the 1st to the 6th floor were pushed open with great force. Countless shirtless boys rushed out of their dorms. They ran down the corridor shouting, "Awesome. Su Chun is awesome. The dormitory manager came out with a flashlight, just about to scold them. He looked down at the highlights of the goal on his phone. The manager threw away the flashlight and raised his hands to shout along. In Shanghai City, at a roadside barbecue stand, dozens of tables of people enjoying late-night snacks gathered in front of the TV. They watched as Su Chun blasted the net. The dozens of skewers of lamb in the boss' hands fell directly into the charcoal grill. He didn't even bother to pick them up. The surrounding tables of burly men all flipped their chairs and stood up. The beer bottles in their hands clinked heavily together, golden beer, foam spilling everywhere. Cheers. For Su Chun's goal, I'll pay for today. A fat guy shouted, tilting his head back to down a bottle. The scene cuts back to Stamford Bridge in London at the Chelsea. Head coach Mourinho could no longer sit still. He slammed the tactical book in his hand onto the grass, his face turning pale. Before the match, he had specifically deployed a tactic to clamp down on Arsenal's front line. But he never expected that a rookie who had never played before would completely disrupt all of his arrangements. Mourinho strode to the sidelines. He waved a call over the midfield core Fabregas. Mourinho covered his mouth and quickly gave instructions in Fabregas' ear. Control the pace. Don't panic. Strengthen the defensive depth on the right side. Don't give him any space to sprint. Fabregas nodded repeatedly, turning to run back to midfield, shouting loudly for his teammates to position themselves. On the other side, the scene at Arsenal's bench was completely different. Head coach Wenger was initially looking down to pull up the zipper of his iconic coat. When the ball flew into the net, his hands stopped moving. Then Wenger flung open the zipper and strode towards the sidelines. His face was glowing, and he jumped up vigorously, waving both fists in the air. The assistant coach Bold rushed forward and hugged Wenger. "Professor, did you see that? He's a genius." Wenger nodded vigorously. "Indeed. This is the greatest signing we've made this year. He will lead us to reclaim the championship." Just as everyone was in an extreme state of excitement, the big screen and broadcast footage started playing slow-motion, multi-angle replays of the goal. Commentator Neville focused on the screen, starting a frame-by-frame analysis. Everyone pay attention to Su Chun's first step. In the footage, after receiving the ball, Su Chun's thigh muscles bulged high. His right foot stomped heavily on the grass, kicking up a large clump of dirt. Just this step. It flung Ivanovic behind him. No unnecessary movements. It was a complete crushing of absolute strength and speed. Now look at this move against Terry. The slow-motion shot switched to a frontal view. Terry had already lowered his center of gravity, preparing to intercept. Meanwhile, Su Chun, in full-speed sprint, showed no signs of slowing his leg movements. His left foot wrapped around the ball, and his right foot followed suit. This was a terrifying test of knee ligaments and core body strength. Ordinary players would slip or twist an ankle doing such moves at full speed. But Su Chun was as steady as a mountain. The moment he sensed Terry shifting his weight, he deftly nudged the ball with the outside of his foot, smoothly gliding past on the right. The entire audience watched the replay on the big screen. Chelsea fans gasped in shock. They finally understood. This was not mere luck. This was a complete overpowering of skill. After the celebration finally ended, the referee blew the whistle to prompt the match to restart. Su Chun and the Arsenal players ran back to their half. The Chelsea players stood back in the center circle. Hazard was standing over the ball, with a blank expression. As Chelsea's core, he would not allow a rookie to be so arrogant on his home ground. Fabregas stood beside him, hands on hips. The whistle blew. Hazard passed the ball to Fabregas and quickly moved forward. Fabregas received the ball, pulled back with his right foot, preparing to observe his teammates' movements. But just as he lifted his head in his line of sight, a red and white figure had turned into a whirlwind. Crossing over the top of the center circle, it charged directly toward him. Su Chun. Fabregas was taken aback, wanting to turn to shield the ball. But Su Chun didn't give him any time to react. Su Chun's right leg slid along the ground, directly going for a tackle. Fabregas, caught utterly off guard, was upended by Su Chun along with the ball. Turf sprayed outward. The tackle was clean and decisive. The ball was touched first, then the man taken down. The referee held both arms aloft to signal play on, no foul. The Chelsea supporters in the stands erupted in a thunderous chorus of boos. Fabregas lay on the ground, arms spread, furiously appealing to the official. Su Chun paid them no heed. He sprang to his feet, nudged the ball forward, and drove straight into Chelsea's half. The counterattack had begun. Su Chun's pace with the ball was astonishing. Chelsea's midfield had not yet settled. Seeing danger, defensive midfielder Matic surged forward on a long stride. At 1.94 meters, Matic was Mourinho's most reliable midfield bulwark. He intended to use his mass and strength to shepherd Su Chun out wide. Su Chun pushed the ball forward with his left and exploded into acceleration. There was a heavy collision as their shoulders smashed together. Matic felt his chest jammed as if against a slab of iron. Su Chun's core strength was absurdly formidable. He did not get shoved aside, but instead held the charge and forced his way past on the inside. The breakthrough succeeded. He now stood on the edge of the penalty area with only center-back Cahill between him and goal. Cahill retreated warily, stubbornly blocking every shooting angle. Su Chun did not slow. He planted his left foot, and his right leg lashed out like a whip. No feint, a pure thunderous strike. The ball was imbued with terrifying force and arrowed for the far corner. Chelsea's goalkeeper Courtois sprang fully, his long arms stretching. He just managed to graze the ball with one hand. The ball changed course and skimmed the post before crossing the byline. A collective gasp swept the stadium. Suchin slapped the turf in frustrated despair. What a pity that strike did not find the net. Turning to survey Chelsea's defense, he saw Ivanovic doubled over. Only 12 minutes had elapsed, yet his jersey was drenched in sweat clinging to his back. His shorts were spat with mud. Cahill and Terry, the ironclad center-backs, were equally bedraggled, hands on knees as they tried to steady their breath. All of this springing from one source, the 17-year-old Chinese rookie. Suchin climbed from the turf and turned to run back. He keenly realized the Premier League was far harsher than youth fixtures. In the youth league, a burst of speed was enough to leave defenders eating dust. Goals there were almost taken at will. In the Premier League, scoring difficulty escalated sharply. Ivanovic was worthy of his reputation as a world-class fullback. Although Suchin's recent dribbles had threatened to prevail, that old fox always managed to close him down. Like stubborn chewing gum, he used niggling fouls and body contact to disturb Suchin's shooting. Chelsea's double pivots Matic and Fabregas were always ready to drop back and double-team. Cahill and Terry, seasoned and astute, held their positions with no gap to exploit. Suchin thought to himself, no wonder Mourinho's Chelsea is forged in iron. The defensive system is genuinely formidable. Had Ivanovic overheard that praise, he would likely have sputtered with indignation. What kind of player was Ivanovic? A top-tier defensive fullback in the Premier League. To be the kind of forward who could make him doubt himself within 12 minutes was a rarity. One could count such forwards on a single hand. That a rookie in his first professional match could do this was enough to send a shiver through the whole league. In Sky Sports' commentary box, Neville leapt to his feet, slapping the desk, and shouting that it was yet another menacing strike on goal. Again, it's Suchin. Before the match, many questioned Wenger, saying starting an inexperienced rookie was madness. But now look at the pitch. Who would dare still say that? Look at those battered Chelsea defenders. This is Chelsea's ironclad backline, the one that concedes the fewest goals in the Premier League, and Suchin has thrown it into chaos. If not for Courtois' otherworldly save, Chelsea would already be 2 down. His partner Carragher was equally animated, eyes glued to the replay. I must admit, I am utterly conquered by his play. Is so direct, so relentlessly pressuring. The visual impact is terrifying. That burst of power, that carriage charging through opponents. It's like the peak Kaká reborn in the Premier League. That praise was not hyperbole. Suchin, bolstered by his system-awarded peak Kaká Template, combined technique with raw physicality. When Kaká once thundered at Old Trafford with long sweeping runs and earned a standing ovation, that grand explosive aesthetic of play ignited the crowd. Suchin's style stirred similar fervor. On the touchline, Mourinho's expression was as dark as ink. His brow knotted as he fixed his glare on Suchin. We cannot keep taking blows like this. The assistant coach rubbed his hands anxiously. In the opening minutes, Chelsea had been clinging on by luck. If Suchin were allowed to sprint unchecked any longer, Ivanovic's stamina would soon be exhausted. He could not track every single time. Mourinho glanced toward the Arsenal bench. Wenger stood with hands in his coat pockets, a plain look of satisfaction on his face. Mourinho snorted and, "You just got lucky signing a genius who ambushed us. Without this Suchin, we would have torn Arsenal apart by now. Don't panic." Mourinho checked his watch. They've been sprinting flat out for 12 minutes. Their energy will reach a tipping point. It will be our turn to counter. He strode to the sideline and gestured emphatically to his players, pushing them forward in a clear signal to press and commit men upfield. He then blew a loud whistle, called Hazard and Fabregas over, and quickly issued tactical instructions. For Arsenal, the opening 12 minutes of frantic pace had indeed brought their stamina to a critical threshold. Repeated high pressing drained the players. With a 1-goal lead to protect, failing to immediately extend the advantage was regrettable, but entirely acceptable. Captain Mertesacker began orchestrating the defensive retraction. Arsenal's midfielders dropped back. The formation tightened to secure the half and prepare for Chelsea's counter. The wide expanses up front were left almost empty save for Suchin. Seeing his teammates retreat, he also fell back to near the center circle to conserve energy and await the next chance. Under their manager's command, Chelsea bared their teeth. The team compressed forward and unleashed a furious offensive. Hazard on the left, Willian on the right, and Diego Costa in the middle with wild hair. This attacking trident ranked among Europe's finest. Their destructive power rivaled the front lines of Real Madrid or Barcelona. Chelsea, in their prime as Premier League overlords, were no mere show of pedigree. In barely 2 minutes, Arsenal's defense faced a hellish trial. The match had reached the 13th minute. Willian received the ball on the right, danced past Monreal with quick stepovers to create space, and delivered a precise curling cross to the heart of the box. Costa used his strength to shrug off Koscielny and met the delivery with a towering header. The ball thudded down, arrowing toward the bottom right corner. Cech, guided by years between the posts, reacted instinctively. He threw himself across, fully extending his arm, and just grazing the ball with his fingertips. The ball spun away off the post, and out for a corner. Mertesacker headed the set piece clear, but the danger was far. In the 14th minute, Chelsea returned with another attack, this time down the left. Hazard went past Bellerin twice, shifting direction and accelerating into the penalty's edge before playing a cutback to the arc. Fabregas arrived on the edge of the area and without hesitation smashed a fierce volley at goal. The ball whistled. It crashed off the crossbar and out. The metallic thud echoed across Stamford Bridge. 30,000 Chelsea fans clasped their heads in unison and roared in astonishment. Arsenal supporters in the away end were drenched in cold sweat. The home crowd had seized the stadium's emotional tide. Under Chelsea's relentless onslaught, the cheers rose in ever-swelling waves. Songs and drum beats rattled the air. Stick it in. Keep pushing. What a shame. Fabregas was only half a ball away. The local commentator pounded the desk and shouted, "This is the momentum we needed." The opening minutes were frustrating. "We are Chelsea, and we must suffocate them with attack." His face flushed with excitement. "Keep the pressure on. Arsenal can't hold out. The goal will come." The crowd's cheering rolled on. The sense of pressure on the pitch intensified. In the 16th minute, Hazard regained the ball on the left of the box, feinted to bamboozle his marker, and cut inside before curling a low right-footed shot. The angle was devilish. Cech dropped to his knees and pinned the ball beneath him, smothering it before Costa could pounce. Within 4 minutes, Chelsea had produced 5 high-quality shots, each aimed toward the corners. Arsenal's half was under siege. Cech became the busiest figure on the field, blocking shot after shot. He lay prostrate on the turf with the ball held to his chest. He did not hurry to his feet, but deliberately held the ball under him, buying time to disrupt Chelsea's rhythm and give his defenders a breathing space. The referee jogged over, tapped his watch, and gestured for Cech to resume play. Only then did Cech rise slowly as Chelsea's players had surged upfield en masse. Costa and Willian blocked the space just outside the box, while Hazard shadowed Arsenal's fullbacks. The front line executed a fierce press, cutting off every short passing option. Cech took 2 steps forward with the ball, lifted his head to scan the situation. Arsenal were pinned back. Staying camped in the penalty area was not a solution. They had to respond with a counter. At that moment, his gaze swept over the throng and fixed on a redand white figure near the center circle. Suchun. Cech without hesitation barked go. He lofted the ball into the air, took 2 strides, and drove his right foot under it with force. The ball soared high, traversing more than half the pitch toward the halfway line. In the modern game, placing the ball to Suchun was the most direct counterattack. Cech launches it long, direct to the front to Suchun. The broadcast cut quickly to midfield as all eyes followed the flight of the ball. Suchun tracked the landing point, adjusting his position. The descending ball carried heavy downward momentum. Such long passes are fiendishly difficult to control and can bounce away if misplayed. Facing the drop, Suchun lifted his right leg high, and at the moment his instep met the ball, gently drew it down. The ball shed its force and settled obediently at his feet with not a whisper of excess bounce. He then drove his left foot into the turf and spun on the spot. No hesitation, no deceleration as he eschewed waiting for support. Alone he surged toward Chelsea's half with the ball. What a control. Suchun takes it down, turns and charges. The Premier League commentators' voices split with excitement. Spectators dared not blink. On the screen, a 17-year-old thundered forward with the ball. There were no flashy tricks, only the pure fusion of speed and strength. An unrelenting charge. Directly ahead of him now, 3 Chelsea defenders arrayed themselves in a line braced and ready. Terry Cahill, Ivanovic, Matic and Fabregas were sprinting back at full tilt. 5 men in all formed an immense ring of contention. Yet in Suchun's eyes there was only the white of the goal in the distance. He drove the ball forward, took another dribbling stride, and then another, whipping it out with long charging steps as he violently accelerated past opponents. A savage aura emanated from him, as if to slay gods and men alike. His speed climbed. The boos from the Chelsea stands were muffled and ultimately quelled. Chelsea's defenders watched the onrushing Suchun with rising alarm. This was no ordinary attacker. It was as if a feral beast had burst from the wild intent on devouring the entire back line. The livestream comments exploded. Holy hell, is he taking on 5? Brutal. He's not human. Chelsea's defensive line is about to be pierced. Go. Tear through the Blues' defense. Suchun closed in on the first defensive barrier. Terry lowered his center of gravity and fixed his eyes on the ball at Suchun's feet. In Huaxiao, in the studio of the national sports channel, Jean Jun suddenly stood up, his hands firmly pressed on the table before him. Counterattack. Arsenal's counterattack is here. Rushing forward. In front of Suchun are 5 fierce defenders from Chelsea. If it were any other player, I would definitely advise him to slow down and wait for his teammates to support. But this is Suchun. This kid shows no sign of slowing down. Jean Jun's voice suddenly rose, his hoarse shout resonating throughout the land. On the television screen, Suchun faced his first opponent, the experienced Chelsea captain Terry, who was staunchly guarding the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, all the Huaxiao fans in front of their TVs and computers held their breath. Suchun is up against Terry. Can Terry block Suchun this time? I never thought that one day a player from our own country could confront a top Premier League defender. Hedon. Charge. Suchun is charging. Get past him. In countless dim college dormitories and smoky street-side internet cafes, fans clenched their fists and turned red with excitement. On the field, Su Chun focused on Terry ahead of him, his expression intense. He still showed no signs of slowing down. The ball was controlled precisely under his feet. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. 3 meters. 2 meters. Terry fixed his gaze on the ball at Su Chun's feet, waiting for a flaw. At this moment, Su Chun could even hear the sound of Matic rushing behind him. He had little time left. If he were to be held up by Terry for even a second here, Chelsea's midfield defense would be breaking through the encirclement would become nearly impossible. He had to accelerate even more. The muscles in Su Chun's thighs bulged as he firmly planted his foot on the grass. With a powerful burst of energy, he accelerated towards Terry once more. This illogical speed caught seeking death. Terry lunged forward decisively, extending his right foot, prepared to kick the ball out from under Su Chun and off the sidelines. Terry's judgment was spot on. Su Chun's speed was already quite fast, and forcing another acceleration in this state would certainly decrease his control over the ball. This was the perfect moment for an interception. However, at the moment Terry made his move, his pupils constricted sharply. How could this be possible? In Terry's astonished gaze, Su Chun's right foot struck the side of the ball forcefully. There were no fancy feints, no complicated footwork. This was pure change of direction combined with sheer speed. He split the ball away. A violent surge in full motion. This was also the signature move that made Peak Kaká feared by defenses all over Europe. Su Chun's body whizzed past Terry's side, continuing to surge forward with the ball. Terry kicked at empty air, lost his balance, and his enormous body crashed to the ground, rolling awkwardly twice on the grass. He got past him. My God. Terry was completely outmatched. Su Chun's speed is still increasing. Fabregas and Matic behind him can't even catch up. Only two defenders and goalkeeper Courtois stand in his way. Neville in the Sky Sports commentary room was beside himself with excitement. With wide eyes he stared at the broadcast screen. What kind of extraordinary creature is this Chinese kid? Forward. Just forward. This relentless momentum ignited the entire Stamford Bridge. 3,000 Arsenal fans in the away section stood up in unison. They clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and fixed their gaze on that white figure. Terry was bypassed. What comes next? Everyone held their breath in anticipation, waiting for a goal that would drive them completely crazy. On the sidelines, Professor Wenger had long left the coaching. He stood outside the white line, his fists clenched tightly. Go for it. Just like you did at the Coney training base. Show the entire Premier League the new ace of the Gunners. On the other side, Mourinho's back was drenched in cold sweat. As a championship-winning coach, a strong sense of foreboding surged in his heart. This overwhelming sense of pressure was something he had only seen in that Brazilian prodigy who wreaked havoc in the Champions League years ago. But that Brazilian was Kaká, a Ballon d'Or winner. Now standing on the field was just an 18-year-old kid who had never played in a top league. Foul. Bring him down. Mourinho shouted hoarsely at the pitch. But under the massive roar of the fans, Cahill and Ivanovic couldn't hear their manager's commands. However, as Chelsea's starting defenders, they knew there was only one path left to take. Foul. They had to stop him even if it meant receiving a card. Cahill and Ivanovic closed in for a tackle, both diving to the ground simultaneously. Two robust legs slid across the grass, gleaming studs heading straight for Su Chun's ankles. Su Chun fixed his gaze on the goal ahead. This was the last line of defense. He absolutely could not stop here. Su Chun forcefully tapped the ball forward with his right foot. Using the momentum of his sprint, he leapt into the air. The studs of the two Chelsea defenders slid past the soles of Su Chun's shoes. In midair, Cahill's foot scraped against Su Chun's heel. At the moment Su Chun landed, he lost his balance and stumbled hard, his hands hitting the grass. It's over. The Arsenal fans in the stands let out a wail. But in the next second, the collective wail of the crowd got stuck in their throats. Su Chun did not fall. With a core balance data exceeding 90, it completely took control of his body. Su Chun pushed forcefully with his hands on the grass, using the rebound to stand upright once again. Another acceleration. He took large strides, shaking off the two desperate center backs. Ahead of him was the final barrier. Chelsea's main goalkeeper Courtois. Courtois did not hesitate to rush out of the goal, his massive body acting like a wall blocking most of the shooting. An unknown chance is inherently difficult, and after sprinting most of the length of the field, a player's stamina and heart rate reached their limits, causing their shooting actions to distort. But now facing Courtois was Su Chun, who possessed the finishing ability of Kaká. Su Chun's left shoulder dipped sharply and his thigh lifted high. This was a very obvious violent shooting motion. Courtois immediately made a judgment. He gritted his teeth and threw himself to the right side, trying to block the shot with his palm. What a great save. Chelsea fans shouted from the stands. Su Chun smiled slightly. It was all a feint. His center of gravity did not shift with the left shoulder. At the moment Courtois' body was airborne, Su Chun calmly nudged the ball gently to the left, directly bypassing the outstretched arms of Courtois. Then with the arch of his left foot, he smoothly pushed the ball forward. The ball rolled leisurely across the white goal line along the green grass. It crashed into the net. Boom. The away section in the southeast corner of Stamford Bridge erupted like an active volcano. 3,000 Arsenal fans jumped on their seats, embracing each other, shouting and laughing. That was a feint. He tricked the goalkeeper and slotted into an empty net. The ball is in. It's in again. Incredible. Suchin pulled off a stunning solo run. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? Is that still our Huaxiao player? He sprinted with the ball from the... He ate through Telly, drove through two center-backs closing defense, and with the keeper before him executed a pendulum feint to slot the ball into an empty net. Grandpa, hurry and come see Waxia's Kaká. The entire Huaxia internet erupted. Suchin's 14-second flash had only just topped the trends. He had just struck an even more earth-shattering goal. If the first goal owed something to Yuanu Awake's lapse and then this second goal was pure personal domination, terrifying launch speed, monstrous core explosiveness, and ball control that fused man and ball into one. He swept around Kyrgyz's back line as if they were wooden stakes with an unstoppable domineering momentum. The broadcast kept showing slow-motion replays from every angle. 3,000 ASN fans in the away stand at Sitinfukyo had hoarse throats. Even more hair-raising was that on the home stand a few elderly Kyrgyz diehards were rising from their seats, gently applauding. Even though he had just breached their own team's goal, they gladly offered. They had been utterly conquered by the brutal aesthetic of pure football. A magnificent goal. In the studio, Jean Jun tore off his earpiece, stood on the commentary desk, and roared into the microphone to the whole nation. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Waxia's young talent Suchin a brace. Look at Telly sitting on the turf in despair. Look at Kuter Tawa, clutching his head and gasping, and you will know how severe a psychological blow Suchin has dealt to this Premier League behemoth. Milanio is in deep trouble. The Blues have met a hard nut today. Beside him, Zhang Lu's eyes reddened. This veteran, who had scraped and fought in the football world for decades and commented on countless top European matches. He was so excited he could scarcely speak coherently. So brilliant. This is unquestionably world-class physical talent. That flick past the keeper just now was the classic pendulum dribble. His lateral balance shifts are so solid, he is a mirror image of Kaká. This is truly a genius of our Huaxia. I simply do not understand whether those gentlemen at the Football Association are blind or have lost their minds. Zhang Lu grew angrier as he spoke, openly blasting on national live television. By these two goals alone, Suchin must immediately don the national team shirt. Those bureaucrats at the FA, living off their posts to protect face and selfish interests, actually issued a notice to blacklist such a nuclear-level overseas prospect. Their faces are not worth a finger of Suchin. The director in the control room began to sweat, frantically gesturing. State television's broadcast is not the same as internet platforms. Speech is tightly controlled. Zhang Lu waved his hand and paid no heed to the director's warning. He knew the FA's ways too well. The more conspicuous Suchin's performance, the more those leaders determined never to admit error would strike down hard in order to maintain their authority. He intended to use this tidal wave of attention to tear through that thin veil and fight for justice for Suchin. Viewers in the live chat were moved, their blood racing to their heads. The on-screen commentary stream drowned the broadcast. Coach Zhang is a real man. Well said. Disband the FA. Zhao Jinxing stepped down. Fuck the charade. Fuck buying starts. Ma Dexing crawl out and watch the match. He can single-handedly pierce Milanio's defense. Is that the fragile doll Ma Dexing called so easily broken? Their faces must be swollen. Those sons of the FA still have not come out to kneel and apologize. While admiring the masterpiece, fans continued to unleash torrents of invective at the Huaxiao FA. Years of suppressed anger were transformed into a barrage of words. The FA's official website was bound to be overwhelmed by enraged netizens once again. At Sitinfukyo in London, Suchin watched the ball roll across the white line, drew 2 deep breaths, and adrenaline surged to its peak. He charged forward several paces, his knees bending heavily, preparing for an imposing long-distance sliding knee. But having sprinted half the pitch at full speed, his legs were aching and the turf was slick with rain. The moment his knee met the grass, he did not slide half a meter. His thigh cramped. He somersaulted, rolled twice across the turf before coming to a stop, his face smeared with damn. Sliding knees really are a technical art. Suchin spat grass from his mouth and sat down on his backside, muttering. Before he could stand, a weight fell onto his back as Giles' large frame hurled itself at him. Sankizi Lamsaik here. Ayasena's entire team surged toward the corner flag, piling into a red human heap. Well done, that was bloody brilliant. Sudo's changes of direction nearly snapped Tellis aging back. But your sliding knee move is truly awful. They laughed, ruffling Suchin's hair with wild delight. The score was 2-0, and it had happened at the suffocating away end of Sitinfukyo. This injected a super tonic into Ayasena, mired in an injury crisis. The Ayasena stars had genuinely embraced this 18-year-old Eastern youth. In the world of football, the strong command respect. On the other side of the dugout, Winch and assistant board embraced wildly, flinging their arms. Players on Ayasena's bench leapt onto their seats, waving towels, while less than 10 meters away, Kyrgyz's bench. The atmosphere there could suffocate a man. Milanio's face was as dark as the bottom of a pan. He kicked a half bottle of water aside, and the splash drenched assistant Falia. Only 16 minutes had passed since kickoff, just 16 minutes, and Kyrgyz's vaunted ironclad fortress had already been hit for 2 goals by Asena. What angered Milanio more was that these goals were not the result of exquisite team possession tactics. They were a one-man show by the kid named Suchun. Unreasonable speed brute force breakthroughs. He alone had ripped Kyrgyz's defensive system to pieces. If he were allowed to play on like this, Sitin would become a slaughter. Milanio ground his back teeth. In his plan, Suchun had been nothing more than an anonymous body winger brought as filler. A little physicality from Telly would have been enough to break him apart. But now Suchun's danger level had surged to full-on Milanio's tactical board, leaping from a minor player requiring little attention to become a superstar capable of dictating a match by himself. In the Premier League, those who force Milanio to admit he misjudged someone within 16 minutes are few and far between. We cannot let him keep playing like this. Milanio turned to the bench with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. They had to disrupt his rhythm and prevent that boy from getting up to speed. Milanio took a breath and shouted a name. Lamalizi warm up. Lamalizi, the Brazilian defensive midfielder on Kyrgyz's bench, snapped his head up. He shrugged off his jacket and walked straight to Milanio's side. The match was only 16 minutes old. The coach was about to use a substitution with no warm-up. Milanio grabbed Lamalizi's shoulder and pulled him close, speaking rapidly. Get on immediately, replace Ayasaka. Once you are on, play as the holding midfielder and tell Madiki to drop back and cover the midfield. As for you, Milanio's eyes fixed on Suchun celebrating on the pitch. Your only task today is to mark that Huaxiao player to death. Shadow him every step of the way, even if he goes to drink, stand right beside him. Mu Lianiao's substitution arrived with brutal suddenness. The match had barely passed the 20th minute. When Xiaer's eyes, starting attacking midfielder AOC Ka, caught sight of the number on the board, his face soured into the most miserable expression. He lowered his head and trudged toward the sideline. Lami Lacy stood beyond the white line, slapped AOC Ka's shoulder hard, and strode onto the turf. This Brazilian defensive midfielder carried the reputation of the Blue Beast in the league, relentless in his runs, brutal in his tackles, and flawless in tactical execution. The instant Lami Lacy set foot on Sitin grass, Suchun's situation turned perilous. Lami Lacy obeyed Mu Lianiao's order to the letter. He abandoned zonal responsibility and became a tenacious shadow, a clinging nuisance. Wherever Suchun went, he followed. Even if Suchun retreated to his own half to fetch a water bottle, Lami Lacy stood 2 meters away, eyes fixed, unblinking. Whenever a teammate aimed a pass towards Suchun before the ball had even dropped, Lami Lacy would attach himself without restraint, using hands and feet. He tugged and pulled, even charging with his shoulder into Suchun's back. Bang! Suchun had just stretched to control the ball. Behind him, Lami Lacy immediately went in for a slide, bringing both player and ball crashing down. Suchun rolled twice on the turf, splattered with mud. The referee's whistle sounded. Only a routine goal kick at the back was awarded. No card. Play resumed. 5 minutes later, Lamusai fed a through ball near the center circle. Suchun began his run to receive it. Lami Lacy's hands gripped Suchun's shirt collar and hauled him to. The referee blew his whistle again. Another ordinary foul. It was not only Lami Lacy, but every Chia Airshi player nearby, Ma Di Chi Te Li, Yi1 Nuo Wei Chi, had become accomplices to this lumbering tactic. Wherever Suchun showed a tendency to receive the ball, or had just made contact, the immediate response was a vicious foul. These veterans who had crawled and scraped through the league understood precisely how to calibrate fouls. They adopted a relay of fouls, alternating strikes like a well-oiled machine. Their challenges rarely met the threshold for a card, yet they left men sprawled and dazed. In 10 minutes, Suchun had been dragged to the ground 7 or 8 times. The smooth counterattack rhythm had been shredded. Suchun rose, tugged at his jersey already torn open, and felt rage boiling up he could no longer contain. After being smashed down from behind by Madici, once more Suchun sprang up from the turf and charged toward the referee. You won't even show a card? They've fouled him who knows how many times. Is this football or assault? He pointed at Lami Lacy in the distance and shouted in fury. The referee's brow tightened. He fished a yellow card from his chest pocket and raised it high at Suchun. The Chia Airshi supporters erupted into thunderous cheers. Young man, control your temper. That's a yellow card warning. The referee spoke evenly to Suchun. Inwardly, he had seen countless prodigies flare and fade. He admitted he admired the violent beauty of Suchun's lunging runs, but this was the league where giants had devised their own counters to genius. Chia Airshi were now pushing the boundaries of the rules. Fouling is part of the game, the referee added as he pocketed the yellow card. Hearing that, Suchun's mind cleared like a bell. Fouling was part of the game. Of course, Muli Niao had sent Lami Lacy on precisely that mission to bait him into losing his temper. If his emotion cracked, that yellow could soon become red. That would play straight into Chia Air's hands. Suchun drew a deep breath and forced his fury back down. He said nothing more and turned away. Lami Lacy remained like a shadow, tracking his every step. On the touchline, the Asena assistant Bo Air depaced in anger. Arsene, this is criminal. They're blatantly trying to destroy him. He hurled frantic protests at the fourth official, then looked toward Wengo. We must do something. Apply pressure. Don't let them grind Su Chen down. Wengo stood with his hands deep in his coat pockets, his face betraying little emotion. Let him handle it himself. Wengo said a few words. Boer de Fros. What? Even if the match is lost because he is neutralized, he must find a way to endure it himself. Wengo's gaze pierced the rain as he fixed on the slender figure in the number 43 shirt. In the future he will meet this kind of treatment hundreds of times. If he wants to be the king of this team, the brightest core on the pitch, this is a hurdle he must cross himself. No one could substitute for Su Chen in moments like this. This was the ruthless law of survival in the league. Su Chen had been thoroughly constrained. Asena's counterattacking system built around him immediately fell into paralysis. Momentum on a football field is a tide that ebbs and flows. When the Gunners' counters stalled, Chia Air's eyes, terrifying offensive wave surged forward, battering Asena's defense without cease. Mu Lianio stood at the touchline and waved his arm. Press up. Full line press. The shame of being 2 goals down had ignited the Blues' fighting spirit. Rampant wing bursts, short penetrative passes through the middle, relentless aerial bombardment. Chia Air, she opened their full arsenal. Against such three-dimensional ferocity, Asena's already depleted backline began to totter. Kusi Chia Air and Mote Saka labored in the box. Keeper Chia, he had his hands full, flinging himself at high and low balls, dizzy with work. At last, under that savage pressure, Asena's defense was rent open. In the 28th minute, Chia Air, she launched down the right. Iwan Nua Wei Chi received a pass and delivered a high-arcing cross into the box. Daigo Kasita's massive frame outmuscled Kasi Chia Air as he leapt. He did not head for goal. Instead, he cleverly nodded the ball toward the empty space at the arc of the penalty area. There, Fa Boulay Jia Si arrived on the run. Meeting the dropping ball with no pause, he whipped his right foot in a thunderous volley. The ball became a cannon shot, skimming the turf into the left corner. Chia, he left his fingertips grazing only 1-2. Chia Air, she pulled a goal back. Satang Fukio exploded in deafening cheers, the strike a powerful tonic to their morale. Chia Air's eyes' confidence swelled, and wave after wave of attack crashed down. Asena's players shrank into their half, barely holding on. La Musai and Ka Suala were visibly drained. Under Chia Air's eyes' frantic pressing, they could barely string together 3 passes. As the first minute of stoppage approached before halftime, Asia Air took the ball down the left. He toyed with Bei Lai Lin, flicking rapid stepovers, then suddenly reached the byline and crossed. The ball traced a low lightning arc through Asena's packed 6-yard area. At the far post, Wei Lian ghosted it. He met the ball and tapped it home with ease. The net rippled, 2-2. In the dying breath of the first half, Chia Air, she had forced the equalizer. Mu Lianio thrashed the air with triumphant fists and roared toward Asena's bench as the referee blew for halftime. The players trudged toward the tunnel in contrasting moods. Chia Air's eyes squad high-fived their spirits at feet. They believed the second half would see this tattered Asena broken completely. Asena's players' heads bowed, looked utterly a once comfortable 2-goal lead had been cruelly erased. Such a psychological blow could shatter a team's cohesion. Yet thousands of miles away in Huaxia, most fans were undisturbed by the scoreline. The online live streams were still alight with excitement. After all, only a fraction were diehard Asena supporters. The majority had tuned in for one reason: Su Chen. Across Huaxia, she also possessed a huge fanbase, and the current situation matched most viewers' expectations perfectly. Commenters exploded, ha ha ha, what a perfect script. Su Chen scores 2 heavenly goals and takes all the spotlight, while Chia, she does not lose face. Others chimed in, no problem. Asena's patched up side holding Chia, she to a draw, is all thanks to Su Chen's one-man raids. He didn't lose this match, he was deliberately man-marked by Mu Lianio. With those 2 stunning goals and every brilliant touch from the first half, Su Chen's highlights were clipped into short videos during the break and spread like wildfire online. Plays climbed wildly. Views surged and surged. The keyboard pundits who had joined the bandwagon of criticism had nothing to say now. The paid commentators the Federation had seated were flamed by real fans. The Federation's website predictably buckled under the traffic. Buoyed by the frenzy, Su Chen's personal Weibo account gained followers at a terrifying pace. 3 million, 4 million. Soon it blasted past 5 million. In a bleak era for the sport, Huaxia's fans had pinned their hopes on this boy sprinting across London. In London, inside the away dressing room at Setengfukio, the air felt suffocating. Players took seats and panted heavily. Su Chen sat in the far corner, a sports drink in hand, chest heaving. Exhausted, utterly exhausted. The muscles of both thighs throbbed with dull pain. At that moment, Su Chen finally understood why a player like the once unstoppable Kaká had such a short peak. This violent, expansive style demands vast reserves of stamina and explosive muscle power. Every long stride to overtake, every extreme change of direction without breaking sucked the Bodis energy dry. Moreover, since Lamy Lei's arrival, Su Chen had burned enormous energy in off-the-ball runs trying to shake this maddening marker. By halftime, his fitness was perilously close to the red line. The dressing room door opened, and Wengu entered with his... The old coach did not glance at the tactics board. He walked straight to Su Chun, looking at the boy's sweat-soaked shirt and heavy breathing. Wengu bent over him. "How are you? Can you continue?" His voice carried no rebuke, only concern. He knew how draining the match had been for Su Chun. An 18-year-old with no systematic professional seasoning forced to endure 45 minutes of Mu Li Ni Ao's lumbering tactics. That alone was a marvel. Even if Su Chun now requested to be substituted, Wengu would have agreed at once. All eyes fell on Su Chun. Had it been someone else, such targeted harassment might already have broken their psychology. Would he relinquish the fight and preserve the glory of those 2 goals? Su Chun smashed the water bottle down by his foot, lifted his head, and met Wengu's gaze. He nodded firmly. "I can still play." He rose and scanned his teammates in the dressing room. Ji Lu sang, "Chia si la mu sai emote sa ko." He tapped his chest and spoke with resolute force. "I don't care how dirty Chia Airzai's methods are. I don't care how much they shove in the second half. I must defeat these lumbermen. Asena must not be weak at Satang Fukio." The silence in the dressing room shattered. Sang Chia Si leapt up first and flung his towel to the floor. "That's right. We will not be weak." Ji Lu strode over and landed a fist on Su Chen's shoulder. "In the second half we will cover you. If Lami Lei Si dares to go in with another dirty tackle, it'll break him." Captain Emote Saku roared. "Everyone get your heads in the game. Su Chun did everything in the first half. Now it's our turn to give him the ball. We'll fight with him." These highly paid stars, usually arrogant and aloof, were ignited by the competitiveness of an 18-year-old. The gloom from conceding 2 goals evaporated in a few words. Asena's dressing room fighting spirit rose back to its peak. Wengu stood to the side and smiled. He exchanged a look with assistant Boer de O. Both saw the same astonishment in the other's eyes. A leader. This boy was a natural-born leader. Wengu had prepared a chest of motivational speeches and tactical adjustments, yet it turned out they were unnecessary. One player alone had reignited the squad. He had turned the entire team back into a pack of howling wolves. Are they all mad? Just 5 minutes into the second half, Chelsea's head coach Jose Mourinho could no longer contain himself and strode onto the touchline. His brows knotted so tightly they could crush a fly. At halftime, his calculations had crackled with cold precision. Arsenal's patched-together lineup, already down 2 goals, should have long since lost its spirit. Stamford Bridge in the second half was meant to be a one-sided slaughterhouse for the Blues. Yet the moment the referee's whistle pierced the air, the unfolding scene on the pitch left him speechless, utterly ghosted. Arsenal showed no sign of retreating into defense. Led by that 18-year-old Chinese prodigy, they surged forward en masse, launching an almost suicidal wave of high-intensity pressing. From Su Chun to Giroud from both flanks, where Sanchez tore up the turf, every man ran with bloodshot eyes across Chelsea's half. This sudden ferocious escalation in tempo dragged Chelsea straight into the mud. Their possession-based control evaporated. Forced into grinding flesh-and-blood duels, they found themselves locked in a meat-grinder battle. Referees' whistles piercing the chaos like shrapnel. The match fractured into jagged shards. Thud. Turf exploded skyward. Su Chen's jaw clenched, launched himself into a lightning-fast sliding tackle. He wrenched the ball clean off Fabregas's foot just as the Spaniard prepared to switch play, sending it flying out of bounds. And it didn't end there. Fabregas, unable to halt his momentum, tumbled head over heels onto the sodden grass, swallowing a mouthful of mud. 3,000 Arsenal away fans in the stands erupted to their feet. Thunderous applause shook the rafters. Brilliant defense. Su Chun. Shatter them. In under 50 minutes, Su Chun had already become a living totem in the hearts of Arsenal's most diehard supporters. Domestic livestream chat flooded with jubilant commentary. That's what we call a true Chinese warrior. This defensive grit. How dare anyone claim he's only an attacker? Even Cesc looks dazed after that tackle. Forget your blue blood legacy. We'll duel you blade for 90 minutes today. In the commentary booth above the stand, Sky Sports' Gary Neville roared, "It's ferocious." Facing Chelsea's steel-plated midfield, Arsenal hasn't yielded an inch. They're clearing paths with muscle alone. On the touchline, Mourinho let out a cold snort and turned back to his dugout. Bluster. He saw it clearly. The young Chinese lad's stamina was nearing its breaking point. Such relentless full-pitch sprints placed unbearable strain on an 18-year-old frame. Just hold on another dozen minutes, until Su Chen's legs gave out, and he was substituted. Then Chelsea would reclaim this match without question. Before the visitors' bench, Arsenal's assistant coach Steve Bold gripped his fists tight. "Arsene, shall we prepare a substitution?" Su's pace is dropping. Wenger kept his gaze locked on the pitch, and shook his head decisively. "Wait a little longer." On the pitch, Su Chun braced his hands on his knees, gulping great draughts of air. His lungs burned like forge fires. He was utterly spent. This level of brutal high-octane Premier League combat was no ordinary test. It demanded superhuman. No wonder even a celestial talent like Ricardo Isaacson dos Santos Leite, Kaká, saw his peak years eroded by precisely this kind of punishing physicality. Even with system-awarded templates buffering his limits, his stamina reservoir was finite and would run dry. He needed elite-level stamina attributes. But first, he needed to win this match. Wiping sweat from his chin, Su Chen's mind raced. The system granted him elite explosiveness and technical mastery, but never said football couldn't be played with intellect. He had teammates. He need not charge solo from deep every time dragging the ball through a gauntlet. His frantic heartbeat steadied, calm settling like dusk over storm-tossed seas. He shifted tactics. No longer waiting passively for the ball, his movements grew slicker, more elusive. Instantly the tide of the match turned. Ramirez, the Brazilian defensive midfielder assigned to chop him down, suddenly felt like a fool. Su Chen no longer clung to the ball. The moment Ramsey or Cazorla fed him a pass, Su Chen touched it once, then instantly flicked it into open space for a teammate without hesitation, without pause. The instant the pass left his foot, he spun and darted deep into Chelsea's defensive lines. Ramirez seethed, itching to deliver a late vicious challenge. Yet Su Chen carried no ball. In such off-the-ball situations, any reckless tug or lunge would earn the referee's red card without mercy. Su Chen wove through the thicket of bodies, ghosting, feinting, carving intelligent runs. Chelsea's defensive structure splintered, gaping holes torn wide across its face. On the touchline, Wenger stared transfixed. He's thinking, this boy has learned to read the game. Bold, equally stunned, whispered, he's barely played half a match, and already adapting in real time. This talent is terrifying. Across the pitch, Mourinho rubbed his cheeks, mouth slightly agape, saliva nearly dripping. This is a true genius. Relentless, tenacious, tireless, and when targeted, instantly switching into cerebral mode. Can we sign him in the winter window? Bid higher, much higher. Mourinho turned to his assistant. The assistant sighed, rolling his eyes. Boss, do you really think that's possible? By the final whistle, Manchester United, Real Madrid, and Barcelona will all be lining up at Coney with checkbooks in hand. Chelsea may be wealthy, but Wenger's pride. He'd rather starve than sell his new cornerstone to his fiercest local rival. As the two spoke, a tempest broke loose on the pitch. Ramsey collected the ball at midfield, shrugging off Maddox's grip. He lifted his head, searching for an outlet. Up front, Su Chen burst into motion. Ramirez lunged in pursuit behind him. Ahead, Chelsea's veteran captain John Terry planted his broad frame like a fortress wall, blocking all passage. This time, Su Chen did not swerve around Terry. Instead, he charged straight toward him. Head down, shoulders low. Terry braced, lowering his center of gravity, ready for brutal, close-quarters collision. Then, in the half-second before impact, Su Chen slammed his left foot into the turf, executed a razor-sharp stopantern, and slipped past Terry's back, like smoke threading a crack. Ramirez, hot on his heels, could not break in time. Thud. He crashed headlong into Terry's chest. Both men reeled, dazed and disoriented. A human screen, pure, audacious pick and roll. Su Chen had just used Chelsea's own captain as a living barrier, shaking off his shadowy marker for good. Vast open space bloomed on the right side of the penalty area. Ramsey understood instantly. With his left foot, he lofted a perfect arcing chip over the defense, precise, weightless, divine. The ball soared over the line, descending perfectly towards Su Chen's path. Terry recoiled in horror, shoving Ramirez aside, sprinting back in desperate pursuit. Too late. Su Chen was already there. Eyes locked on the descending sphere, he chose not to control it. His thigh muscles coiled like drawn bowstrings. He pivoted sideways, his core strength surging into his right leg, meeting the ball midair, launching a thunderous airborne. Suspended in midair, Su Chen's body was fully extended. The terrifying core force of his peak strike poured forth without reservation in that instant. The instep of his right foot struck the very center of the ball with brutal force. A muffled boom tore across Stamford Bridge. The ball afforded no one even a moment to react, becoming a white blur. It carved through the rain in a straight line that defied physical logic, aimed at the upper left corner of Chelsea's goal. The goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois felt as if his legs were leaden, planted on the line. He did not even have time to raise his arms to save it. The white net billowed as the violent shot struck it. The dead corner, an unsolvable volley. After a brief silence, the away end at Stamford Bridge erupted into absolute delirium. 3,000 Arsenal diehards leapt onto plastic seats, hurling beers, scarves, and water bottles into the air in wild abandon. Red and white droplets rained down. On the pitch, Su Chen landed steadily, watching the ball twirl in the net. The suffocating tension he had held back for nearly an entire half burst from his chest. He turned, spread his arms, and howled to the sky. A cry escaped him, but just as he was about to sprint toward the corner to celebrate, a muscle deep in his thigh spasmed. The accumulated load from relentless sprints and violent strikes finally broke the threshold. Su Chen crooked and collapsed onto the slick turf with a thud. His right leg shot straight out as the muscle convulsed uncontrollably. A cramp. He hugged his leg with both hands, brow knotted tight. At that moment, the first to rush over was not Arsenal's medic, but the forward Olivier Giroud. Ignoring his teammates' ongoing celebration, Giroud pressed Su Chen's shoulder and lifted the injured right foot back to stretch it. Sanchez and Ramsey also sprinted over, gathering around Su Chen. A hat-trick, you maniac. You actually... Ramsey, beside himself with excitement, clawed at his hair. 3-2. Less than 10 minutes into the second half, Arsenal had reclaimed the lead. This was not the triumph of tactics. It was an 18-year-old prodigy from China laying waste single-handedly to Chelsea's defensive line. Meanwhile, Chelsea's talisman Eden Hazard approached. He looked at Su Chun receiving the stretch, a mingled expression of unwillingness and begrudging admiration in his eyes. "You are indeed formidable." "Almost absurdly so," Hazard said in English. "But you have overextended. Even with 3 goals you might not take all 3 points from Stamford Bridge." Before Su Chun could reply, Giroud whirled and glared daggers at Hazard. "Don't celebrate too soon. As long as we're here you won't get another goal today." Hazard shrugged and ran back to the center circle, calling loudly for his teammates to prepare for the restart. The referee ran over to assess the situation and immediately summoned the medical staff. Arsenal's medic dashed onto the turf with a kit and took charge of Su Chin's right leg. An ice pack was applied. Su Chin exhaled slowly as some of the pain eased. Captain Per Mertesacker sprinted across from the back, crouched beside him, and patted his cheek. "Well done, lad. Leave the rest to us." Mertesacker rose and looked around at his starting teammates. He slapped his chest with force. "Old comrades, open your eyes and look. Our young brother has battled until he cramped to give us this lead. Shall we let his blood and sweat count for nothing?" "No." Giroud, Sanchez, and Ramsey roared in unison. These multi-million-pound stars now had a burning, indomitable fire in their eyes. "For these 3 points we fight to the death." The whole Arsenal side's morale at the very moment Su Chun fell surged frighteningly high. On the touchline, Wenger turned without hesitation toward the bench. Coquelin on. The defensive midfielder immediately shrugged off his coat and ran to the 4th official to await the substitution. Wenger shifted the formation to a 451, a reinforcing midfield suppression and interception. That was his final answer. A few minutes later, with the help of the medics, Su Chun stood. The referee blew for the substitution. Arsenal number 43, Su Chun, was withdrawn. As Su Chun limped toward the touchline, a tsunami of cheers exploded from the southeast corner of the stands. Su. All the Arsenal fans rose in unison and applauded the slight figure wildly. This was Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's fortress. Yet in this moment the 18-year-old had staged his coronation as a new king right here. Su Chun crossed the white line, and Wenger strode over. The old man pulled him into a tight embrace and patted his back several times. "Brilliant, simply brilliant." Wenger's voice trembled with uncontrollable joy. Those earlier long runs were a perfect display of Su Chin's physical gifts. But the third goal, a block and move setup followed by an off-the-ball run to finish, revealed the most terrifying potential Wenger had seen in him. Football intelligence. Able to integrate personal ability into team tactics and read the game by exploiting its rules in dire moments. That is the real foundation of team building. Wenger had already stopped thinking merely about finishing in the top 4. With Su Chun, Arsenal's creaky machine suddenly possessed the engine needed to contest the league title. Su Chun accepted a coat from the staff, draped it around his shoulders, and sat back on the substitutes bench. The medic immediately began using instruments to relax the muscles of his thigh. Leaning against the seat, Su Chun breathed out and fixed his gaze back on the pitch. Back home in the National Sports Channel studio, commentator Jean Jun's voice was hoarse, yet he still gripped the microphone and roared, "A hat-trick. Su Chun has produced a hat-trick." With a thunderous volley, he rewrote the score to 3-2. Astounding. From now on, who will dare say there are no world-class geniuses from China? Coach Zhang Lu smiled broadly beside him, rubbing his hands together. Yes, and pay attention to that third goal. Su Chun clearly adjusted to counter Chelsea's lumbering defensive tactic, using Terry as a decoy to shake off Ramirez's marking. Such courageous and clever play. Mourinho must be fuming. The live stream comments had already clogged the feed, the screen nearly unreadable. Red bold messages flooded. Comments surged, "Su God, take my knees." One man blew apart Chelsea's entire backline. "This performance is divine. Did the FA see this? This is the tumor you wanted gone." Mourinho's face is meme-worthy right now. Su Chun is off. Now let's see if Arsenal's defense can hold. The internet's attention exploded exponentially. In the Chinese Football Association building in Yinjing, the office was deathly silent. Chairman Chen stared at the score on the computer, his hands gripping the leather sofa's armrest so tightly the veins on the backs of his hands stood out. Director Guo stood beside him, afraid even to breathe. A hat-trick, 3 goals, each more explosive than the last. These were the very players they had publicly denounced a few days earlier as paid starters for show. Chairman Chen knew that by morning the association would be drowned in nationwide ridicule. "Have the media department play dead," he bit out through clenched teeth. From now on no one is to mention Su Chen's name in public. It was their only response, feign ignorance. If they pretended not to see, they hoped the insults would not reach them. But before absolute ability, such self-deception only made them a greater laughingstock. In London at Stamford Bridge, the match had entered its final 10 frantic minutes. A trailing Chelsea launched a desperate suicidal onslaught. Mourinho ripped off his tie on the touchline and pushed every attacker forward. Only 2 defenders remained, the rest surged into Arsenal's half. High balls, crosses from the byline, shots from outside the box. Chelsea's attack battered toward Arsenal's goal, But Arsenal's players were wholly infected by Su Chen's fighting spirit, forming an iron wall that would not be. Inside the box-esque Fabregas unleashed a dangerous low drive toward the corner. Laurent Koscielny threw himself in the way, blocking it while tumbling. Diego Costa contested a header. Mertesacker charged fearlessly into him. The two collided skull to skull, slamming to the turf. Mertesacker's forehead bled, he wrapped it, and stormed back into the penalty area. This was no longer the Arsenal famed for elegant possession play. They were a pack of ravenous wolves. In the 5th minute of stoppage time, Chelsea won their final corner. Even Courtois had surged into Arsenal's box. Blasted into the net. Mourinho shouted in desperation. The corner was taken. The ball traced a dangerous inward curve through the air. Terry used his body to create space and powered a header. The ball slammed against the crossbar and rebounded into the box. Willian met the loose ball and attempted a bicycle kick. At the most critical moment, Patrick Cech rose like an eagle and tipped it with one hand. The ball sailed over the bar and out for a goal kick. The referee glanced at his watch and without hesitation blew 3 long final whistles. The match was over. The scoreboard froze. Chelsea 2, Arsenal 3. As the final whistle sounded, the noise in Stamford Bridge split into 2 extremes. The home stands were filled with wails. Many Chelsea fans covered their faces in anguish. The southeast corner, however, had become a sea of joy. We won. We won. Back in the studio, Jean June slammed his hands down. The match is over. Arsenal have beaten the seemingly invincible Chelsea 3-2. And the unquestionable man of the match, the MVP. The 18-year-old Chinese youngster, Su Chen. On the pitch, Arsenal's players collapsed, gulping air. Cech was hauled up by teammates and embraced tightly. Su Chen donned his coat, rose from the bench, and limped onto the field. Near the center circle, a blue figure walked toward him. It was Chelsea's attacking talisman, Eden Hazard. He removed his sweat-soaked number 10 shirt and offered it to Shall we swap shirts? Hazard looked Su Chen in the eye. Su Chen was stunned. This was the overture of a top European star. He immediately shrugged off his coat, took off his own number 43 shirt, and handed it over. Hazard draped the shirt over his shoulder. Your performance today was flawless. Hard to believe you are only 18, Hazard smiled wryly. He lowered his voice and winked. Would you be interested in trying a club that can actually win the Champions League? Arsenal had finished in the top 4 for years, yet repeatedly stalled at the Champions League round of 16. Hazard was clearly feeling out other clubs on someone else's behalf, perhaps at the behest of Chelsea's board. Before Su Chen could answer, a furious voice rose from behind. Hazard, hold your petty schemes. Captain Mertesacker, sweat-drenched, strode over, grabbed Su Chen's shoulder, and glared menacingly at Hazard. Su Chen is not for sale. Next time at the Emirates, he'll score 3 against you again. Seeing this, Hazard could only shrug helplessly and turn away. Su Chen watched his retreating figure and smiled. The Champions League. I will bring that trophy back to the Emirates myself. Hearing this, Mertesacker thumped Su Chen on the back. Ambition. I like your arrogance. Just then the match referee approached and handed Su Chen the match ball to keep. Keep it, young man. This is your deserved honor, the referee said, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. By tradition across the Premier League and the professional game worldwide, a player who scores a hat-trick may take the match ball home as a memento. Su Chen looked down at the ball speckled with grass and felt an indescribable flood of accomplishment. Thank you, he murmured, clutching it tight. Let's go thank our most beloved supporters, Mertesacker called, and the team moved off. Su Chen led the procession, hugging the ball at the front. The entire Arsenal squad approached the southeast corner beneath the away fans. The 3,000 diehards in the stand had been consumed by fervor. They watched the slight Chinese teenager wrapped in a coat and clutching the ball. Someone started it, and then a synchronized chant rose across Stamford Bridge. King, King, King. The roar of Sitan Fugio gradually receded. Surrounded by his teammates, Su Chen returned to the away locker room. Steam billowed in the showers. Su Chen sank contentedly into a large bathtub. Hot water poured over his weary body. The soreness from repeated sprints and thigh cramps slowly dissolved in the heat. He propped himself on the rim of the tub and exhaled deeply. He closed his eyes and opened the system panel in his mind. After that earth-shaking London derby, his novice task had been completed beyond expectation. On the personal account balance screen, he plainly saw the figure 1 million. The unit was euros. Yet that 1 million euros existed only as virtual currency inside the system. To truly squander money in the real world, he would have to cash out through the system. But cashing out could wait. The real key to strengthening himself lay in the system shop. He opened the system log. Ding, congratulations, host, the newbie task is fully complete. System functions fully activated. A prompt told him to check for himself. Su Chen tapped the newest system interface. Beyond the original training ground and task panel, a conspicuous new money-making system had appeared. He read the rules carefully. Simply put, in future official matches, any match data he generated would be converted into corresponding system currency. Take Ingchao matches as an example. Run 1 meter and earn €1. Make 1 pass and earn €100. Beat a defender once and earn €1,000. Take a shot once and earn €1,000. Score a goal and earn €10,000. In addition, interceptions, tackles, and assists carried generous rewards. He kept scrolling and found a save awarded €50,000. When he read that line, Su-chun burst out laughing in disbelief. "I am an attacking midfielder," he muttered. "What do I need save bonuses for? Am I supposed to steal Kihi's job?" He complained, but the remark was half in jest. Su-chun was rather pleased with the money-making system. As long as he kept playing on the pitch, the earnings would arrive He then opened the system shop. With the full activation of functions, the store's offerings had become abundant. What captivated him most were rows of skill books radiating a golden sheen. Heavy Cannon Strike, a rank, greatly increases long shot power from outside the box, and includes an aiming assist that improves shot accuracy. Steel Reinforced Frame, S rank, greatly reduces the chance of injury on the field. Iron Man, S rank, substantially raises stamina ceiling and restores endurance more quickly. Crescent Blade, S rank, grants master-level free-kick technique. A single glance at those skills made Su-chun salivate. The cramp he had suffered on the pitch felt awful. With an Iron Man skill at his side, he could have tormented Kyrx's backline mercilessly. Above the ordinary miracle skills, there were a few books glowing red, special abilities that felt almost like weapons against fate. Guaranteed Killer Goal, SSS rank, activate this, and no matter what transpires in the match, you will score at least one goal. Headers, always in SS rank for 10 minutes after activation. Any header you win inside the box is an absolute goal. Reading that description, Su-chun swallowed hard. If he bought all of them, could he not single-handedly dominate world football? He glanced at the price. The cost for Guaranteed Killer Goal was a long string of zeros. No thanks, he thought, and swiped it away decisively. He filtered the items carefully. To his mind, buying stamina potions or commemorative jerseys was sheer waste. Saving up to purchase skills was the sensible choice. True strength was the foundation of survival. After flipping several pages, he finally found a skill that perfectly matched his current needs. Field Vision, A rank, grants a superlative panoramic sight of the pitch, allowing you to anticipate opponents' runs and your teammates' openings in advance. Price €100 million. 100 million, he muttered, looking back at the pitiful 1 million in his account. Pathetic. Still, Field Vision would truly elevate his game. Physically, he had the explosive power of peak Kaká and exquisite ball control. But his mind lacked the battle-forged experience of an elite midfielder. It was like holding a peerless sword and only knowing how to hack blindly. Earlier, being glued to by Lamy Lacy, if he had not improvised that pick and roll, he could not have found another way to. With Field Vision, he could map out 3 or 4 attacking routes before receiving the ball. He would know exactly where the space lay and where a fatal strike could be delivered. He would avoid being mired by a tenacious defensive midfielder. The shop held many tempting skills, but he simply could not afford them now. Su-chun shook his head and closed the shop. He opened the task panel. A new main quest had appeared: secure 5 consecutive victories in Ingchao. Task reward: a rank skill, Heavy Cannon Strike. Su-chun's eyes lit up. A direct reward of a long-shot miracle. It was irresistible. Kaká might be unrivaled in endurance and surging runs, but he was not an infallible long-shot master. If Su-chun could deliver an outside death-box strike that obeyed his will, combining inside play and outside shooting would make him nearly impossible to contain. If an opponent clung tight, he would bulldoze through them with explosive power. If they retreated to close spaces, he would wind up and smash a cannon from outside the box to shatter their net. The more he thought about it, the more excited he grew. With a splash, he leapt from the tub, dried himself, pulled on casual clothes, and strode back toward the locker room. The locker room was a boisterous scene. When Su-chun pushed the door open, all the Asena players stopped mid-motion and turned to look. "Oh, welcome our king of Sitten Fugio," Jilu shouted, leading the chant. Lamusai and Sankizi climbed atop. The whole squad mimicked the stands, raising their hands above their heads in an act of mock worship and shouting king. They laughed and hailed Su-chun by name. Such exalted locker room treatment was usually reserved for a decade-serving core, yet Su-chun had earned it in a single match. With 3 domineering goals, he had utterly won over this group of million-priced Ingchao stars. They splashed mineral water on one another until the locker room door opened again. Coach Winge walked in wearing his coat, and the noise subsided. Winge looked at his elated players with an almost uncontainable smile. Securing 3 points at the enemy's hellish ground wiped clean his recent burdens. "Well done, lads," he said, applauding. "You played superbly today. To reward you for this hard fight," he announced, "tomorrow the entire team will have the day off." The locker room erupted in thunderous cheers. Under Ingchaos' tight schedule, the day after a match is usually reserved for recovery training, but the professor made an exception today. Winge, tactful, did not linger and left the players to celebrate. Once the old man was gone, the players abandoned restraint. Wyrxier, the midfield prince of the squad, leapt onto the central massage table. He loudly proclaimed, "Brothers, tonight West End of London Soho clubs gather and celebrate our new king. Drinks on." The younger players responded with cries of delight. Baylalan and Kian Bosi whistled excitedly. Captain Motsake and goalkeeper Chiaha, who were settled family men, simply smiled, packed their bags, and declined the nightclub invitation. Their age and responsibilities made such raucous scenes unsuitable. "Take me along, I must come," the 18-year-old German youngster Janabuli shouted from a corner. He had sat cold on the bench for 90 minutes without even a single minute's play. Hearing that a big shot was footing the bill for the club, he could not hold himself back. Soon 7 or 8 young Asena players streamed out in high spirits, boarded a few luxury cars, and sped toward the city's busiest West End. In the car, Wirexier played the role of the big brother, patting Su Chen's shoulder and enthusiastically dispensing tips on how to chat up women in London's clubs. "Listen, Su," he said, "London girls are not as reserved as the girls back home. When you see someone you like, don't hesitate, buy her a drink and compliment her eyes. If she clinks glasses with you, it's a go," he added with flourish. Janabuli nodded repeatedly and pulled out his phone as if to take notes. Su Chen only smiled and nodded without speaking. While he enjoyed a rare post-match revelry far away in his homeland, the entire network churned like boiling water. Night fell deep, yet the online world seethed. The largest sports forum saw its real-time online user count smash through 3 million. The front page filled with posts about Su Chen. "Apologize, the FA should apologize. This is who you called the cancer," read one headline. "Terry was left wrong-footed," another read. "I cried tonight," someone else wrote. "Our homeland has finally produced a miracle. Who can hat-rickening chow?" Countless fans piled onto the threads. Those keyboard warriors who had been writing a smear campaign a few hours earlier were suddenly silent. They did not even dare post a single punctuation mark. A few hotheads dug up Ma Dexing's pre-match expose accusing an export-turned-domestic black market scheme, screenshotted, and turned it into mocking memes that spread across the web. The official football newspaper's comment section was inundated within 10 minutes by hundreds of thousands of hostile messages aimed at the editor's family. The deluge frightened the back-end operators so much that overnight, Yinjing, an upscale residential community. Ma Dexing sat before his computer in the study, his face ashen. His mouse creaked under the pressure of his trembling fingers. "This can't be. It's absolutely impossible." He bit his lip, bloodshot eyes burning with disbelief. He himself had set the narrative and penned the malicious article, swearing emphatically that Su Chen would be exposed within 10 minutes on the pitch. Yet not only did Su Chen avoid embarrassment, he pierced Chelsea's vaunted steel defense like parchment. A hat-trick, a match-winning goal. It was a brutal, unrelenting humiliation. His own face dragged across the floor and ground into dust beneath a merciless heel. He snatched up his phone and dialed Director Gua of the Football Association. The call rang for a long time before being answered. "Director Gua, have you seen the online backlash? What do we do now?" Ma Dexing demanded urgently, his voice trembling with unmistakable panic. On the other end, Director Gua's tone was glacial. "Ma Dexing, keep your mouth shut. Now. Not one word. Not a single article, not a single response. Who gave you permission to provoke such a massive public outcry? Now the fire has reached our own doorstep, and Chairman Shun is furious." Hearing those words, Ma Dexing's heart plummeted, cold, hollow, and utterly defeated. They were sacrificing him, discarding him as a scapegoat. "But Director, fans are already doxing me. The FA can't just abandon me." "Abandon you? Our official website has crashed again. We're all drowning ourselves." Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. Ma Dexing slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the screen, flooded with mockery, knowing with absolute certainty that his career in China's sports media industry had just shattered beyond repair. Cut to London. A sleek sports car pulled smoothly to a stop outside Soho nightclub, the city's most exclusive playground of indulgence. As Arsenal's star players strode through the entrance, they instantly captured the attention of half the venue. Deafening electronic music pulsed through the air, a dim, seductive neon bathed the space in shifting hues. Bodies writhed feverishly on the dance floor. When Su Chen and his teammates settled into their VIP booth, Wilshire's confident roadside tutorial on approaching women dissolved into absurdity, because Su Chen needed no introduction. Merely seated there, he was the center of the entire club. Just minutes earlier, the London Derby, a match that had stunned all of Britain, had concluded. A violent hat-trick at Stamford Bridge, trampling his fiercest rivals beneath his feet to ascend as a legend. Across London, from East End to West End, everyone spoke of this meteoric young man from Huaxia. How could he possibly go unnoticed tonight? Su Chen had barely leaned back into the plush sofa, when within one after another stunning women approached, some using toasts as pretext, slipping folded slips of paper bearing their numbers directly into Su Chen's jacket pocket. Others offered bold, unblinking glances, so overt in their intent that Wilshire and Nabry envy and admiration warred in their eyes. These Premier League stars, usually effortless charmers in such venues, were now mere supporting actors beside Su Chen. The women here possessed sharp instincts and ruthless self-awareness. Those merely average in looks or figure dared not approach him at all. Only those who could grace magazine covers stepped forward with notes in hand. At that moment, the crowd edging the dance floor parted. A statuesque woman holding a glass of tequila walked straight toward Arsenal's booth. She wore a tight black slip dress. Her hourglass figure boldly accentuated her features, striking. Her presence alone made several nearby women instinctively retreat, suddenly conscious of their own inadequacy. She stopped before Su Chen, her crimson lips parting softly. "Hey Su Chen, I'm Catherine. Her voice carried a rich magnetic timbre. Suchin appraised her, undeniably exquisite both in face and form. No wonder those glamorous admirers had yielded so readily. He glanced sideways at Nabri. The German's eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets, his wineglass frozen midair. Without hesitation, Suchin reached over and gave Nabri a firm nudge on the back, shoving him onto the empty sofa opposite, clearing generous space beside himself. Catherine smiled knowingly and slid gracefully into the newly vacated seat beside him. An intoxicating wave of high-end perfume enveloped them. Wilshere, watching from across the table, slapped his thigh in exasperation, bitter envy churning inside. This was his haunt. Yet tonight, every ounce of spotlight had been stolen by this rookie fresh off a dazzling. That volley at Stamford Bridge, it was mesmerizing. She raised her glass, lowering its rim to gently tap against his. Leaning in deliberately, her warm breath brushed his ear as she spoke. Suchin lifted his glass and took a measured sip. Such effortless advances might once have unsettled him, but his mindset had long since transformed. He reigned supreme on the pitch, and off it he carried the quiet, unassailable authority of a sovereign. As their easy conversation flowed, a sudden discordant commotion erupted at the periphery of the booth. "Get out of the way." A guttural roar in English cut through the pounding music. Several hulking men shoved aside dancers on the floor, storming directly toward Arsenal's booth. Their leader sported coarse, unkempt hair and a face carved from fury. Reeking of alcohol, he bore the unmistakable swagger of Diego Costa, Chelsea's star striker. Having suffered a humiliating home defeat to Arsenal that afternoon, the entire Chelsea squad seethed with suppressed rage. Costa, volatile by nature, had stormed out with friends to drown his fury in liquor. Fate dealt a cruel hand. In London's most prestigious West End club, he'd stumbled upon the very architect of his team's disgrace. What enraged Costa most was this: the same Chinese boy who'd rendered him utterly invisible for 90 minutes now reclined in the finest booth, cradling the most stunning woman in the room. Amidst adulation from every corner, fueled by liquor and wrath, Costa charged up the steps. Bang! He slammed his half-empty bottle of whiskey onto the glass coffee table before Suchin. Amber liquid splashed wildly. The booth's atmosphere froze, sharp, brittle, and silent. Catherine flinched, instinctively drawing back. Wilshere and Nabri shot upright, faces taut with alarm. "Costa, what the hell is wrong with you?" Wilshere bellowed, stepping squarely in front. Though often reckless, he never backed down when protecting his own. Costa ignored him entirely, his bull-like gaze locked solely on Suchin lounging calmly against the sofa. "Little Chinese, scored a few lucky goals on the pitch, and now you think you own London." His tone dripped with contempt. Club security, recognizing the two football titans clashing, hesitated, forming a nervous human barrier instead of intervening. The DJ, startled, killed the music. Every eye in the venue fixed on this backstage extension of elite football rivalry. Suchin gazed at the bottle smashed before him, without so much as a flicker of his eyelids. Calmly, he withdrew 2 napkins and wiped the spilled liquor from his wrist. Then, gently displacing Catherine, he rose, slow, deliberate, unshakable. At 183 centimeters tall, his body, honed by systemic enhancement, towered over even the burly Costa, radiating dominance that silenced the room. "So, did you not get enough of being dribbled past on the pitch? Did you come here tonight to get beaten up?" Suchin met Costa's glare unflinchingly, each word precise and cold. Costa exploded, spitting venom. "Shut your damn mouth. If the ref hadn't shielded you at Stamford Bridge, I'd have snapped your leg clean in two." Snarling, he lunged, reaching to seize Suchin's collar. Suchin refused to tolerate such provocation. Before Costa's fingers grazed fabric, Suchin's right hand shot forward, locking firmly around Costa's wrist. His fingers clamped down with crushing force. 99 points of raw physical power surged, utterly overwhelming Costa, whose limbs wobbled under the weight of alcohol. Costa felt his wrist gripped in a hydraulic vice, bones screaming in protest, his features contorting in agony. With a swift, brutal twist, Suchin drove the striker's 180-pound frame hard against the edge of the glass table. "Listen carefully." Suchin loomed over the crimson-faced Chelsea enforcer, voice low and commanding. "On the pitch, I am king. Off it, you are nothing but sludge beneath my boots. Take your bottle and vanish from my sight, or tomorrow's headlines will feature nothing but photos of you, this lumbering bear, groveling on your knees in this very—" With a violent jerk, Suchin hurled Costa backward. Staggering, he crashed onto a neighboring sofa. His Chelsea cronies' roaring curses surged forward, ready to brawl. Arsenal's younger players grabbed bottles, bracing for violence. Just as tension reached its breaking point, the club's main doors burst open. A pack of British paparazzi, press badges flashing, stampeded inside, cameras clicking furiously. Blinding flashes turned the booth into a stark, white-lit stage. Costa froze, reason thin, as it was finally resurfacing. A full-blown nightclub brawl would trigger unprecedented sanctions from the Football Association, ending his career outright. "You got lucky this time. Next time, at Emirates Stadium, I'll break you for good." Gritting his teeth, Costa retreated hastily through the rear exit, his entourage scrambling after him. The confrontation dissolved, but Su Chin's declaration, "On the pitch I am king," along with the image of him subduing Costas single-handedly, had been captured in perfect, incriminating detail by the press. Thunderous whistles and applause erupted across the club. Wilshere threw his arms around Su Chin's shoulders elated. "Mate, you were incredible. That brute actually backed down." After the chaos, the club's energy surged to new feverish heights. Yet Su Chin felt no further desire to linger. He drained the last of his drink in one smooth motion. "I'm heading out. You all stay and enjoy." He clapped Wilshere on the back. Catherine rose immediately, pressing close to his arm. "Are you going home? It's gotten rather loud in here. I live nearby. My cat does backflips. Would you like to see?" After all, this was London, the city's most elite nightlife hub where celebrities gathered. At this very moment, Su Chin was the most explosive topic across English football. By day, he had left his opponents utterly disoriented on the pitch, but by night, he had sent a widely feared Premier League enforcer fleeing in panic from a nightclub. Wherever he appeared, all eyes converged. And Catherine, bold beyond compare, was unquestionably the most astute woman present at seizing opportunity. When he quipped, "My cat does backflips," several young Arsenal players nearby exchanged knowing glances and broke into teasing cheers. Wilshere leaned close to Su Chin's ear, lowering his voice. "That girl is a rising supermodel. Top-tier family background too. Just play it light. And take care of yourself, mate." With that, Wilshere gave Su Chin's shoulder a hearty clap. He turned away, gathering several wide-eyed reserve team youngsters who stood nearby in open admiration, and deliberately steered them toward the far side of the booth, leaving Su Chin and Catherine alone in that quiet, intimate space. The rest of the Arsenal squad, ever tactful, dispersed without lingering. No one wished to be an unwelcome third wheel, as each set off in search of their own evening conquests. "Would you like another drink?" Catherine subtly closed the distance between them. No, Su Chin declined firmly, his gaze clear and steady. "Athletes must limit alcohol intake. I've already reached my limit for tonight." He knew all too well the perils alcohol posed to professional footballers. English football had no shortage of prodigies ruined by drink. Gascoigne, for instance, a once phenomenal talent who drank himself into oblivion. Rather than dulling his mind with alcohol, Su Chin craved the visceral thrill of tearing through an opponent's defense on the emerald pitch. That was true masculine exhilaration. Hearing his reply, Catherine's delicate face flickered with genuine surprise. Then she boldly stepped forward, her blouse brushing lightly against Su Chin's arm. How precisely did she embody both innocent purity and untamed wildness in equal measure? Well, then she laughed, tilting her chin upward. "You truly are disciplined, not even indulging in a second drink. So how exactly do I get to see your cat at your place?" As she spoke, she drew even closer. "Just lead the way." Su Chin didn't waste a word. He'd witnessed countless such staged encounters in his past life. This seemed barely qualified as an appetizer. When Su Chin's warm, firm hand settled at her waist, Catherine stiffened instantly, her breath catching mid-rhythm. Su Chin sensed the subtle tremor. A quiet chuckle stirred within him. Beneath her bold facade and practiced flirtations, she was in truth utterly inexperienced. Since she'd walked straight into his orbit, Su Chin saw no reason to hold back. Side by side, they strode out of the club, the cool night breeze easing the lingering heat. A few other first-team Arsenal players happened to be smoking by the roadside. Watching Su Chin escort Catherine away, they exchanged knowing grins and let out a sharp, appreciative whistle. "Where do you live?" Su Chin hailed a sleek black London taxi. 78, Kensington Avenue, Catherine. Su Chin paused mid-motion as he opened the door. That address carried weight. Kensington Avenue in West London was legendary among the ultra-wealthy. Even modest homes with gardens there began at multi-million-pound valuations. So Wilshere had been right. She truly was affluent. The taxi sped smoothly along polished asphalt, soon entering a hushed, exclusive neighborhood. It halted before a sprawling, opulent villa. Su Chin paid the fare, guided Catherine onto the cobblestone path, and walked with her toward the grand entrance. When suddenly, from a nondescript shrubbery across the street, several dark figures jolted into frantic motion. "Huh, got it. Finally nailed the shot. Tomorrow's front page in the Sun is secured. Rising, pure-hearted supermodel Catherine, caught bringing a man home late at night." "Wait, did you get a good look at the guy? That build, that profile. Bloody hell, it's Su Chin, that Chinese lad from Arsenal who just humiliated Chelsea. Massive story. He overpowered Costa with one hand in the club, and now he's walking off with the most stunning woman in the room. Not only is he ferocious on the pitch, he's even more dazzling off it." The British paparazzi, concealed in the shadows, were nearly delirious with excitement. Click, click, click. Their high-powered telephoto lenses fired in rapid succession. Every angle of Su Chin guiding Catherine through the villa's front door was captured in flawless detail. Though bathed in twilight, their faces remained unmistakable beneath the glow of the street lamps. Inside the master bedroom, Zhang Ailing once wrote a famous line: "The swiftest path to a woman's heart lies along a certain direct route." Su Chin proved its truth with absolute authority. His system-enhanced strength core, nearly at its peak of 99 points, granted overwhelming dominance not only in athletic contests, but also in this most primal form of close-quarters combat. "Oh, Dawn light poured through towering floor-to-ceiling windows. A piercing shriek shattered the morning stillness. Su-chun snapped awake to find Catherine clutching the silk duvet tightly, having retreated to the far edge of the massive bed, staring at him in sheer alarm, then down at the clothes strewn across the floor. What happened? Her mind reeled blank. What happened? Su-chun leaned back against the headboard, rolling his neck. Isn't it obvious? She pointed a trembling finger at him, fragmented memories finally coalescing. Yes, she remembered approaching him first at the club. She wasn't even a real fan. She'd attended yesterday's match purely out of curiosity, and been captivated by Su-chin's commanding presence on the field. Then seeing him effortlessly subdue Costa in the club, her pulse had surged, and impulsively she'd moved in. She'd expected nothing more than playful banter, but somehow her bravado had spiraled beyond control, leaving her with no recollection of how she'd even reached the bedroom. And his stamina, utterly inhuman. Frustrated, Catherine raked her fingers through her tousled golden hair. She'd walked straight into this herself. Stealing a glance at Su-chun reclining against the headboard, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, muscles sculpted to perfection, she admitted grudgingly that he was undeniably handsome, and currently the brightest young star in the Premier League. Perhaps it wasn't such a loss after all. Watching the flustered golden-haired girl wrestle with her own contradictions, Su-chun felt the embers of desire rekindle. In one fluid motion, he rolled over and pinned her beneath him. Before she could gasp and protest, he launched into an intense, invigorating morning workout. An hour later, Catherine lay curled softly against Su-chin's chest like a docile ragdoll, her pale fingers tracing idle circles across his taut pectorals. Her dazed blue eyes lingered on his profile, filled with awe and deep, unguarded adoration. So you're off today, right? Shall we have afternoon tea by the Thames? She whispered. No, I need to return to base for training. Su-chin refused without hesitation. Though he possessed a powerful enhancement system fully integrating elite players' skills and sustaining dominance throughout the grueling Premier League season, demanded daily tactical drills and physical recalibration without exception. Women were mere interludes, football remained his absolute center. Fine. Catherine pouted, crestfallen. As they chatted idly, a sudden thunderous roar of a high-displacement engine erupted from the courtyard below. It sounded like a rugged SUV, its arrival punctuated by a sharp, controlled screech as it came to a halt directly before the villa's gates. Catherine's face drained of color. Oh no, it's my mother's car. She's back. She sprang from the bed barefoot, scrambling wildly for her scattered. You get up. Hurry and dress. Catherine tugged on her t-shirt with one hand, while frantically urging Su-chun frowned slightly. Why would she return today? I don't know. She said she'd be in Manchester for 2 weeks. She's only been gone 3 days. Why is she back already? Tears welled in Catherine's eyes. Why panic? Su-chun calmly lifted the duvet and retrieved his trousers from the floor. We're both adults. What we shared is natural. If your mother walks in, we'll simply exchange greetings. Nothing extraordinary. In Europe, such matters held little consequence. Catherine shook her head violently, her voice breaking. It's different. You don't understand. My mother is a diehard football fanatic, and notoriously short-tempered. So what? Su-chun shrugged, unfazed. He was currently the hottest name in English football. A fan mother might even request his autograph. Catherine swallowed hard, locking eyes with him. She's a lifelong Tottenham Hotspur loyalist, the North Stand's season ticket holder. Su-chun froze mid-motion, trousers half-fastened. Well then, a volatile mother. No issue. But one whose devotion to Tottenham, the century-old North London archrival of Arsenal, ran bone deep. That changed everything. An emerging Arsenal superstar sleeping with the daughter of a rabid Spurs supporter, in her family's luxury residence no less, was no trivial matter. If caught, it wouldn't end with polite introductions. It would ignite a real-life brawl, potentially even more brutal than yesterday's confrontation with Costa. Su-chun had no intention of waking tomorrow to headlines screaming shocking. Arsenal star chased through fans' home by armed Spurs devotee. Fine, I yield. Where do I hide? Su-chun opted for immediate strategic retreat. In here, the farthest bathroom inside the walk-in closet. It has one-way glass. Invisible from the outside. Su-chun snatched his coat and shoes and strode purposefully into the closet, quietly locking the concealed bathroom door behind him. The instant the latch clicked shut, the solid oak bedroom door burst open with a resonant thud. A statuesque, impeccably dressed woman, radiating charisma and authority, stepped in on stiletto heels. Darling, Mummy's home. Her voice rang rich and commanding. Mummy. Catherine stood frozen beside the bed, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Why did you come back so early? A project in Manchester hit a snag. The client's senior leadership changed abruptly, so I had to return immediately. As she spoke, she slipped off her designer coat and swept her gaze around the room. A faint, unusual warmth still lingered in the air. Why is it so hot in here? She asked, frowning. I was doing yoga. Yes, yoga. That's why I'm sweating. She laughed nervously, her voice cracking slightly. In the innermost part of the walk-in closet behind the hidden door of the bathroom, Su-chun held his breath, pressing his back tightly against the cold porcelain tiles. The design of this one-way glass was very clever from the outside. It appeared to be just a huge dressing mirror. However, from the inside it allowed one to see everything in the bedroom. Catherine's mother casually tossed a haute couture trench coat onto the bed, revealing a form-fitting burgundy dress that accentuated her ripe figure, making it breathtaking. Doing yoga? Baby, you look so sweaty. That doesn't seem like just simple stretching, the mature woman said, stepping forward in her high heels towards the one-way glass. Su Chen's throat tightened. There was less than a centimeter of glass separating the two. The mature woman's charming and well-maintained face was magnified against the glass. She lightly fiddled with her wavy hair, her impressive assets rising and falling with her breath. Mommy. Catherine's face turned pale with fright as she hurried over to block the mirror. I really am doing advanced yoga. You've been on the plane for so long you must be exhausted. Why not go have a shower and rest in the master bedroom? The mature woman eyed her daughter suspiciously and leaned closer to the glass to sniff. There's a scent of men's perfume in the air, and it smells like youthful hormones. Catherine stomped her feet in a panic. That's my new unisex perfume. Mommy, stop guessing, go take a shower now. While saying this, Catherine forcibly pulled the mature woman out of the bedroom. Hearing the door close in the master bedroom, Catherine finally let out a long breath and quickly ran to the hidden door, whispering, "Hurry. Come out quickly. While my mom is in the shower, you need to climb out through the window at the back door." The hidden door swung open. Su Chen swiftly put on his shoes, grabbed his backpack, walked to the window, pushed it open, and leaped out, landing steadily on the lawn of the villa's backyard. After climbing over the courtyard wall, Su Chen hailed a taxi and drove away. Just as he settled into the cab, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate wildly. It was a message from Catherine. "Are you coming tomorrow night?" Su Chen leaned against the taxi seat, staring at the text on the screen, while the image of that voluptuous body in front of the one-way glass involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "It depends on the situation." Su Chen replied with a final message, and then slipped his phone into his pocket, squinting as he reminisced about the thrilling scene from earlier that morning. Tisk tisk tsk. Who would have thought? The allure of the mother was even more exaggerated than that of the daughter. If she weren't a diehard fan of Tottenham, this would definitely be a perfect British romantic encounter. Su Chen shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. The team had a day off today. He didn't want to go anywhere, he just wanted to hurry back to his apartment. Yesterday he had engaged in high-intensity confrontations with those muscle-bound guys from Chelsea on the field for over 70 or 80 minutes, and even had a fool-in brawl with the villain Diego Costa. Then he spent an entire night playing possession game at Catherine's villa. Even a body as strong as his couldn't endure such relentless exertion. Exhausted. Time to go back and sleep. A youth training contract stirs the entire Europe as major clubs wave cash to snatch him up. Alternative chapter title 1. The thrill behind the one-way glass ends, but the tremors in European football have just begun. Alternative chapter title 2. 500,000 euros to take away the new king of China. Wenger is going crazy. Su Chen returned to his rented single apartment. He opened the door, tossed his backpack onto the sofa, and collapsed onto the soft bed as if he had lost all his bones. Yesterday he had pushed hard for over 70 or 80 minutes at Stamford Bridge, severely exhausting his thigh muscles and even cramping. Then he followed to a nightclub in London's West End and tussled with Costa, which took a lot of effort. By early this morning, he had experienced high-intensity physical confrontations in the mansion. Even though his body had been enhanced to the maximum explosive power, it couldn't withstand such continuous strain. He was so tired that he didn't want to move a single finger. Closing his eyes, he immediately fell into a deep sleep, completely indifferent to the upheavals happening in the outside world. The next morning, the fog in London had not yet completely lifted. The newspaper kiosks along the street were already surrounded by early rising fans. Young people of various skin colors held up cash, loudly calling out for the day's sports newspapers. The Times had plastered Su Chen's photo of sliding to his knees and howling at the sky all over the front page. The bold black headline was extremely eye-catching: Stamford Bridge stormed by the young Chinese player, Arsenal welcomes a new king. This front-page article detailed Su Chen's running distance, passing accuracy, and his astonishing goal conversion rate. A renowned commentator wrote in the column, "We have witnessed the birth of a phenomenal genius. Facing the most solid and ruthless defense in the Premier League, he was like an unreasonable heavy tank tearing apart every defense." Meanwhile, the Sun's content made the readers who were just watching even more excited. The front page was split in half. One half featured a photo of Su Chen's volleyed goal. The other half showed photos taken by paparazzi at the Soho nightclub last night. In the pictures, Su Chen had a firm grip on Diego Costa's wrist, pinning the Chelsea villain down on the coffee table. Next to it was a shot of Su Chen embracing supermodel Catherine as they entered the mansion. The headline was ridiculously cliché but grabbed plenty of attention: 18-year-old stud battles all night. A hat-trick on the field, enemies retreating in the nightclub, and a supermodel captured in the mansion. The Sun meticulously recreated the scene where Costa initiated trouble in the nightclub, but was suppressed by Su Chen single-handedly. This gossip-laden report propelled Su Chen's popularity beyond the realm of football. Even fans from the entertainment section were fervently discussing this handsome, yet powerful Chinese boy. British Sky Sports began rolling out analysis programs as early as 6 in the morning. Several retired stars sat in the studio replaying Su Chen's 3 goals frame by frame, arguing passionately. Not just in Britain. The storm from this London derby rapidly swept across the entire European continent. A well-known sports newspaper in Munich, Germany headlined, "Did Dortmund and Bayern Munich miss their prey? Wenger has unearthed a true diamond in China." A major French newspaper was even more direct. "A Chinese genius has emerged. 3 goals showcasing 3 top-tier abilities. This is a perfect debut that can compete for the European Golden Boy Award." A well-established Spanish newspaper reveling in the chaos published a lengthy commentary. "Mourinho's prideful iron defense has become a backdrop. Should Real Madrid consider bringing in this new Chinese star to fully tap into the vast Asian market?" The entire football community across Europe was abuzz discussing the same match and the same person. An 18-year-old Chinese player. Previously, he had no appearances in any top professional league. Just a week ago, he was a discarded player who had been announced expelled by his National Football Association. Yet he made his debut as a starter in a grand derby match, delivering a hat-trick that silenced all critics. What does it mean to achieve fame with a single goal? This is the most standard and violent interpretation. Social networks exploded. The top 10 trending topics on YouTube and Twitter were all dominated by keywords related to Su Chen. The match compilation of his 3 goals along with the video clip of him teaching Costa a lesson in the nightclub exceeded 20 million views within just a few hours. Comments and messages in various languages flooded the video. "Oh my God, has the speed of his first goal been calculated yet? He completely outmaneuvered the Chelsea defender with those 2 initial moves. The second goal with that pendulum dribble, I swear on my house this must be the resurrection of peak Kaká. So strong, absurdly strong. The way he outsmarted the goalkeeper was so composed. I prefer the third volley. Didn't you notice? He deliberately used Terry as a screen to shake off the defense. His game intelligence in reading the match is even scarier than his physical prowess. None of these 3 goals were flukes. They were all pure displays of individual skill. Arsenal is really about to take off. A Wenger has found a treasure, as the fans passionately discussed and praised Su Chen across the internet. The most authoritative transfer reporter in Europe, Romano, posted a shocking insider scoop on his personal account that could cause an earthquake. Romano wrote, "Exclusive insider. Attention agents of European giants. Arsenal's current supernova Su Chen has not signed any formal contract protected by professional regulations. According to my investigations, when Arsenal initially signed him, it was to avoid the expulsion risk from the Chinese Football Association combined with complex factors like work visa points. Wenger only processed a very short-term youth apprenticeship contract for him using a special talent clause. This apprenticeship contract does not have a penalty clause for breach." What does this mean? It means that according to FIFA transfer regulations, any team only needs to pay a mere €50,000 as a youth training compensation fee to legally approach and take Su Chen away. This tweet sent shockwaves through the management of the entire European football scene. €50,000. In today's market where transfer fees often reach tens of millions or even over 100 million, this is almost cheaper than a cabbage. You could buy a 10-year-old kid who can only juggle a ball on the beach in South America for more than this price. Spending €50,000 to buy a genius who just delivered a hat-trick at Stamford Bridge and possesses the template of Kaká. This is essentially Arsenal doing charitable giveaways. In Madrid, Spain. Inside the president's office at Real Madrid's training complex, Florentino sat in the large leather executive chair. The big screen was repeatedly playing footage of Su Chen's volley. Next to him stood the sports director responsible for recruiting, holding a stack of documents. "Has the €50,000 penalty fee been confirmed?" Florentino inquired. "Mr. President, it has been confirmed with the legal department." Romano's information is completely accurate. The sports director nodded repeatedly. The Arsenal management made a colossal blunder. They left a rare treasure out in the open without even locking. Florentino stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window looking out at the training grounds. China has a massive market of over 1 billion people. For years we have been trying to explore this virgin land, but they have never been able to present a single capable superstar. Now this Su Chen is the best key to unlock that gold mine. Moreover, his hard strength absolutely deserves the grass of Bernabeu. Florentino turned his head. "Book a plane ticket to London immediately. Contact his agent team. Tell him that Real Madrid is willing to guarantee a main rotation position plus a €500,000 signing bonus. As long as he agrees, we will immediately transfer the €50,000 compensation fee to Arsenal's account. Bring him back to Madrid at all costs." In Manchester, England, at the Carrington training base, Manchester United's upper management, Woodward slammed his hand down on the desk as he looked at the urgent report analysis handed over by the scout. Currently, Manchester United's performance has been fluctuating. The front line is severely lacking in creativity and explosive breakthroughs. Star player Rooney is aging while newcomers have yet to step up. The entire team needs a new banner to boost morale. Immediately check Su Chen's address and phone number in London. Arsenal's poor club can't afford high salaries, but we can. Woodward shouted to several subordinates. Send someone over with a blank contract to block the door. Offer him a weekly salary of £100,000. Let's give him the maximum signing bonus. We need to stab that old man Wenger hard and bring this Chinese boy to Old Trafford. The Red Empire needs a new leader. It wasn't just Real Madrid and Manchester United that were reacting. Chelsea's owner Abramovich was furious about the home defeat last night and called the club manager early in the morning. That kid who tore apart our defense last night. Spend a little money to bring him over. I don't care about those tens of thousands of euros. Even if it means letting him sit on the bench every day watching the water cooler, he cannot stay at Arsenal to continue wreaking havoc on us. Executives from wealthy clubs like Paris Saint-Germain and Manchester City cancelled all their scheduled days off. Dozens of professional transfer negotiators rushed to board chartered planes flying urgently to London. Indeed, beyond the relentless deluge of sports coverage, Su Chin even found himself on the front pages of Llewellyn Dunn's celebrity gossip. Supermodel Kai Se-lin, though strikingly sculpted, had until then been a peripheral newcomer in the fashion world noticed by comparatively few. But after the Sun's unabashed pictorial exposed Kai Se-lin detonated, if only modestly, within Llewellyn Dunn's entertainment circles. Her renown swelled. Regional ambassadors from several luxury houses began proactively courting her across the Ojo mainland. People here were not prying obsessively into the private lives of top stars, nor were they excessively harsh. Many players indulged riotous nights after work. Lingering in nightclubs and changing companions was simply routine in the Ingchao players' circle. As long as you could bury the ball in the opponent's net on the weekend, green fans would forgive off-field libertinism and hail you as the city's hero. However, Su Chun was Huaxia. Some Huaxia media stationed in Llewellyn Dun quickly seized the Sun's little entertainment item and relayed it straight back home. Domestic forums already reveling in Su Chen's hat-trick at Sitan Fu Xiao greeted the gossip with a strangely indulgent response. Holy hell, our Huaxia youngster is ferocious. He crushes those muscle men of Chia Air Shi by day on the pitch and battles a supermodel in a mansion by night. That's real physical prowess. Isn't that 100 times better than our national side? Those soft-footed lads who eat sea cucumber and cramp after 2 steps. One hand pinning Kasita on the table, then he turns and takes home the best-looking girl in the room. Su God couldn't script this even in fiction. Youth wasted if not rakish. So long as he keeps scoring, I don't give a damn who he sleeps with at night. Even if he monopolizes Llewellyn Dun's society scene, it'll still be waving flags for him. Beneath the glamour filters paired with Su Chen's rock-hard performances on the pitch. Huaxia fans threw moral fastidiousness aside. Their minds were full of the image of Su Chun treating the Chia Air Shi backline like timber stumps as he stormed past them. Su Chun, of course, was completely unaware of these domestic commotions at this very moment. In his rented single flat, heavy curtains were drawn tight, shutting out the world's clamor and the intrusive light. He lay sunk into the soft bed, fast asleep. 2 consecutive high-intensity encounters, one a life-or-death combat on the pitch, the other an extreme tussle in a mansion, had utterly exhausted him. He could not be bothered to move a single finger. While Su Chin sank in deep sleep in Llewellyn Dun at the AC Milan headquarters building, the executive boardroom had descended into chaos, the atmosphere pressed down to a breaking point. The reason? The suited magnates in leather swivel chairs discovered with mounting dread that Romano's tweet was true. Su Chin's contract was nothing more than a youth academy apprentice agreement that could be bought out at will. The document made it clear. Su Chun was officially a youth team member without the protections of a professional contract or compensation clauses. His monthly stipend was a paltry few £1,000s, the kind of template contract you sign asleep in the academy. What did that mean? It meant Su Chun could be spirited away for pocket change. The moment another club slapped a 5-0 youth development compensation onto a Sun Na's desk, a Sun Na would have no standing to block it. Put aside everything else, after Su Chin's hat-trick debut at C10 Fu Xiao last night, that stunned all of Ojo. If a Sun Na announced, even a 50 million price Europe's giants would go insane, owners lining up to hand over checks. What's going on? Why after so long has his first-team professional contract still not been formalized? Jiaqi Dec, the Sun Na CEO who rarely meddled in day-to-day matters, now stood at the table with fury written across his face. He slammed his fist onto the oak table. €500,000 and our team's absolute core is ripped away. If that happens, the club's management would become the greatest joke in Ingchao, perhaps in all of Ojo football history. They would be hurled from office windows by enraged Sun Na supporters by morning. The head of legal wiped cold sweat from his brow and explained helplessly, Mr. Jia Su Chin has not played a single top-level professional match. According to club policy, and to mitigate risk, we intended to offer him a lower-tier second-grade rookie contract within the squad. Bear in mind this would be his first professional contract. A weekly wage of £30,000 is hardly insignificant for a young player. A Sun Na's wage structure has always been tightly controlled. That is why when Go has been called the savings vault, only marquee figures like Sang Chiesi and Ichi Air drew top wages, around 140 per week, while the second-tier rotation men earned roughly 6 to 8 weekly. From legal's perspective, offering a fledgling £30,000 per week, to a player just stepping into the professional scene already demonstrated the club's sincerity. If Wengu had not insisted on including Su Chun in the starting lineup, legal had planned to offer as little as £10,000. What they did not expect was, Wengu had actually blocked the signing. He had said at his desk that they should wait until after the derby against Chiaer Shi to reassess Su Chen's terms. Legal thought that was reasonable. After all, Chiaer's ironclad defense was brutally difficult. Even if Su Chen played against Tae Li and Ka Chiaer, he would likely be exposed. Once Su Chun was humbled by the Lonjun backline and learned the cruelty of Ing Chao, he would obediently sign for £30,000. After all, with the Huaxia FA having expelled him, only a Sun Na would grant him playing opportunities. They were confident they could trap Su Chun with a low base salary. Instead, everything had been blown apart. He left Tae Li groping at air, and pierced Ku Air too was net. In a single night, his name resounded across Ojo. Paradoxically, a Sun Na itself found itself on the back foot, where once Su Chun was a powerless youth prospect. Now it was the club's executives who would be on their knees begging him to sign. If we now offer the second tier £80,000 weekly, will he sign? Jiaqi D.C. swallowed his temper. It will be useless, Mr. Jia. The commercial director, ashen-faced, raised his tablet. 10 minutes ago we received internal word Man Lian's executive vice chair Wu Daiweida has departed Manche Site with a contract bound for Luandun. They've offered a 150000 weekly wage. And Huang Ma's envoy, Fu Luo Lundi Nua, has offered a 10 million signing bonus. They're all after that 5000 compensation. Jiaqi D.C. felt faint. If we keep escalating, well, touch the wage tier of Sang Chiesi and each, that would stir unrest in the dressing room. He hesitated. He's only an 18-year-old newcomer with one appearance, giving him top-level pay right away. Bang! The meeting room door was brutally kicked open. Wengu entered in a coat-face ashen, striding with assistant coach Bo Erda at his heels, equally anxious. Jiaqi D.C., are you still worrying about that ridiculous wage structure? Wengu spared no manners, jabbed his finger toward the CEO, and scolded him. A Sun Na, calm down. We're discussing. Jiaqi D.C. stammered. Discuss my ass. Wengu cursed, dragged out a chair, and sat heavily. I've already had calls from 3 agent contacts. Half of USIS agents are converging on Luandun. Wengu swept his gaze across everyone present. If you don't have a top-wage contract ready today, by tomorrow morning Su Chun will be wearing Man Lian red or Huang Ma. Jiaqi D.C. swallowed. Wengu, we must consider the club's overall budget. Does he really deserve Sang Chia's level wages? Deserve he? Wengu snorted. If I were the coach of some other club with sufficient transfer funds. Wengu slammed his palms on the table, each word driving into the room. Even if they priced him at 100, I'd rip up the checkbook and buy Su Chun into my ranks without hesitation. 100 million. The head of legal cried in astonishment and dropped his pen. Every executive, Jiaqi D.C. included, inhaled sharply. What was 100 million? In recent years, Huang Ma splashed 94 million to poach Kulisi di Yanua to rebuild the Galacticos. At the time, all of Ojo thought Fu Luo Lun di Nua mad. That was a price from another world. When Ka Duo Ize Ku Sun Duo Si Sang Tua Si Lai Te moved after winning the Ballon d'Or, the fee was only around 65 million. And now Wengu claimed that this Huaxia lad with only one official match to his name was worth 100 million. This is outrageous, Wengu. Jiaqi D.C. shook his head repeatedly. Not exaggerated at all. Wengu would not relent. Watch the few explosive strides he used to beat Tae Li yesterday. That fusion of man and ball's explosive acceleration. There is no second one like it in Ing Chao. And that goal. He knew how to use the opponent's body as a screen to create space in the direst moment and deliver a fatal strike. He has supreme physical gifts and terrifying football IQ. Wengu drew a deep breath, his tone softened slightly, but his resolve remained unyielding. Not to mention the Huaxia market behind him. If he stays in the starting 11, broadcasting revenue shares and shirt sales alone could recoup that 100 million within 3 years. Jiaqi D.C. fell silent. The room was so still one could hear a pin drop. So you will sit here and quibble over a few tens of thousands in weekly wages while tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions slip away, eh? Wengu threw out his final decisive argument. Do you want to suffer the pain of seeing Fabu Le Gac and Fan Pei Shi poached again? If we cannot even keep the future core we discovered ourselves, a Sun Na will forever be a second-rate outfit fighting for 4th place. At when guess words, Jiaqi D.C. broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed. If Su Chen fled under a youth contract, the entire executive team would be nailed to a Sun Na's pillar of shame. Faced with vast profit and existential peril, offering Su Chen top wages required little more deliberation or otherwise. Movement of players between youth squads is not governed by FIFA's transfer window rules. After all, Su Chen theoretically still belonged to a Sun Na's youth academy. If he packed his bags and signed in Manche Site now, neither Wengu nor Jiaqi D.C. could stop him. Jiaqi D.C. whipped his head toward the head of legal. Go. Print the contract for me now. Mr. Ja, how much should we put for the salary? The legal chief fumbled with his laptop. 15,000 per week. Signing fee 3 million. Give him all image rights personally. Jiachi DC ground out the figures through gritted teeth. Sun Na's executives had no choice but to bow and compromise. On one hand, although Su Chun was nominally an ace Sun Na Academy player, he had only been in London a few short weeks. Expecting club loyalty to sway him was nonsense. Moreover, the domestic FA had just expelled him. He was now a free soaring hawk. On the other hand, Sun Na was reluctant to pay that 15,000 top wage, but rich suitors queued to pay. After all, bringing in the current Su Chun required only the bargain price of a 5,000 development fee. Jiachi DC had to move before the big clubs could act and make the deal irreversible. Get that contract ready at once. They'll take it myself to Su Chen's flat. Jiachi DC barked urgency. When Gus snatched up the car keys. Stop dawdling. I'm coming with you. Meanwhile, 3 streets from Su Chen's flat in a black Maybach, Man Lian's executive vice chair Wu Da would have tugged his tie and yelled at the driver. Drive faster. Ignore the red lights. They'll pay the fines. We must knock on that Huaxia boy's door before Sun Na's lot even react. Wu Da would have gripped the document tightly. Man Lian's maximum offer. 2,000 per week, a 10 million signing fee, and a pledge to rebuild the Red Devils midfield around Su Chun. On the highway from Shisi Luo Airport, a black Mercedes corporate van also sped forward. In the back, Huang Ma's emissary kept checking his watch. Fu Luo Lundi Nua's imperative pressed down on him. To unlock the untapped Huaxia gold mine, Huang Ma could not afford to miss this sensational news star. Even if it meant throwing down cash outright, they would stuff him onto a private jet bound for Italy. A morning in London. On the bed in a spacious apartment, heavy curtains blocked out the glaring sunlight. Su Chun was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping soundly. Last night's intense match, along with the midnight uniforming of Diego Costa, followed by a series of ball control exercises at Catherine's mansion. All this exertion had completely drained his physical stamina. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone broke the tranquility. The ringtone rang incessantly, showing no signs of stopping. Su Chun frowned, eyes closed, reaching for the phone on the nightstand and pressing the answer button. Third uncle, what's the matter so early in the morning? On the other end, a rough voice of a middle-aged man came through. It was Su Chen's uncle in Huaxia, Su Dingfang, who was also his current nominal agent. Xiao Chun, you're still sleeping. The sky outside is about to turn upside down. Su Dingfang spoke rapidly. It's a complete mess. Arsenal has compromised. Their top executives just called me, willing to offer you an immediate top salary contract, making you a key player in the first team. Moreover, Real Madrid, Manchester United, Chelsea, Paris Saint-Germain. The transfer managers of these super clubs were just lining up to call me. They all saw that Romano's leak. 50,000 euros for youth training compensation. To them, this amount is practically nothing. Manchester United directly offered a weekly salary of £200,000 plus 10 million euros as a signing bonus. Real Madrid is even harsher. They promised to pay 2 million euros in cash immediately and guarantee you a starting rotation position. All the wealthy clubs across Europe were waving checks, waiting for us to nod. Su Dingfang's hand holding the phone trembled. This was a huge sum of tens of millions of RMB just dropped on the head of an 18-year-old boy. What do you think? Su Dingfang forced himself to calm down. Do you want to stay in London or go elsewhere? We have the initiative now. Hearing this, Su Chen's dazed brain completely woke up. Various clubs were. This situation had long been anticipated by him. Romano, the journalist specializing in transfer news, had remarkable connections. The 50,000 euro breach of contract for the youth training could not be concealed. Those super clubs had a nose for talent sharper than a hound. Who wouldn't want a top-tier physical talent from Huaxia, who just scored a hat trick on his debut? But should he really leave Arsenal at this moment? Su Chun sat up in bed, leaning against the pillow as his mind raced. Going to Real Madrid. The atmosphere in the Bernabeu dressing room was incredibly intense. Their stars gathered with Cristiano Ronaldo as the absolute tactical core, along with Gareth Bale and others. As a newly emerged rookie, how much ball control would he get there? Without ball control, there would be no way to build statistics. In the short term, he definitely wouldn't attain the status of a tactical core. He would likely be shifted to an unfamiliar wing position. Going to Manchester United. The Red Devils were currently in a tumultuous post-Ferguson era. The tactical system was chaotic and coaching changes were frequent. Whoever went to Old Trafford would bear the brunt. Going there would simply waste his developmental time. Chelsea. He had just made an enemy of their main striker Costa. Moreover, Mourinho's ironclad defensive counterattack tactics had particularly harsh requirements for attacking players' defensive positions. Su Chun was very aware of his advantages. He had the peak card template of Kaido Ezekson dos Santos Leite awarded by the system. That kind of violent aesthetic of long-distance runs, that kind of domineering style of powerful strides with the ball. He must be in a place willing to grant him unlimited shooting rights and build a team around him to unleash his strongest power. Arsene Wenger, the head coach of Arsenal, was precisely such a talent scout. Wenger excelled at nurturing young talents and understood how to design an offensive strategy centered around a core player. Staying at Arsenal could offer the most stable opportunities for playing time and absolute core tactical treatment. This was the fundamental concern for him at this stage. Opportunities to earn big money would arise in the future. First, he needed to win the Premier League, the FA Cup, the Golden Boy Award, and the Premier League Golden Boot. Once he amassed honors and firmly established his strength across Europe, he would possess true dominant bargaining power whether he stayed with the Gunners or negotiated with other clubs. Suchun took a deep breath, his gaze clear. Third uncle, tell those scouts from the super clubs to hold off for now. I'll stay at Arsenal. Suchun said into the phone. On the other end, Su Dingfang was momentarily stunned but quickly agreed. Okay, it's your call. We made a name for ourselves here. Staying is indeed the most prudent choice. I'll go talk to Arsenal's higher-ups about a weekly salary of £150,000. Wait. Suchun interrupted Su Dingfang directly. Third uncle, call Arsenal's management again. Tell them my conditions have changed. £150,000 a week is not enough. Suchun pulled over a jacket and draped it over his shoulders, his tone serious. I want Arsenal to break their salary structure for me. I want the highest salary in the entire team. On the other end of the line, Su Dingfang gasped sharply. This kid's appetite is too big. Arsenal, being notoriously stingy with their finances, usually takes weeks to negotiate a few £1,000s for renewing a key player's contract. To expect them to break their salary structure for a young player was akin to tearing off their flesh. However, Su Dingfang had been in the social arena for many years and quickly responded. He nodded emphatically. Exactly. This deal can be negotiated. They are the ones in a rush right now. The offers from Manchester United and Real Madrid are out in the open, and this fire has already reached the eyebrows of Arsenal's management. Sky-high prices lead to low returns. I'll handle it right away. After hanging up the phone, Suchun tossed it aside. He rolled back onto the bed and closed his eyes to continue his sleep. On the other side, on the streets of downtown London, a black Maybach sped through the traffic. In the back seat of the car, Arsenal CEO Gazidis and head coach Wenger sat side by side, both with anxious expressions. They were holding a freshly printed contract with a top salary of £150,000 ready to rush to the apartment and have Suchun sign it. Suddenly, Gazidis' phone rang. He glanced at the number and immediately answered. Gazidis' face shifted from anxious to sullen, finally turning a shade of livid. What's wrong? Wenger sensed something was off and hurriedly spoke. Gazidis hung up the phone with clenched teeth and slammed his hands onto his thighs. His agent just called. £150,000 is not enough. They refuse to accept the salary on par. He demands to break Arsenal's existing top salary structure, to take the highest salary in the entire team. Gazidis gasped for air, his chest heaving. This is absolutely impossible. Gazidis shook his head repeatedly, raising his voice. Arsenal is a legitimate public company. The salary structure has strict budgetary constraints, offering a record-breaking super salary to an 18-year-old rookie. This must be approved by a full board meeting. Those stubborn old men sitting in the office only looking at financial statements would definitely flip the table in the meeting room. They will never allow anything that disrupts the club's salary system to happen. Once this precedent is set, everyone in the locker room will come demanding salary increases. After hearing this, Wenger's expression turned utterly grim. If we don't offer this money, Manchester United's Woodward will immediately stuff a £200,000 fat contract into his hands. Wenger reminded coldly. According to the latest news, Real Madrid's special envoy's private jet has just landed at Heathrow Airport. Are you really going to let a core player worth over €100 million be taken away for a mere $50,000 due to budget differences? Gazidis irritably yanked at his expensive silk tie. If the board doesn't approve, the salary structure collapses. If they don't, the superstar transfers to the rival camp, and those higher-ups will be scolded by fans the next day. Arsenal was completely cornered with no way out. Turn the car around. Head back to the club headquarters. Gazidis decisively ordered, slapping the back of the driver's seat. I'll contact a few major shareholders immediately to convene an emergency online video meeting. This matter must be decided by the board. Meanwhile, back home in Huaxiao, the online public opinion pot was already boiling. Suchun's miraculous hat trick at Stamford Bridge was like a super adrenaline shot, directly piercing the hearts of countless Huaxiao fans. For many years, Huaxiao fans had been suffocated in darkness for too long. Now they finally had a miracle worker who could single-handedly break through Chelsea's iron defense. In a short time, Suchun became the hottest superstar in domestic sports. His name dominated all trending searches. The hype directly overshadowed various popular celebrities in the entertainment industry. At this critical moment, many veteran figures and retired legends in the domestic football circle could no longer remain calm. They publicly voiced their opinions on their respective social platforms, urging the Football Association to recognize the reality immediately and promptly withdraw the absurd announcement of dismissal made a few days ago. Some even passionately demanded that Chairman Chen personally come out to apologize and strongly suggested that the future Huaxiao national team must be built around Suchun unconditionally. Let Suchun be the absolute tactical core. Thousands of fans spontaneously organized themselves and rushed to leave frenzied comments on the Football Association's official website. The website's servers were overwhelmed and crashed several times due to this massive influx of traffic. In Beijing at the Football Association headquarters, Chairman Chen sat behind a large solid wood desk pulling at his hair in frustration. The ashtray was filled with discarded cigarette butts. Initially, he thought Su Chen would merely be a big-money starter manager in the Premier League. He expected that within a few days Su Chen would be returned to his country. Who would have thought that this kid not only became a starter, but also scored 3 incredible goals in front of the whole world? Now public opinion had made a complete 180 turn. For him, Chairman Chen, to publicly issue a statement of apology. Where would that leave his face as the head of the Football Association? Who would still take his orders in the future? Would he still have any authority? More critically, those demands put forth by the legends making Su Chen the absolute core of the national team. This was purely ridiculous. The national team is not just any place. It is a vast arena entangled with interests from all sides. Who makes the national team roster, who starts, is all tied to sponsorship quotas, local football association relationships, and even massive financial transactions with player agents. This constitutes a solid and immovable chain of interests. If they really succumbed to public opinion and welcomed Su Chen back as a revered figure, with Su Chen's defiant personality who dared to challenge the Football Association leaders in public at the airport, he would definitely not obey the management's arrangements and interference. At that time, all tactics would have to revolve around Su Chen, leaving no space for others. This would directly threaten countless people's livelihoods. Their bureaucratic authority in the Football Association would be completely undermined. This is absolutely impossible. Chairman Chen slammed his palm heavily on the table. But if he didn't compromise, the enraged fans could overturn the Football Association building at any moment. What pained him the most was the attitude of the higher-ups in the sports general administration. The top leaders had just issued a statement that morning the Football Association must clean up the mess they made themselves. The sports general administration absolutely wouldn't take the blame for this. The original statement was severe. If this negative incident affected the annual sports funding approval, only Chairman Chen would be held accountable. Having long mixed in the political arena, he knew he was on the edge of being sacrificed as a scapegoat. A young player just turned 18, had actually leveraged his own strength to corner this top decision-maker of the Football Association into such a dire situation. Saying yes was not an option, and saying no was equally impossible. He felt trapped on all sides. Just as Chairman Chen was in a state of panic preparing to draft a compromising public relations statement by pinching his nose, the office door was suddenly pushed open with force. Director Guo from the Football Association's press office rushed in his face, glowing with excitement, not even bothering to knock. Chairman Chen, we have hope. We are saved. Director Guo hurried to the large desk, waving a stack of freshly printed color photos from a high-definition printer, slamming them onto the table. You must take a look at this. Chairman Chen furrowed his brow, looking down at the photos. The image quality was not particularly clear, clearly taken from a distance with a high-powered telephoto lens. In the image, Su Chen was in a dimly lit nightclub pressing down on a muscular man's arm with one hand, while a very attractive blonde girl in a strapped dress stood beside him. The subsequent photos were even more explosive. They showed Su Chen with his arm around the blonde girl's slim waist entering a luxurious villa late at night. A solitary male and female entering a room in the dead of night. What is this? Chairman Chen's heart raced. Director Guo rubbed his hands together, grinning wickedly. These are news images just exposed this morning by the most famous gossip newspaper in the UK, The Sun. Su Chen's lifestyle is completely scandalous. He took advantage of his scoring fame, and right after the match he rushed to those chaotic nightclubs to find women to spend the night with. According to the details uncovered, this woman is a local supermodel who loves to mingle in the fashion scene. Director Guo pointed emphatically at Su Chen in the photo. He was caught in the act by her paparazzi. Chairman Chen was stunned for a moment, staring intently at the photos for several seconds. Then, his eyes brightened, his pupils involuntarily widening. The gloom and worry on his face vanished, replaced by uncontrollable joy and excitement. This was not just a stack of simple gossip photos. This was simply a lifeline sent to him by heaven. Great. This is wonderful. Chairman Chen sprang up from the leather chair, gripping the edge of the table tightly, breathing heavily in excitement. In the open environment of mainland Europe, players going out to nightclubs to unwind with supermodels is nothing at all. That's their freedom. But in Huaxiao it was entirely different. As long as they activate the media for a bit, this becomes a scandalous lifestyle. This is a breach of personal ethics. This is moral decay. For a young player like this, no matter how good his skills are, what use is it if he can't even maintain the most basic ethical standards? Our national team is a prestigious collective representing the country's image. We absolutely cannot have such a chaotic private life as a bad apple. Chairman Chen shouted with enthusiasm, releasing the pent-up frustration he had felt for days. As long as he could firmly pin the label of bad conduct on Su Chen, he not only wouldn't need to apologize to the outside world, but could also firmly maintain the moral high ground to keep Suchun out of the national team. He could even turn the tables, accusing those fans and legends who supported Suchun of being blind star chasers and unable to discern right from wrong. Immediately, contact the publicity department. Also notify that Ma Dexing. Chairman Shin slammed the table loudly, issuing the order. Activate all media resources we usually maintain. Spread these few photos all over the internet. Make the headlines as eye-catching as possible. Be as vicious as you can. Let the whole country see how this so-called Huaxia talent is actually such a lowly character behind the scenes. Just half an hour later, the Football Association's massive bureaucratic propaganda machine roared to life. Led by renowned football journalist Ma Dexing. They had originally been scolded by netizens nationwide to the point of not daring to open the comment section on Weibo, hiding at home like a rat afraid of light. Now receiving instructions from their master and armed with this explosive news, they instantly revived like they had been injected with adrenaline. A series of lengthy condemnatory articles were quickly produced. Shocking scandal. The so-called pride of Huaxia is actually indulging in nightlife and corruption. Searching for flowers and willows after matches, this national football player with no bottom line, do you dare to want? Unveiling the true face of the supernova accompanied by violent brawls and women, does he deserve to wear that jersey? Various shocking headlines instantly flooded the sports sections of major portal sites. Not only that, but the Football Association also spent a fortune hiring a massive number of professional internet trolls rushing into the comment sections of major social platforms to create chaos. They organized and premeditated attacks, frantically criticizing Suchun for his moral decay and inappropriate lifestyle, claiming he was utterly unworthy of wearing the sacred jersey emblazoned with the national flag. At this moment, the entire Huaxiao online opinion field was thrown into a nuclear bomb-level explosion. The previously one-sided support for Suchun was once again stirred into a murky mess. Some older netizens, or those who didn't watch much football and were unaware of the truth, were directly swayed by these overwhelming soft articles, beginning to join in the condemnation of Suchun's private life. Meanwhile, the dedicated Arsenal loyalists and Suchun's fans unleashed their fury. They grabbed their keyboards, citing examples of foreign stars in a frenzied counterattack in the comment sections. On the domestic internet, Ma Dexing and the Football Association's hired trolls flooded the web with malicious articles. Far away in London, Suchun, having concluded his morning rest, naturally came across these vile words on domestic social media. However, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Or rather, being blacklisted and slandered by these people made Suchun feel fortunate. He truly did not want to sink to the level of those bloated fools in the Football Association. Every day they feast on sea cucumbers and engage in internal strife. Is that a place for serious football? Unless one day the national team undergoes a complete overhaul. Root out the cancerous elements like the president of the Football Association and Ma Dexing completely. Otherwise, even if the so-called national team roster invited him with great fanfare, he wouldn't deign to cast a glance. The Football Association thought this moral coercion could force Suchun into a corner. In reality, it had no effect on him. He continued to eat and drink as usual. In the following days, Suchun waited for his uncle to finalize the details of a top salary contract with Arsenal, while fully immersing himself in daily training at the Coney training ground. On the training ground, coach Wenger issued a firm directive. Arsenal's tactical system underwent a complete overhaul. All offensive strategies must revolve around Suchun. Although assistant coach Bold reminded that putting all the eggs in one basket makes it easy for opponents to target. If Suchun's role was neutralized, Arsenal's attack would become paralyzed. But Wenger overruled the dissent. Currently, Arsenal had no margin for error. There was only one focus. It was to have the entire team integrate into the system driven by Suchun as quickly as possible. Those who shine in this system would be promoted and given opportunities. Those who could not adapt or had grievances against this single core strategy would be marginalized and relegated to the bench. The team's former darling Little Tiger Walcott was the most typical example. Walcott had just recovered from injury and officially returned to first-team training. Initially, he was brimming with confidence, intending to reclaim his starting position as a winger or center forward. But he soon despaired, realizing that his position was gone, and it was thoroughly lost. Suchun's tactical value far surpassed anything he could contribute on the front line. Now Suchun possessed absolute authority over shooting and ball control. Walcott's speed, which he prided himself on, paled in comparison to Suchun's explosive acceleration. Walcott sat on the bench with a bitter smile. Returning from injury, he suddenly lost his starting position. Moreover, he lost it in such a way that he could only accept it. After a few internal matches, Walcott sadly recognized the reality. As long as Suchun remained at Arsenal, he would never reclaim his former core status. In this professional football world that values strength and talent, the strong reign supreme. Walcott even began to ask his agent to pay attention to offers from other teams contemplating leaving. This is the cruelty of the Premier League. There is no room for sulking or resentment. Losing a starting position and causing a scene in the locker room is simply foolish. 3 days later, the 6th round of the Premier League commenced. Arsenal faced Aston Villa away. After a stunning comeback against Chelsea in the previous round, Arsenal's points had reached 8. The gap to the top team Chelsea was only a few points. Before this round of matches started, both Manchester teams unexpectedly lost away. As a result, as long as Arsenal could secure all 3 points at Villa Park, they could significantly close the gap in the standings and even break into the top 4. This season's Premier League kickoff was chaotic, with various teams vying for dominance, and the situation was very tumultuous. In the away team's locker room, Wenger stood before the tactical board, clapping his hands vigorously. The more chaotic the situation, the greater our opportunity. We must secure victory against Villa today. We need to go further in this season's Premier League than ever before. Just aiming for the top 4. Sitting in the corner putting on his shoes, Su Chen heard this and scoffed inwardly. What he desired was more than just the title of a top 4 fanatic. Since he came to the Premier League with the system's support, he aimed to bring that heavy Premier League trophy back to the Emirates Stadium. Facing a competent Aston Villa side, Su Chen naturally appeared on the starting lineup. The Villa manager was determined to counter this Chinese kid who had just wreaked havoc at Stamford Bridge. Not only did he assign 2 defensive midfielders to closely mark him, but he also leveraged the home fans' momentum to encourage players to commit frequent fouls. They attempted to use this foul strategy to disrupt the rhythm of the game and reduce Arsenal's midfield ball progression. However, these rough tactics failed to halt Su Chen's progress. In fact, today Su Chen was even more active than he had been against Chelsea. His movement on the pitch was astonishingly relentless. No matter where the ball was, he tirelessly darted back and forth. What a joke. Others might not know, but Su Chen kept track in his mind. For every meter he ran, the system rewarded him €1. Each pass earned him €100, every dribble €1,000. Every shot €1,000. It was like openly picking up money on the pitch. Not only did Su Chen run wildly, but he also frequently waved to his teammates for the ball. Once the ball was at his feet, he would dribble, maneuver, pass, and make runs. Su Chen's white figure almost filled the entire attacking front. On the sidelines, Wenger watched the tireless Su Chen, nodding and marveling. This kid not only has extraordinary talent, his survival instinct and fighting spirit are incredibly rare. He was born to be an absolute core. Little did Wenger know. The true motivation behind Su Chen's relentless effort was simply to exploit the system. Run to a future. Dribble to wealth beyond measure. Under Su Chen's unreasonable assault, Aston Villa's meticulously arranged defense quickly crumbled. In the 23rd minute of the match, after attempting 2 long shots, Su Chen finally found the opportunity for a decisive strike. Cazorla delivered a precise ground pass from midfield. Su Chen received the ball at the edge of the penalty area with his back to the goal. The Villa defender behind him pressed hard against his back, trying to use his weight to unbalance him. With his thigh muscles taut, Su Chen planted his left foot firmly on the grass and gently nudged the ball to the right with his right foot. Using this force, he executed a powerful half-turn on the spot. The Villa defender was pushed back half a step by this immense force. Just that half step of space. Su Chen made no adjustments, swinging his right foot for a powerful shot. Bang! The ball soared like a cannonball, skimming along the wet grass and precisely drilling into the bottom right corner of the goal. 1-0. Arsenal opened the scoring away. The Arsenal traveling fans erupted in thunderous cheers. Ding! Goal valid. Reward €1,000. Hearing the crisp notification sound in his mind, Su Chen laughed heartily as he dashed towards the corner flag, throwing a powerful punch. What a delight. Scoring not only raised his value but also earned him cash. After breaking the deadlock, Arsenal's attack flowed like mercury. In the 36th minute, Arsenal launched a rapid counterattack. This time, Su Chen did not ask for the ball in the center. Instead, he moved directly to the left flank. Receiving a long pass from a teammate, he faced Villa's fullback and activated Kaká's explosive dribbling mode. He split the ball from the defender with his raw speed. Storming down the sideline over 20 meters, Su Chen suddenly came to a halt near the byline. With his left foot, he sharply cut the ball inward, cutting inside from the wing. This style of play is incredibly lethal in today's football. After shaking off the defense, Su Chen carried the ball laterally into the penalty area. Before the 2 center-backs could close him down, he curled an exaggerated shot with the arch of his right foot. The ball bypassed the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers, struck the inside of the far post, and bounced into the net. 2-0. Su Chen scored again. Unbelievable. This cut-inside shot is simply impeccable. The British commentator roared in the broadcast room. In the second half, as the game resumed, the Villa players became increasingly desperate and aggressive. In the 10th minute of the second half, Su Chen received the ball in the penalty area, feinting twice and causing the opposing center-back to lose balance. Just as he prepared to shoot, an opposing defender dove in and tripped Su Chen with his studs. Beep. The referee showed no mercy, pointing to the penalty spot and pulling out a yellow card. Penalty. Arsenal's primary penalty taker Cazorla stepped up, picked up the ball, and handed it directly to Su Chen. This is the treatment of a core player. Su Chen confidently stood at the penalty spot with the ball. He took 2 steps back, his eyes fixed on the opposing goalkeeper. The referee blew the whistle. Su Chen ran up. No unnecessary feints, a powerful strike with the inside of his right foot. The ball whistled through the air, hitting the top right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper misjudged the direction and dove to the left, only able to watch the ball sail by. 3-0. A hat-trick. Su Chun delivered another godly performance. The broadcast camera zoomed in on Su Chin's young and confident face. The bullet comments in the domestic livestream had gone completely crazy. Whoa. 3 matches, 3 hat-tricks. This is the king of football in China. Football association's old dogs, come witness the divine. The one you blacklisted is wreaking havoc in the Premier League. This form is too fiery. Unstoppable, simply unstoppable. After scoring this penalty, the suspense of the match had completely vanished. Wenger decisively substituted young Gnabry for Su Chun. Although Su Chun was still running on the pitch, not wanting to leave, he understood this was the professor's protection. The Aston Villa players, already frustrated from the significant score deficit, were playing with increasing aggression. If Su Chun got injured due to malicious fouls in garbage time, it would not be worth the loss. The entire crowd stood up and applauded. Su Chun threw on his jacket and returned to the bench. He immediately closed his eyes, opened the system panel in his mind, and tallied the substantial rewards from this match. Distance run 7,091 meters. 7,091 euros. Dribbles 13 times. 1,300 euros. Shots 8 times. 8,000 euros. Successful passes 45 times. 4,500 euros. Goals 3,300 euros plus various rewards for tackles and penalties earned. In total, by the end of this match, Su Chin's system account had gained a whopping 73,000 euros. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Su Chin couldn't help but smile widely. Moreover, once the match concluded and Arsenal secured those 3 points as the starting core, he would also receive a substantial win bonus. Playing a match with all earnings combined brought in easily over 100,000 euros. This money was simply too easy to earn. However, Su Chin closed the attributes panel and sighed. 100,000 euros seemed like a lot, but it was far from the 100 million euros needed for the skill global vision in the system store. At this rate of earning, even if he started every match and played full-time, he would need several hundred matches to gather. Too slow. How could he cope with the upcoming grueling schedule at such a snail's pace? To accumulate wealth and strength quickly, he needed to find alternative paths. His gaze finally landed on the main quest at the bottom of the system panel, shimmering with golden light. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive wins in the Premier League. Quest reward: a grade skill, cannon shot. Accompanied by the referee's 3 long whistles at Villa Park, the match has come to an end. 3-0. Arsenal has cleanly secured 3 points on the road. The players of the home team Aston Villa walked back to the locker room with their heads down. Meanwhile, the Arsenal players lined up below the away stands, raising their hands to thank the loyal fans who traveled to support them. In the last 10 minutes of the match, Villa, trailing by a large margin, completely gave up resistance, and the situation on the field turned into a one-sided passing drill. The broadcast camera focused solely on the Chinese youth seated on the bench, ignoring the other players on the field. At the Sky Sports commentary booth, Neville held a freshly printed post-match statistics sheet, loudly shouting into the 17 years old. 2 Premier League matches. 2 consecutive hat-tricks. 6 goals scored. Who else? I ask, who can stop this heavy tank wearing jersey number 43? If the first match against Chelsea was seen as a stroke of luck or Chelsea's negligence, then today's second hat-trick has shattered all doubts. Not only does he possess monstrous physical attributes, but he is also seamlessly integrated into Wenger's tactical system with incredible speed. No, to be precise, Wenger has completely dismantled Arsenal's tactical core and handed it over to this young. As Neville's words fell, the broadcast showed an updated Premier League top scorers list in the lower right corner. As soon as the list was released, millions of fans watching the broadcast worldwide gasped. First place, Su Chin, Arsenal. Goals 6. Second place, Diego Costa, Chelsea, goals 4. Third place, Aguero, Manchester City, goals 3. In just 2 matches, Su Chin needed only a short amount of time on the pitch to dominate the Premier League scoring. He even opened up a 2-goal lead over the formidable Chelsea striker Diego Costa. Such a crazy start to the season. This is simply unprecedented. The entire Chinese internet erupted in a celebration more lively. The barrage of comments in the online live stream was dazzling. Su God is awesome. Who said he can only play 1 good game? This is consecutive hat tricks. Isn't it just a hat trick? Su Chin will just bolt by them. Where are those assholes from the Football Association? Come out and take a walk. The one you fired is now the top scorer in the Premier League. I'm dying of laughter. Just yesterday, they had trolls criticizing Su Chin for running out of stamina. Today, he sprinted around the field for 80 minutes and created 3 goals. With this kind of hard power, don't even mention going to a nightclub for a drink. Even if he buys out all the champagne in London's night spots, I would still buy his jersey. A sense of immense happiness enveloped every true football fan in China. This past week has been surreal. A 17-year-old local youth on the stage of the world's largest league, treating defenders worth tens of millions in Europe like monkeys. How can this not drive people mad? Not just domestically, but the entire Asian sports media has exploded. Japanese fans are spitting acid on forums. Although they have far more players playing in Europe than China, they have never seen such a phenomenon of a prodigy emerging, so suddenly becoming the core, in just 2 matches. A prominent sports newspaper in South Korea went so far as to publish a lengthy article on the front page titled, "In-Depth Tracking, Where Does the Incredible Explosiveness of Chinese Prodigy, Su Chin Come From?" His ancestors likely have Korean blood. This baseless and shameless article triggered a backlash from countless Chinese netizens who climbed over the wall to criticize. But it also indirectly confirmed that Su Chun has already caused a red-eye syndrome in the entire Asian football scene. Fans from all sides are arguing fiercely online. And for those European super clubs waving their checkbooks, Su Chin's consecutive hat tricks have made them abandon their last shred of hesitation and plunged into a frenzied bidding war. With a training fee of €500,000 buying the top scorer, who scores like crazy. Any fool would do that. In London at the Arsenal club headquarters, CEO Gazidis sat in his large office feeling a chill at the back of it. His 2 personal phones and the office landline were all ringing off the hook. Gazidis took a deep breath and picked up the landline. No, Mr. Woodward. Su Chun is not for sale. We absolutely cannot accept Manchester United's offer. Yes, we are about to sign a formal professional contract with him. Please stop wasting your efforts. What? £200,000 a week. Gazidis' expression changed drastically as he slammed the receiver. This was already the 4th call from Manchester United's executive vice chairman Woodward today. Although Ferguson had retired, his influence in the management remained. It is said that Ferguson once snatched Cristiano Ronaldo from Arsenal, and now he wants to repeat that with Su Chun. This absolutely cannot happen. Gazidis pressed the internal communication button in front of him. Get the legal department in here. Soon several senior Arsenal officials and a legal supervisor entered. Just now the Arsenal board held an emergency video meeting. Those old men sitting in the office staring at reports refused to agree to offer Su Chin a weekly salary of £150,000 to break the existing salary cap. They believed that once a new player broke the salary cap, stars like Sanchez and Ozil in the locker room would line up to knock on the door, demanding a raise. This would lead to a complete collapse of the club's salary structure. But that doesn't mean Arsenal would give up on Su Chun. After intense arguments, the board proposed a workaround. Gazidis slammed a freshly drafted document on the table. Contact Su Chin's agent. Tell him we can only offer a base weekly salary of £140,000. Equal to Sanchez, it must not exceed this red line. But, Gazidis emphasized, the base weekly salary won't change, we can compensate in other ways. This is a compliant operation in Bundesliga and Premier League transfers. Raise the signing bonus to €10 million. Also increase the appearance fee from £10,000 to £50,000. Win bonus £100,000. He earns money as long as the team wins. Goal bonus £50,000 for each goal. Include all these clauses in bold in the contract. Deliver it to him immediately. The legal supervisor almost broke the pen in his hand upon hearing these numbers. This is not just signing a player. This is like inviting a deity of fortune back. The appearance fee and goal bonuses plus that €10 million signing bonus. If Su Chun maintains this scoring efficiency, the actual amount he would receive would far exceed the $200,000 weekly salary offered by Manchester United. Although it indirectly increases the budget. But the base salary cap is preserved and it shuts the mouths of other stars in the locker room. This is the shrewdest calculation of the management. Half an hour later, Su Chun, who had just returned to his single apartment and taken a hot shower to prepare for rest, received an urgent call from his uncle Su Dingfang. Little Chun, Arsenal has given a new proposal. On the other end of the line, Su Dingfang's voice was so excited that it cracked. He recited to Su Chun the long list of bonus items proposed by Gazidis word for word. After hearing all this, Su Chun leaned back on the sofa, his eyes immediately lit up. Not breaking the salary cap. No problem at all. Su Chun didn't care about empty titles. What he wanted was real money in his pocket. He quickly calculated in his mind. The system has a money-making function rewarding €10,000 for each goal scored. Now Arsenal Club also wants to give additional goal bonuses, £50,000 for each goal, plus the win bonus of £100,000. If he scores 3 goals in a match like today and wins, he could receive nearly €300,000 from the club and the system combined. A dual money-making mechanism. It's as if Arsenal Club has become a legal ATM. So tempting. Uncle, this condition is sincere. I can agree to not break the weekly salary cap. However, since they are so generous with the bonuses, let's give them a bit more burden. Su Chun took a sip of water, his tone calm. Uncle, you tell the legal department people. The bonus items are still not enough. On the other end of the line, Su Dingfang was taken aback. Not enough? Kid, this money is already shocking. The signing bonus is €10 million. There's no such thing as too much money. Su Chun chuckled lightly. You let them add these clauses: when the Premier League title, reward £500,000. When the FA Cup, reward £200,000. When the Champions League, reward £800,000. Plus personal honors: when the Premier League Golden Boot, reward £300,000. If he wins the Ballon d'Or, reward £10 million. Su Chun listed off a series of jaw-dropping. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. After a long pause of over 10 seconds, Su Dingfang gasped. You really dare to ask for this? Su Dingfang wiped the sweat off his forehead with a sigh. Soon without further ado, Su Dingfang directly dialed Gazette's number to convey Su Chen's ultimatum. In the Arsenal headquarters office, Gazidis, after hearing these additional bonus clauses, was initially stunned. Then surprisingly he readily agreed, without hesitation. Agreed. Include all of them in the contract. Gazidis shouted into the phone. After hanging up, the legal supervisor looked at Gazidis with some concern. Sir, these championship bonuses add up to a staggering amount. Have you lost your mind? Gazidis interrupted him directly with a cold snort. Bundesliga champions. Champions League winners. Ballon d'Or. What do you think is the likelihood that our team, with its current roster depth, can achieve these honors? Gazidis waved his hand. These are all terrifying-looking promises that he can never attain. Even if Arsenal really manages to win the Champions League this season, thanks to him, the broadcasting rights revenue, sponsorship rewards, and skyrocketing stock value will allow the club to reap enormous profits. By then, don't even mention giving him £800,000 if they sold the naming rights of the Emirates Stadium to give him his bonus. The board would support it unanimously. London Kearney Training Base Press Conference Hall. The venue was crowded with hundreds of cameras jostling for space in the front row. Reporters from major European sports media were all armed with cameras intently focused on the few seats on stage. Arsenal CEO Gazidis walked onto the stage with a radiant smile, closely followed by head coach Wenger. In the center, dressed in athletic gear and appearing relaxed, was Su Chun. The three took their seats. The flashes from the cameras lit up the area like broad daylight, blinding everyone. Gazidis tapped the microphone, cleared his throat, and spoke in a booming voice. Dear media friends, we are immensely honored to announce to the world that Arsenal Football Club has officially signed a brand new long-term contract with our super talent Su Chun. The contract is for 3 years with an additional 1-year priority renewal option. Let's welcome the future ruler of North London. With that statement, Wenger stood up with a smile. The old coach took a brand new, neatly folded Arsenal home red and white jersey from a staff member behind him. Wenger grasped the two shoulders of the jersey, exerted force, and shook it vigorously. The back of the jersey was fully revealed to all the reporters' cameras. A wave of uncontrollable gasps erupted from the crowd of reporters. It displayed 2 large numbers. 14. Above the 14, the abbreviation of Su Chen's name was printed SU. Not the previously worn fringe number 43, but the heavy 14. In Arsenal's century-long history, the number 14 holds an irreplaceable magic. It is the exclusive number of the king of Highbury, the Gunners' totem, Thierry Henry. Whoever wears this jersey becomes the tactical core of the team. Originally, this jersey was worn by the Little Tiger Walcott, hailed as Henry's successor. However, due to long-term injuries, Walcott, after returning from injury, found that Arsenal's tactical framework had completely transformed into Su Chen's single-core operation. Wenger personally spoke with Walcott last night. Facing a freakish rookie who had just scored consecutive hat-tricks and toyed with the Premier League's strongest defense, Walcott had no confidence to resist. He voluntarily handed over the number 14 jersey and chose to compromise. Wenger solemnly handed the jersey to Su Chun. The two held the jersey together, standing side by side, while the flashes below crazily recorded this historic moment. This set of photos was just uploaded online. The entire fan circle in China went into a frenzy. Wow, number 14. This is number 14. The first Chinese to wear the absolute core number of a top European club in history. Walcott had to give up his position, and Wenger handed the lifeblood of Arsenal to Su Chun. Did those fools in the Football Association see this? This is the tumor you announced to expel. He has become a local emperor in the Premier League. Just be awesome. This slap in the face feels so good. I want to buy 10 Su Chun jerseys to send to my brothers. The football craze online spread like wildfire across the grassland, growing stronger. The name Su Chun was directly cemented at the top of the trending search lists across various social media. Just mentioning these 2 words generates terrifying traffic monetization. This explosive effect immediately attracted countless capital predators in a frenzy. Domestic sports brands, beverage giants, and car manufacturers were all eager to grab Su Chen's endorsement rights. A professional assessment agency directly released a statement online. Given Su Chen's current competitive level and the limitless traffic popularity, the annual endorsement fee is conservatively estimated to exceed 100 million. In the underground garage of Kearney Base, Su Dingfang sat in a newly acquired high-end Maybach driver's seat, rubbing his weary cheeks vigorously. Su Chen opened the passenger door and sat in. Xiao Chen, we need to talk. Su Dingfang did not start the car, but turned his head, his expression unusually serious. Your fame is too great right now. In the past few days, dozens of major companies in the country have been calling me non-stop. Su Dingfang sighed deeply. Uncle can manage a small business here, but now we're talking about commercial endorsements worth tens of millions of euros, as well as your complicated portrait rights contract disputes in Europe. I checked the contract Gazidis gave you. There are too many traps in the commercial terms. Uncle's education level and energy can no longer handle it. You should find a professional agency team. It's best to hire top agents from Europe. They can help maximize your benefits and block a lot of unnecessary off-field troubles. Suchin listened to his uncle's words and nodded seriously. Uncle, thank you for your hard work during this time. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to secure this first big contract. Su Dingfang waved his hand and laughed heartily. We are family, so there's no need to mention it. As long as you can play well and not get lost in the money like those people in our country, it won't be in vain for me to work hard. I will inquire about a few reliable agents recently. You decide for yourself. Su Chun leaned back in the leather seat, his gaze resolute. Making money is just a means if football itself is the foundation for him to stand in this world. Without an invincible performance on the field, all those commercial endorsements are just castles in the air. Days passed by. Midweek, Arsenal faced a League Cup match. The opponent was a weak team from England's third-tier league. To prepare for the weekend's main event, Wenger decided to make extensive rotations. Not only did he bench main players like Giroud, Ramsey, and Sanchez to rest, but he even granted Suchin a paid day off, not even including him in the matchday squad. Wenger's protection of this new core engine was astonishing. He was afraid that he would face malicious fouls from lower league teams in such a trivial cup match. Even if it was an all-substitute lineup, Walcott and Gnabry, eager to show off, still easily sliced through the defense at home, winning 3-0. They smoothly advanced to the next round of the League Cup. But no one in the entire Arsenal squad celebrated the victory of this cup match, because everyone's eyes were firmly fixated on the Premier League showdown that weekend. The air in North London had already become anxious and fervent in advance. In the 7th round of the Premier League, Arsenal was about to challenge their century-old rivals Tottenham Hotspur at the away White Hart Lane Stadium. The North London Derby. London Tottenham Hotspur Training Centre. The door to head coach Pochettino's tactical meeting room is firmly shut. A large projection screen continuously loops match footage. This is Suchin's exclusive personal highlight reel. 3 goals against Chelsea and 3 goals against Apple. All footage of Suchin's matches has been meticulously extracted frame by Spurs analysts and pieced together. Touches, runs, accelerations, dribbles, and shots. A specialized aerial viewpoint showcases every move Suchin made during 2 complete matches, presenting it to the Tottenham coaching staff in a comprehensive manner. Pochettino has lost count of how many times he has watched this encrypted footage. At this moment, he remains with arms crossed, intensely staring at the screen, his brow furrowed into a deep crease. As the young Argentine coach of Spurs, Pochettino is ambitious this season. After years of refinement, this Spurs team has reached a critical point for achieving results. They boast England's most formidable striker Harry Kane, a midfield maestro, and Eriksen, the French goalkeeper Lloris in defense, and the tenacious Dembele controlling the midfield. It can be said that Spurs are currently robust and fully equipped to challenge for the top 4 in the Premier League, even to contend for the league title. The first 6 rounds of the league have concluded. Spurs have accumulated 11 points, firmly keeping pace with the leading group. However, in recent days, the entire news coverage in London has been dominated by their archrivals Arsenal. This has left Pochettino and the Spurs management feeling exceedingly frustrated. In North London, Spurs and Arsenal are bitter enemies with a century-long feud. This animosity runs deep, even surpassing the rivalry between Chelsea and Arsenal. Spurs fans can hardly endure watching Arsenal bask in glory. This round of matches is the highlight of the Premier League's 7th round, the North London Derby. Venue White Hart Lane, Spurs' notorious fortress. Turn it off. Pochettino took a deep breath and gestured for the analyst to shut off the projection. The screen went black. The meeting room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Pochettino turned to his assistant coaches. These usually proud tactical analysts now all wore furrowed brows, their faces pale. They had repeatedly watched Suchin's match footage. The more they watched, the more terrifying it became. The more they watched, the greater the feeling of an overwhelming pressure. Is this kid even human? Assistant coach Jesus shook his head, his tone filled with deep helplessness. His speed, explosiveness, and rhythm of ball control are all top tier amongst the elite. Even more frightening is his ability to suddenly change direction at high speed, completely defying human mechanics. Another defensive coach gripped his hair tightly. It's incredibly difficult to defend against. Chelsea's Terry and Cahill were treated like wooden stakes by him. Villa's double pivot was breached as easily as a morning road. I can hardly imagine where Arsenal found such a monster. The task of completely containing Suchin in 90 minutes seems utterly impossible to them. Listening to his subordinates' complaints, Pochettino snorted coldly and brought his palm down heavily on the tactic. Smack! The crisp sound jolted everyone to attention. Everyone perk up. Pochettino scanned each person, his voice booming. What this North London derby signifies does not need repeating. Defeating Arsenal and stepping over their corpses to rise is our most crucial task at this stage. That kid from Huasha is indeed very strong. But in football, no one is flawless. Pochettino picked up a marker and wrote 3 bold words on the tactical board. Suchin's weaknesses. You have all been blinded by his goal highlights. If you carefully analyze his playing habits, you will discover that he has fatal flaws. First, he lacks long-range shooting ability. All 6 goals were scored within the penalty area. Even when he receives the ball from outside, he never takes a shot, but only dribbles. This shows his long-range accuracy is as poor as dirt. The coaches exchanged glances, their eyes gradually lighting up. Second, he plays like a lone wolf and must stick to the ball. Once he is surrounded, he struggles to find a passing route and can only rely on his physicality to bulldoze through. Third, and most crucially, his stamina has significant limitations. In the match against Chelsea, how did he leave the field? He was substituted due to a cramp in his thigh. Why did Wenger substitute him early in the Aston Villa match? Because Wenger knew his stamina was depleted and feared an incident on the field. A style that requires continuous high-speed sprints is incredibly taxing on the body. He is only 18 and his stamina reserves certainly won't last 90 minutes. Hearing the coach's analysis, everyone's eyes lit up. No long-range shots. Sticking to the ball. Depleted stamina. No long-range shots. That's Kaká's inherent instinct to surge forward, and his impressive hidden long-range attributes haven't yet shown their teeth. Too much of a lone wolf. Who set the rule that you get €1,000 for each successful dribble? As for stamina, Suchun has long been accumulating points to acquire that shiny, Iron Man talent in the shop, using a mortal's logic to predict the actions of an unprincipled cheat. The heavy rain at White Hart Lane is destined to wash away all the pride of Spurs. Boss, how should we play? Jesus quickly asked. Pochettino suddenly snapped the marker he was holding in half. Turn White Hart Lane into a giant meat grinder. In this match, we don't need to compete with him in technique. We must compete in intensity, compete in rhythm, compete in stamina. Pochettino's tactical core is encapsulated in 4 words: run, exterminate. Let Dembele and Dier stick to him tightly throughout the match. The moment he receives the ball, immediately apply physical pressure. Don't fear fouls. We must use relentless high-intensity grappling to wear him down. Cut off his connection with teammates and force him to carry the ball continuously. Let him sink into the mire of our 3-layer defense. From the moment the referee blows the whistle, we will raise the tempo to the highest. Pochettino waved his fists, his face flushed. I intend to completely drain this Huaxia kid's stamina within 60 minutes. Once his legs weaken, Arsenal's pathetic defense will be unable to withstand the onslaught of Kane and Eriksen. There can be only one king in North London. We will use a crushing victory to end Arsenal's dream of continuous wins. Suchun was well aware of his own weaknesses. During this period, he had been sweating profusely at the Kearney training base. While scoring consecutive hat-tricks was exhilarating, he understood all too well the dangers that lay ahead in the upcoming matches. Arsenal was currently surging in the league, but had become a thorn in the side of all other teams. Main objective: secure a 5-game winning streak in the Premier League. The mission reward was a godly, skill-heavy cannon shot. They had already triumphed over Chelsea and Aston Villa in the first 2 matches. Following that, they faced a barrage from the FA Cup and the Champions League group stage, and the exhaustion of physical stamina was undoubtedly a significant concern. Not to mention the upcoming North London derby. He understood the playing style of Tottenham Hotspur and their current manager Pochettino, who was a madman that advocated high-pressure tactics. Tottenham's midfield was packed with brute forces like Dembele and Dier. Their intention was clear: to use physical confrontations and fouls to wear down him, the core engine of the team. Suchun leaned back on the sofa in his apartment and opened the system shop in his mind. He quickly flipped through the product list, focusing on the consumables section. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion. Upon use, it instantly clears all lactic acid buildup in the body, forcibly restoring stamina to 100 with effects lasting for half an hour. No side effects whatsoever. Price €1,000,000. This item was undoubtedly a lifesaver, but the price was exorbitant. Suchun's previous system account had barely €7,000 or €80,000. He couldn't afford it at all. But the situation was different now. The exorbitant contract signed yesterday with a €10 million signing bonus had just been deposited into his personal bank account this morning. The system had long indicated that real currency could be exchanged for system funds at a certain ratio when fully activated. Without any hesitation, Suchun proceeded. He directly initiated the funds exchange. €1 million without batting an eye, he plunged it in. Ding! Purchase successful. Advanced Stamina Recovery Potion has been stored in the system backpack. Just like that, $1 million was gone. If it were in the past, Suchun would have felt heartbroken. But now, looking at the several million euros remaining in his phone's balance, he felt utterly unfazed. As long as he could topple Tottenham at White Hart Lane and maintain the winning streak, the goal rewards from the system and the hefty bonuses from Arsenal would easily allow him to earn that $1 million back. Spending money to enhance his strength and then earning it back manifold on the field. This was the true essence of an unbreakable cycle. Stamina bottleneck. If Pochettino truly intended to exhaust him with high-pressure tactics, then he would have to face a monster with stamina that never ran dry. Suchun closed the panel, stood up, grabbed his coat, and strode out the door. Off to White Hart Lane. Even before the match began, the intense and unbreakable hatred between the two sides was vividly displayed. The sky over London was gloomy today. The rain poured heavily. As Arsenal's red bus entered Tottenham territory, it faced unprecedented and frenzied obstruction. On both sides of the street, there were countless fans dressed in Tottenham's white jerseys. The number was so large it was impossible to count. Those who couldn't get tickets gathered on the essential routes to the stadium. White Hart Lane Stadium could only accommodate over 30,000 people, but outside on the streets, at least 40 to 50,000 were packed. The London police deployed riot police. Hundreds of officers holding riot shields and riding tall horses struggled to clear a path ahead. The sounds of sirens, curses, and horns mixed together. Go back to your South London. A bunch of traitors. Break that Chinese kid's legs. Arsenal can die. Outside the car window, countless grim faces pressed against the bulletproof glass roaring. Then came the sound of impact. Bang, bang, bang. Beer bottles, coin soda cans, and even smoke-emitting red flares. They pelted against the windows and roof of the Arsenal bus. The sound was enormous, and those inside the vehicle could feel the violent vibrations. This was true warfare. Arsenal had moved from South London to North London to avoid the ravages of war. This historical enmity over territory had doomed the two teams to an endless rivalry since 100 years ago. Every encounter was a collision of meteors. Suchin sat by the window coldly observing the frenzied Tottenham fans outside, who were furiously gesturing with their middle fingers. The pressure of playing away felt 10 times scarier than at Stamford Bridge. Did you see that? This is the wildest side of English football. The midfield powerhouse Wilshere leaned over and shouted loudly. They want to break our mentality before the match even starts. Suchan turned his head and chuckled lightly. Is this all they have? The glass didn't even break. What a big scene. Wilshere was taken aback for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. I love your fearless arrogance. Forget them once we get on the field. As long as you put the ball in their net, these fools will shut up. At this point, Wilshere lowered his voice and raised his eyebrows. By the way, how's the relationship with that supermodel named Catherine from the other night? Progressing. The sun has exposed your secrets. The young defender Bellerin sitting in front immediately perked up. Suchin rolled his eyes helplessly. I just went to her place for a cup of Kopi Luwak. Where do you get all this gossip? Wilshere scoffed, clearly not believing it. Dude, you need to be careful. I heard Catherine's mom is a diehard Tottenham fan. You slept with the precious daughter of a Tottenham fan, and those people in the stands at White Hart Lane would love to devour. Suchin raised an eyebrow. This is possible. No wonder the Tottenham fans outside were cursing so harshly today. It turned out it wasn't just because of the rivalry. There was also a personal vendetta mixed in with the hatred over a woman. The bus, escorted by riot police, finally made its way into the underground passage of White Hart Lane Stadium. The huge iron gate slammed shut, isolating the bloodthirsty roars from outside. The players let out a long breath. Wenger stood at the entrance of the tunnel, his face ashen, clapping his hands. Everyone get your spirits up. No matter how they provoke from the outside, it's a sign of their own insecurity. Respond with your feet. Go. Change your gear in the locker room. Meanwhile, on the other side in the Tottenham home team's locker room, the atmosphere was boiling like boiling water. Head coach Pochettino was conducting the final pre-match brainwashing session. The tactical board was filled with complex movement routes. Remember, this is White Hart Lane. This is our territory. Pochettino paced back and forth, his voice echoing in the locker room. Arsenal has been quite arrogant lately. That kid wearing number 14 from China is even more arrogant. Do they think they can dominate North London just because of a kid? They are dreaming. Pochettino suddenly stopped, staring intently at his two holding midfielders. Dembele and Deer. Both were muscular giants over 6 feet tall. Musa, Eric, you two have only one task today. Pochettino pointed at the red dot on the tactical board representing Suchin. From the first second of kickoff, keep a tight grip on him. Use your upper bodies. Pull and shove. Don't give him any space to gain speed. Don't be afraid of getting cards. Use any means necessary to drain his stamina. Dembele cracked his knuckles, producing a loud cracking sound. Don't worry, boss, I will make him understand how hard the Premier League's turf truly is. At that moment, Tottenham's captain and French national team goalkeeper Loris stood up. He wore goalkeeper gloves and pounded his chest loudly. Everyone just needs to go up front and strangle. Leave the rest to me. Loris' gaze was intense. I've watched that kid's footage. He only knows how to low dribble and get past the goalkeeper. Today, as long as he dares to break into the penalty area, he'll definitely be the first to pounce and take the ball from his feet. In this match, he won't even be able to cross half a step into my goal. Loris had the capital to be arrogant. He was one of the most agile and decisive top goalkeepers in the Premier League. He was the best at restraining breakthrough players who liked to bring the ball into the small box. Hearing the captain's decree, the Tottenham players cheered loudly. In a derby match, there was no need for too much tactical maneuvering. When you meet on a narrow path, it was all about fighting. On the Arsenal away team's side of the locker room, Wenger's tactical arrangements were equally direct. Defensive counterattack. The old coach drew 2 long solid lines on the tactical board. Tottenham will definitely come at us with unbridled aggression, attempting to overwhelm us with home advantage. The entire backline must compress. Cazorla, you must take on more defensive interceptions today. Wenger turned his head to look at Suchin, who was sitting in the middle tying his shoelaces. so you don't need to participate in retreating. Just stand near the center circle ready to support at any time. As soon as the counterattack horn blows, the whole team's possession will be at your feet. This is your first North London derby. Are you ready to silence this stadium? Suchin stood up and stomped his cleats firmly on the ground. The red and white number 14 jersey fit snugly on his upright frame, exuding an imposing aura. He looked at Wenger and nodded slightly. Leave it to me. No unnecessary chatter. At this moment, the referee's whistle urging them to take the field sounded outside. The starting players of both teams met in the narrow, dimly lit player tunnel. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Suchun stood at the forefront of the Arsenal squad. Next to him was Meanwhile, in the adjacent Tottenham tunnel, Harry Kane, Eriksen, Dembele, and others all fixed their fiercely hostile gazes on Suchun, especially Dembele. The strong Belgian even deliberately spat on the cement ground between the two teams. It was a clear provocation. Wilshere immediately got angry and was about to rush up to argue. Suchun grabbed. He didn't even glance at Dembele, merely staring straight at the light at the end of the tunnel that led to the field. When a dog bites you, you can't just bite back. Breaking a dog's leg is the correct approach. Under the guidance of the referee team, both starting lineups walked out of the player tunnel and stepped onto the grass of White Hart Lane. Boom. The moment the players appeared, the already restless stadium erupted in a roar like a tsunami. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans simultaneously released a deafening wave of boos. The enormous sound nearly threatened to lift the somewhat old roof of White Hart Lane. The weather today was terrible. Heavy rain made the turf exceedingly slippery. Such weather was most suitable for sliding tackles and easily led to injuries. This would undoubtedly be an all-out mud wrestling match. Suchun surveyed his surroundings. All around the stands were flying Tottenham flags. The entire venue was enemy territory. But at that moment, the away goalkeeper Czech suddenly shouted, "Su, look ahead." Suchun followed the direction Czech was pointing and looked up. At the very top of the away fan stand at White Hart Lane, there were only 3,000 Arsenal fans. They were surrounded by tens of thousands of Tottenham fans. Yet at this moment, these 3,000 people erupted with astonishing energy. A massive tifo banner was slowly unfolding from above the stand. It depicted a gigantic figure from behind draped in the red and white Arsenal jersey. Number 14. Messi. At the bottom of the banner, a large red banner stretched across. "Welcome our new king, Su. Conquer North London." Shocking. Astonishing. Both the players of Tottenham and Arsenal found their eyes involuntarily drawn. This young man from Huaxiao was the sole focus of the entire match. In just a week and 2 matches, he stirred up a storm in the Premier League. In the away stand of White Hart Lane, 3,000 diehard Arsenal fans erupted in a deafening cheer. Even playing away, their cheers drowned out the boos of 40,000 home fans. Tottenham's goalkeeper Loris stood grimly on the goal line. "So the media has inflated him to the heavens, huh?" Loris heavily patted his gloves. He was the starting goalkeeper for the French national team, having seen many storms. Having studied so many match videos before the game, he was certain that Suchun, who liked to take the ball deep into the penalty area, was most afraid of a decisive sweeper goalkeeper. "Today, let me personally put an end to this Huaxia kid's myth." Loris strode confidently, pacing back and forth in the small penalty area. Tottenham fans naturally wanted to give this new Arsenal king the harshest hospitality. In the player tunnel on the left side at the very front of the stand. When Suchun jogged past here during the warm-up, he received focused attention from the diehard Tottenham fans. "Go back to your lousy factory. This is White Hart Lane. Watch your shins." These were still considered polite. Various curses and insults mixed with spit rained down from the stands. Arsenal's midfield warrior Wilshere leaned in, lowering his voice to remind him. "These rabid dogs aim to provoke you, to make you lose your cool on the pitch. Don't fall for it." Suchun looked at the frenzied stands before nodding. "I understand it's my first time here. Let me experience the local customs of North London." Hearing this, the nearby defender Bellerin smiled. Facing such a hellish away ground, Suchun's calmness was indeed not something an ordinary person could match. They knew too well Suchun's strength. In the training matches at Coney, this kid nearly shattered Arsenal's entire defense psychologically. Bellerin turned to glance at Loris in the distance. The French goalkeeper was proudly lifting his chin, performing stretching exercises. "Let Suchun teach these arrogant guys a good lesson," Bellerin thought to himself. Beep. The referee's long whistle sounded. The match officially began. The North London derby was about to explode. Tottenham kicked off first. Right from the start, they took advantage of their home ground, displaying an aggressive sense of the tempo of the attack reached its peak. The midfield core Eriksen received the ball, made 2 or 3 quick passes, and shifted the ball to the left flank. Left back Danny Rose surged forward at high speed, receiving the pass without any hesitation and delivering a cross from the byline. The ball was perfectly placed. Arsenal's penalty area was in chaos. Mertzacker leaped vigorously, clearing the ball out of bounds just before Harry Kane could head it. Corner kick. Just 1 minute into the game, Tottenham earned a highly threatening set-piece opportunity. The stands at White Hart Lane erupted in a wave of cheers. Eriksen took the corner. The ball traced a curved inward trajectory in the air. In the center, Harry Kane leaped high, overpowering an Arsenal defender for a powerful header. The ball grazed the crossbar and flew out of bounds. A huge wave of regret swept through the crowd. On the sidelines, Tottenham's coach Pochettino crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. This momentum at the start was exactly what he wanted. To draw the match into a close-quarters battle, overwhelming Arsenal's defense with a fast pace. Arsenal, having escaped disaster, immediately organized a counterattack. Goalkeeper Cech took the goal kick. Defensive midfielder Cazorla steadied the pace in the backfield, sending a long ground pass to Sanchez up front. Just as Sanchez was about to turn and break through, Tottenham's right back Walker quickly closed in, using his body to block him. Sanchez looked up, assessing the situation as his path was cut off. Suchon was pulling into the right flank from the center. Sanchez decisively pushed the ball to him, then accelerated forward, dragging the defender with him. Suchon received the ball with his back to the defender. Just as his toes barely touched the ball, Tottenham's defensive midfielder Dembele charged in from the side like a crazed bull. Pochettino's tactics were crystal clear. As soon as Suchon got the ball, attack him with all your might. Dembele even used his hands, firmly grabbing Suchon's jersey at the shoulder. For an average young attacking midfielder, this collision would definitely knock them over, losing possession of the ball. But Suchon stood firm like a mountain. A core strength of 99 points erupted explosively. Not only did Suchon not fall, but he also planted his right foot firmly on the grass, twisting his waist sharply. Forcing through Dembele's 180 pounds of weight, he completed a 180 turn in place. Dembele stumbled back 2 steps, losing his grip on the jersey. Shaking off the defender, Suchon surged forward with the ball for 2 steps. Another Tottenham midfielder Dier rushed into cover. Just as everyone thought Suchon would lower his head and force his way through, Suchon pushed the ball with the arch of his right foot, passing it into the open space at the top of the penalty area. There Cazorla rushed in, striking the ball with a powerful shot. The ball soared towards the goal, but a prepared Lloris punched it away with both fists. Pochettino on the sidelines suddenly furrowed his brows tightly. Something's off. In the pre-match video analysis, wasn't this kid a lone wolf who just dribbled the ball to the end? Just now faced with a double team, how could he calmly deliver a pass? Moreover, how did he not get knocked down by Dembele's forceful charge? How could this kid's physicality be so strong? The situation on the field was changing rapidly. The ball saved by Lloris was seized by Tottenham defender Vertonghen, who cleared it with a big kick to the midfield. Both sides plunged into a chaotic battle in the center. In the 4th minute, Arsenal's midfielder Koscielny slid in to tackle and dislodged the ball from under Harry Kane's feet. The ball rolled smoothly to the right. Suchon galloped in, smoothly controlling the ball with his left foot, preparing to sprint forward. Dier, chasing back from the side, saw Suchon about to take off. With a direct scissor kick tackle, he took out both the player and the ball, brutally bringing Suchon down on the grass. Suchon rolled twice on the wet grass to dissipate the impact. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, calling a foul and issuing a verbal warning to Dier. The 40,000 Tottenham fans didn't boo their player, but cheered loudly instead. Good tackle, Dier. Break his legs. Make him remember. Listening to the barrage of insults from the crowd, Suchon didn't confront Dier, nor did he roll on the ground in pain to waste time. He pushed himself up with one hand on the grass, immediately getting back on his feet. His gaze quickly swept across the front line. He saw Cazorla making a rapid forward run. Suchon pressed the ball down. Before the Tottenham players fully retreated to their defensive positions, he swiftly took the free kick. The ball skimmed along the ground, penetrating Tottenham's midfield to accurately find Cazorla. The referee raised both hands, signaling the game to continue. After passing the ball, Suchon didn't stop, instantly becoming like a white lightning bolt, cutting into the edge of the penalty area along the right side. Cazorla understood immediately. Without controlling the ball, he made a swift pass back to the speeding Suchon. A 1-2 wall pass. Suchon received the ball, having arrived at the right flank of the penalty area. Tottenham's defensive core Belgian international Vertonghen approached with caution, lowering his center of gravity. Vertonghen knew very well that he absolutely could not allow this kid to shoot near the edge of the penalty area. Suchon controlled the ball with his left foot, advancing at high speed. Suddenly, he dropped his left shoulder, making a feint to cut in aggressively. Vertonghen immediately shifted his weight to block the inside line. In that split second, Suchon flicked the ball toward the byline with the outside of his left foot. With a cowtail, he then sharply pulled the ball back to the inside with the inside of his right foot. With 2 consecutive lightning-quick directional changes that defied biomechanics. This was the signature move of Cardo Ezequiel dos Santos Leite. Vertonghen, forced to pivot twice, slipped on the wet grass with his cleats. With a crash, he fell flat on his back in the penalty area. He was directly faked out. Stepping over the fallen Vertonghen, Suchon found himself in a completely open space. But that openness lasted merely a tenth of a second. Because Tottenham's goalkeeper Lloris had already charged out. Just as he boasted pre-match, his decision to rush out was as decisive as it was frightening. At that moment, Lloris was already near the penalty spot, arms wide open, blocking all angles for a shot. As long as Suchon dared to lower his head and force his way in, or take a powerful shot, Lloris was confident he could stop the ball. Come on, kid. I see through your ball handling tricks. Loris roared within. However, Su Chun didn't even lower. In the final step of evading Vertonghen, he didn't even adjust his rhythm. With the tip of his left foot, he gently touched the bottom of the ball. Applying force, he flicked it up. A delicate lob shot. The ball traced a magnificent parabola in the air. Loris, who had just jumped and was diving down, raised his head in despair. The ball soared half a meter above his head, crossing over his proud goalkeeper gloves. Then with a slight drop, it smoothly hit the back of the empty net. Boom. The goal is valid. The score on the big screen changed to 0-1. Just 6 minutes into the match, Arsenal leads away. At that moment, White Hart Lane fell into a dead silence. The 40,000 Tottenham diehards who had just been frantically insulting Su Chun now all gaped, unable to make a sound. In the very next second after the ball hit the net, Su Chun turned around and strode towards the goal line, facing the stands that had been the loudest in their insults. Without needing to say a word, the subtext of this action was understood by everyone in the stadium. Is that it? The meat grinder of North London, is this all you got? Time rewound to 10 seconds ago. Just as Su Chun was about to quickly strike at that note, France's goalkeeper Loris had already anticipated it. Seeing Su Chun's dazzling series of moves inside the penalty area, which left Vertonghen sprawled on the grass, Loris couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight. This Chinese kid was just as analyzed in the footage, only knowing to charge forward with the ball. Loris decisively abandoned his goal and rushed out. As a top goalkeeper, the formidable aura displayed in the face of an unknown situation is itself a defensive weapon. Loris had deeply inherited the skill of using pressure to instill fear in forwards from his predecessors. Loris' leg muscles exploded with powerful thrust. His range of movement was extensive. In just 2 steps, he had closed off most of the angle. He didn't believe that this 18-year-old brat could come up with any new tricks at such a critical moment. Yet things did not go as expected. Su Chun didn't even lift his head. With a gentle flick of his left foot, he struck the bottom of the ball. The ball soared into the air. Loris was taken aback. He desperately stretched out his arm, waving his glove in the air, but he couldn't even touch the edge of the ball. Turning his head, he saw the ball bouncing inside the goal. Despair was evident on Loris' face. That kid's view was clearly obstructed by Vertonghen's body. How did he manage to calculate the timing and angle of his approach? Loris was baffled. On the sidelines, Coach Pochettino jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. His face was a mix of annoyance, anger, and regret. They conceded a goal just 6 minutes into the match. This was the most disastrous start for Tottenham's tactical deployment in this match. They had prepared so many targeted stamina-draining strategies before the game. Now all of that was rendered useless. With Arsenal in the lead, they could comfortably retreat to their half and play defensive counterattacks. What happened to the promised midfield brawl? They didn't even want to control the midfield and simply relinquish possession. How could they hope to fight back? Just thinking about Su Chun's terrifying sprint speed and individual breakthrough ability, Pochettino felt a chill run down his spine. Even he couldn't come up with a decent response plan at this point. Should they go all out on the attack? Their defense would undoubtedly be shredded by Su Chun's counterattacks. Not pressing forward to attack. There were still over 80 minutes left in the match. Were they really going to surrender at home? That would be impossible to explain to the fans in the stands. Pochettino could only grit his teeth and walk to the coaching area, signaling to the Tottenham players to steady themselves first. In the stands, 40,000 Tottenham fans were completely furious. The team had fallen behind right at the start, which was already enough to ignite their frustration. The Chinese kid who scored had even run to the loyal fans section, openly spreading his arms in provocation. Countless coins, lighters, and even plastic cups filled with half a beer came raining down like a storm onto the corner flag area. Su Chun didn't dodge at all. He stood proudly in the rain, patting the Arsenal badge on his chest. Then he turned and ran to the other end of the field. That was where 3,000 Arsenal away fans were gathered. Su, Su, Su. The 3,000 loyal Gunners shouted at the top of their lungs, calling out the name of their new king. In the Sky Sports broadcast studio, commentator Neville shouted loudly, Su Chun went straight to provoke Tottenham's loyal fans after scoring. He knew all too well the century-long hatred between these two teams. If I were a loyal Arsenal fan, I would definitely take him as the team's sole faith. Carragher nodded repeatedly beside him. Disrespecting the enemy fans after scoring this kind of behavior is sure to attract fans. Now all the trouble has shifted to Tottenham. Su Chun's positional play might still be limited by double teaming, but if it turned into a counterattack. Carragher paused. Once he gets going, no defender in the Premier League can keep up with his pace. Countless Tottenham fans in front of the television felt their hearts leap to their throats upon hearing this. In the studio of the Chinese National Sports Channel, commentator He Wei marveled at Su Chun's rebellious figure on screen. This is the spirit of youth. The fearless spirit of the newborn calf. This is the kind of personality that the new generation of Chinese players should have. Meanwhile, in a high-end apartment in China, Ma Dexing, the editor-in-chief of a football newspaper, watched the live broadcast with a grim face. A goal scored just a few minutes into the match was akin to being slapped in the face with a shoe. Fuming, he took out his phone, opened his Weibo account, and quickly typed out a few lines. openly provoking the home fans at an away game, living an unrestrained life off the field. This is the so-called idol you've exalted. Relying on luck to score a goal without knowing his place, this kind of quality is bound to be short-lived. As soon as this defamatory Weibo post was sent out, Ma Dexing predictably faced a flood of insults from fans nationwide. Unethical black reporter, get out of football. You are just a watchdog raised by the Football Association. While he slaughters on the pitch, what kind of man are you typing? You write such lousy articles. Did you even have a father? In just a few minutes the comment section was filled with various coarse insults. Ma Dexing didn't care at all. After years in this profession, he had developed skin thicker than city walls. As long as he kept writing negative articles to stir things up, he could brainwash a group of mindless haters. When Suchon eventually hits a rookie wall during the long Premier League season, and his form declines, that will be the best time for Ma Dexing to strike. Most Chinese netizens have a short attention span, and at that time a few provocations would be enough to plunge Suchon into an irreversible whirlpool of public opinion. Back to the pouring rain at White Hart Lane. On the visiting team's bench, Wenger was as excited as a mischievous child when the goal was scored, throwing a few combination punches in celebration. However, the old coach was very clear the match had just begun. If the opponent played with the ferocity of a rabid dog in a derby match, it would be extremely dangerous. Wenger pulled the warming-up fullback Bellerin close. Go tell the players on the field. Don't fully retreat. Make an effort to regain possession high up the pitch. After winning the ball, launch the most direct attack. Look for Suchon immediately after getting the ball. Understood, boss. Bellerin replied, loudly running to the sideline to convey the latest instructions to the Arsenal players. On the pitch, the match resumed. The explosive atmosphere of the derby not only did not calm down after the opening goal, but was completely ignited instead. The players from both sides engaged in fierce battles in midfield. It was almost a close-quarters brawl. Scenes of bodies tumbling were everywhere. Within just 10 minutes, the referee had to issue 3 yellow cards to control the situation. In the 15th minute of the match, Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half, and Cazorla sent a long pass forward. Suchon controlled the ball with his chest, letting it fall neatly at his feet. Just as he was about to accelerate forward, Tottenham's center-back Vertonghen pounced from behind, executing a fierce scissor tackle. Both player and ball were heavily knocked down onto the grass. Suchon rolled several times on the slippery ground before completely dissipating the force of the impact. The referee's whistle immediately sounded, calling a foul. Vertonghen received a verbal warning. The 40,000 Tottenham fans not only did not blame their defender, but instead erupted in thunderous applause. Great tackle. Break his leg. Teach him a lesson. Amid the chorus of insults from the crowd, Suchon didn't complain to the referee, nor did he roll on the ground in pain to waste time. He pushed himself up off the ground with one hand and sprang up as if he were equipped with springs. Then he raised his hand high, signaling to Cazorla, who was taking the free kick for the ball. This scene left commentator Neville in awe. Incredible resilience. Look, our Chinese kid isn't afraid at all. He immediately stood up and asked for the ball. He has a big heart that charges forward. On the away stands, Arsenal fans once again chanted Suchon's name. At this moment, Suchon was overjoyed. Afraid of being tackled? Afraid of fouls? Not at all. As long as the ball is at his feet, that's all pure Euros. The match continued. Suchon moved around the front like a tireless leopard, constantly positioning, receiving passes, and dribbling. Ding. Successful dribble. Reward €1,000. Ding. Successful pass. Reward €100. Distance covered 100 meters. Reward €100. The crisp system notification sounds echoed in Suchon's mind continuously. He completely disregarded Pochettino's tactical arrangement to drain his stamina. With $1 million worth of high-grade stamina recovery potions in his bag, he was more than confident to sprint. In the 22nd minute of the match, Arsenal launched a counterattack. Suchon received the ball in the center circle and strode forward. Tottenham's midfielder Deer charged in from the side, attempting to block him with his body. Suchon flicked the ball outward with his right foot, followed by his left foot, forcefully using his speed to overpower Deer. The two raced through the rain. Deer exerted all his strength to try and pull Suchon's shirt, but couldn't even touch the hem of Suchon's jersey as they approached the edge of the penalty area. Without any hesitation, Suchon planted his left foot firmly on the grass, and with the inside of his right foot, he curled the ball. The ball flew straight towards the top right corner of the goal. The Arsenal fans in the stands were already preparing to raise their hands in celebration. Then there was a loud thud. France's goalkeeper Lloris leaped high like a great eagle spreading its wings. With one hand, he forcefully tipped the certain goal over the crossbar. Incredible save. Lloris world-class stop. Carragher shouted from the commentary booth. Lloris saved Tottenham. The Tottenham fans were left in a cold sweat and immediately gave Lloris a warm round of applause. Just 5 minutes later, Arsenal struck back again. Walcott sped down the flank and crossed the ball. Suchon outmuscled Dembele in the penalty area and delivered a powerful header. The ball slammed down heavily, bouncing off the ground. Lloris dove quickly, deflecting the ball out for a corner with his fingertips. It's still Lloris. A timely save. In the 35th minute of the match, Su-Chun dribbled past two defenders in the penalty area, using a quick feint to send Danny Rose tumbling, and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. Lloris decisively blocked the near corner, deflecting the ball with his thigh. The entire first half became a battle of wits between Su-Chun and Lloris. Su-Chun kept passing, connecting, and dribbling frequently, creating deadly chances in front of Tottenham's goal. It could be said that if it weren't for Lloris' superhuman reflexes today, Tottenham would have already been torn apart at home, plunging straight into hell. Meanwhile, under this series of frenzied attacks, Tottenham's defenders paid a painful price. The heavy rain washed away the grass of Bailu Lane, taking with it the heat from the players' bodies. Su-Chun greedily inhaled the air. His chest heaved violently. His lungs protested against this extraordinary exertion. Continuous directional changes and unrelenting short bursts of sprinting. Time and again he shot the ball. Sharp turns. Sudden stops. Not to mention the hard clashes with muscular opponents like Dembele and Deer. All these actions were rapidly depleting his stamina. The North London derby was living up to its reputation. The players on both sides were gritting their teeth and giving their all. This insane intensity of the match was the toughest Su-Chun had experienced since stepping into professional football. The 40th minute of the first half. At the dead ball stage, Su-Chun leaned on his knee, sweat mixing with rainwater dripped down his face. He was very aware of his shortcomings. At 18 years old, even with the enhancement of his core strength, his physical stamina had a limit. Long-distance runs and sudden accelerations were the most taxing. Moreover, Pochettino was clearly using a war of attrition strategy to wear him down. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The players walked towards the tunnel. Tottenham's coach Pochettino stood at the tunnel entrance, arms crossed, staring intently at Su-Chun as he left the field. Watching the weary young man from Huaxiao panting heavily, Pochettino clenched his fist tightly and waved it in frustration. He guessed right. This kid indeed had a tremendous bottleneck in stamina. Just 45 minutes in, and he was already this worn out. If it weren't for the goal he scored with a deft lob in the first half, Tottenham's strangulation tactics would have been flawless. In the Arsenal away dressing room, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Although they led by one goal, everyone knew that Tottenham's attacks were relentless, especially with such great physical consumption. Wenger frowned, standing silently in front of the tactical board. Arsenal's fitness coach Lewin quickly walked over to Su-Chun. "So your muscles are tight and lactic acid buildup is severe." Lewin tested Su-Chun's legs with a device. Lewin turned to Wenger. "Su's physical expenditure has exceeded limits. He can last at most another 15 minutes in the second half. He must be substituted, or there's a risk of serious muscle strain." Wenger nodded firmly. He was the coach who cared the most for his players. Even if they lost the derby, he would never risk a core player's career. After 10 minutes in the second half, Gnabry will warm up. Wenger issued the order. Su-Chun sat on the bench, pulling off his wet jersey. He opened the system panel in his mind. Although he felt exhausted like a dog in the first half, the rewards were astonishing. He had accumulated over 6,000 meters of running distance. Foul successful dribbles, passes, and that goal. In the first half, he directly earned over 50,000 euros. This was earning money with his life. Su-Chun hesitated not at all. With a thought, he directly used the bottle of advanced stamina recovery potion lying in the system's item slot. The liquid worth 1 million euros seamlessly infused into his limbs. A miracle occurred. The heavy fatigue felt like lead was swiftly stripped away. The tight and sore thigh muscles became light again. All the lactic acid buildup vanished. Negative states cleared. His stamina gauge was instantly restored to a full 100%. Not only that, he even felt better than before the start of the match. Su-Chun stood up and moved his ankle. His muscles were filled with overwhelming power once more. "I'm fine." Su-Chun looked at the fitness coach Lewin beside him. "I feel great." Lewin was somewhat puzzled. Just a moment ago he could barely speak, and now he was vibrant after drinking a sports drink. Lewin pressed down a few times on Su-Chun's calf. The result astonished him. The previously stiff muscle group was now soft and elastic, a sign of excellent stamina. "This recovery speed is simply monstrous." Lewin shook his head. Su-Chun grinned. "Coach." He turned to look at Wenger. "I don't need to be substituted in the second half. I can play the entire match." "Play the entire match?" Wenger was taken aback. He truly didn't expect Su-Chun to take the initiative to make such a request. In a derby of this intensity, even veterans couldn't cope. How could an 18-year-old rookie play the full match? "Let's see how it goes for now." Wenger waved his hand and turned to ask Lewin how did his physical condition suddenly improve. Lewin thought for a moment and provided a reasonable explanation. Perhaps he was just too excited. There have been similar cases in football. In some critical derby matches, players experience an adrenaline surge that can temporarily mask fatigue. But this kind of forced overexertion will require exponentially more recovery time after the match. Wenger chose not to say more. Since the team doctor felt there was no problem at the moment, he chose to trust Su-Chun's desire to compete. In this hostile away game, the team desperately needed this banner on the field. At the same time, the atmosphere in Tottenham's locker room was completely different. "That kid is running out of stamina." Pochettino shouted loudly at all the Tottenham players. "I saw it. By the time he left the field, he could barely walk. How many directional changes did he make in the first half? How many collisions did he endure? His stamina has long hit rock bottom. Tottenham's defensive stalwarts Deer and Dembele exchanged glances, feeling a huge relief. Defending against Su Chun was a test of physical endurance and psychological torment. Now that they knew the opponent was running on empty, they felt they could manage. Goalkeeper Loris sat in the corner, gulping water. In the first half, he had faced Su Chin's relentless assault, exhausted from making saves. If even the goalkeeper was worn out, how could the forward, who kept making those back-and-forth runs, not be tired? Pochettino slammed the tactical board. At the start of the second half, push forward with everything. Substitute the defensive midfielder for Lamela. Crush Arsenal in their half. The 15-minute halftime passed in the blink of an eye. The rain still hadn't stopped. The players returned to the field. As soon as the second half began, Tottenham launched a formidable attack. Header. Check. A beautiful one. At the start of the second half, Tottenham took the initiative. Arsenal was practically pinned in their own penalty area. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Neville shouted loudly, "Look, this is the North London derby. Tottenham doesn't want to lose at home. They've sent on more attackers." On the field, Harry Kane held his head in regret as he watched the ball being saved by Cech and go out for a corner. He was just a fingertip away from equalizing. But this was less than 8 minutes into the second half. Tottenham had taken their sixth shot. Each attempt was getting closer to a goal. Arsenal's defense was under siege. Arsenal needs to figure something out. They're retreating too deep right now. If they continue to be pressured like this by Tottenham, conceding a goal is just a matter of time. Carragher pointed out the problem bluntly as he looked at Wenger, whose brow was furrowed in the broadcast footage. The comments section in the domestic live stream was also filled with despair. Arsenal's defense is bound to break. They've been passively taking hits. Where is Su Chun? Where did Su Chun go? How come he hasn't even touched the ball in the second half? He must be exhausted. He ran too hard in the first half, and now even positioning is a struggle. That old thief Ma Dexing tweeted again, saying Su Chun has revealed his true self and has vanished in the second half. In the footage, Tottenham earned another corner on the right side. Over 30,000 Tottenham fans at Bailu Lane erupted with deafening cheers. Eriksen took the corner. The ball spiraled with a strong inward curve towards the near post. Near post, accompanied by the commentator's exclamation. Cech, tall and long-armed, leaped high, confidently catching the ball above Harry Kane's head. Veteran Cech landed, took a couple of steps forward, and scanned the field. At that moment, he heard a clear shout. Peter. That was the name of Arsenal's goalkeeper, Cech. Cech, from halfway across the field. In the pouring rain, near the center circle on his half, Su Chun stood there, raising his right arm, calling for the ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Cech swung his right arm in a wide arc, forcefully throwing the ball out. The ball soared over the halfway line, tracing a long parabolic arc. It accurately landed in Su Chun's area. Su Chun welcomed the ball, gently cushioning it with the back of his right foot. The ball obediently fell in front of him. Perfect ball control. Immediately after, he turned, pushed the ball, and accelerated forward. Every action flowed seamlessly without any pause. The effects of the €1,000,000 potion erupted at this moment. Su Chun was like a ferocious leopard that had caught his legs unleashed terrifying force, splashing through the mud as he charged towards Tottenham's half. Doesn't look like he's out of stamina at all. Dembele, who had just retreated back near the center circle, was completely stunned. His starting speed was even more ferocious than at the beginning of the first half. Tottenham had pushed forward with their entire line. Only two fullbacks, Danny Rose and Walker, remained at the back. A huge gap was formed, facing the oncoming interception from Danny Rose. Su Chun did not slow down at all. From 2 meters away, he pushed the ball outward with his left foot, while quickly following up with his right foot to pull the ball back. He executed an unreasonable change of pace. With maximum explosive power, like a red whirlwind, he cleanly passed Danny Rose. Rose didn't even get the chance to reach out and grab his shirt. The last line of defense, Walker panicked. He watched as Su Chun approached the penalty area with beast-like speed. Walker gritted his teeth and slid in from the side. He didn't care about winning the ball. He just wanted to take Su Chun down, ball and all. Faced with this powerful sliding tackle, Su Chun was already prepared. His left foot stomped heavily on the grass. The tremendous reaction force propelled his body upward. He leaped over Walker, who was sliding in, leaping over the defense, charging straight in. Beautiful, beautiful. Neville stood up in the broadcast room, shouting hoarsely. He's unknown. Su Chun received the ball. Loris has charged out. Su Chun is still accelerating. 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 At the edge of the penalty area, French goalkeeper Loris' eyes were bloodshot as he dashed out of the goal. The humiliation of being lobbed was still fresh in his mind. Loris spread his arms wide, lowering his center of gravity, blocking all angles for ground shots. As long as you dare to shoot, I'll use my body to block the ball. The distance between the two rapidly closed. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Loris decisively dove to block the ball at his feet. Just a split second before he fell. Su Chun's right foot delicately nudged the ball 1 meter to the left. Then he quickly retracted his leg, jumping over Loris' outstretched arm. The ball and man passed over the goalkeeper. Loris dove in vain, lying hopelessly on the grass, turning to look back. Su Chun had crossed over him. Before him was a massive open goal. Su Chun gently pushed with his left foot. The ball rolled unhesitatingly into the white net. Goal. 2-0. 2-0. It wasn't a lob. He dribbled past the goalkeeper directly. He treated the French national team's starting keeper like a stationary dummy. Neville's voice was hoarse from excitement. This is the red lightning of Huaxia. Just as the second half began when Arsenal was at their most passive, Su Chun shattered Bailu Lane's goal with a 70-meter long-distance run. Just moments ago, Bailu Lane Stadium was in uproar. Tens of thousands of Tottenham fans. At this moment it fell silent. Each face was filled with confusion. Wasn't he out of stamina? Didn't Pochettino say that this kid wouldn't even be able to run in the second half? What sort of monster was the one who just sprinted 70 meters in the mud, shaking off 3 defenders? In the rain, Su Chun did not care about the defeated expressions of the Tottenham players. He shrugged off his teammates who came to embrace him and ran straight towards the corner flag. He yanked at his red and white jersey, turned around, and faced the broadcast camera in the stands. Number 14. Messi. The heavy rain continued to pour down. Below the stands of the White Deer Lane Stadium, where 3,000 loyal Arsenal fans gathered, Su Chun turned around. The soaked red and white jersey clung tightly to his explosively muscular physique. The large number 14. Striking. Blinding. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. The more than 40,000 Tottenham fans who had just been loudly cursing were now completely muted. Rainwater splashed on their faces. It also hit Hugo Lloris, the French goalkeeper, who lay collapsed in front of the goal. Lloris sprawled helplessly in the muddy water. His gloves were covered in mud. He gasped for breath, his eyes fixed intensely on the figure of Su Chun ahead. He thought he had seen through Su Chun's tactics. He had thought Su Chun was just a naive young player who could only dribble with his head down. But what had just happened? Starting from his own half. A furious sprint of 70 meters. Skirting past Danny Rose. Leaping over Walker's tackle. Finally facing Lloris, advanced that deceptively skillful move. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Lloris, as the main goalkeeper of the French national team, had seen all kinds of storms. But just at the moment Su Chun approached, Lloris saw an unstoppable feral beast in Su Chun. A completely unreasonable bulldozer-like. He was utterly overwhelmed by the sheer momentum. Lloris was scared. Panicking. He buried his face deep in the slippery grass with both hands. In this unknown duel against the Chinese kid he had lost. Lost utterly. Lloris finally got up from the mud, watching the figure of number 14 fading away. Next time we meet, I won't let you get past me so easily. Lloris clenched his heavily gloved fists, silently vowing in his heart. But this felt more like a pale and powerless self-comfort. That white, ghostly figure had already become a nightmare in his professional career. On the sidelines, Tottenham's coach Pochettino was completely stunned. He stood there like a wooden statue in front of the coach. The tactical board was thrown into the mud. He gaped, his mind a chaotic mess. A furious 70-meter dribble, accompanied by high-intensity rapid direction changes. How could this be done by someone who had exhausted their stamina? Just 10 minutes ago, he had firmly shouted to all players that Su Chun was out of stamina. He had directed the team to press forward aggressively. And what was the result? They were directly penetrated by a solo run from the backfield. Pochettino felt a burning sensation on his face. This speed, this combination of player and ball, this monstrous ability to recover stamina. A monster. This kid was definitely a mutated monster. Pochettino finally realized how ridiculous the tactics he had set up before the match were. What could you use to strangle a perpetual motion machine that didn't know fatigue? 2-0. It's 2-0. In front of the Arsenal substitute bench, assistant coach Bold jumped excitedly onto Wenger's back. The old coach Wenger was beaming, raising his hands high to welcome the cheers from the away fans. He is our new king of Highbury. Wenger looked at the young figure on the field, his eyes surprisingly becoming moist. A solo run of 70 meters. Continuous explosive dribbles. Skirting past the goalkeeper to score into an empty net. This was simply a perfect replica of Henry's peak. Even more dominant and unreasonable than Henry. Wenger had been worried that Su Chun's stamina wouldn't last, but it seemed that the structure of this kid's body was completely a mystery. No matter how intense the confrontation, he always managed to pull off something new. With such an attacking core, what does Arsenal need to fight for a top 4 finish? Wenger's gaze turned towards the even more distant top of the league table. A bold and seemingly insane thought began to take root in his mind. Championship. With Su Chun, Arsenal was definitely going to win that long-awaited Premier League trophy this year. At this moment, the online world in the country had completely transformed into a sea of joy. In the sports channel's live broadcast room, it's exploded. A solo run. Who can withstand this? What bullshit Tottenham meat grinder in front of my Su God, it's all papier-mâché. Who said he had no stamina? Come out and take a few steps. Just now he ran faster than a rabbit. Brothers charge. Go team building under Ma Dexing's Weibo. At this moment, the journalist Ma Dexing, who had just posted about Su Chun's true colors and invisibility in the second half, saw his Weibo comments flooded with 100,000 messages in 3 minutes. Old dog, is this what you call invisibility? 70 meters of solo run, and you call that invisibility? Kneel down to watch the game. Open your eyes to see the strength of the Chinese. The useless waste supported by the Football Association. Hurry up and delete your post and retreat from the internet to stay safe. In a high-end apartment, Ma Dexing looked at the flood of abusive messages increasing on his phone, furious to the point of trembling. His face turned ashen and finally unable to withstand the terrifying wave of online abuse. He clicked the button to close the comments section. On the field, the match resumed with a kickoff from the center circle, trailing by 2 goals and with their dignity at home in tatters. This completely snapped the tense nerves of the Tottenham players. The century-old hatred of rivals completely overwhelmed rationality at this moment. White Deer Lane became a true bloody arena. The defensive actions of the Tottenham players began to spiral out of control. As soon as an Arsenal player got the ball, it was a mix of kicking and pulling, especially targeting Suchun. In the 65th minute of the match, Suchun received the ball at the top of the center circle. He had just brought the ball under control and was ready to break through when the recently substituted Argentine striker Lamela charged in from the side. A particularly malicious flying tackle, directly aimed at Suchun's ankle. Suchun reacted extremely quickly, lifting his foot just in time, but still got taken down in the mud by Lamela. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded sharply. Without hesitation, he pulled out a yellow card to warn Lamela. But this yellow card did nothing to quell the anger of the Arsenal players. Midfielder Wilshere immediately rushed forward. He grabbed Lamela by the collar, spitting as he shouted, "What the heck? Do you want to injure him? If you can't beat him, what's manly about going for dirty kicks?" Lamela was not to be outdone, defiantly pushing Wilshere back. Players from both sides quickly surrounded, creating chaos. The referee desperately blew his whistle, forcibly separating the two, and gave each a yellow card. "Calm down, Jack. Don't fall for it." Cazorla pulled the agitated Wilshere back. Suchun got up from the mud, brushing off the grass from his shorts. His ankle throbbed with pain. These guys were really desperate, pulling every dirty trick. But he didn't care at all, because in his mind the crisp sound of coins dropping was ringing wildly. Ding. Malicious foul received. Reward €5,000. Ding. Successful dribble. Reward €1,000. What does this level of foul count for? As long as he doesn't break his leg, this is just lying down to collect money. Wenger on the sidelines was worried sick. Leading by 2 goals, 3 points were basically secured. He absolutely could not allow his tactical core to be injured in this mud pit by these butchers. The Arsenal team doctor was already standing by the sidelines with the medical kit. "Nabry, hurry up and warm up. Quickly swap Sue out." Wenger shouted hoarsely. Nabry took off his jacket and began high-knee exercises near the sideline. As soon as the next dead ball, Arsenal would immediately make a substitution. The match continued. The ball remained under Arsenal's control. Tottenham pushed forward aggressively, leaving large open spaces in their defense. In the 68th minute, Cazorla made an extremely precise interception in the backfield. Without any hesitation, he launched a long pass to the front. The ball cut through the rainstorm, flying straight into the heart of Tottenham's penalty area. There only Suchun and Tottenham's midfielder Deer were scrambling for position. Suchun positioned himself perfectly, facing the descending ball from the air. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his chest expanding to meet it. The ball struck Suchun's broad chest. It did not bounce away. This is the terrifying aspect of having maxed out ball control. The ball rolled smoothly to Suchun's feet. Deer had already closed in attempting to physically overpower Suchun. Suchun stopped and dribbled. He didn't tangle with Deer. With the outside of his left foot, he deftly flicked the ball, taking a large stride with his right foot. He executed a violent dribble. The ball glided through the rain, drawing a straight white line heading deep into the penalty area. Deer couldn't keep up with this inhuman pace. By the time he turned to chase, Suchun had already left him half a body length behind. Deer panicked. Completely panicked. If Suchun got past him, only the lonely Loris would be left ahead. This was definitely a rhythm that would lead to a breakdown. There was no time to think further. Deer inside the penalty area stretched out his right leg. He tripped Suchun's supporting leg from behind. Bang! Suchun was thoroughly knocked to the ground. He rolled twice on the slippery grass, clutching his ankle as he fell in the penalty area. At that moment, Deer had truly gone for a dirty tackle. Beep! Beep! The referee's whistle sounded sharp and piercing. Without any hesitation, the referee's hand pointed straight to the penalty spot. And that wasn't all. The referee marched up to Deer. His hand reached into the pocket of his shirt. A yellow card was held high. Then, in Deer's terrified expression, the referee pulled out a glaring red card. 2 yellows turned into 1 red. Deer was sent off, and a penalty was awarded to Arsenal. Boom. The White Deer Lane Stadium erupted at that second. 40,000 Tottenham fans erupted in deafening boos. Corrupt referee. This is a corrupt referee. Diving. That kid is definitely diving. The Tottenham players went wild. Loris was the first to charge out from the goal line, his eyes bloodshot. He ran so fast that he even slipped in the mud. After getting up, Loris, along with several Tottenham defenders, surrounded the referee tightly. "Are you blind? He was acting. He was diving." Loris yelled at the referee, spitting as he spoke. Lamela directly charged at Su Chun, who was still on the ground clutching his leg. Get up quickly, you dirty clown. Lamela reached out trying to forcibly pull Su Chun off the ground. Get your dirty hands off. A furious shout rang out. Wilshere came charging in like an angry bull from 10 meters. He delivered a fierce two-handed shove slamming into Lamela's chest. Lamela was pushed back 3 or 4 steps, landing hard in the mud. The head referee blew his whistle frantically until his face turned purple, yet no one heeded him. The assistant referee rushed onto the pitch to separate the players only to be caught squarely in the ribs by an unseen elbow. White Hart Lane had descended into utter chaos. Minutes later, after a massive intervention by security personnel, the violent shoving and mutual abuse were barely brought under control. Drenched in sweat, the head referee issued 2 additional yellow cards to Tottenham's and Arsenal's most aggressive offenders, and at last play resumed. Yet the atmosphere inside White Hart Lane had grown unbearably tense. Every Tottenham player stared at Su Chun, standing motionless over the penalty spot, with smoldering fury in their eyes, and beneath it an unmistakable unconscious dread. Yes, dread. This North London derby, with all its shame and anguish inflicted upon Tottenham, had been orchestrated by this 18-year-old Chinese youth wearing jersey number 14. Su Chun cradled the ball calmly and placed it precisely on the penalty mark. At that very moment, Tottenham's goalkeeper Hugo Lloris strode forward, stepping directly into Su Chun's personal space. Cheating fraud. You earned this penalty through contemptible simulation. You're nothing but a coward. Lloris bent low, shouting inches from Su Chun's face. Su Chun straightened up, meeting the goalkeeper's glare with icy composure, attempting to unsettle him with words, disrupting his focus before the penalty. Such a crude ploy was beneath notice. When Jack Wilshere charged forward to shove Lloris aside, Su Chun seized his hot-headed teammate's arm and shook. Lloris retreated to the goal line, but refused to stay silent. I know where you'll aim. You don't even dare glance. Go on, coward. Aim right here. He waved his gloved hands wildly. Su Chun didn't even speak. Seeing Su Chun's utter indifference, Lloris suddenly faltered. Was this truly an 18-year-old rookie? Such unshakable calm, steadfast as a mountain collapsing before one's eyes, was rare even among seasoned veterans in their 30s. Gritting his teeth, Lloris forced himself to steady his nerves. A penalty kick was above all a psychological duel between goalkeeper and shooter. If he read the direction correctly, he was certain he could save it. Once the referee confirmed only Su Chun and Lloris remained inside the penalty area, he blew his whistle sharply. A single piercing blast, echoing across a world holding its breath. Every Arsenal away supporter rose to their feet. Tottenham fans responded with a deafening, relentless barrage of boos, desperate to drown out concentration with noise. On the touchline, Mauricio Pochettino and Arsene Wenger both held their breath. Su Chun stepped back 3 paces, lifted his gaze toward the goal, and found Lloris crouched low on the line, shifting subtly side to side, attempting to sow doubt. Su Chun was unmoved. He began his rune-up, then unleashed a thunderous, precise strike with the inside of his right foot. A sharp, resonant crack split the air. No low-driven shot. No feint or tempo deception. Instead, the ball rocketed skyward, a blinding white streak, hurtling unerringly toward the absolute top left corner, the narrowest, most unreachable angle where crossbar met post. It was the furthest blind spot from the goalkeeper's reach, so distant that even if Lloris leapt early, his fingertips would never graze the ball. Lloris guessed the direction correctly, his body fully extended midair. Yet the ball's velocity was overwhelming, its trajectory impossibly acute. Whoosh! A crisp, clean, net-rattling echo reverberated worldwide through broadcast microphones. Goal. 30. A hat-trick. The Arsenal away stand erupted in earth-shaking jubilation. A stunning top-corner thunderbolt. Su Chun completes his hat-trick. Lloris was utterly helpless. Su Chun answered White Hart Lane's torrent of boos with the most uncompromising statement imaginable. Neville slammed his fist on the desk in the commentary booth. Su Chun did not erupt into wild celebration. Instead, he turned and walked slowly toward Lloris, still struggling to rise from the turf. Looking down at the French international goalkeeper, Su Chun spoke, voice laced with quiet mockery. Your performance was remarkably committed. Pity your goal resembles a morning street, vast and unguarded. Clown. At those words, Lloris's blood surged hot to his temples. His pride as an elite goalkeeper lay shattered beneath Su Chun's scorn. With a guttural roar, he lunged, fists raised, to strike. Just as his fist neared impact, thick arms locked tightly around Lloris's waist. Tottenham centre-back Jan Vertonghen had intervened. Calm down, Hugo. Have you lost your mind? He's baiting you. Do you want a red card and leave us a man down? Vertonghen dragged him backward, voice urgent and raw. Those words struck Lloris like ice water. He shuddered violently, cold sweat breaking across his back. Had that punch landed, a straight red card would have followed without question. Tottenham would then play 9 against 11, an unprecedented slaughter. Gasping for air, Lloris stared at Su Chun, not with anger now, but with profound, chilling wariness. This boy possessed not only terrifying skill, but a mind so calculating, so unervingly deep it defied belief. Suchin, seeing Loris restrained, merely shrugged indifferently. No red card. What a pity. He turned arms wide open to embrace his sprinting Arsenal teammates. Meanwhile, on the touchline, after the penalty struck the net, Arsene Wenger immediately signaled the fourth official. Substitution. With a 3-goal lead and Tottenham reduced to 10-man victory was assured. He would not allow his prized prodigy to remain another second on this meat grinder of a pitch. During the next deadball situation, the substitution board went up. Serge Gnabry replaced Suchin. Amid a cacophony of furious Tottenham boos and reverent Arsenal cheers, Suchin strode confidently off the pitch. No sooner had he crossed the touchline than Wenger hurried forward, gripping Suchin's shoulders with palpable urgency. Brilliant work, my boy. Quick, let Lewin examine your ankle. Suchin settled onto the bench. Team Dr. Lewin knelt instantly, medical kit in hand, and carefully removed his sock and shin guards. Bruised purplish impressions, clear imprints of cleats, marred Suchin's ankle and calf. Boss, no bone or ligament damage, just contusions. Ice packs will reduce swelling and bruising. Upon hearing the diagnosis, Wenger exhaled deeply, a long, slow release of pent-up tension. As long as his cornerstone remained unharmed, this derby stood as a flawless textbook triumph. His attention returned to the pitch. Without Suchin, their greatest threat, Tottenham's defensive pressure eased markedly. Yet the animosity between the two sides had not diminished in the slightest. Playing with 10 men, Tottenham's players abandoned restraint entirely. Tackles grew reckless, challenges brutal. Arsenal responded in kind, fouling with equal ferocity. For the remainder of the second half, football ceased to exist, replaced instead by a lumberjacks contest. Whistles shrieked incessantly. Yellow cards fluttered down like snowflakes. Finally, after 5 minutes of injury time, the referee blew the final prolonged whistle, signaling full time. The moment the sound faded, even the referee let out a visible sigh of relief. To continue playing risked genuine medical catastrophe. Post-match statistics were swiftly compiled. Across the match, Tottenham received a staggering 8 yellow cards and 1 red. Arsenal collected 14 yellows and 1 red. Combined, shattered the decade-old record for disciplinary sanctions in North London derbies. Arsenal, powered solely by Suchin's hat-trick, delivered a ruthless 30-away victory over arch-rivals Tottenham Hotspur, claiming 3 vital points and extending their league-winning streak to 3. Their league position vaulted into the top 3. As Suchin, wrapped in a coat and escorted by security, disappeared down the tunnel, the entire Premier League, and indeed all of European football, shuddered. 3 consecutive Premier League matches. 3 consecutive hat-tricks. Such explosive scoring efficiency defied logic, not just for a raw newcomer, but even for Piqué, Messi, or Cristiano Ronaldo arriving in England could offer no such guarantee. This crimson whirlwind named Suchin swept across the continent with unstoppable force. Within 30 minutes of the final whistle, every major sports outlet across Europe ran identical front-page headlines. Sky Sports, a historic genius arrives in the Premier League. North London's new monarch is crowned. The Sun, 9 goals in 3 games. The Chinese bulldozer flattens White Hart Lane. L'Equipe, Loris's nightmare. Suchin's 70-meter explosive run humiliates the French national goalkeeper. Every elite manager across Europe placed Suchin's match footage on their desks. All were scrutinizing this Chinese youth through magnifying lenses. The deeper they analyzed, the more unsettled they became. Pace, power, explosiveness, ball control, mental fortitude. No weakness emerged. Legendary English commentator Gary Lineker, live on air moments after the final whistle, offered this reflection. A perfect offensive machine is taking shape at the Emirates. Now every defender in the Premier League faces a single despairing question: who can stop Suchin? The match is over. The entire match has concluded. Arsenal has defeated their arch-rival Tottenham Hotspur by 3-0, entering the top 3 of the league standings, closely biting on the heels of Chelsea, who are currently in first place. In the Sky Sports broadcast studio, Neville shouted hoarsely with rage. Who would have thought? At the start of the season, Arsenal was criticized for their weak defense, yet under Suchin's leadership, they crushed their enemies in the most brutal way, defeating Chelsea, sweeping Aston Villa at home, bloodily thrashing White Hart Lane away. In 3 Premier League matches, Suchin scored a total of 9 goals. Neville suddenly stood up, pressing his hands on the commentary desk, his gaze fixated on the broadcast screen, showing the young man from Huaxia, wearing the number 14 jersey. It can be said that Arsenal's wave of crazy consecutive victories is solely brought about by Suchin. With this unreasonable genius forward, we can definitely have higher expectations for Arsenal this season. Beside him, Carragher nodded repeatedly. He had to admit he was completely captivated by Suchin. At this moment, Carragher began to look forward to Suchin's next match with great anticipation. He was certain that this 18-year-old young man would undoubtedly become a world-class superstar. Carragher had seen too many rookies who debuted at their peak only to fall swiftly. But Suchin was completely different. Within Suchin's body lay a beast that would never know fatigue. Carragher was very eager to see how much shock this Huaxia youth could bring to the Premier League by the end of the season. Into the top 3. Incredible. If this continues, Arsenal will definitely win the championship this year. 3 matches, 3 consecutive hat tricks. Just asking, is there anyone else? I'm a bit worried he might peak too soon and then struggle with fitness. Cursed be the Raven. Didn't you see how fast he ran in the second half today, even faster than a rabbit? The topic of the North London Derby surged to the top of the hot search. Huaxiao fans were immersed in all-night celebrations across various forums. Regardless of anything, this year's Premier League Golden Boot is definitely secure. Someone posted a declaration. Yes, historically the Premier League Golden Boot maxed out at around 30 goals. Now Su Chun has scored 9 in just 3 matches. With more than 30 rounds of league matches to go at this rate, he could break the Golden Boot record within half a season. So exhilarating. I never expected to see a Huaxiao player win the Premier League Golden Boot in my lifetime. It's a pity that the FA's bunch of fools actually announced his dismissal. What nonsense is this about going to nightclubs to find women or provoking rival fans? What kind of ridiculous reason is that for dismissal? A mere 18-year-old man is dating a crime. The FA is a joke. That old dog Ma Dexing even closed the comment section, truly a useless. In the comments section of various sports platforms, it directly turned into an exhibition hall of fans venting their anger at the FA and unscrupulous reporters. The match has ended. In the away team's locker room at White Hart Lane, Arsenal players were wildly splashing mineral water celebrating this exhilarating derby victory. Wenger looked at his disciples with a smile as they frolicked. Once everyone had calmed down, Wenger clapped his hands, signaling for silence. Well done, lads. Tonight you are the kings of North London. But the celebration stops here. The Premier League has no winter break. In order to cope with the upcoming grueling Christmas fixture schedule, we must prepare in advance. In the next 2 months we will play 10 league matches, 2 League Cup matches, and the Champions League group stage, average every 4 days with a high-intensity match. Our squad depth will face the most severe test. Therefore there will be no holidays tomorrow. At 9 in the morning we gather at the Coney training base. No one is allowed to be late. On the bus returning to Coney, the cabin was quiet. Most players were wearing headphones and resting their eyes. Su Chun leaned against the last row of leather seats, eyes closed, and opened the system panel in his mind. He began to tally the rich rewards from this North London Derby. Total running distance exceeded 10,000 meters. He was maliciously fouled 5 times. Successfully dribbled past 18 times. Plus the goal bonus from the hat trick. After this match his system account directly increased by 7,800 euros. And that's not all. Su Chun had just signed that lucrative bonus contract with Arsenal yesterday. Winning bonus £100,000. Goal bonus 3 goals £450,000. Just from the club's single match bonus, it reached £550,000. Converted to euros, it directly exceeded 600,000. Adding the system's rewards in a 90-minute match, Su Chun directly raked in nearly 700,000 euros. The speed of making money is more exaggerated than a money printing machine. Su Chun satisfactorily closed the financial panel and shifted his gaze downwards. Main mission: achieve 5 consecutive wins in the Premier League. Current progress, 35. Only 2 more matches are left to obtain that a level divine skill cannon shot. Su Chun glanced at the upcoming schedule. The next 2 opponents are Everton away and Manchester City at home. Both are known tough nuts to crack in the Premier League. Especially Manchester City, who have been spending exorbitantly to buy players in recent years, boasting an extremely luxurious lineup. Su Chun cracked his neck, the bones making crackling sounds. Whoever it is, as long as they dare to stand in front of him, they will be crushed. At that moment his phone in his pocket vibrated. It was his uncle Su Dingfang calling. Su Chun pressed the answer button and lowered his voice. Hello, uncle. On the other end of the line, Su Dingfang's voice was excited and slightly trembling. Xiao Chun, you played so dominantly today. Everyone here in the country is going crazy watching. I'm here to discuss serious business. In just 2 short hours my phone has been bombarded by sponsors from both home and abroad. Su Dingfang gasped heavily. Nike, Adidas, and Puma, all 3 giants, have sent their highest representatives in Asia to London overnight. They want to meet you in person tomorrow morning. Nike has even indicated over the phone that they are willing to offer an €8 million 5-year endorsement contract. If you nod, the money can be in your account tomorrow. Hearing this number, Su Chun's expression showed no change. He was very clear about his current market value. Backed by a market of over 1 billion people in Huaxiao, he is currently the most robust money tree in the global sports industry. Uncle, hold them off for now, Su Chun said calmly. Su Dingfang was stunned. Hold them off? This is €8 million. Too little. Su Chun smiled. This is just after 3 matches. When I win the Premier League Golden Boot and help Arsenal secure the league title, this offer needs to at least double. Tell those brands that if they want to sign me, they need to come back with a sincerity of over €150 million. Otherwise they need not bother. After hanging up, Su Chun shifted to a comfortable position and fell into a deep sleep. The next day the newspaper stands across England were dominated by Su Chun's photos. The front page of the Sun: Huaxiao bulldozer crushes White Hart Lane. 17-year-old boy scores 9 goals in 3 matches, shocking the world. The Times: terrifying consecutive hat tricks. New king rises, Arsenal reignites championship hopes. Daily Mail: Loris nightmare. That boy in the number 14 jersey has conquered the Premier League. For a time, the streets of England were filled with discussions about Su Chen's name. A huge suspense lingered in the hearts of all fans and media. This season, can Arsenal really win the championship? That night in the Sky Sports flagship program Premier League Preview Live Studio, famous host Lineker sat on the central sofa. Beside him were three special guests. Manchester United's legendary captain known for his fiery temper and sharp tongue Roy Keane. Arsenal's all-time top scorer the king of Highbury Thierry Henry. And another one, a British famous internet celebrity with a stunning figure and wearing a deep V-tight red dress, supermodel Catherine. Keane and Henry were invited for the most professional tactical analysis. Catherine, on the other hand, was invited partly because her devilish figure could boost ratings. Moreover, she was recently caught by paparazzi returning to her apartment with Su Chen late at night, which was explosive. Lineker threw out tonight's core question. Can Arsenal win the Premier League title this year? Lineker looked at the two. Keane snorted coldly without hesitation. Absolutely impossible. Oh, Roy, why are you so sure? Lineker quickly followed up. Keane crossed his arms and scoffed. Su Chen is indeed very talented and fast, but he is too young. The long season of the Premier League is extremely brutal. Do you really think that relying on an 18-year-old kid can win the league championship? Keane pointed at Arsenal's badge on the big screen. Arsenal is currently too reliant on Su Chen. This is very dangerous. When winter comes and the pitch becomes muddy, those relegation-threatened teams' butchers will definitely intensify their defensive actions. He will soon hit the rookie wall. What if Su Chen's form drops? What if he gets injured? Arsenal will immediately be exposed and return to the race for the top four. Hearing this, Henry immediately got angry. Roy, this is pure jealousy. Henry retorted without holding back. Reliance. Arsenal has such strong players, why can't they rely on them? 3 matches, 9 goals. Who in Manchester United can achieve that now? Henry leaned forward, his aura imposing. In that 70-meter-long run at White Hart Lane, his physical confrontation could withstand even someone as robust as Dembele. Do you think those relegation teams can stop him? Don't joke around. The two had sharply opposing views. The atmosphere in the studio thickened with tension. This was exactly the effect the production team wanted. As the two big shots were about to argue, Lineker hurriedly changed the subject, looking at the ever-smiling supermodel Catherine. Catherine, what do you think? Do you believe Arsenal can win the title? Catherine lazily leaned back on the sofa, intentionally accentuating her impressive figure. This action made several gentlemen in the studio unable to resist diverting their gaze. I don't know if Arsenal— To be honest, I don't care. Catherine winked at the camera, her smile alluring. What I care about is that man in the number 14 jersey. The way he sprints on the field is so dominating. It makes me want to be completely conquered by him. Lineker coughed lightly, quickly reminding her. Catherine, I must remind you, Su Chen has just turned 18 not long ago. So what if he's 18? 18 is the time when one is the strongest and the most vigorous. Catherine was completely unconcerned about external opinions. She turned her head directly towards the live camera and blew a highly tempting kiss. So if you are watching this show, I want to tell you. If you score in the next match against Everton— Catherine licked her red lips, her voice sweet and silky. I would be willing to wear your number 14 jersey and throw a private party just for you. Wherever you want, whatever you want to do. Boom. As soon as these words came out, countless men's hearts shattered into pieces in front of televisions across England. The online forums exploded instantly. Damn, this cannot be tolerated. My goddess. Actually openly pursuing that Huasha kid on television. Everton brothers. We must defend the dignity of Goodison Park in the next match. We absolutely cannot let Su Chen score. Take him out. We must take him out. A British male fan wailed online, vowing to dismantle Su Chen entirely. Meanwhile, fans from Huasha erupted in exhilaration. Su Chen is extraordinary. Push forward and seize victory. Trampling beneath his feet the elite of the English Premier League, conquering the roses of Great Britain. This is genuine glory for the motherland. Su Chen has just turned 18. Can his body truly withstand the strain? As long as he scores, everything he does is justified. Fans are unflinchingly pragmatic when dominate, and the world applauds. Even if he frequents nightclubs, nightly admirers will hail him as dashing and charismatic. But should he lose a match, not only would nightclub visits be condemned, he'd be branded criminal for merely eating plain rice. Incompetence, the sole original sin of competitive sport. At dawn the next day, Su Chen opened his eyes, reached for his phone, and found his WeChat interface flooded with messages. Most were from his third uncle, Su Dingfang. Xiao Chen, that British actress's televised statement has gone viral across China. You must stay steadfast, boy. Those capitalist sugar-coated bullets corrode the soul most insidiously. Su Chen gazed at the screen and typed a casual reply. Uncle, what on earth are you imagining? I am Arsenal's undisputed core and the future Premier League Golden Boot winner. Would I jeopardize everything for a woman? They exchanged several more messages. Su Dingfang was returning to China shortly to personally negotiate sky-high sponsorship contracts with several domestic conglomerates. While I'm away from London, focused solely on football, no troublemaking. That was his final admonition. Su Chen set down his phone, completed his morning routine, and headed straight for the Coney Training Center. As he pushed open the dressing room door, Suchin froze. Jack Wilshere and Theo Walcott stood atop a bench leading the rhythmic pounding of metal lockers. Private party. Private party. Private party. Across the entire dressing room, Arsenal players unleashed thunderous raucous cheers. Amid this wave of jubilation, the weariness of back-to-back fixtures vanished entirely. Even Arsene Wenger, ever the paragon of discipline, entered with a smile and clapped Suchin warmly on the shoulder. Young man, conserve your energy for the match. Suchin rolled his eyes dramatically. Boss, I truly shared nothing more than a single cup of coffee with Catherine. No one listened to Arsenal's exuberant teammates. Catherine's bold declaration of affection on live national television meant one thing: the two had already been secretly entwined for some time. Stop pretending, Sue. That's Catherine we're talking about, Wilshere declared, brimming with envy. As for Catherine, in Britain she ranked among the nation's ultimate fantasy icons. Voluptuous, audacious, unapologetically bold, though her remarks carried a whiff of calculated virality. Regardless of whether Suchin accepted her invitation, Catherine's fame in Huaxia had now exploded beyond all doubt. After concluding the morning's tactical drills, the entire Arsenal squad boarded their bus, headed for the railway station, and departed aboard a chartered train bound for Liverpool City. In matchday 8 of the Premier League, Arsenal would face Everton away. Everton's home ground, Goodison Park, had long been regarded as one of the league's most formidable fortresses. This port city bred fierce, passionate citizens, and its supporters were legendary for their fervor. Everton had begun the season strongly, but had now gone winless in 3 consecutive matches, slipping into a deep slump. The entire club bore immense pressure. They desperately needed a home victory to stabilize their position in the league table. For Suchin, however, this match held even greater significance. Primary objective: secure 5 consecutive Premier League victories, defeat Everton, and then Manchester City, and he would unlock the coveted rank divine skill thunderous cannon shot. Suchin knew full well that even possessing Kaká's fully mastered template offered no guarantee against targeted defensive schemes. Only by continually expanding his arsenal could he endure the blood-soaked path of the Premier League. And the foundation of it all: relentless victory. At 8 o'clock that evening, Goodison Park blazed with light. Before kickoff, both squads lined up in the tunnel awaiting their entrance. Everton's players fixed Suchin with undisguised. Inside Sky Sports broadcast booth, commentator Gary Lineker bantered loudly. We're all aware of that will surely ignite an extra surge of feral intensity in Everton's lads. No Englishman wishes to see his goddess spirited away by a foreign lad for a private party. Jamie Carragher burst into laughter beside him. Lineker, you're absolutely right. As a Liverpudlian, I know this atmosphere intimately. Everton will throw everything into this home clash, determined to halt Arsenal's winning streak at all costs. The camera cut to the stadium. Players emerged from the tunnel under the referee's lead. Upon Goodison Park's terraces, Everton supporters unfurled an enormous banner. This is Goodison. Foreigner, return to London. Over 40,000 home fans roared forth a deafening, venomous chorus of boos. The camera locked tightly onto Arsenal's number 14. Suchin, the undisputed focal point of tonight. He's already netted hat-tricks in each of his last 3 league appearances. Can he sustain this terrifying scoring rate here at Goodison Park tonight? We shall watch and wait. A long, piercing whistle pierced the air. The match began. Everton kicked off. Indeed, Everton's players unleashed double their usual intensity. It wasn't solely due to that British icon, but rather the desperation born of 3 winless matches compelling them to fight with everything they had at home. From the first whistle, Everton seized advantage of their home turf and launched furious assaults. Midfield maestro Ross Barkley repeatedly threaded dangerous passes. Up front, the little beast, Romelu Lukaku, used his powerful frame to relentlessly batter Arsenal's defense. Arsenal, playing away, countered shrewdly. Wenger had prepared a disciplined counterattacking strategy. The Gunners dropped deep, compressing their defensive lines. They allowed Everton to retain possession and circulate the ball harmlessly outside the box. In the 12th minute, Everton surged down the right flank and delivered a cross. Arsenal centre-back Per Mertesacker soared high and powerfully headed the ball clear of the penalty area. Defensive midfielder Santi Cazorla intercepted the first bounce and launched a long, raking clearance toward the right wing. Suchin surged forward at blistering speed. His chest cushioned the ball perfectly. Everton's right-back Leighton Baines immediately closed in, attempting to impede Suchin's acceleration with physical pressure. Suchin refused to engage. With his right foot, he drove the ball sharply forward, unleashing Kaká's signature explosive sprint. His legs generated monstrous thrust, propelling him past Baines purely on raw pace. Ding! Successful dribble. Reward 1000. Suchin rocketed down the touchline. Everton's central defender Phil Jagielka scrambled desperately to cover. Still at full velocity, Suchin struck the ball with the inside of his left foot. It skimmed the turf, tracing a stark white line, sliding cleanly between Jagielka's legs and arrowing toward the far post. There, wing forward Alexis Sanchez arrived like lightning. Facing half an empty net, he slotted the ball home with serene ease. 1-0. Arsenal took the lead on the road. 80% of the credit belonged to Suchun. His relentless, unstoppable dribbling style left defenders too wary to risk a tackle. Within Huaxiao's livestream chat rooms, comments cascaded like snowflakes. Whoa, that speed is utterly insane. Brutal overtaking. Baines couldn't even catch his exhaust. Suchun's assist was flawless. Sanchez feasted until he burst. Is this Everton's defensive standard? If they hope to protect their goddess, they'd better go home and sleep it off. Having taken the lead, Arsenal settled confidently into their counterattacking rhythm. Up front, Suchun constantly conjured danger. His long-striding, thunderous runs possessed breathtaking spectacle, entrancing neutral viewers watching on television. Everton's defenders suffered agonizing torment. In the 25th minute, Suchun received the ball in midfield and turned. Everton's tenacious enforcer Gareth Barry lunged from behind and brought Suchun crashing violently to the ground. The referee promptly brandished a yellow card. Suchun rose slowly from the turf, brushed dust from his kit, and inwardly rejoiced. Ding! Victim of malicious foul. Reward 5000. Each infringement meant fresh euros flowing into his account. This intoxicating, effortless wealth erased all sense of fatigue. He glanced at the furious Barry and shouted boldly, "Keep playing, don't hold back." Barry flushed crimson with rage, yet remained utterly powerless against this slippery young man from Huaxia. In the 35th minute, Everton earned a golden chance to score. Barkley delivered a pinpoint cross from the flank. Lukaku rose above Arsenal's defender and met the ball with a thunderous downward header, driving it toward the corner of the net. Goalkeeper Petr Cech stretched fully and deflected it over the bar with a single palm. A collective groan of anguish swept the stadium. Arsenal's goalmouth teemed with peril. Wenger bellowed instructions from the touchline, urging his team to regroup and hold firm. Near the end of the first half, the fourth official raised the board indicating 2 minutes of stoppage time. Everton surged forward en masse, desperate to equalize before halftime. A long-range effort from Barkley outside the box was punched away by Cech's double fist. The rebound fell near the center circle. Suchun received the ball with his back to goal. Everton's defensive midfielder James McCarthy charged fiercely from behind. Suchun turned calmly, swung his right foot outward in a subtle cut, shifting his weight seamlessly. Then, explosive acceleration. McCarthy was instantly left trailing in his wake. Ding! Successful dribble. Reward 1000. Suchun's performance was far from over. He stormed forward into Everton's half. Barry gritted his teeth and lunged with a reckless slide tackle. Suchun gently lifted the ball with the top of his left foot, then leapt clean over Barry's outstretched body. 2 players bypassed. Now Suchun advanced into the edge of Everton's last remaining center-back John Stones retreated step-by-step, shielding space. Suchun dipped his right shoulder, feinting a hard drive to the right. Stones instinctively shifted his balance. In that split second, Suchun flicked the ball inward with the outside of his right foot. The elastico, a seamless silken fusion of man and ball. Stones lost all footing and collapsed helplessly onto the turf. Suchun strode past him, into the box, facing goalkeeper Tim Howard, who rushed out to close the angle. Suchun did not unleash a thunderous shot. Instead, he guided the ball gently with the inside of his right foot, letting it curl past Howard's sprawling form, skimming the inner side of the post and nestling softly into the net. 2-0. After scoring, Suchun spread his arms wide and sprinted toward the corner flag, across Goodison Park. For that singular moment, an eerie silence descended. 40,000 home fans stared eyes wide with disbelief. A deathly hush lingered for precisely 3 seconds. Clap, 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 clap. From some distant corner of the stands, applause began, then swelled into a roaring, unified wave that engulfed the entire stadium. It was spontaneous, heartfelt applause from Everton's own home supporters. Suchun, Suchun, Suchun. In the broadcasting room of Sky Sports, commentator Lineker raised his voice higher as Suchun bypassed Stones, until the ball passed the goalkeeper and steadily found the back of the net. His emotions reached a peak. Goal. Brilliant. An unreasonable dribble. A textbook finish. This is a typical long-range assault by Cardo Isaacs and Dos Santos Leite. W. A shocking moment that sends chills down your spine. So domineering. So wonderful. A breathtaking goal that captivates all. The applause from the audience filled the air. The high-definition audio captured by the live camera resonated clearly across the globe. Countless England fans sitting in front of their televisions were stunned. They anticipated a fierce booing to erupt from Goodison Park. Yet the reality was the complete opposite. The live director kept the camera firmly locked on the home team's stance. On screen, countless fervent fans donned in Everton's blue jerseys stood up, applauding. They were clapping for the opponent who had just shattered their team's defense. They were applauding for Suchun. This astonishing scene left all fans in front of their televisions dumbfounded, especially the Huaxia fans. A Huaxia player, after scoring away from home, actually received a standing ovation from the loyal home fans. On the field, Suchun looked around in astonishment. Soon his expression turned solemn. He stopped celebrating, raised his hands high, and gently clapped. With the same applause, he thanked the live audience for their love and respect for football. Oh my God, it's incredible. Suchun has earned the cheers of all the home fans. Everton's fans have been completely won over by him. Lineker exclaimed while holding his head in disbelief. Beside him, Carragher looked equally astonished. Once Kaká conquered the discerning Manchester United fans at Old Trafford with a remarkable long-distance run. Over 70,000 Englishmen stood up to applaud that Brazilian. Carragher swallowed hard. And now in the equally fervent Goodison Park, a Huaxiao player, a mere 18-year-old boy, has also received this exclusive treatment reserved for top superstars. Thousands of Everton fans, though deeply frustrated by their 2-goal deficit. But at this moment, they were completely conquered by Suchun's goal, that ferocious breakthrough, that intoxicating change of direction, that cold-blooded finish against the goalkeeper. Everything was immensely satisfying, sending chills down one's spine. In the Huaxiao National Sports Channel studio, commentator He Wei's eyes turned slightly red, his voice soaring. This is the most marvelous scene in the history of Huaxiao football. Perhaps a decade from now, when Suchun has retired from the pitch, this scene will still be mentioned repeatedly by countless Huaxiao fans, forever etched in our memories. In the domestic live streaming room, the comments had piled up so thick that the broadcast image was completely obscured. The entire stadium stands up to applaud. Incredible. Wow. I can't find any other words, but wow. So awesome. This is the real deal. Superstar treatment. Real superstar treatment. The old dogs of the Football Association should come and see the deity. The one you dismissed is now worshipped as a god across England. In an instant, all Huaxiao fans felt an unprecedented sense of national pride. Their compatriot, the genius of Huaxiao. In a devilish away game with the strongest prowess, he conquered the most difficult opponent. The halftime whistle blew. People remained immersed in that half-minute-long applause. The score was fixed at 2-0. The 15-minute break passed in an instant. The second half began. The Everton players, under the furious shout of manager Martinez, were unwilling to surrender. They surged forward, launching a frantic counterattack. Barkley and Lukaku frequently created threats in the front, and Arsenal's defense was momentarily on edge. Faced with this situation, Wenger decisively made tactical adjustments from the sidelines. He substituted the physically declining winger Walcott for the French striker Giroud. The formation changed directly to 442, partnering Giroud and Suchun as the two forwards. For Wenger, this was a bold practical test. Arsenal's current offense relied too much on Suchun's individual breakthroughs. With a 2-goal lead, Wenger had enough capital to experiment with new tactical routines. The results of the experiment left Wenger pleasantly surprised. With Giroud, who stands at 6 feet 3 inches and has an extremely strong build at the forefront, all the dirty work of wrestling and competing for the first touch of high balls was taken care of by Giroud. He was a perfect tactical stronghold, with him attracting the firepower of 2 center-backs. Suchun's activity range expanded, and his positioning became more flexible. This high and fast chemical reaction immediately displayed terrifying power on the field. Wenger stroked his chin from the sidelines, nodding repeatedly. When the situation couldn't be broken, a long pass from the back directly aimed at Giroud. Giroud nodded the ball down, and Suchun sprinted forward to face the goal directly. This tactical B plan was tailor-made for this forward duo. As time passed, under the multidimensional assault, the Everton players' fighting spirit was gradually worn down. Coupled with the tremendous physical exhaustion, the pace of the game began to slow. In the 73rd minute of the match, Wenger's tactical vision received the perfect validation. Arsenal intercepted the ball in their own half, and Cazorla made a 60-meter-long pass straight to the front. Giroud leaped high at the arc of the penalty area, overpowering Everton's center-back Stones, and deftly directed the ball toward the left flank. There, a white flash had already torn through the defense and rushed over. It was Suchun. Suchun didn't wait for the ball to touch the ground. He met the ball from Giroud, planted his left foot, and unleashed a powerful volley with his right foot. Bang! The ball transformed into a white light, crashing into the top right corner of the net. Goalkeeper Howard didn't even have time to make a save. 3-0. Suchun once again performed a hat trick away from home. For consecutive matches in the Premier League. For consecutive hat tricks. This is a crazy record that will go down in Premier League history. In the stands of Goodison Park, those Everton fans who had been holding on were now covering their faces in despair. The tide had turned. The complete tide had turned. Against such an unreasonable goal machine, any defensive tactics were futile. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sound echoed madly. Ding. Goal valid. Reward 10000. Ding. Completed a hat trick in one match. Additional reward 20000. Suchun rushed towards Giroud, leaping onto the back of the French giant, both laughing as they celebrated this spectacular cooperative goal. With a 3-goal lead, the match lost all suspense. In the 83rd minute, the fourth official raised the substitution board at the sidelines. Suchun was substituted by the young Gnabry. This was also the first time Suchun had played over 80 minutes before being substituted since joining the Premier League. As Suchun turned and slowly walked off the pitch, Goodison Park erupted once again in a synchronized. This time the applause was even warmer than in the first half. Over 40,000 fans sent off this king, who had rampaged through their home ground with the highest respect. Suchin raised his hands high, clapping in gratitude as he walked off the grass. Gaining the recognition of rival away fans, Suchun has already shown the absolute potential of a superstar. Liker exclaimed loudly from the commentary booth. No, remove the potential. He is now the hottest superstar in the Premier League. Carragher immediately corrected loudly. Well done, kid. As soon as Suchun stepped off the field, the old manager embraced Suchun tightly, patting his broad back vigorously. Team Dr. Lewin immediately draped a dry towel over Suchun's shoulders and handed him a sports drink. While drinking water, Suchun celebrated with each of his teammates on the bench. In the final moments of the match, Everton scored a consolation goal with a header from Lukaku during a corner kick. But it was of no consequence. The referee blew the long whistle to end the match. 3-1. Arsenal easily defeated the troublesome Everton away, securing all 3 points, winning 4 consecutive matches in the Premier League. On the instantly updated, Arsenal's points reached 14, firmly holding on to second place, closely trailing Chelsea at the top, just one step away from reaching the summit. Suchun sat on the bus, opening the system panel in his mind. Running distance accumulated over 9,000 meters. Fouled 4 times. Successfully dribbled past 12 times. Completed 30 successful passes, adding to the goal rewards from his hat trick. After this match, over 60,000 euros appeared directly in the system account. Not to mention the enormous win bonuses and single match goal rewards from Arsenal's lucrative contract. On this trip to Liverpool, Suchun once again raked in nearly 600,000 euros in wealth. He glanced at the progress bar of the main quest. Main quest achieved 5 consecutive Premier League victories. Current progress, 45. Just one more match away from that a grade God-level skill cannon shot. As long as he secures the next match, his Arsenal will welcome an epic enhancement. Just as Suchun was contemplating the upcoming schedule, Wilshere, seated in the front row, suddenly jumped up with his phone, dashing over to Suchun like a monkey. Quick, check Twitter. Check Twitter. Wilshere was so excited that his face turned red, stuttering as he spoke. Suchun, puzzled, took the phone. On the screen was a recent tweet from top British supermodel Catherine. In the photo, Catherine stood in an extremely luxurious private party room. She wore nothing but a large redanned white Arsenal number 14 jersey. The hem of the jersey barely covered her thighs, exposing her long and straight legs entirely. That alluring figure wrapped in the jersey hinted at curves that could make any normal man bleed from the nose on the spot. On the Arsenal special train back to London, Wilshere shoved his phone screen right in front of Suchun's nose. In the photo, Catherine was wearing only the oversized number 14 jersey, her long straight legs creating a striking visual impact. Go Sue, what are you waiting for? Wilshere shouted, slapping his thigh. The surrounding Arsenal players gathered around. French striker Giroud stared at the screen, his eyes wide. Oh my God, that's Catherine. The dream girl of every man. She actually posted the address on Twitter. Sue, if you don't go, it's practically a crime. The entire carriage transformed into a sea of joy. Having just secured a major victory away from home, everyone was now going wild over such explosive gossip. Catherine. 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 Walcott led the charge, banging on the window and loudly keeping the rhythm. Suchun rolled his eyes helplessly. He pushed Wilshere's phone away. Everyone calm down, it's just a tweet. I need to conserve my energy for the next match. Shoo. A deafening chorus of boos erupted in the carriage. Stop this. With a beauty of this caliber, who cares about the next match? Defender Bellerin retorted loudly. Coach Wenger, sitting at the front of the carriage, smiled and shook his head at the commotion behind him. The old coach knew very well how energetic young players could be. As long as they didn't faint on the pitch, he would never interfere with their personal lives. The special train arrived at King's Cross Station in London. The players dispersed to go home. As soon as Suchun got into the Maybach left by his uncle Su Dingfong, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Arsenal CEO Gazidis. Suchun pressed the answer button. Su, good evening. Guess what news I just received? Is it a raise, eh? Suchun casually asked as Gazidis' voice boomed loudly, making Suchun's ears. There was an immediate 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Gazidis coughed twice. Ahem. We'll discuss the raise later. You just signed a new contract yesterday. I have another good piece of news. You've been nominated. Suchun raised an eyebrow. Nominated for what? The Golden Boy Award. Gazidis shouted excitedly over the phone. Suchun was stunned. Golden Boy Award. He certainly knew what that was. Established by the Tuttosport newspaper, the award is given to the best player under the age of 21 playing in European clubs. Names like Van der Vaart, Rooney, Messi, Fabregas, and Aguero are all on the honor roll. This is the most prestigious young player award in European football. Winning it is tantamount to obtaining a super passport to becoming a world-class superstar. This can't be right. Suchun questioned. I've only played 4 Premier League matches, and I'm already in the candidate list. Gazidis laughed heartily. So what if it's 4 matches? You scored 12 goals in those 4 matches. For consecutive hat-tricks. The whole of European football has been blown away by your performance. Today the editor of Tuttosport personally called me. They urgently revised the candidate list to include you. Last year's Golden Boy winner was Pogba. This year's favorites were originally Sterling from Liverpool and Marquinhos from Paris Saint-Germain. But then you emerged. As long as you maintain your current scoring efficiency before the winter break and lead the team to the halfway championship, this year's Golden Boy award is definitely yours. No one can take it from you. Gazidis continued to remind Suchun to maintain his form before hanging up. Suchun tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and started the car. The Golden Boy Award. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. With this honor, he could negotiate with those major sports brands for endorsements with even more leverage. Just as the Maybach exited the parking lot of the station, his phone vibrated again. It was an unknown number without any notes. Suchun answered the call. Good evening, my omnipotent Chinese football king. A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Suchun immediately recognized it. Catherine. The photo on Twitter was well taken, Suchun said calmly. Catherine chuckled lightly on the phone. Was it just the photo that was nice? I've already sent the address to your phone. You haven't shown up yet. Catherine deliberately elongated her words. You're not afraid of being too weak for tomorrow's training, are you? This is pure provocation. A very childish provocation. But Suchun happened to fall for it, since the other party dared to openly pursue him in front of all of England. As a grown man, there was no reason to back down. He'll be there in half an hour. Suchun said just 5 words before hanging up. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The Maybach roared, deeply merging into the vast night of London. The night in London was long. For some it was a night of unparalleled beauty. The next morning sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows onto the luxurious bed. Suchun opened his eyes. He sat up feeling a bit sore in his waist. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Even with a core of 99 strength, this 18-year-old body was still made of flesh. Last night's wild consumption was even more exaggerated than playing a high-intensity North London derby. Suchun turned his head to glance at Catherine, who was still fast asleep. No small talk. He directly summoned the system panel in his mind. Opening the system store, his gaze locked onto the consumables section. High-level stamina recovery potion priced at €1,000,000. This thing had saved his life before at White Hart Lane. Now it was needed again. Suchun looked at the tens of thousands of euros that had just entered his system account yesterday, along with his previous savings. With a thought, he bought it. The account balance was instantly deducted by 1 million. A bottle of virtual potion emitting a faint blue glow appeared in his backpack. Suchun clicked to use it directly. A miracle happened again. A warm current spread rapidly through his limbs. The sore muscles regained their elasticity. The fatigue in his waist completely vanished. His stamina gauge was forcibly pulled back to 100%. Suchun leaped off the bed. He did 2 high knees on the spot, feeling even better than he did before yesterday's match. 1 million euros for a complete revival. That money was well spent. After getting dressed, Suchun strode out of the apartment, heading straight for the Coney training base. At this moment, the entire English media had exploded. The Sun newspaper featured a set of exceptionally clear photos on its front page. In the photos, Suchun was driving that Maybach, entering the underground parking lot of Catherine's upscale private apartment. The accompanying text was even more provocative. The Chinese football king meets the English rose. Can the 18-year-old withstand the supermodel's charm? With this report, all the men in England were afflicted with severe jealousy. The online forums were filled with wails. My goddess. Just like that, she's been taken by that Chinese kid. This is so unfair. Not only does he score on the pitch, but he also scores off it. Everyone calm down. Catherine is famously wild. That kid is only 18, he definitely won't be getting out of bed today. Right? He'll definitely ask for leave from tomorrow's training. Arsenal's next match is against Manchester City, and if he's weak, City will definitely tear him apart. English fans were frantically cursing Suchun online for being weak. Meanwhile, the online discourse back in China was a completely different scene. Su is amazing, bringing glory to the country, stepping on the giants of the Premier League, conquering the British Rose. This is what a true male lead script looks like. But seriously, after playing 4 high-intensity matches in a row and going through all that last night, can Suchun's body handle it? While the outside world was buzzing with speculation. At the Coney training base, Coach Wenger held the Sun newspaper in his hands, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. The old coach was quite troubled. He didn't oppose players dating. But their next opponent was currently the most luxurious squad in the Premier League, Manchester City. The Blue Moon under Pellegrini had a terrifying bulldozer in Yaya Touré in midfield and a top striker in Aguero. This was a 6-point match that would determine the top of the table. Suchun chose to spend the night with a supermodel at such a critical moment. His stamina would definitely be a huge problem. Go call Lewin over, Wenger instructed assistant coach Bold. Team Dr. Lewin quickly ran over. When Su arrives, immediately give him a full stamina test. If there's a risk of muscle strain, he must come off the bench for tomorrow's match. As soon as Wenger finished speaking, the locker room door was pushed open. Suchun walked in wearing a complete set of dry training gear, looking energetic. The entire locker room suddenly fell silent. Wilshere, Cazorla, Giroud, and others all stared at him, as if he were a monster. Su, can you still walk? Wilshere gulped. Suchun grinned. Not only can I walk, but I can also. The tactical confrontation training for the morning officially began. Wenger stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his gaze fixed firmly on Su-chun. Team Dr. Lewin stood beside him with a clipboard ready to call for a stop at any moment. The whistle blew. The starting lineup faced the substitutes. Su-chun received the ball at the center circle. Substitute defensive midfielder Kokwilin immediately closed and ready to give this weak core some resistance. As a result, Su-chun pushed the ball forward with his right foot. His thigh muscles bulged sharply, accelerating from a standstill. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Kokwilin felt a flash before his eyes as a gust of wind rushed past him, not even brushing against Su-chun's clothes. Su-chun dribbled the ball, striding into the penalty area. Facing the towering veteran Mertesacker, who stood at nearly 2 meters tall, Su-chun flicked the ball outward with his left foot, quickly followed by his right foot to pull the ball back. An extremely violent cowtail turn. Mertesacker's center of gravity was completely shaken off, and his massive frame crashed to the ground. Su-chun stepped over Mertesacker facing goalkeeper Ospina and unleashed a powerful shot that sent the ball into the corner. Boom. The ball thudded against the net, producing a huge muffled sound. The entire training field fell silent. Kokwilin was dumbfounded. Mertesacker scrambled to his feet, rubbing his sore ankle, his face a mask of disbelief. Wenger on the sidelines gaped, unaware that the tactical board in his hands had fallen onto the grass. Dr. Lewin looked down at the clipboard in his hands, then at the lively Su-chun on the field. Boss. Lewin swallowed. His sprinting speed is even faster than it was yesterday against Everton. Wenger took a deep breath. What exactly is this kid made of? After fighting all night, he can still treat the starting center back as if he were a monkey in the training ground the next day. Is this even a recovery ability that a human can possess? Regardless, the huge weight that had been hanging in Wenger's heart had finally lifted. As long as Su-chun's stamina was fine, Arsenal would have a fighting chance against Manchester City. That scandal that set all of England abuzz barely touched Su-chun. It changed nothing in his world. Even in a sparring match at the Kearney base, Su-chun unleashed a savage bulltail feint and sent veteran Mertesacker sprawling, proving his physical condition remained at peak levels. But in Huaxiao, those who could not stomach Su-chun continued their last desperate struggles. Ma Dexing, the association's favored reporter, fancied he had seized a golden opportunity. He spent the night posting a long, ornate article online. In it, he tried to recast Su-chun as a decadent player, a typical villain who was enslaved by women and squandered by pleasures. An 18-year-old who shirks proper training at the base to sleep in a supermodel's apartment. Such blatant indiscipline, he declared, was bound to end a career prematurely. The professional game is merciless. A body emptied by excess, he warned, would surely be unmasked the next time it faced a true rival. This is the genius you all fawn over. Sooner or later, he will become a laughingstock. Ma Dexing, satisfied with his words, clicked send with a grin. He was convinced that such an assault on morality would utterly ruin Su-chun's name. Instead, reality served him a stinging, resounding slap. Huaxia's fans had long seen through Ma Dexing. Within 10 minutes, the comment section was overrun. You know nothing. This is bringing honor to the nation. Could you ever go to England and charm an internet sweetheart? Is that old scoundrel jealous that an 18-year-old still has so much vigor? Since when did Su-chun pretend to be a Gudetwushus? He once dared to overturn your association's table. I love geniuses with personality. As long as he keeps scoring, even if he ends up with one Kaiserlin, or every British star, they'll still back him. Reading these unruly off-script comments, Ma Dexing trembled with fury and nearly smashed his monitor. He had no choice but to sulkily close the comment section again, unwilling to confront the surging army of fans heated. Time slipped by. On a Saturday afternoon in London at Chojong Stadium, the marquee fixture of the 8th round of the Ingchao was about to begin. Aesena, sitting second in the league, were at home to third-placed Manching. This was unequivocally a six-pointer that would shape the title race. Whoever won would be best placed to keep pace with Kierxi at the summit. In the visitors' dressing room, Manching's coach Pellegrini stood astride the tactics board like a man ready for war. A veteran of many great clubs, Pellegrini nursed enormous ambitions this season. Backed by Middle Eastern wealth, Manching had bought a clutch of world-class stars. They wanted the Ingchao trophy, and rising Aesena had suddenly become their chief stumbling block. To be precise, it was the Huaxia teenager wearing number 14 who posed the greatest threat to Manching. For consecutive games, 12 goals and 4 hat-tricks. Pellegrini jabbed at a freeze frame of Su-chun on the screen and shouted at every man, "This is a goal-scoring rate that makes all of Europe tremble." He barked. But Pellegrini turned his tone. No player can sustain such abnormal form forever. Even machines rust. He is only 18, and with those off-field scandals of the past days, his stamina and energy must be teetering on a vast trough. His gaze swept the room. Yaya Touré, Company, David Silva, Aguero, each a battle-hardened warrior, each a master of craft. "I want you to snuff him out in this match," Pellegrini said, drawing a vast circle on the defensive half of the board. "We will crush Aesena with the most impenetrable defense. Shut down Su-chun's sprinting lanes, and Aesena's attacking machine collapses on the spot. Cut the passing channels. Compress the defensive shape. We do not seek a pretty open duel. Our aim is to silence him completely. At the coach's instructions, the Manching players nodded heavily. For a great club, such stoic parked bus tactics in an away match might be embarrassing, but practicality trumped pride. Millions in prize money and the arc of the title race were at stake. Victory mattered far more than face. At 4 in the afternoon, with the referee's long blast, more than 60,000 ASN fans in Shoujiang Stadium erupted in deafening cheers. The match had begun. The collision of two Ingchao giants immediately drew tens of millions of viewers worldwide. Yet, only 5 minutes into the contest, the two commentators in the Sky Sports booth were stunned. What are Manching doing? Lineker watched the screen in astonishment. They've parked a full iron pod in front of Shoujiang. This is Manching with Aguero and David Silva. Carragher shook his head. It's surprising. Pellegrini has put aside the club's pride and retreated everyone onto the defensive half. This is clearly aimed at Su Chun. They're compressing ASN's entire central and forward space to shut him down. On the pitch, events confirmed the commentator's suspicion. Manching lined up in an extremely conservative 451. In midfield, Yaya Touré and Fernandinho formed a ferocious double pivot. They hardly ventured forward at all, parked resolutely 10 meters in front of their own penalty area. ASN held possession in the attacking third. Midfield maestro Casuola circulated the ball, searching for an outlet. But Manching's defensive spacing was suffocating. 2 or 3 men, no more than 5 meters apart, a web with not a gap in it. Casuola could only feed the ball out wide to Sanchisi. Sanchisi attempted an inside cut and was immediately sandwiched by 2 Manching defenders. His path was completely closed. With no options, Sanchisi rolled the ball back into the central channel for Su Chun. Su Chun had just trapped the ball when a vast dark mass barreled into him. Manching's midfield colossus Yaya Touré, the Ivory Coast Titan, nearly 90 kilos, struck like a heavy tank. Touré made no technical attempt to win the ball. He simply used his body to crash into Su Chun's back. The crushing pressure arrived. Su Chun grunted, summoned every core of strength, and planted his feet into the turf. He bore the impact and did not fall. Yet the collision utterly disrupted the space he needed to launch. The distance for acceleration had vanished. Fernandinho immediately filled the gap. 3 Manching players formed a pincer, a triangular embrace that enclosed Su Chun completely. No room to accelerate. No margin for a change of direction. Su Chun could only clip the ball with his heel to the supporting Wilshere behind him. The attack was thwarted again. On the touchline, ASN's coach Winge furrowed his brow. His worst fear had come to Su Chun's single-point explosive power was indeed peerless. But breaking down a densely packed defense is one of football's universally acknowledged riddles. When the opposition hoards 8 or 9 muscle-bound men on the edge of the box and gives you no chance to sprint, speed and explosive runs lose much of their potency. The match rolled on. Buoyed by their home crowd, ASN still commanded domination of possession 70%. The statistic looked dazzling, but in truth ASN were engaged in sterile passing on the perimeter of the penalty area. In the 10th minute, Casuola attempted a long shot from 25 meters. The ball arced like a parabola and sailed high over the ball. It flew into the stands. Manching fans laughed derisively. Joe Hart calmly took the ball from the ball boy, placed it on the ground, and dawdled for time. Labadia sat in the away coach's box with arms folded, an expression that said he had everything under control. See, as long as we deny that Huasha hid the space to start, ASN is a toothless tiger, Pellegrini told his assistant. The assistant nodded repeatedly. The parked bus looks ugly, but for an away game against ASN, it was the most. In the 15th minute, Su Chun received the ball again in the center. This time he faced Manching's defense hidden rather than with his back to goal. He nudged the ball outward with his right foot and followed with his left, preparing to force his way into the box. Yaya Touré slid laterally to block. Su Chun dipped his right shoulder, faking an inward rush, the classic opening motion of the bull tail. Touré's balance was indeed disturbed, and his body leaned inward. Su Chun immediately used the outside of his right foot to snap the ball in the opposite direction, elegantly eluding Touré's zone. But he had not yet accelerated. Company Manching's defensive pillar and captain was already upon him. On the left, Clichy also converged to 3 men crowded into less than 2 square meters, a tangle of feet and bodies. As Su Chun tried to force the ball through, Company's right leg found the ball with surgical precision and sent it out for a throw. Immediately after, Fernandinho deliberately drove into him from behind and upended Su Chun together with the ball. The referee's whistle blew. A foul was awarded to Manching. A crisp system chime sounded in Su Chun's mind. Ding. Malicious foul suffered. Reward €5,000. Although a neat sum flashed into his account, Su Chun's face betrayed no joy. He pushed himself up from the turf with one hand and rose. The parked bus, the most exasperating tactic for a penetration-style attacker. His game had inherited the template of the great Kadwa Yazekison, duosi sanctusi late, long bounding strides, endurance runs, high-speed changes of direction without deceleration. These skills require open depth of space for a decisive counterstrike. But in front of this packed penalty area iron wall, no amount of unknown brilliance could thread itself between those muscular thighs. The moment you beat one man, another steps in. Then a third commits a tactical foul and brings you down. Even a Ronald would be vexed, let alone a player in the Kaká mold. 60,000 AC Milan supporters in the stands began to grow restless. The choruses of encouragement dwindled and were replaced by anxious sighs. AC Milan's attack has ground to a halt. Linker side in the studio. Without Suchin's ripping long runs, their passing on the edge of the box is merely scratching at the surface. Manching's plan has achieved perfect success, Kaká added. They have built a blue great wall with sheer physicality and dense positioning. Suchin looks miserable. Every time he receives the ball, at least two defenders are on him. Manching won't give him the chance to turn and face goal. If AC Milan cannot find a way through, the moment Manching executes a swift counterattack, their defense will be in serious. On the touchline, Wench paced nervously. The old coach waved repeatedly, urging fullbacks Belalin and Minglier to push forward boldly. They tried to stretch Manching's defense with crosses from the flanks. But Manching had a sky tower for aerial defense in Company and a tall presence between the posts in Joe Hart. High balls from the wings were easily headed away by Company. AC Milan were not even given a chance to contest the second ball. AC Milan sank into the embarrassing predicament of commanding territory without breaking the deadlock. By the 25th minute, the score still read a dull 0-0. Suchin rested both hands on his knees, drawing 2 quick breaths. Sweat dripped from his chiseled jaw onto the grass. The park bus. This was the greatest crisis he had faced since arriving in the Yingqiao. In previous matches, against Kierxi, Aston Villa, Spurs, and Everton, opponents had employed squeezing tactics, but often conceded the spectacle of open play for home pride. This cunning Manching, however, had no shame in parking the bus and dragging the game into a grind. Suchin lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Manching's goal. Joe Hart stood on the line with enough leisure to fuss with his gloves. How does one break a parked bus? Either with exquisitely threaded short penetrative combinations in the final third, or by abusing a target man with relentless aerial bombardment. But the simplest, most direct way to crack the ice was the long shot, an unreasonable, audacious strike from distance. If one such thunderbolt found the net from outside, Manching's defense would be forced to stretch outward. Once their shape opened, it would be time for slaughter. Yet what Suchin lacked most in that moment was the capacity for such a long. Although he possessed a hidden long shot attribute rated 86, an indication of accuracy, that only meant precision. The raw power and suddenness required in real combat were far short of what was needed to breach this defense. Suchin clenched his fist tightly. The main task: achieve 5 consecutive victories in the Premier League. The current score is 4-5. Just this one match left. As long as he defeats Manchester City, he will complete this ultimate main task. The system will grant him the A-level divine skill-heavy cannon shot. With that skill in hand, facing such a deeply retreated defense, he could easily take a shot from 30 meters outside the penalty area, smashing the ball into Joe Hart's face with an unreasonable long-range shot. Suchin gritted his teeth. Since there are no heavy weapons available, he can only use his flesh and blood to break. Even if there's a wall in front of him, he must charge through it. This is not just for the system's reward, but also for the Arsenal fans in the stands. To prove that those online trolls laughing at him are all a bunch of blind idiots. Arsenal regained possession of the ball. Wilshere controlled it near the center circle. Suchin quickly withdrew from the edge of the penalty area. While running, he raised his right hand high. Jack! Suchin shouted his teammate's name loudly, watching the figure of number 14 charging towards Manchester City's iron defense. Without any hesitation, Wilshere pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. The ball skimmed along the grass, flying straight towards Suchin. Wilshere's pass was perfectly weighted. Suchin met the incoming ball with the arch of his right foot, gently cushioning it. The ball obediently stopped at his feet, as he is currently Arsenal's absolute attacking core. Every time Suchin received the ball, he attracted the attention of tens of thousands of fans. This time Suchin was positioned extremely deep. He had even retreated to near the center circle. This was to actively create distance, attempting to lure Manchester City's defense out. As long as Manchester City had someone marking him, there would be gaps in the ironclad defense in front of the penalty area. But he underestimated Manchester City's determination to park the bus. Pellegrini shouted at the sidelines about the formation. As long as Suchin did not carry the ball into the 30-meter danger zone outside the penalty area, the Manchester City players simply wouldn't care. They allowed him to have the ball in midfield. These stars worth tens of millions of euros were determined to be turtles at the Emirates Stadium. Suchin cursed inwardly. These old foxes had truly taken pragmatic football to the extreme. In the Sky Sports broadcast studio, commentator Linker shook his head at the footage. Manchester City's tactical discipline is too strict. The bus formation has completely nullified Suchin's power. The match had been underway for 30 minutes, and Arsenal hadn't even had a decent shot on goal yet. Carragher concurred beside him. Next, this situation will become the norm for Arsenal. Having lost his sprinting space, how will this prodigy from China respond? Online, the FA's designated journalist Ma Dexing watched the live broadcast, practically jumping with joy. He immediately typed the latest comment on Weibo. The true colors are revealed. Against a real strong team, a mindless sprinter won't be able to do anything. Plus, after exhausting himself at the supermodel's place last night, he currently doesn't even have the strength to charge forward. This statement instantly sparked a frenzy among countless trolls. On the pitch, Su Chun turned with the ball. It was very easy, because there wasn't a single Manchester City player within 5 meters. What lay before him was an impenetrable steel fortress. Manchester City's defensive system was extremely tight, divided into 3 solid lines. The first line was made up of Aguero and David Silva pressuring the attacking point. They didn't seek to intercept the ball, only to harass and block passing lanes. The second line consisted of Yaya Touré and Fernandinho as the top defensive midfielders. This was the toughest meat-grinder combination in the Premier League, responsible for intercepting all frontal attacks. The third line was led by Captain Company along with Clichy and Zabaleta. The 4 strong men blocked the penalty area so tightly that not even a mosquito could enter. Layer by layer, Su Chun took a deep breath, summarizing the experience of being knocked over by Yaya Touré during his previous attempts to charge through. He nudged the ball with his right foot. He began to push the ball forward. To score, he needed to completely tear apart these 3 barriers. Passing, that was out of the question. Facing such an ironclad formation, passing back and forth would only waste time. Only extreme solo breakthroughs could chisel out a hole in this solid iron. Su Chun faced David Silva's pressure and used his left foot to lead the ball outward. His body suddenly accelerated, executing an incredibly simple change of direction. David Silva was not a defensive player at all. In the blink of an eye, Su Chun forcefully slipped past him. The first line of defense breached. Carrying the ball across the halfway line, Su Chun stood before the second barrier. 5 meters ahead, the Ivorian giant Yaya Touré was glaring at him fiercely. Fernandinho moved into double team. The two closed off all of Su Chun's breakthrough angles. Touré's face was full of disdain. 10 minutes ago, he was in this position, using his body to knock Su Chun down. The physique of this Chinese lad was simply inadequate in front of him. Su Chun's steps with the ball slowed down. His speed dramatically decreased. Seeing this, Yaya Touré's previously tense muscles relaxed at once. What he feared most was Su Chun directly eating him alive with speed on either flank. Now that Su Chun had slowed down, he was no longer a threat. He could apply physical pressure at any moment. At worst, it would just be a tactical foul, and Arsenal wouldn't gain any advantageous free kick position. Touré lowered his center of gravity, slightly bending his legs. Su Chun approached the ball slowly. Throughout this process, Su Chun showed no signs of accelerating. Touré snorted coldly. No use. In this slow rhythm, any feint won't escape his rich defensive. Just as he thought so, Su Chun suddenly lifted his right foot. A bicycle kick. Or a toe poke. Touré stared intently at the ball. He saw that Su Chun's right foot did not cross over the ball, but rather his inside foot touched the ball. He was going to pull it inward. Touré confidently made a judgment. His massive body immediately leaned to his right side, preparing to block. However, just as Touré's center of gravity shifted, Su Chun's right foot that touched the ball deftly flicked it to the ball instantly skimmed along the grass, rolling towards Su Chun's left foot. Touré's heart raced. He immediately tried to forcibly shift his center of gravity, but it was too late. Su Chun's left foot received the ball, smoothly nudging it forward. The rapid exchange between his left and right foot was like 2 chopsticks swiftly stirring a meatball in boiling oil. Deep-fried meatballs. An exceptionally exquisite deep-fried meatball. Touré felt as if his old waist was about to be twisted off by this continuous change of direction. His massive body could not maintain balance at all. His legs stood stiffly in place. Meanwhile, Fernandinho attempted to extend his foot to poke the ball away. Su Chun had already prepared for this, sharply sinking his left shoulder to bear against Fernandinho's arm. His maximum strength core exploded. Not only did Fernandinho fail to steal the ball, but he was also knocked off balance by Su Chun and fell directly to the grass. There was no absolute speed explosion. It was entirely based on rhythm changes and his connection with the ball. Su Chun forcefully slipped through the gap between Manchester City's 2 defensive midfielders. The second line of defense breached. Beautiful. So beautiful. Deep-fried meatball. Oh my God. What a wonderful dribbling technique. Commentator Lineker jumped up from his chair. Carragher also held his head in disbelief, his face filled with shock. Who would have thought that in the most intense physical contest of the Premier League one could witness such a Samba-style exquisite dribbling? The Emirates Stadium erupted with thunderous cheers. 60,000 fans stood up. In the studio of the Chinese National Sports Channel, commentator He Wei excitedly slapped the table. He passed. Su Chun just got past 2 players. He elegantly resolved Manchester City's toughest defensive midfield pairing. This is definitely a display of talent. At the same time, He Wei shifted his tone, filled with deep emotion. In the domestic youth training system, coaches always instruct young players to pass more and not to be solo players. There's even a famous saying, if you can dribble now, can you still do it in professional matches? This saying has confined countless talented players in Chinese football. But today, Su Chun proved to everyone, if you can dribble, you can. On the top stage of the Premier League, as long as your ability is enough, you can solve problems on your own. In the domestic live streaming room, the comments flooded the screen. Ma Dexing that traitor, come out and see. Who said Su was weak? This core strength, this rhythm change, is simply devastating Manchester City. Getting past Touré was as easy as crossing the street. So damn cool. On the pitch the situation changed rapidly. After Su Chun got past the double defensive midfielders, he faced Manchester City's last line of defense. For defenders lined up. Seeing Su Chun charging in, Manchester City captain Kompany was alarmed. He immediately took a big step forward at the moment Su Chun completed his breakthrough, choosing to apply pressure. Meanwhile Clichy and Zabaleta quickly closed in. The three formed an extremely tight inverted triangle. The entire defensive system operated to perfection within 2 seconds. There were no passing lanes. Sanchez and Giroud on the flanks were all marked tightly. This is the terrifying aspect of the bus formation. Even if you pass the midfield, the penalty area is still packed with players. At this moment Su Chun seemed to completely merge with the grass. There was no need to think too much. Kaká's maxed out template was running wildly within him. Facing the battle-hardened Kompany, it was simply impossible to rely on speed to overpower him. Kompany's positioning was extremely precise, blocking Su Chun's only route to the penalty spot. Pass. Quick pass the ball. Manchester City's defense is already in place, but don't force it. Wenger shouted anxiously on the sidelines. The old coach was well aware of Kompany's interception capabilities. Dribbling too much near the penalty area, if intercepted, Manchester City's counterattack would be extremely deadly. Passing is always the safest choice. However, Su Chun was not playing by the rules at all. Facing the 1.9-meter tall Kompany, Su Chun put strength into his right foot, heavily nudging the ball forward to the right. He made a gesture as if he wanted to force his way to the byline. Kompany sneered. This kid is too naive. Does he really think he can beat me with speed? Kompany's massive body immediately shifted, preparing to use his body to push Su Chun out of bounds. However, just as Kompany shifted his weight, Su Chun's right foot that nudged the ball did not touch the ground. Instead, in midair it twisted strangely. The outside of his foot turned into the inside. He suddenly hooked an incredibly fierce reverse hook. 2 continuous changes of direction with no pauses in between. The cowtail, a signature move of Ronaldinho and Kaká. In this densely packed penalty area where even turning around is difficult, Su Chun actually executed such a move that defied the laws of physics. Kompany was completely stunned. His brain reacted, but his body couldn't stop due to inertia. His legs humorously tangled together on the ground. Thud. The top Premier League center-back fell clumsily in the penalty area. Su Chun smoothly stepped over the fallen Kompany. Breakthrough. Directly cutting into the heart of the penalty area. But it wasn't over yet. The penalty area was filled with legs. Clichy on the left had already slid in. Zabaleta on the right also rushed in, trying to close him down. Manchester City goalkeeper Joe Hart had even abandoned his goal, spreading his arms to block the angle. With a blockade in front and pursuers behind, there was no space to take a shot. Just a brief pause of 0.1 seconds, and the ball would definitely be intercepted. In this critical moment, as Su Chun had just completed the cowtail move, his left foot did not swing at all. He relied entirely on the power of his toes. He met the ball at the bottom quickly and covertly poking it. This action caught everyone off guard. There was no run-up. Everything was completed in an extremely tight space. The ball became a white line flying just above the ground, astonishingly fast. It skimmed past the fallen Kompany, threading through the legs of the recovering Clichy, heading straight for the goal's dead corner. Joe Hart had just lowered his body, preparing to dive for the ball. He only saw a flash of white light among the crowd. The ball had already slipped past under his arm. It was too fast. So fast that Joe Hart didn't even have time to instinctively wave his hand. Joe Hart stood there in shock, turning his head in despair. The ball unmistakably crashed into the inner side of the white net, causing a violent splash. At the moment, the football elegantly slipped through Joe Hart's armpit, creating ripples in the white net. The entire Emirates Stadium fell into a second of silence. Commentator Lineker sat in the broadcast room, his mouth agape. His brain hadn't even processed what had just happened. There was no powerful shot. No heavy sprint. Just a covert toe poke amidst the encirclement of 3. The ball is in. Lineker, as if awakened from a dream, shouted hoarsely, raising his arms high. Goal! Oh my God! He scored. Along with Lineker's roar, over 60,000 Arsenal fans jumped. Red and white scarves waved frantically in the air. Long live Su! A deafening roar swept across the night sky of London. In front of the away team's coaching bench, Manchester City coach Pellegrini's mouth fell open, his face pale to the extreme. He abruptly sprang from his seat. With a loud thud, Pellegrini's head hit the transparent awning of the coaching bench hard. It hurt, but he couldn't care less about holding his head. Pellegrini stared intently at the goal replay on the big screen, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What is going on? That Chinese kid, mocked by the entire English media for being weak, actually scored in such an extreme dead end. Pellegrini had considered many possibilities for Arsenal's goal, but he never imagined that Su Chun would use such pure individual skill to carve a hole in the iron defense. The fried meatballs passed by the double midfielders. The exquisite flick of the cow's tail left Kompany dizzy. A toe poke that pierced through Joe Hart. Throughout the entire goal, there was no element of raw speed. It was all feints and rapid shifts of weight, showcasing an absolute mastery over the beautiful game. Pellegrini felt a chill run down his spine. With such speed and terrifying explosiveness, it was already hard to defend. Now tell me this kid's footwork is at the level of a top South American master. What kind of monster is this? Pellegrini's tactical system crumbled completely. The only weakness of his ironclad formation was the fear of a super agile player who could dribble in tight spaces. But he had thought Suchin was merely an athlete relying on speed. Now they were behind in the score. How could they The Manchester City players stood on the grass looking confusedly towards Pellegrini on the sidelines. Touré covered his face with his hands. Kompany sat in the mud frantically pounding the turf. They managed to contain Suchin's sprint, yet he humiliated them with his samba steps. Pellegrini slumped back into his chair feeling powerless. He was also flustered. On the pitch, yellow-white lights illuminated the grass. After scoring, Suchin opened his arms and rushed towards the corner flag. He hadn't run far when Wilshere flew in from the side and knocked him down. Cazorla, Giroud, and Sanchez. Arsenal's players surged forward like a tidal wave. Everyone screamed, laughed, and piled onto each other. They had been sickened by Manchester City's ironclad formation for over 30 minutes. Suchin's goal vented all the pent-up frustration from their chests. Incredible. How did you do that? Giroud was on top shouting loudly. On the media stands, Fang Yiqiu, a correspondent for a well-known sports channel in China, stared blankly at the cheering crowd below. She held a recording pen, unable to utter a single word for a long time. As a traveling reporter, she had heard too many rumors about Suchin in recent days. Nightclub supermodels and being drained of vitality. Even her domestic colleague Ma Dexing was spreading rumors to tarnish his image. This guy is an absolute scoundrel. Learning bad habits at a young age. Fang Yiqiu silently reminded herself to remain objective and not be deceived by this playboy's appearance. When she saw the stunning goal that seemed to defy the heavens and heard the entire stadium of 60,000 British fans chanting the name of a young man from China, her heart raced uncontrollably. The figure in the number 14 jersey shone dazzlingly under the lights. Truly remarkable, Fang Yiqiu murmured softly. In the domestic live broadcast room, commentator He Wei was so excited that he shattered the tactical analysis board in his hands. Bang! The crisp sound of the table slapping echoed through countless homes. A standing ovation. This is a true standing ovation. He Wei's eyes were slightly red, his voice soaring. This goal absolutely qualifies for the Puskas Award this season. He shredded the most expensive defense in the Premier League with the lightest touch. The barrage of comments had already been drowned out by a sea of exclamation marks. God, is this really an athlete? This is the embodiment of a football king. Fried meatballs connecting with the cow's tail. This core strength makes it seem like he was soft in the legs last night. Where's Ma Dexing? Why isn't that old dog speaking up? In the face of overwhelming strength, all doubts became utterly ridiculous. The match resumed. Being a goal down, Manchester City's ironclad formation became a complete joke. Pellegrini gritted his teeth and walked to the sidelines waving his hand. Push forward. Attack. Being behind means taking hits. This is an iron law on the football field. Manchester City's double midfielders finally crossed half the pitch. The defense began to push forward. This was exactly the situation Suchin wanted to see. The bus formation had collapsed. The space for Cardo Ezexon dos Santos Leites' explosive sprint had finally returned. It was the 40th minute of the first half. Manchester City pressed forward aggressively. Aguero's shot from the edge of the penalty area was securely caught by Cech. Cech got up and directly threw the ball to Cazorla in midfield. Cazorla did not stop the ball and immediately passed it to the advancing Suchin. Yaya Touré, sensing danger, quickly closed in. This time Suchin did not slow down at all. He nudged the ball outward with his right foot. The muscles in his thigh exploded with terrifying force. Absolute speed unleashed. As Touré's massive body began to move, Suchin had already transformed into a white flash darting past him. So fast. Touré didn't even have the chance to commit a tactical foul by pulling his shirt. Only a gust of wind swept by. The vast open field in front became Suchin's playground. Suchin sprinted with the ball. Kompany hurriedly chased back, trying to cut off the inside line. Suchin lifted his head while moving at high speed. On the left side of the penalty area, Sanchez was desperately making a forward run. With a light flick of his right foot's outer instep, the ball precisely skimmed the grass and passed between Kompany's legs, directly penetrating the entire defense. Sanchez rushed in. Facing the on-rushing Joe Hart, he calmly pushed the ball into the far corner. 2-0. Suchin used a long-distance sprint to deliver a deadly assist. The first half ended. Arsenal returned to the locker room with a significant 2-goal advantage. The second half began. Manchester City was completely desperate, substituting Navas to strengthen their flanks. But Wenger was well prepared. Arsenal retreated, completely executing a pure defensive counterattack. Once they regained possession, they immediately sought out Suchin. Suchin was like an unflagging perpetual motion machine up front, constantly breaking through and drawing fouls. Manchester City's players were suffering immensely. In the 68th minute of the match, Suchin forcefully overtook Clichy on the flank. He delivered a cross near the byline. The French striker Giroud was like a mountain crashing down in the small box. Overpowering the Manchester City centre-back, he delivered a violent header on goal. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 3-0. The suspense of the match was completely extinguished. The final whistle blew and the Emirates Stadium transformed into a sea of joy. Arsenal defeated the invincible Manchester City 3-0 at home, achieving 5 consecutive victories. On the points table, Arsenal climbed to the top. In the post-match press room, journalists from various media outlets packed the area tightly. Pellegrini sat in front of the microphone, his face pale. Fang Ichio raised her hand, gaining the opportunity to ask a question. Coach, what do you think of Suchin's performance today? Do you have any advice for this young Chinese forward? Upon hearing this question, Pellegrini forced a smile and shook his advice. His performance today has completely destroyed my defensive system. What else does he need? His footwork left us unable to keep up with the pace. I admit our defensive strategy failed utterly. Perhaps the entire Premier League should wake up now. Here an unstoppable whale has been born. This high praise was immediately feverishly recorded by the reporter. Manchester City's coach was directly overwhelmed. This would definitely be the headline of all European sports newspapers tomorrow. And as the man of the match, Suchin had yet to appear for any interviews. Coach Wenger had taken protecting his player to the extreme. The old coach knew very well the nature of the British media, which often inflated rumors. The gossip surrounding Suchin had just calmed down. He would not allow these unscrupulous reporters to extract any words from Suchin. In the Arsenal locker room, teammates were finishing their showers and leaving one by one. Suchin sat alone in front of the locker. His heartbeat quickened, not because of the victory, but because of the system notification sound ringing wildly in his mind. Ding. Win this match. Ran a total of 11 kilometers. Successfully dribbled past 16 opponents. Was fouled 5 times. 1 goal and 2 assists. Calculating system bonus for this match, 95000 euros. This was just pocket money. The main event was yet to come. Suchin took a deep breath and opened the main mission panel. The progress bar had already reached the maximum of 55. Congratulations, host. Completed the system, main mission, 5 consecutive victories in the Premier League. Mission difficulty rating SS level. Issuing basic mission reward, a level skill cannon shot. As soon as the words fell, a burst of dazzling golden light exploded in the system backpack. Suchin immediately clicked to view the skill description. Skill cannon shot, a level description. When the host takes a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, significantly increases leg swing power. The initial speed of the ball increases by 30%. Shot power greatly enhanced, accompanied by a slight, irregular dipping trajectory. Note the strongest demolition tool against a bus formation. Close your eyes, unleash a miracle with strength. Suchin excitedly clenched his fists. With this, if anyone dares to set up a bus formation in front of him again, he would kick both the goalkeeper and the ball into the net from 30 meters away. This was a qualitative leap for his arsenal. His original long-range accuracy was already at 86 points, and now he had compensated for the shortcomings in power and ball speed. He was completely a humanoid self-propelled artillery with no blind spots. However, the surprises were not over yet. The system's crisp voice rang out again. Ding. Detected that the host completed the task with overwhelming superiority and received an S-level high evaluation. Triggering additional explosion rate reward. Issuing additional cash reward, 5 million euros. Suchin's breath caught in his throat. 5 million euros. As he looked at the string of numbers on the system panel, his heartbeat began to quicken. This huge sum combined with the previous bonus deposits constituted an astonishing wealth. But this money in the system account was just a string of dead numbers, and it had to be converted into real combat power. The intensity of matches in the Premier League is immense. Those desperate defenders would dare to tackle with ruthless, career-ending fouls. Spending money to buy equipment for survival is the hardest truth. Suchin directly opened the system mall. His gaze locked onto the item section. Elite shin guards price, 300,000 euros. Reduces injury probability by 10% when worn. Elite football boots price, 600,000 euros. Increases shot accuracy by 1%, increases absolute speed by 1%, reduces injury probability by 5%. The appearance can be changed at will. Buy. Suchin did not hesitate at all and directly deducted 900,000 euros. A white light flashed. A pair of pure white football boots and a lightweight carbon fiber shin guard fell into the system backpack. Suchin immediately extracted them and equipped them. Their appearance transformed into the uniform style of Arsenal's sponsor. The shin guards fit snugly against his calf muscles without any feeling of foreign objects. The football boots felt so light on his feet it was as if they did not exist at all. With these 2 pieces of equipment as a safety net combined with his full-level strength core's competitive ability, the risk of injury was greatly reduced. At that moment, the system's crisp notification sound rang out again. Ding. New main mission released. System mission: lead the team to win the Premier League halfway championship. Mission reward a level skill, third lung. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately clicked to view the skill description. Third lung equivalent to having 3 lungs, robust physique. Significantly increases physical stamina limits, speeds up recovery of stamina during matches, and provides a strong anti-fatigue effect. Stamina. This was exactly what Su Chen currently craved the most. Although he could rely on €1,000,000 per bottle of potions to recover. But that was only a temporary solution. Once he faced the unique Christmas hell schedule of the Premier League in December with double or even triple matches in a week, just buying potions could drain all his savings. With this third lung, it was like installing a supersized backup fuel tank for himself. It could fundamentally reduce the risk of strains caused by muscle fatigue. The strategic significance of this skill was even greater than that of cannon shot. Halfway champion. Su Chen clenched his fist. This mission must be completed. That night, Su Chen declined Will Shear's invitation to celebrate at the nightclub and returned to his upscale apartment alone. His phone screen lit up with a flirty message from Catherine. Su Chen glanced at it and tossed the phone onto the sofa. It was a critical period for building his career and winning championships. He had no time for these distractions. After taking a cold shower, Su Chen lay on his bed and closed his eyes. His consciousness sank directly into the system's virtual training ground. The empty green field was brightly lit. Su Chen stood in front of the ball. He needed to immediately test the A-level skill cannon shot that he had just obtained. He placed the ball 30 meters outside the penalty area. Looking up at the goal, a marvelous change occurred in his vision. A semi-transparent virtual crosshair floated. The color of the crosshair kept changing. When his gaze strayed from the goal, the crosshair was green. As he adjusted his focus, aligning it with the edge of the goal, it turned yellow. When his gaze fixed firmly on the top right corner, the crosshair turned a dazzling deep red. Red signified a high probability of hitting the goal frame. Su Chen took a deep breath and began his run-up. After 3 big steps, his left foot heavily stepped on the grass, half a meter beside the ball. The cannon shot skill instantly activated. His right thigh muscles tightened completely, power exploding from his calves, striking the middle lower part of the ball. He struck upward with force. Boom. A tremendous dull sound echoed across the training ground. A violent force infused the soccer ball, causing its surface to slightly deform. Without the need for any arc or spin, the ball transformed into a white blur, flying straight toward the upper right corner of the goal. Bang! The ball struck the inside of the net with great force, creating a large splash of white. It hit the dead corner. Su Chen watched as the ball rolled within the net, his heart surging with excitement. With this precise aim and the power boost, long-range shots were no longer a matter of luck. They transformed into a heavy sniper rifle that could be drawn at any moment. From this moment on, facing teams that packed their defense and formed a barricade, as long as he was given a small opening outside the penalty area, he could shatter both the opposing goal and the defense. After testing his skills, Su Chen did not exit the training ground. His personal abilities had become exceptionally strong, breaking through the violent sprint template and samba steps. His shots had the power of artillery. However, match experience and chemistry with teammates still required significant accumulation. It was time to initiate a practical simulation. Su Chen directly chose the highest difficulty opponent, Bayern Munich and Real Madrid. His teammates were the shadow replicas of the Arsenal squad created by the system. The match began. Faced with top defenders like Lam and Boateng, Su Chen launched attacks time and again. If he lost the ball once, he would start again. If there was a mistake in coordination, he would reposition. On the training ground, stamina could be reset at any time. Su Chen tirelessly ran, broke through, and shot. After dozens of high-intensity, simulated confrontations, Su Chen's coordination with teammates like Cazorla and Giroud reached a level where they could find each other even with their eyes closed. Although the fatigue of his body was cleared by the system, the mental exhaustion was immense. At 4 a.m, Su Chen exited the training ground and slept soundly until dawn. 3 days later, the highlight of the 9th round of the Premier League was about to kick off. Arsenal would host Burnley at the Emirates Stadium. Burnley, a newly promoted team this season, was currently ranked second to last on the points table, deeply mired in the relegation zone. On paper, this was supposed to be a one-sided match without suspense. However, British media went wild with hype before the game. The Sun headlined, "Manchester City has shown the way. Parking the bus is the only antidote to defend against." The Daily Mail dropped a bombshell. Burnley manager Dyche boldly claimed that he aims to take a point away from the Emirates. Domestic commentator Ma Dexing couldn't wait to jump in, making outrageous claims on Weibo. Su Chen's last goal was purely luck. Such breakthroughs in tight spaces can't work every time. As long as Burnley packed the penalty area, Arsenal would definitely be helpless. Just wait for the joke to unfold. Su Chen paid no mind to the external skepticism. At 4 p.m, the Emirates Stadium was packed to capacity. Over 60,000 home fans sang the team anthem, welcoming both teams onto the field. The referee's whistle blew long and clear. The match officially began. Just 5 minutes and Neville in the Sky Sports commentary room started shouting, "My God, what is Burnley doing? 9 defensive players plus the goalkeeper all crammed in the penalty area. Only one forward is lurking near the center circle. This is absurd. It's a classic 901 formation. Burnley is dead set on scraping a draw away. It seems Manchester City's defensive strategy has given all the weak teams in the Premier League a huge revelation. Facing a player like Součan who possesses terrifying breakthrough ability, completely giving up on offense and solely defending the penalty area is indeed the most desperate yet effective strategy. On the field, Arsenal passed the ball back and forth in the attacking area. Burnley's players remained unfazed, allowing them to play around outside the penalty area, and as long as they didn't enter the big box, they showed no interest in even stretching a leg to press. Cazorla held the ball, looking at the dense blue jerseys in front of him, scratching his head in frustration. He couldn't find a way through. Giroud was sandwiched between two towering defenders, leaving him with no space to jump. As soon as Sanchez at the wing got the ball, three defenders immediately rushed in to close him down. The Arsenal fans in the stands erupted in loud boos. This was a gift for Burnley's ugly football style. Součan stood at the edge of the penalty area, watching Burnley's attitude of being unafraid of a hot water scald. He was amused. It was like a pillow delivered at the moment of sleepiness. He was just worried about finding a suitable opportunity to test his new weapon. Součan actively retreated. He withdrew to a position 30 meters away from the goal. Within a 5-meter radius, there wasn't a single Burnley. Pass it over. Součan raised his right hand and shouted at Cazorla. Without hesitation, Cazorla delivered a low ground pass. Součan gently nudged the ball with the arch of his right foot. The ball obediently stopped at his feet. The Burnley defensive midfielder, seeing Součan with the ball this far out, only took 2 symbolic steps forward, 30 meters away. In their view, this was not a conventional shooting distance at all. Součan took a deep breath. He gazed toward the Burnley goal. The aiming system in his mind activated directly. Green, yellow, red. The aim firmly locked onto the upper right corner of the goal. A blinding scarlet. No fancy feints. His left foot stomped heavily on the grass. The heavy artillery shot was initiated. The power from his core exploded. The thigh propelled the calf, and the back of his right foot struck the lower part of the ball directly. Boom. A massive bang echoed across the Emirates Stadium. The ball was subjected to intense pressure, and the moment it left his foot, it transformed into a white streak of light. It did not drop. It was a pure straight-line bombardment. The speed was so fast that the cameras on the field nearly couldn't keep up. Burnley's goalkeeper Tom Heaton could only see a flash of white light before him. By the time he instinctively tried to move his feet, the ball had heavily struck into the net behind him. The immense force caused the net to bulge out dramatically. The entire stadium fell silent for half a second. Then boom. The Emirates Stadium, filled with over 60,000 fans, erupted. The goal is in. The goal is in. Neville jumped up in the commentary room, knocking over the microphone in front of him. My God. Did you see that? 30 meters out. A ridiculously powerful long-range shot. The ball flew like a cannonball, directly piercing through Burnley's goal. This power is terrifying. Heaton didn't even have time to make a save. Who said he could only break through? Who said he lacked long-range shooting ability? This is simply a heavy bomb capable of destroying a bus formation. On the sidelines, Wenger stared blankly at the ball in the net. The old coach turned to his assistant coach Bold. Steve, that was 30 meters right. Bold gulped hard, his scalp tingling. Boss, at least 32 meters. When did this kid learn to shoot like that? This explosive power is just too unnatural. On the field, Arsenal's teammates rushed towards Součan crazily. Wilshere jumped onto Součan's back, roaring loudly. That was so damn satisfying. Sue, your shot made my ears tingle. Součan laughed and embraced his teammates one by one. Everything was under control. The increased shooting accuracy from elite boots combined with the power of the heavy artillery shot was an unbeatable killing weapon. On the other side, Burnley's players exchanged looks of disbelief. The captain stepped forward, clapping loudly to lift morale. Don't panic. That was just a fluke. He won't score many of those 30-meter wonder goals in his lifetime. Keep your positions. Don't give him space to break through. Burnley manager Dyche was also shouting from the sidelines. Stick to the plan. Don't push up. Defend the penalty area. In their eyes, that long-range shot was purely a blind cat finding a dead rat. As long as their defense stayed organized, Arsenal would definitely not score a second. The match continued. After Burnley kicked off a long pass, returned the ball to Arsenal, and all players continued to retreat back to the penalty area. The formation remained the airtight 901. Time passed second by second. Arsenal continued to pass outside. By the 25th minute, Součan once again received the ball 30 meters outside the penalty area. Burnley's defenders watched coldly. They couldn't believe their luck. Could he score again? The defenders didn't even move. Součan looked at their reckless stance and showed no mercy. He adjusted his pace, aimed again, and the red light flicked. He unleashed a furious shot. Boom. The same sound erupted again on the field. A white streak whizzed by, the ball scraped the inside of the post and smashed into the net once more. This time goalkeeper Heaton made a save attempt, but the ball flew half a meter above his fingertips, and he didn't even touch it. 2-0. The entire stadium went crazy again. Burnley manager Dyche slammed the tactical board into the grass, and it cracked in half. He panicked. Completely panicked. The defensive strategy formulated before the match had now become a complete joke. The defenders had retreated too deep, turning the perimeter into a shooting gallery for Arsenal. That Chinese kid didn't play by the rules. Oh, as long as he crossed half the field, he could shoot at any time. Moreover, his strength, his ball speed, and this monstrous accuracy. Goalkeeper Tom Heaton was shaking so much he could barely grab a water bottle. Push up. We can't retreat. Push the defensive line 15 meters outside the penalty area. Dyche yelled hoarsely. Falling 2 goals behind, continuing to hide in the penalty area, was just waiting for death. Burnley's players with gritted teeth began to expand their formation outward. This was exactly what Wenger wanted. The old coach sat on the bench leisurely unscrewing his thermos for a sip of water. The heavy artillery shot was a weapon that could not only score directly, but had the greatest strategic significance of forcing a bus formation to collapse. As long as they dared to come out, the vast expanse behind was Su Chen's favorite running ground. In the second half, the teams switched sides. Burnley began to push players forward, attempting to create threats through crosses from the wings. In the 60th minute, Burnley crossed from the right and Mertesacker cleared the ball with a header in the penalty area. The ball landed at Cazorla's feet just outside the box. Cazorla made no hesitation, directly sending a through ball to Su Chen near the center circle. Su Chen received the ball with his back to the goal, and the Burnley midfielder immediately pressed closely. Su Chen flicked the ball with the outside of his left foot, abruptly turned his body, and launched into a powerful burst of speed. The full-level explosive power of Carlo Izexon dos Santos Light was unleashed. His thigh muscles pumped up and both legs pushed forcefully against the grass. He started at top speed. The Burnley midfielder could only see a flash of white light before he was left far behind with no chance to commit a tactical foul. Su Chen charged forward with the ball, directly penetrating into Burnley's half. The 2 central defenders hurriedly retreated, trying to compress the space. Su Chen showed no mercy. While sprinting, he nudged the ball with his right foot and quickly followed up with his left foot to pull it back. A violent change of direction without losing any speed. The 2 center-backs lost their balance entirely and collided with each other, falling awkwardly to the ground. Facing the oncoming goalkeeper, Su Chen calmly placed a shot into the far corner, and the ball rolled into the net. 3-0. A hat trick. The roar from the stands was so deafening it nearly lifted the roof off. But it wasn't over yet. In the 85th minute, Arsenal executed a brilliant sequence of play in the attacking third. Giroud held off a defender in the penalty area to set up the ball. Su Chen made a high-speed run using a perfect flick to get past 2 defenders in a tight space. He unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the goal. 4-0. A sensational quadruple. The final whistle blew at that moment. In the Sky Sports commentary room, Neville and Carragher had lost their voices. A quadruple. Su Chen single-handedly demolished Burnley's entire defense. 6 matches. This 18-year-old Chinese youth has scored 16 goals. This is undoubtedly the craziest opening performance in Premier League history. Ultimately, Arsenal crushed newly promoted Burnley 5-0 at home. Fans across the domestic network partied into the night. The commentator Ma Dexing, who had repeatedly made outrageous claims, was bombarded by angry fans in the comments section on Weibo. 100,000 derogatory messages forced him to cancel his account and flee. The insane goal-scoring efficiency sent shockwaves through the entire European football scene. In the top-level conference room of the Real Madrid club headquarters, President Florentino threw a thick stack of documents onto the long table. On the cover was a glaring photo of Su Chen wearing the number 14 jersey. Look at these stats. Florentino tapped the table emphatically. 6 matches, 16 goals, heavy artillery long shots, exquisite dribbling long-distance runs, and this terrifying commercial market backed by billions of Chinese people. The transfer department needs to head to London immediately. I don't care what contract he just signed. I want to see him in a Real Madrid white jersey next summer. At the same time, in Paris, France, the wealthy owner of Paris Saint-Germain issued a blank check to the club director. Go make it happen. Money is not a problem. The entire elite clubs of Europe were awakened by Su Chen. Almost every top coach's desk was filled with footage of Su Chen's matches. As the winds outside surged and clouds gathered, the English Premier League schedule relentlessly pressed forward. Su Chen's red hurricane continued to sweep across the British Isles. Montage-like news reports bombarded various sports channels. Bild reports. In the 10th round of the Premier League, Arsenal faces Swansea away. Su Chen delivered an assist and sealed the victory with a powerful strike. Arsenal defeated their opponent 2-0. Dear viewers, this is the national television sports channel. Our player Su Chen came off the bench in the round of 16 of the English League Cup, scoring 2 goals to help the team turn the game around and advance to the quarterfinals with a 4-3 victory. That's right, it's Su Chen again. In the 11th round of the Premier League, Arsenal faced the rain-soaked quagmire of Stoke City. Su Chen scored directly from a free kick in the 89th minute, helping the team equalize and secure a valuable point. Su Chen saved the day. In the 12th round of the Premier League, Arsenal narrowly defeated Southampton 1-0. In the 15th round of the Premier League, Arsenal achieved a resounding victory over Aston Villa. After Su Chen was substituted, Arsenal's defense collapsed, conceding 2 goals and being held to a draw by West Ham. Time passed swiftly. With a high-intensity match schedule underway, the date had arrived December 19, 2014. The 19th round of the Premier League. This was the last major showdown of the first half of the league. Arsenal challenged the Red Army Liverpool away. Before the season started, no one thought Liverpool would become a title contender. But under coach Rodgers' leadership, the team created a youthful storm with incredibly fast counterattacks. After 18 rounds of matches, Liverpool amassed 45 points, completely equal to Arsenal. Arsenal barely clung to the top spot due to a slight advantage of 3-goal differences. In this direct confrontation, whoever wins will be the true champion of the half-season. Although the Premier League does not award a half-season champion trophy, historical data shows teams that secure the half-season championship have an 80% chance of lifting the final Premier League trophy. This was a battle crucial to morale and the trajectory of the season. Moreover, this half-season contest didn't just involve Arsenal and Liverpool. Chelsea was closely following. Led by Mourinho, the Blues quickly adjusted their form after losing to Arsenal, going on a winning streak. Currently, Chelsea had accumulated 44 points, trailing the top by just 1 point. They were in third place. In this round of matches, Chelsea was at Stamford Bridge, facing a relegation-threatened team. It was almost certain they would take all 3 points at home. All the pressure rested on Anfield. If Arsenal and Liverpool drew and Chelsea won, Mourinho would directly overtake and seize the half-season championship. The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. This red and white battle could not afford any mistakes. London. At the Coney training base, Su Chen sat in the locker room, gulping down energy drinks. The continuous tough battles kept his muscles tense. Although his 18-year-old body recovered quickly, it couldn't withstand the exhausting nature of the Premier League. He desperately needed the task reward issued by the system. Main task: lead the team to secure the half-season championship in the Premier League. Task reward: A-class skill, third lung. With the third lung, he could survive the grueling Christmas schedule of matches every 3 days. For this goal, Su Chen had been oblivious to outside distractions for over a week. Supermodel Catherine posted a dozen private photos on Twitter, trying to invite him to a party. Su Chen didn't even look and directly blocked her. Women would only affect his speed in taking shots. Right now, all he could see was the goal at Anfield. Liverpool, Anfield Stadium. This ancient stadium, with a capacity of over 50,000, has always been one of the most intimidating away grounds in Europe. As Arsenal's bus approached the stadium, the streets were lined with red-clad Liverpool fans. The deafening songs, the overwhelming boos, and the burning red flares. The overwhelming pressure was enough to make any visiting team tremble with fear before the match. In the locker room, Wenger wore a serious expression, making the final tactical arrangements. Stabilize the defense. Liverpool's counterattacks are swift. Cut off their connections on the flanks. The veteran coach slapped the tactical board heavily. Boys, if we get through this, we will be the half-season champions. The Arsenal players roared in unison, their morale soaring. The match was about to begin. In the players' tunnel, the two teams lined up. The tunnel was narrow, dimly lit, and the atmosphere was stifling. The red and white jerseys were clearly defined. Su Chen stood at the front of the line, flexing his ankles. He felt an intensely piercing gaze fixed on him from the... Turning his head, he saw a small black forward wearing jersey number 31 from Liverpool glaring at him with a provocative expression. Raheem Sterling. Liverpool's rising star, is supernova in English football. Seeing Su Chen turn around, Sterling grinned and made a thumbs-down gesture. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Wilshere leaned in closer and whispered, "Don't pay attention to this kid. He's just jealous." Su Chen was a bit puzzled. He and Pogba were originally the top favorites for this year's Golden Boy, but then you burst onto the scene and blew up European football. Wilshere snorted coldly. The direction of the Tutto sport has completely changed. This kid even said in the media 2 days ago that he would teach you what true Premier League speed is at Anfield. Su Chen chuckled at that. Sterling, that famous happy boy. Did he really think he could boast in front of him with just a few flashy moves? Su Chen withdrew his gaze, too lazy to look at Sterling again. This disregard only made Sterling grit his teeth in anger, clenching his fists. Just as the match was about to start on the field, in the high-level VIP box at Anfield Stadium, a man dressed in a black trench coat sat on a leather sofa. He lowered the brim of his cap and wore large black-rimmed sunglasses on his nose. His attire was extremely low-key, completely unlike an ordinary fan here to watch the game. The man leaned forward, his gaze locked firmly on the back of Arsenal's number 14, who had just walked out of the players' tunnel. If the live broadcast camera were to cut to him at this moment, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across England. Chelsea's head coach Jose Mourinho. Inside the high-level VIP box at Anfield Stadium, the heating was turned up high, yet Chelsea's coach Mourinho still wrapped himself in his signature black coat. He pulled his cap down low over his forehead with large black sunglasses perched on his nose, his entire figure shrouded in the shadows of the leather sofa. In this red and white battle concerning the title of half-season champion, the outside world believed Mourinho was remotely directing Chelsea's match from Stamford Bridge. No one knew that this madman had secretly arrived at the enemy's home ground. His purpose, of course, was not to enjoy Liverpool's anthem. He came for only one person. On the green field below the stadium, both teams were engaged in their final pre-match. Mourinho's gaze pierced through the one-way glass, fixated intently on the young player wearing number 14 from Suchun. Mourinho recalled the information card he had gone through countless times in his mind. 18 years old, incredibly fast, with astonishing explosive power, and unstoppable in breaking through and changing direction. In recent matches, he had showcased an outrageously unreasonable long-range shooting ability. He is truly a perfect attacking machine, isn't he? Mourinho turned his head and spoke to the man beside him. Sitting next to him was a slightly plump middle-aged man in a tailored suit. Jorge Mendes. The super agent who commanded respect in European football held contracts with stars and coaches like Cristiano Ronaldo and Mourinho. Mendes glanced at the information in his hands and nodded seriously. In this half-season, Suchun had played less than 20 matches in the Premier League, but had already scored an astonishing 22 goals. He even broke the record for consecutive goals in the Premier League. This was entirely inconsistent with football logic for a newcomer who had just turned 18. What made Mendes even more envious was Suchun's nationality. A Huaxiao person. As a savvy super agent, Mendes understood all too well what this identity meant. It represented a vast market of 1,400,000,000 people. With proper management, Suchun had the potential to surpass Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, becoming the highest valued sports asset globally. Jose, your eye for talent has always been sharp. But I've heard that Italian fat man Raiola has already sent someone to London to approach him. Mendes put down the cigar in his hand. Mourinho chuckled coldly. Then you'd better hurry, Jorge. Suchun's current agent is his inexperienced uncle. If you can secure him, Chelsea's owner Abramovich is willing to pay over £150 million in transfer fees to bring him to Stamford Bridge next summer. Hearing this figure, Mendes raised an eyebrow. £150 million. This would definitely break the world. Is he really worth that much? Is he stronger than Hazard and Diego Costa in your team? Mendes asked. His understanding of football tactics was far inferior to that of the madman before him. Mourinho laughed out loud at this remark. You really have a sense of humor. You dare to compare Hazard with Suchun? Mourinho's smile faded, and he spoke slowly and deliberately. In my eyes, Suchun is a monster that can be discussed alongside Pelé, Maradona, or Kaká at their peak. Mendes gasped. Having worked with Mourinho for so many years, he knew all too well how proud this madman was. To hear the names of Pelé and Maradona from Mourinho's mouth was an incredibly exaggerated evaluation. But Jose, he has only played half a season of high-level professional league matches. Mendes reminded him. So what? Mourinho crossed his arms. As long as he doesn't get injured, he alone can tear apart any team's defense to shreds. Bring him to Chelsea, and I can make this team dominate Europe for a decade. Mendes stopped wasting time and immediately took out his phone to call his assistant. Book me a flight to London for tomorrow. Check Suchun's home address at Arsenal number 14. I want to visit him. After hanging up the phone, Mendes and Mourinho's gazes turned toward the field. Trying to poach the core of Arsenal would undoubtedly be a much harder task than climbing to the heavens. But as long as the chips are sufficient, there is no business in this world that cannot be negotiated. Inside the stadium, Liverpool's anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," resounded through the air. More than 40,000 Red Army fans waved their scarves, turning the entire Anfield Stadium into a sea of red. In the commentary booth, Sky Sports star commentator Lineker raised his voice. Dear viewers, welcome to this is the focal match of the 19th round of the 2014-2015 Premier League season. Arsenal challenges Liverpool away. This is a life-and-death battle worth 6 points. Whoever wins this match will lift this season's Premier League half-season championship. The commentary guest sitting next to him was former Liverpool captain Carragher. Back at his home ground, Carragher felt very confident. That's right. Currently on the points table, both teams have 45 points. Arsenal is in first place only due to goal difference. But at Anfield, Liverpool certainly has the strength to bring down the Gunners. Lineker held the lineup and began to announce the starting lineups for both sides. For Liverpool, coach Rodgers has set up an aggressive 433 formation. Goalkeeper Minale. The backline from left to right consists of Enrique Lovren-Skirtle and Glenn Johnson. The three midfielders are veteran captain Gerrard in the center, partnering with Henderson and the Brazilian magician Coutinho. The attacking trident features young star Sterling at the forefront, flanked by Lalana and Markovic. Carragher added, Rodgers did not opt for a defensive strategy. He intends to use Anfield's signature full-court pressing and youthful vigor to break down Arsenal's defense. The camera switched to the visiting team, Arsenal. Wenger still employs the unchanged 4,231 formation. The biggest variable remains the 18-year-old Huaxia youth at the attacking midfield position. Suchun. Meanwhile, on the national sports channel, and Huaxia commentator He Wei and guest Zhang Lu were conducting a pre-match analysis. Today's match is not only a battle for the half-season championship between the two teams, but it is also an extremely important battle for Suchun in the race for this year's Golden Boy Award. He Wei commented as he looked at the handshake scene of both teams on the screen. Zhang Lu immediately chimed in. Currently, the two main contenders for the Golden Boy Award are Suchun and Liverpool forward Sterling, who is standing opposite him today. They will be competing on the same stage. Whoever performs better will occupy absolute advantage in tomorrow's voting. In the live streaming room, domestic fans' comments had already flooded the screen. That happy boy Sterling is even qualified to compete with our Sue God for the Golden Boy Award. What a joke. Don't underestimate them. Liverpool's home ground is too sinister. Sterling has been running very fast this season, and just now during the entrance he provocatively gave Sue Chin a thumbs up. Blow them away. Sue God is ready to fire. At this moment the live chat of the national television sports channel was roaring. Millions of Chinese fans poured in their excitement, flooding the room as they rallied behind Sue Chun. Beat Liverpool. The comments erupted. Holy moly, Zhonglu is here too. This match just got real. Hurry up and start. I can hardly wait to see Sue Chun smash Sterling's smug face. How dare he thumb his nose at Sue Chun before kickoff. That cheerful boy must not know the meaning of death. Win the half-season title. Arsenal will take the Premier League this year. Sue Chun is unstoppable. Let Anfield hear the roar of the Chinese dragon. The comment section was a cacophony. Dense streams of text obscured the broadcast. Every eye fixated on. There at the center circle stood the Chinese youth in the know. 14 red and white shirt, alone and expectant. Everyone waited, hoping Sue Chun would deliver another carnage at this devilish away ground. Sue Chun planted his feet on Anfield's slightly slick turf and bounced on the spot, flexing his leg muscles. He had to win this match. A victory would secure the half-season crown, and the system awarded a class skill third lung would finally be added to his repertoire. With that skill, the grueling Christmas fixtures would no longer torment him. He could handle them with ease. The referee glanced at the timer on his wrist. He drew a deep breath and blew the whistle to start the match. The sound sliced through the tumult above Anfield like midfield orchestrator Cazorla launched the ball, sending it back to the retreating Wilshere. The moment the whistle, Sue Chun exploded forward, driving at full speed into Liverpool's half. Don't make trouble on my turf, yellow skin. As Sue Chun reached the edge of the penalty arc, a low, coarse voice came from the side. He turned his head. Dejan Lovren, Liverpool's main centre-back, strode up to him. The Croatian, an imposing 1.88 meters tall, wore a menacing face. His body was as solid as a brick wall. This season in the Premier League, Lovren's ferocious pressing and rugged style had given countless forwards nightmares. To intensify his verbal intimidation, Lovren lowered his center of gravity and planted his thick arm against Sue Chun's back. He wanted the 18-year-old rookie to feel the oppressive force of Anfield's backline. Sue Chun smiled. He had encountered this opening taunt in the Premier League many times before. Big, burly center-backs loved announcing territory with such gestures. It was nothing more than meaningless pop. I hope your feet are tougher than your mouth. Sue Chun tossed the line and lunged forward. Lovren was taken aback. He had not expected Sue Chun's decisive start. He hurriedly stretched his long legs and shoved forward. He aimed to use his weight advantage to shove Sue Chun aside. At the instant their bodies were about to collide, Wilshere in the back timed it perfectly and delivered a low-through ball. The pass split Liverpool's midfield and rolled swiftly towards Sue Chun's feet. Lovren's eyes lit up as he extended his right leg to intercept from the front. At that second, Sue Chun, with his back to the ball, seemed to have eyes at the back of his head. He did not turn. With uncanny precision, he met the ball with the heel of his right foot and flicked it backward. The touch defied conventional receiving technique. The ball changed course, skimming the cold turf and squeezing straight between Lovren's parted legs. A nutmeg from the back, an audacious back-turn nutmeg. In the next instant, Sue Chun's full power core ignited. His waist and abdomen twisted violently as he slid past Lovren's left side. Lovren could not react. The tempo shifted too swiftly. His vaunted physical confrontation became ineffective against Sue Chun's eel-like slippiness. By the time Lovren turned and tried to chase, it was hopeless. Sue Chun's absolute speed was that of a supercar. In half a second, the distance stretched to 3 body lengths. Sue Chun reached the ball, now standing on the edge of the penalty area. The space before him was wide open. In his mind, the heavy cannon strike targeting system activated on its own green-yellow-red. A blazing red sight locked onto the upper right corner of the goal. He had no intention of dribbling into the box. He planted his left foot hard into the turf, his thigh muscles bulging, and met the lower middle of the ball with the instep of his right foot. A savage, explosive strike. The bang echoed through Anfield louder than the opening whistle. Under immense pressure, the ball deformed, becoming a white blur that shot toward the heavens before plummeting again. Liverpool goalkeeper Simon Mignolet's vision blurred. His knees buckled instinctively. He could not even spring up to. With a thunderous clang, the ball smashed into the white crossbar. The entire frame shuddered violently. The rebound arced high and landed inside the 6-yard box. Startled, Mignolet scrambled and lunged. He clutched the ball to his chest and lay on the turf, panting for 5 or 6 seconds, making sure no Arsenal player was there to follow up before he shakily rose. That thunderous cannon shot sent a chill down the spines of Liverpool's back line. What are you doing? Mark him. Don't let him get that kind of shot off again. Mignolet jumped up and berated the retreating Lovren. With Lovren's face went ashen. He kept lowering his head and raising his hand in apology. Then he fixed a look on Sue Chun as if staring at a monster following him with deadly intent. Suchun clutched his head and raked his fingers through his hair. He had overcommit to power. His ankle hadn't been low enough, so the ball rose 10 centimeters higher than intended. Though the cannon shot was ferocious, his practical striking technique still needed refinement. Even without a goal, that opening assault under a minute had stunned the red-clad crowd. The anthem chorus on the stands halted for 3 seconds, then erupted into a massive roar of astonishment. Good heavens! Suchun on the ball. A backturn nutmeg. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Lineker grabbed the microphone and shouted. When the ball struck the crossbar, Lineker slammed the desk in excitement. The bar. That damned crossbar denied Suchun's sublime goal. Such a pity. Truly a shame. So close. Arsenal were nearly to deliver a 30-second blitz. Jamie Carragher tugged at his tie, a thin sheen of sweat on his brow. As a former Liverpool captain, he was visibly anxious for his old club. Suchun's explosive power is outrageous. In front of him, Lovren looked like a heavy wooden stake, Carragher remarked, still unsettled. In the away dugout, Wenger sprang up, clutching his head, his face written with regret. The veteran coach sighed deeply. Had that shot gone in, Arsenal could have spent the next 90 minutes comfortably on defense and counterattack, starving Liverpool to death. Wenger soon sat back down, a spark of excitement in his eyes. From that sub-minute exchange, something was clear. No centre-back in the Premier League could match Suchun Unionon against his abnormal tempo. Suchun was the game's ultimate weapon. In a VIP box above, Jose Mourinho straightened and removed his black-framed sunglasses, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the pitch below. Do you see that, Jorge? Mourinho grabbed Mendes by the shoulder, his voice urgent. That backturn nutmeg demands extraordinary body balance. And that last shot with no rune-up. This lad's core strength is unquestionably world-class. Mendes watched in stunned silence. He was a shrewd businessman, not a tactician, but he knew stars. That clean escape and that thunderous long-range strike. This was top-tier entertainment that could fetch a fortune. Mourinho panted and sat back down. Tell Abramovich, he said, raise next year's transfer budget by 50. Whatever it costs, that Chinese lad is a must-have. Back in China, the national television sports broadcast was alive. Zhang Lu's signature laugh echoed from the... Oh my, what a pity. He Wei clapped his knee repeatedly. That was a beautiful play. Suchun showed explosive form right from kickoff. Indeed, Zhang Lu continued analytically. Watch Suchun's sequence: heel flick nutmeg and the back-turned XL. 3 maneuvers executed seamlessly with no wasted adjustment. Boa, no, Lovren is physically strong, but facing Suchun's absolute agility, he was comprehensively outclassed. He Wei sighed in admiration. I cannot believe our Chinese football has produced such an extraordinary talent. Zhang, where do you think Suchun's ceiling lies? Zhang Lu's smile faded, and his expression turned unusually grave. He Wei, there are things I don't say lightly, but after watching him for half a season, I can assert this Suchun is a once-in-a-century football prodigy. His physical gifts and creative genius on the pitch rival Kaká at his peak. Upon hearing that, He Wei was stunned. Millions online froze. Kaká, Ballon d'Or winner, a player who once shredded Manchester United's defense at Old Trafford, was the comparison Zhang Lu had just drawn. The live chat exploded. Zhang really knows his football. That run was Kaká incarnate. He's the Chinese Kaká. Where is Sterling? Why isn't he on camera? And he thinks he can take the golden boy. Suchun is stronger than him with one leg. Attention returned to the pitch. Having narrowly escaped, Liverpool began to compact and steady their shape. Mignolet punted the ball up to midfield. Gerrard leapt and nodded it to the right to Coutinho. Rogers' Reds had a very distinct tactical identity. They lacked a top superstar, but with youthful runs and relentless pressing, they had unleashed a youthful storm across the Premier League. Playing at home, Liverpool, after surviving Suchun's opening scare, began to press Arsenal with coordinated intent. The match turned into a fierce physical struggle. Coutinho took possession on the flank, that small Brazilian's feet delicate and precise. He performed a few stepovers to unbalance Arsenal's left back Monreal, then delivered an exquisite curve. The ball flew toward the center of the box. Forward Sterling, using his quickness, got in front of Mertesacker and headed it, but the header was struck too centrally and was punched away over the line by Arsenal keeper Petr Cech. Liverpool earned a corner, and Anfield reclaimed its voice with thunderous support. Sterling ran out of the box to take the corner. As he passed Suchun, he thrust out his chest and shot a provocative glance in Suchun's direction. The meaning was clear. See that? This is a striker's instinct. Suchun watched Sterling's retreating back and shook his head in disbelief. That guy must have a screw loose. One wasted header doesn't merit such strutting. Yet as the match progressed, Liverpool, buoyed by the home crowd, did indeed start to suppress Arsenal. Gerrard orchestrated wide in midfield, Coutinho darted into channels. Sterling sprinted furiously up front, forcing Arsenal to retreat entirely. Their formation was compressed into a 30-meter pocket in their own half. This is the reason Liverpool sits near the top this season. Lineker shouted as he observed Arsenal's passive pocket. Arsenal rely on Suchun's single-point bursts to tier defenses, while Liverpool relies on 3 compact lines of team strength. When Liverpool's players move as one and deny Arsenal passing space, Arsenal fall into a grind. Carragher nodded in agreement. The current situation is unfavorable for Arsenal. Wenger's side fear this kind of high-intensity, full-field press. If they remain passive, conceding is only a matter of time. In the commentary booth, Lineker and Carragher dissected the game for millions of viewers at home. The first half had reached the 12th minute. Aside from Suchin's opening thunderbolt that almost shattered the crossbar, Liverpool's hosts had completely reclaimed control of the pitch. They dominated the match, pressing Arsenal relentlessly and keeping them pinned deep in their own half. Liverpool capitalizes on the terrifying aura of this devilish home ground, imposing a torrential pressure on Arsenal, who are battling away from home. Gerrard orchestrates play from the center, while Coutinho frequently darts into the flanks, searching for gaps. Arsenal's defense has retreated deep. This is also a helpless move. Suchin's individual ability is indeed extraordinary, but he is ultimately the lone spearhead at the forefront. A spear is meant to pierce the enemy's heart. Using it as a shield for defense is a grievous waste. In the face of Arsenal's defense being crushed entirely, Suchin remains near the center circle, always awaiting the opportunity for a decisive strike. This also forces Arsenal to fill the defensive area in the second half with numbers. Over 40,000 Liverpool fans in the stands sing the team anthem. The waves of cheering rise and fall, overshadowing the sense of panic that Suchin brought at the beginning. That feeling has long been washed away in this fervent atmosphere. The camera shifts, directly locking onto the figure of Coach Wenger seated on the visiting team's bench. What surprises countless Liverpool fans glued to their screens is that this French veteran coach, who has held the reins at the Arsenal for over a decade, shows no signs of the anxiety they expect to see. On the contrary, Wenger sits steadily in his leather chair with he even has the leisure to unscrew his thermos and take a sip of hot water, completely indifferent to the passive situation unfolding on the pitch. In fact, Wenger had done extensive homework before the match, anticipating today's scenario. Anfield has always been the toughest nut to crack in the Premier League. Once Liverpool's young players get into their groove with abundant stamina and fierce pressing, if Arsenal were to engage them heated from the start, it would be precisely what Liverpool's coach Rodgers desires. The score is the only standard that determines the halfway champion's fate. In order to win, Wenger set aside the pride of a technical powerhouse and directly dug a massive pit for Liverpool. The starting formation he set out reads 42-31 on the pre-match sheet. But once the game starts, the two speedy flank players Sanchez and Walcott have already significantly retreated to the midfield. Arsenal's actual positioning is an extremely conservative 451 defensive wall. The midfield is packed with 5 players. They have built a tightly woven net of interceptions with one goal in mind: to keep Suchin at the forefront. When Liverpool's players push forward in attack, behind their defense they leave a vast expanse of open field. There is Suchin's favorite running ground. As soon as Liverpool makes a mistake, that wide-open land will become their grave. Meanwhile, on the other side at Stamford, a match with little suspense is simultaneously underway. Chelsea, playing at home, faces relegation-threatened Karlsruhe. In the VIP box, European super agent Mendes glanced at the latest news on his phone. He turned his head, looking at Chelsea's coach Mourinho wrapped in a black trench coat. Jose, great news. Hazard just broke into the box and earned a penalty, and he converted it himself. Chelsea leads 1-0 at home. Upon hearing this news, Mourinho nodded slightly. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his usually stern face. Following this goal, the live standings have undergone a significant reshuffle. Chelsea, having secured all 3 points, now has 47 points. They have directly surpassed Arsenal and Liverpool, who are currently drawing at Anfield, and have firmly claimed the throne of halfway champion. This year's Premier League trophy will undoubtedly bear Chelsea's name. As for the tightly contested match between Liverpool and Arsenal at Anfield, Mourinho leans back on the leather sofa with a cold snort. Rodgers' tactical setup looks splendid, yet it is riddled with flaws. A team without world-class superstars, once faced with difficulties, has no one capable of turning the tide. A true top-tier team must not only have a rigorous tactical system, but also possess super monsters who can score in desperate situations. And Arsenal at present precisely has such a monster. As long as Suchin receives a decent opportunity to sprint, Rodgers' defense will undoubtedly be crushed to smithereens. Just as Mourinho is mentally simulating the trajectory of the match, Mendes suddenly exclaims, "Red card." Oh my God, the referee has pulled a red card. Upon hearing this, Mourinho leans forward, suddenly his gaze fixed through the large one-way glass, intently watching the grass below. On the pitch, just half a minute ago, Liverpool's offensive momentum is still strong. Forward Sterling received a pass from Gerrard on the left flank. This England homegrown star, who had been provocatively taunting in the player tunnel before the match, is eager to prove himself. He dances with dazzling little steps. After 2 feints, he chooses to forcefully cut inside and shoot. The ball is blocked by Arsenal's centre-back Mertesacker's long leg, preventing it from entering the danger zone. Given the impressive nature of Sterling's move, the televised replay cuts directly to a slow-motion version of his breakthrough. Lester raises his voice in the commentary box. What a beautiful breakthrough. Sterling is in excellent form today. This is the strength of a British star. However, before this praise could settle, the broadcast abruptly cuts away. The camera jerks violently before snapping back to the center of Anfield. Everywhere there are sharp boos from the Anfield fans. The noise is so overwhelming it almost breaks the broadcast audio equipment. And in the center of the frame, the referee with a sullen face raises a red card high in his right hand. The target is Liverpool's defensive stalwart Dejan Lovren. All the fans in front of the television are dumbfounded. One moment the director is showing Sterling's breakthrough replay, and the next the referee pulls a red card. In less than 10 seconds, what astonishing change has occurred? Why is it right at the edge of the penalty area? The broadcast director quickly retrieves the panoramic replay of the recent conflict. On the big screen, the entire sequence of events is clearly laid out. Time rewinds half a minute. Sterling's shot was blocked by Mertesacker's boot. The ball lands perfectly at the feet of Arsenal's midfielder Wilshere. Wilshere looks up at the front line. Without any hesitation, he pushes the ball with the inside of his right foot, sending a deadly pass that skims the grass at high speed. The ball acts like a sword, directly tearing through Liverpool's midfield defense that has pushed forward for the attack. Near the center line, Su-Chun, wearing jersey number 14, has already set off. With his back to the incoming ball, he gently cushions it with his left foot and smoothly completes his turn. With Liverpool's players pressing forward, only centre-back Lovren remains to defend. Ahead lies an open green expanse with no obstacles. This is the battlefield that Kaká's Template yearns for the most. Su-Chun strides forward, powerfully pushing the ball ahead with his right foot. His thigh muscles unleash terrifying force. With both legs forcefully pushing against the grass, he accelerates to top speed. The wind whistles past his ears as Su-Chun transforms into a white lightning bolt, piercing deep into Liverpool's vulnerable territory. The moment Lovren sees Su-Chun turn with the ball, cold sweat bursts forth from his forehead. In less than a minute from the start, he is engulfed by the fear of being nutmegged by Su-Chun. Once again, it blankets his heart. Lovren dares not rush forward. He can only grit his teeth, his massive frame continually retreating, attempting to delay Su-Chun's advance. The distance between them shrinks rapidly. 30 meters. 20 meters. At the edge of the penalty area, Lovren realizes he has nowhere left to retreat. He lowers his center of gravity, bending his legs slightly, and fixes his gaze firmly on the ball at Su-Chun's feet. As Su-Chun speeds forward, his left shoulder suddenly dips sharply, making a posture as if to forcefully overtake from the left. Lovren screams in his mind, this is a feint. He must not bite. He remains steadfast in place, firmly blocking the breakthrough space on the inside. As long as Su-Chun cuts inward, he will foul him to stop him. However, Lovren completely misjudges Su-Chun's intentions. Su-Chun's apparent feint to the left is not. He strikes the ball side hard with the outside of his right foot. Using his terrifying forward momentum, he nudges the ball to the right. His left foot pushes fiercely against the ground. With this forceful change of direction, it's a completely unreasonable and sudden maneuver. Lovren is taken aback. He attempts to twist his massive body to chase after him. But in this high-speed confrontation, his knees cannot withstand such a torque that defies the laws of physics. His foot stumbles. Lovren's massive body stumbles awkwardly on the grass, losing all defensive positioning. He is utterly. Su-Chun crosses into Lovren's defensive zone, charging into the penalty area. Ahead lies only goalkeeper Minale, who is rushing out. An absolute unknown opportunity. Lovren watches the fading figure of the white number 14, a sense of overwhelming fear and despair flooding his heart. He cannot let him score. Liverpool absolutely cannot fall behind. In a state of panic, Lovren even loses his capacity for rational judgment. He charges in from behind. Both feet leave the ground with his studs pointing upward. A reckless scissor kick tackle from behind. Bang! Lovren's studs do not touch the ball even slightly. They crash down directly onto Su-Chun's calf. Even with the elite shin guards from the system, this tremendous impact still causes Su-Chun, who is running at high speed, to completely lose his balance. Su-Chun rolls over in midair. He crashes heavily onto the grass inside the penalty area. The sharp whistle reverberates through Anfield. The referee shows no hesitation, sprinting towards the scene of the incident. His hand reaches straight into his shirt pocket. Red card. No doubt about it. The referee's arm points straight at Liverpool's centre-back Dejan Lovren. Anfield erupts in chaos. Liverpool captain Gerrard leads all the players in red jerseys charge. They tightly surround the referee in black, arguing loudly, applying frantic pressure, trying to use their home advantage to interfere with the official's final decision. But it is of no use. The referee pushes Gerrard's arm away, his attitude extremely resolute. He clearly saw what just happened. Lovren tackled from behind. Without any possibility of touching the ball, he brutally brought Su-Chun down. This is a tackle from behind plus the destruction of an opponent's absolute unknown scoring opportunity. According to FIFA's match rules, this is undoubtedly a direct red card. In the surrounding stands, over 40,000 Liverpool fans let out extremely sharp boos. The noise is loud enough to pierce eardrums. But this cannot change the cold reality of the match being one man down. On the big screen, the live director begins to cut to a slow-motion replay of the recent foul. Under the high-definition close-up, Lovren's massive body is completely airborne. The shining metal studs firmly stomp down on Su-Chun's shin bone. The entire action is extremely bloody. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Lester gasps. The red card is completely justified. This is definitely a malicious move aimed at injuring someone. Carragher shakes his head repeatedly beside him. As a former Liverpool captain, he cannot absolve Lovren's defense. The action was too extreme. Lovren completely lost his rationality. Suchen's speed forced him into making the most erroneous judgment. All Arsenal fans in front of their televisions hold their breath. In this brutally physical Premier League, such a direct scissor kick on the supporting leg could easily lead to an 18-year-old genius career-ending injury. But the next second the image on the big screen leaves everyone in England astounded. Suchen sits on the grass reaching down to tug at his red socks. He massages his calf for a moment, then with one hand pushes against the grass and stands up. He even jumps in place a couple of times. Completely unscathed. Even the Arsenal team, Dr. Lewin rushing onto the field with a medical kit, is waved off by Suchun. Others may not know, but Suchun is crystal clear. He bought his life. After the last match, he spent a hefty €900,000 on system equipment, and now it has proven its worth. The elite shin guards combined with elite boots offer a 15% reduction in injury severity, plus the top-tier muscle fibers and strength core granted to him by the fully upgraded Kaká Template. He withstands it. Lovren's tackle, which could ruin a career, left only a white mark on his carbon fiber shin guard, not even a scratch. In the high-level VIP box, Chelsea's coach Mourinho slams his thigh. Jorge, you see that? Mourinho turns to look at Mendes, the super agent beside him. This kid's ability to withstand injuries is simply a miracle. If it were any other technical forward, this tackle would definitely land them in the hospital for half a year. Mendes couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. A player who was incredibly fast broke through defenses with sharpness and was as sturdy as an armored vehicle. This was undoubtedly the perfect player that every coach in the world dreamed of. Mourinho sat down again, his gaze even more intense. At all costs, bring him to Stamford Bridge. The situation remained chaotic. Lovren was still frantically gesturing to the referee. But the main referee had grown tired of it and directly signaled Liverpool's coach Rodgers to make a substitution immediately to fill the gap. With one less center back, the defense was leaking. Rodgers smashed the tactical board to pieces at the sidelines. He was filled with rage, but had no other choice. Soon the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board. The red numbers lit up. Substitution. Number 31. Raheem Sterling. Seeing this number, the entire Anfield Stadium fell silent for a second. Standing in the forward position, the English star Sterling was completely dumbfounded. Me? What a joke. He was determined to compete with Suchen today. Before the match in the players' tunnel, he even gave Suchen a thumbs up. And now, just 20 minutes into the match, he was being substituted. As a forward, he became a complete tactical sacrifice to fill the gap in defense. Sterling was extremely displeased. This was a disgrace. He sluggishly walked towards the sidelines, passing by. Sterling looked at Suchun with anticipation. He hoped to see mockery or a hint of sympathy in Suchen's gaze. As long as Suchen spoke, he could immediately retort and regain some dignity as an English talent. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Suchen didn't turn his head at all, not even a glance. Just a nameless nobody. Why would Suchen care about his feelings? This complete disregard felt like a loud slap directly hitting Sterling's face. The joyful boy hung his head, feeling utterly frustrated, and walked off the pitch dejectedly. Substitute center-back Kolo Touré strode onto the field. The match resumed. The main referee sprayed white foam on the grass. This was a free kick quite far from the goal, just outside the left edge of the penalty area. The estimated distance was about 30 meters. Arsenal's midfield maestro Cazorla, speedy winger Sanchez, and defensive midfielder Wilshere stood in front of the ball. The three covered their mouths, discussing how to handle this set piece. Direct shot. Cazorla immediately shook his head in denial. It was too far. Hitting a quality arc shot from 30 meters away was too difficult. If too much power was applied, the ball might fly over the stands. But if too little power was applied, the ball would be slow and the goalkeeper could easily catch it. Cross into the box, look for Giroud's header. Cazorla proposed the plan. Sanchez nodded in agreement. Liverpool's goalkeeper Minale stood on the goal line. He also believed that Arsenal would not directly shoot. So he casually instructed three defenders to set up a wall. The three stood loosely, all turning to watch the penalty area, preparing to guard against aerial balls. Suchen stood not far away, taking all of this in. His eyes suddenly lit up. The opponents had not paid attention to the wall's density. He completely did not need to think about how to curve the ball over the wall. This half of the goal was fully exposed to his sight. A powerful shot. If he didn't use this weapon now, then when? Suchen strode forward. Wait a moment. Suchen patted Cazorla's shoulder. Let me take this shot. The moment these words came out, Cazorla and the others were all stunned. You. Wilshere's eyes widened. When did you learn to take free kicks? Since Suchen joined the Premier League, he had never taken the right to a free kick in the attacking area. Even at the training base, no one had seen Suchen practice free kick techniques. Suchen smiled broadly. This distance for a free kick. Isn't it just a long-range shot practice without a defender? Cazorla and Sanchez exchanged glances. Long-range practice. This statement was quite bold. However, remembering Su Chen's two unreasonable long-range shots against Burnley in the last match, the two did not refute. Fastball speed. Unusual accuracy. Letting Su Chen take a shot seemed like an excellent choice. Then you take... No need. Everyone stepped back. In the studio of China Sports Channel commentator, He Wei saw the broadcast. He immediately raised his voice. Dear viewers, Su Chen has stepped up to the ball. He is repositioning the ball. Looking at this posture, is he going to shoot directly? Zhang Lu chimed in with a smile next to him. Oh dear, this is... Su Chen actually took over the free kick. However, Su Chen just scored a long-range shot in the last match, and now his foot is warm, so trying it is not a bad idea. In the online live broadcast room, the barrage flooded in. Wow, a powerful shot is coming. A 30-meter long shot is practice. That's too outrageous. Su Chen is going to smash Liverpool's goal. Let Sterling on the bench see what real shooting skills look like. On the sidelines, Arsenal's coach Wenger and assistant coach Bold exchanged glances. Has this kid practiced free kicks at the cone? Wenger stroked his chin and asked. Bold shook his head. Boss, this kid drives straight home after training every day, and how could he have extra practice? Probably just a whim to try his footwork. Wenger nodded, making no further interference. Since Su Chen wanted the ball, let him have it. Under the gaze of 60,000 pairs of eyes, Su Chen set the ball. He began to take steps back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He backed up quite far, 6 to 7 meters away from the ball. He stopped. His arms naturally dropped. Liverpool's goalkeeper Minale saw Su Chen's exaggerated starting distance. A weight sank in his heart. He shouted loudly, add 2 more people. Make the wall tighter. Although he had great confidence in his own saving ability. At 30 meters, as long as there were no deflections, he was absolutely confident in saving the ball. But Su Chen's reputation for long-range shots had spread throughout the Premier League. He had to be cautious. 5 Liverpool players in red shirts lined up. Su Chen stood in place waiting for the referee. Beep. A clear whistle exploded over Anfield. Su Chen immediately started. His speed increased. His body leaned slightly forward. Looking at this posture, there was no intention of any tactical cooperation. It was simply a violent, powerful shot. With long strides, charging towards the ball. At this moment, heavy cannon shot skill was fully activated. In Su Chen's mind, a translucent reticle began to move above the goal. Green, yellow, red. It only took a tenth of a second. The glaring, deep red reticle locked tightly onto the upper right corner of Liverpool's goal. Su Chen's left foot heavily struck the grass on the left side of the ball. His body tensed up just like a bow pulled to its limit. The terrifying thrust provided by the fully upgraded power core transmitted from his waist to his right leg. His right leg muscles bulged, lifting high behind him. Then pivoting at the hip, his right foot drew a powerful arc and meeting the lower middle part of the ball, he struck it without reservation. Boom. A deep resonating sound echoed like the noise of a heavy truck bursting a tire. The ball was subjected to terrifying force, even undergoing a momentary physical deformation. Along with it, a large patch of grass beneath the ball was lifted up. All of it was directly thrown up. Grass clippings flew everywhere. The ball soared, ripping through the air in front, producing a whistling sound of wind. Transforming into a white afterimage that could not be seen clearly, it rushed straight towards Liverpool's goal. Whoosh. The 5-man wall set up by Liverpool immediately jumped. However, it was too late. The ball was simply too fast. The strong wind generated by the ball even messed up the hair of the farthest player, Coutinho. The ball flew over the heads of the wall. Goalkeeper Minale's eyes widened, his pupils rapidly constricting. The speed of the ball far exceeded his cognitive limits. By the time he reacted, reflexively pushing off the ground with both legs, trying to fully extend his body, everything had already become a futile effort. Minale was in midair, desperately reaching forward with both hands. But all that awaited him was air. Because the ball had already passed him, he heavily smashed into the white net behind him. Due to the immense power, the ball crashed into the innermost part of the net, pulling the entire net into an extremely exaggerated conical bulge. The whole stadium of over 60,000 people fell silent. The silence lingered for less than a second at Anfield Stadium. Then the area where the away fans had been suppressed for a full 20 minutes suddenly erupted with the most frenzied roar since the start of the match. Thousands of Arsenal fans jumped from their seats, waving their red and white scarves and letting out a hysterical shout. The Arsenal players on the field went wild. Wilshere charged in from the side, wrapping his arms around Su Chen's neck. Cazorla, Sanchez, and Giroud. Everyone rushed towards the corner flag piling on top of Su Chen. They were completely ignited by this unreasonable goal. Having just taken a shot, Su Chen got up from the ground. The tremendous recoil from the heavy cannon shot skill nearly caused him to lose his balance after the powerful kick. But this power translated onto the ball, resulting in an absolutely devastating impact. In the studio of Sky Sports, the ace commentator Lineker tugged at his tie, leaning over the commentary table, screaming into the microphone. Oh my God! What did I just see? It's in. The ball is in. A direct free kick from 30 meters out. This isn't just playing football, it's like launching a missile directly into Liverpool's goal. Beside him, Liverpool legend Carragher had his hands on his head. His eyes were as wide as saucers. So fast. That ball speed absolutely exceeds the reaction limit of any human goalkeeper. Mignolet didn't even finish his jump before the ball was already in the net. Incredible. Truly unbelievable. Carragher shook his head repeatedly. He had thought Liverpool had a chance to win against Arsenal at home today. But Suchin's shot shattered his fantasies into pieces. The big screen at the stadium began a slow motion in high definition. The frame where the ball left Suchin's right foot. The surface clearly underwent violent physical deformation. And as the ball crossed the wall of defenders, Coutinho standing at the edge felt a gust of wind rush past his ear. Liverpool's goalkeeper Mignolet was now kneeling on the goal line. He stared blankly at the ball still swirling in the net. His mentality completely collapsed. He was known for being quick to react in the Premier League. But just now his brain sent out the command to save, yet his body simply couldn't keep up with the trajectory of the ball. This immense sense of powerlessness made the Belgian goalkeeper question whether he was hallucinating. Is this really the power that an 18-year-old player can unleash? Worse still, Lovren was sent off with a red card. Liverpool was not only trailing by 1 goal, but also had to face Arsenal's relentless onslaught, with 1 player less for the next 70 minutes. How could they continue this match? In the high-altitude VIP box, the heating was turned up high. Chelsea's coach Mourinho suddenly sprang up from the leather sofa. He clapped his hands vigorously. The crisp sound echoed in the box. Beautiful. So beautiful. The special one did not hide his admiration for this goal. Jorge, take a look at this kid. Mourinho turned to Mendes beside him. This clean swing of his leg, this terrifying core strength. No unnecessary tactical tricks, just pure power crushing through. He not only has Kaká's long-range sprint, but also possesses this world-class heavy cannon. If he came to Chelsea, I could make him the most terrifying goal machine in the world. Mendes took a deep breath, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. He was a businessman. What he valued extended far beyond on-field performances. Jose, you might have missed a statistic. Mendes pulled out his phone from his suit pocket, opened a screen, and handed it to Mourinho. Including this goal. Suchin has already scored 23 goals in this season's Premier League. Mourinho looked down his brows. 23 goals. This in itself is an extremely exaggerated figure. It's important to note that the Premier League hasn't even completed half the season. Mendes continued, the focus isn't here. The focus is now on the live scoring chart for the European Golden Boot. Suchin is already ranked first. Hearing this, Mourinho, who had seen his fair share of storms, was momentarily stunned. The European Golden Boot is awarded to the player with the most goals across Europe. The scoring coefficient for the top 5 leagues is the highest level of 2. Mendes swiped his finger on the screen. Currently in second place is Cristiano, who has scored 21 goals in La Liga. Third is Messi with 19 goals. Suchin has surpassed the 2 strongest superstars in the world right now. Mendes put away his phone. His breathing grew heavier. This kid's nationality is from Huaxia. Standing behind him is a market of over 1 billion people. Now he's also crushing Messi and Ronaldo in terms of statistics. The European Golden Boy award, the European Golden Boot. As long as he can stay healthy, all of these will be his. I can't wait until tomorrow. As soon as the match ends, I'm going to London to catch him. Greed glimmered in Mendes' eyes. As long as he can sign Suchin under his banner, even if he has to pay a hefty commission up front, he would still come out ahead. On the field, the match resumed. Liverpool coach Rodgers stood on the sidelines waving his hands. The tactics changed immediately. All lines were tracked. With 1 player less facing Arsenal's front line, pushing out would be suicidal. Liverpool's formation shifted to a flexible 441. The area in front of the penalty box was crowded with players in red jerseys. Wenger made no movements on the sidelines. Arsenal began to take absolute control of the ball. Cazorla received the ball in midfield, looking at the dense defense ahead. He chose not to cross, but instead pushed the ball to Suchin, positioned 30 meters outside the penalty area. Suchin stopped the ball. There were no defenders within 3 meters. Liverpool's holding midfielder Henderson dared only to keep an eye on him at the edge of the box. Suchin showed no hesitation. His gaze locked onto the goal. The heavy cannon shot, targeting reticle, flickered. He took the shot. A fierce strike. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted again. The ball transformed into a white flash heading straight for the goal. Henderson gritted his teeth and lunged forward. Bang. The ball slammed hard into Henderson's shoulder, deflecting and flying out of bounds. Henderson let out a cry, clutching his shoulder and rolling on the grass. The force was too strong. The muscles at the impact site went numb. Arsenal earned a corner kick, which was cleared out of the penalty area by the Liverpool defenders. The ball's trajectory was once again controlled by Suchin. Suchin stopped the ball and raised his right foot again. Boom. A low, powerful shot. The ball grazed the outside of the post and flew into the stands, making the advertising boards rattle. Mignolet turned pale in front of the goal. Continuous long-range shots. 30 meters away. For others, it was a wasted long-range shot. For Suchin, who possessed the heavy cannon skill, it was a high-frequency, firing sniper rifle. He didn't need to score. As long as every long-range shot rattled against the psychological defense line of the Liverpool players, the goalkeeper's mentality would be completely shattered. The defender's stamina would rapidly deplete from constant blocking. In the remaining 20 minutes of the first half, the sound of Suchin's shots echoed continuously above Anfield's. The Liverpool defense was in a state of panic. The referee finally blew the whistle for halftime. Both teams headed toward the player tunnel. Liverpool's players hung their heads, panting heavily. They felt that these 20 minutes were longer than the entire match. The home team's locker room. An oppressive silence hangs in the air. Lovren sits hunched in the corner, face buried in a towel. Rodgers strides in, firm, commanding, and slams both palms hard against the tactical board. Lift your heads up. Lads, we're only one goal down. Rodgers sweeps his gaze across the room, his voice steady, unshaken by doubt. Did you see what that Chinese forward did in the final 20 minutes? He wasted shots. He launched blind long-range attempts from 30 meters out. What does that mean? It means they cannot pierce our compact defense. It means they've grown impatient, utterly disrespectful toward us. Rodgers grabs a water bottle and takes a long, deliberate swig. That is our opportunity. Stick to disciplined counterattacks in the second half. The moment his long shot is blocked, we must launch the ball forward with lightning speed. Coutinho, you'll orchestrate the transition. Gerrard, you guard the edge of the penalty area. We will turn this around. The Liverpool player's eyes ignite anew, rekindled by his conviction. Exactly. If we block that single shot, Arsenal's backline will be left utterly exposed. Meanwhile, in the away team's locker room, the atmosphere is relaxed, almost buoyant. Wilshere claps Su Chun on the shoulder, laughing and praising that free kick. Wenger enters. The veteran manager stands solemn, clapping sharply to command silence. First half, well done. But there is something I must announce. Wenger turns deliberately towards Su Chun. Su, you will now take all free kicks regardless of competition whenever the foul occurs between 30 and 35 meters outside the opponent's penalty area. From now on, all such free kicks belong to you. At these words, Cazorla, Sanchez, and the other attacking linchpins nod in unison. No one dares contest it. Not after witnessing that terrifying velocity. It is as if Arsenal has acquired a new reliable weapon to break deadlocks. Having laid out the tactical details, Wenger raises his voice. Gentlemen, this is the final 45 minutes of the first half of the season. Liverpool plays with 10 men. That is our golden chance to extend our lead, win this match, and we secure the mid-season championship. Seize control, smash their goal to pieces. The second half is about to begin. In the away locker room, the air crackles with heat and intensity. Manager Wenger stands before the tactical board, pounding the desk, spittle flying. Lads, endure these final 45 minutes. Win today, and we are undisputed mid-season champions. Think of the mocking headlines. The Chelsea lot watching from the sidelines. The initiative rests entirely in our hands. Go reclaim those 3 points. Wenger hungers for this title more than anything. After this match, the Premier League's first half will officially conclude. Securing the mid-season championship grants not only a vital points advantage, but an immense psychological lift for the entire squad. Arsenal desperately needs this confidence to mount a serious challenge for the league trophy. The players roar in unison, spirits soaring. Suchin sits quietly on the bench, adjusting his shin guards inside his socks. His mind runs sharp, precise calculations. They lead, and Liverpool plays with 10 men. Arsenal holds a commanding position. Yet he refuses to believe the match is over. The mid-season championship reward, third long, is a divine stamina enhancement indispensable to him. Though the Kaká Template grants extraordinary power, its long-distance sprints demand astronomical physical reserves. Add to that the brutal Christmas fixture schedule in December. Without third lung, he simply cannot withstand the relentless pace of matches every 3 days. This reward must be secured. Another goal is essential, to extinguish Liverpool's hopes of a comeback once and for all. Beep. A long, piercing whistle from the referee. The second half begins. To everyone's astonishment, Liverpool, playing with 10 men, makes no attempt to retreat into deep defense. On the touchline, Rodgers waves frantically, urging his entire side forward. Liverpool plays with furious, unrelenting intensity. Amidst the thunderous war chants of over 40,000 Anfield fans, the Reds unleash raw, visceral grit. Coutinho, Gerrard, Henderson. They swarm the midfield, relentlessly cutting off Arsenal's passing lanes with tireless pressure and precision. Minute 68. Liverpool earns its clearest scoring chance of the match. Gerrard executes a flawless tackle at midfield, dispossessing Wilshere cleanly. The veteran captain delivers a low, incisive through ball. It finds Coutinho on the left flank. The diminutive Brazilian receives it, faces Monreal, and with 3 dazzling stepovers creates space before surging inward. 25 meters from goal, Coutinho curls his right foot, drawing a breathtaking arc. The ball sails past Mertesacker's towering frame and rockets toward the top corner. Powerful, precise, unbelievably angled. Every Liverpool fan in the stands rises to their feet, ready to erupt in celebration. Arsenal's goalkeeper Cech launches himself sideways, gloved fingertips barely brushing the ball's surface. Thud. It veers wildly off course, striking the outside of the post before bouncing clear. Good heavens. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Lineker gasps aloud. Cech has saved Arsenal. He's On the pitch, Coutinho collapses to his knees, pounding the turf in despair. So close. Just that much closer. Had it gone and Liverpool's heroic 10-man draw would have become reality, and momentum once reversed might even have ignited a full Anfield comeback. The cop erupts in a deafening wave of collective sighs, then bursts into thunderous applause urging their team onward. Suchun stands motionless at center circle observing it all. Momentum is a tide, rising where one side falters, receding where the other strikes decisively. Arsenal's defensive line is already fraying. Its confidence must be crushed and fast. Suchun raises his right hand and shouts toward his teammates at the back. Give me the ball. Minute 73. Czech kicks off from his goal line. The ball arcs high. Cazorla glances it on, landing just outside the edge of the penalty arc. Suchun meets it with his back, turned cushioning it deftly with his chest. Defensive pressure closes in instantly. Henderson, Liverpool's holding midfielder, presses tight behind Suchun, hands subtly tugging at his jersey. Ahead, substitute center-back Kolo Touré looms poised to cut off any escape route. A double team, front and back. Suchun initially prepares to turn and drive forward. Then, a bold idea flashes across his mind. They've locked down every angle of rotation. There is no space to pivot. But he possesses the Kaká Template, not the brute force instincts of a mere brawler. If he sees it, he does it. He doesn't turn. He doesn't pass to Sanchez, who's sprinting into space. His left foot flicks upward beneath the ball, delicate featherlight, sending it leaping cleanly off the turf and into the air. Henderson stands frozen, utterly baffled. In that split second of hesitation, Suchun pivots on his left foot, core muscles coiling then releasing with explosive torque. He completes a flawless airborne 180-degree turn, facing the goal. The ball descends perfectly, within striking range. The hidden skill heavy cannon volley activates. His right thigh tenses, every fiber locked, meeting the ball midair. A thunderous volley. Boom. A deafening guttural explosion echoes across Anfield. No ground contact. No runa. Pure rotational force, generated solely from his core and waist. The ball rockets forward like a white comet, devoid of spin, utterly straight, aimed unerringly at the top right corner, the absolute dead zone. Liverpool's goalkeeper Mignolet remains rooted at the center of his goal, his brain failing to register the need to dive. Only when he hears the net rip open behind him does he slowly turn, dazed, disbelieving. The ball wedges itself deep into the upper right mesh, still spinning violently. Goal. No one reacts, not even remotely. Anfield, a cacophony moments before, falls into eerie total silence. 40,000 Liverpool supporters stare, mouths agape, eyes wide. 5 seconds pass. Then, on the away section's 3 Sandstrong Terrace, a volcanic eruption of cheers shakes the stadium. Goal. Goal. In the Sky Sports booth, Lineker vaults onto the commentary desk, ripping at his tie, roaring uncontrollably. What else can we possibly say? Magnificent. Stunning. Preposterous. Suchun has shattered Liverpool's goal with an impossible spinning midair volley. Kara beside him clutches his head, pale, breathless. That move was insane. With 2 defenders glued to him, he didn't let the ball touch the ground once. A goal destined for the annals of Premier League history. Lineker's voice is raw hoarse. The Puskas award race ends now. No contest. There is no debate. Unless a miracle unfolds, this is the most beautiful goal in the world this year. On the big screen, the replay loops endlessly. Left foot flick. Midair pivot. Volley unleashed. Fluid. Seamless. Perfect. This demands supreme balance, elite core strength, and above all, transcendent ball control. Liverpool fans watch the replay, silent, stunned. Crushing disappointment drowns the sea of red. Against such sheer individual brilliance, tactics and steel resolve crumble into irrelevance. Meanwhile, in China, the CCTV Sports Channel studio has descended into chaos. Commentator He Wei slams his fist on the desk, electrified. Goal. Suchun seals the victory. This is a performance beyond belief. How could anyone imagine an 18-year-old Chinese boy executing this? Coach Zhang Lu laughs heartily, clapping vigorously. Oh my, what an extraordinary strike. Pure talent. Henderson, reduced to little more than ornamental scenery. Suchun's imagination on the pitch matches the very best midfield maestros in the world. Across China's internet, the digital landscape ignites. Forums, Tieba, Weibo, all explode with discussion. That 5-second GIF, replayed millions of times within half an hour. Millions of Chinese fans kneel before their screens in awe. What celestial being has descended? A spinning airborne cannon blast. I watched the replay on my knees. The abdominal power isn't human. Where's Sterling? Is the happy boy crying on the bench? Unbelievable. The mid-season championship is ours. After euphoria fades, fans suddenly remember. There is a long-held grievance finally ready to burst forth. Masses of fans surge en masse toward the official Weibo account of the Chinese Football Association. Its latest post, published yesterday, is still pinned. A bland bureaucratic report on Director Cheng's inspection tour of preparations for the CSL. In the photo, Director Cheng stands rotund and beaming, face flushed with self-satisfaction. Fans ignore the content entirely, flooding the comment section with furious replies. Apologize now, you're all blind. Su Chun leads the European Golden Boot rankings, yet you still pretend not to see. Director Chung, crawl out. Didn't you claim Su Chun only runs aimlessly? Go ahead, award national team spots to your pay-to-play cronies. Su Chun doesn't need your approval. Within 10 minutes, comments exceed 100,000, overwhelmingly scathing, targeting senior CFA officials and their families. The top trending hashtag reads Sachinshitter's Premier League with a Madair volley while Kfei officials play dead. Beijing. Director Chung sits rigid behind his massive rosewood desk in the CFA headquarters, face livid, trembling with fury. Slam. He snatches his purple clay teacup and hurls it onto the carpet. Tea splashes everywhere. His assistant stands frozen, too terrified to breathe. Rebellion. Total insubordination. Gasping, Chung stares fixedly at the torrent of insults flooding his computer screen. For days, Su Chun has slapped the CFA's face, again and again, with vicious, unrelenting force. Each weekend, every Su Chun goal triggers another wave of nationwide online outrage. He'd hoped to suppress it, deploying a loyal journalist to spin negative narratives. But Ma Dexing, caught fabricating lies, fled, deleting his account under public fire. Now no writer dares accept commissions to smear Su Chun. How do you discredit a striker averaging nearly 2 goals per game, consistently topping the scorers charts across Europe's top 5 leagues? You simply can't. Even the blindest observer knows Su Chun's caliber and market value have long eclipsed Asia's football horizon. Shut down the comments, now. Chung orders through clenched teeth. Director Chung, disabling comments will provoke even fiercer backlash. We'd only be covering our ears while stealing bells. The assistant whispers cautiously. Then what? Should I publicly apologize to that young upstart? Chung slams his palm onto the desk. I am the head of the CFA. I have face to uphold. If I bow, who truly governs the association thereafter? He sinks heavily into his leather chair. Faced with unstoppable public sentiment and Su Chun's earth-shattering performances, he falls back on the CFA's time-honored tradition, feigned death. Silence, until the storm passes. In the high-altitude VIP box of Anfield Stadium, the heating was ample. Yet Chelsea's head coach Mourinho suddenly sprang up from the sofa. His usually unruly eyes widened immensely. Even though his evaluation of Su Chun had reached the heavens, and he had witnessed the birth of countless superstars, he still did not expect this. Under the close pressure of 2 defensive players, Su Chun executed an unreasonable spinning volley that forcibly blasted open Liverpool's goal. Clap, clap, clap. Mourinho clapped his hands vigorously. The crisp sound echoed continuously in the box. Jorge. Mourinho abruptly turned his head, staring at the super agent Mendes beside him. His voice carried an irresistible fervor. Call Abramovich immediately. Tell that Russian billionaire £200 million. As long as he can bring Su Chun to Stamford Bridge, I guarantee Chelsea will win all the championship trophies in Europe. Mendes took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. The $200 million transfer fee could definitely shake the entire European football scene. But he knew. The young man from Huaxiao wearing the number 14 jersey downstairs was definitely worth that price. Below the pitch, Liverpool's coach Rodgers despairingly covered his face. There was no way to continue the match. At this crucial moment when they needed to solidify their defense. At this critical juncture when Anfield's momentum was about to turn. Su Chun used the most domineering and morale-destroying method to completely extinguish the flickering flames of counterattack that Liverpool had so painstakingly gathered. The match resumed. 2 goals behind, and playing with 1 less man. Liverpool's formation was utterly in disarray. The veteran captain Gerrard was still trying to rally his teammates to hold their ground. But the young players' mentality had completely collapsed. Some hung their heads heavy-footed, only hoping to lose less. Others, in a heated frenzy, wanted to charge forward recklessly, trying to salvage a bit of dignity on home turf. The lack of unified thought led to Liverpool's pride in their full-field high-pressure pressing being riddled with holes. Large gaps appeared between the defensive lines. This was simply a gift delivered to Arsenal. Wenger waved his hand on the sidelines. Counterattack. Completely tear them apart. The match reached the 82nd minute. Arsenal's quick attack once again approached the goal. Su Chun received the ball at the edge of the left penalty area. As soon as he steadied the ball, Liverpool's defenders pounced on him like startled birds. 3 of them. 3 players in red jerseys surrounded Su Chun in a semicircle. Left, center, right. All of Su Chun's breakthrough routes and shooting spaces were completely blocked. In this match, the pressure Su Chun exerted on them was too heavy. Liverpool's defenders would rather let other Arsenal players go free than allow Su Chun even the slightest opportunity to shoot. The 3 defenders were less than a meter away from Su Chun. They lowered their center of gravity, not daring to even breathe. Facing such tight encirclement, Su Chun rested the ball under his right foot, having no intention of charging through. He lifted his head. His gaze swiftly scanned the entire penalty area. On the pitch, both teams had 11 players. But after Lovren was sent off with a red card, Liverpool was left with only 10. Now 3 players were all congested around him. Then in other positions there must be an open area. Sure enough, at the far end of the right side of the penalty area a redand white figure was rapidly sprinting up. Suchin's right foot struck the ball heavily with the outside of his foot, sending a pass, without any pre-motion. The ball skimmed along the grass, swiftly darting through the gap between two Liverpool defenders. It transformed into a white line crossing the entire Liverpool penalty area. Suchin's pass. This vision is incredible. Sky Sports commentator Linker shouted loudly. The broadcast camera quickly panned. On the right side of the penalty area Arsenal's Prince Wilshere rushed in. Ahead was a large area with no one to defend. Even goalkeeper Minale had just focused his attention on Suchin. Facing this perfectly placed pass, Wilshere met the ball easily, pushing it with the instep of his right foot. The ball undoubtedly crossed the goal line. It entered the net. 3-0. Jack Wilshere. Arsenal locked in the victory. An extremely selfless assist. Suchin attracted all of Liverpool's defensive firepower. In the commentary booth Carragher had completely fallen silent, his face full of despair. Wilshere was ecstatic after scoring. He sprinted towards Suchin, jumping onto Suchin's back and roaring, "What a beautiful pass, Su. We are definitely winning. We will be crowned champions of the first half." Arsenal players crazily surged towards the corner flag, forming a towering pile. 3,000 loyal Arsenal fans in the away stand sang the club's anthem at the top of their lungs. In front of the away team's coaching bench, head coach Wenger waved his fists vigorously. His wrinkled face blossomed with unreserved joy. With 2 goals and 1 assist, Suchin, along with Wilshere, Chamberlain, and Bellerin, represented a group of young players, all in their early 20s. In this life-and-death battle for the first-half championship, this group of young players withstood the pressure of Anfield's devilish home ground and forcefully shattered Liverpool's youthful storm. Wenger took a deep breath. With Suchin as the tactical nuclear weapon, just half a season of further integration would undoubtedly empower Arsenal to dominate the entire Premier League, even to compete fiercely in the Champions League on the European continent. In the stands, a large number of Liverpool fans began to leave early. Red card. 3 goals behind. Less than 10 minutes left in the match. A comeback. That was merely a fantasy existing in fairy tales. A large area of red seats was vacated, and the entire Anfield Stadium lost its usual clamor. Only the away fans were reveling in celebration. On the substitutes bench, the British star Sterling tightly covered his head with a towel. He didn't even have the courage to glance at the big screen. Reflecting on the provocations before the match, it now felt like an inexperienced clown seeking attention. A few minutes later, the referee glanced at his watch. There was no added time. He directly blew the final whistle for the end of the match. Beep. The score was fixed at 0-3. According to international conventions, the home team is listed first. Arsenal took all 3 points while stepping on Liverpool's corpse. With this crucial 3 points, Arsenal's points reached 48, directly surpassing Chelsea, firmly sitting at the top of the Premier League standings. Champions of the first half. The moment the whistle sounded, all Arsenal substitutes and coaching staff rushed on. Everyone embraced each other, cheering loudly. They had faced too much doubt and ridicule this half-season. Today they finally reached the summit. Suchin was surrounded by his teammates in the middle. At this moment of the matches, and a crisp mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Main task completed. Lead the team to win the Premier League first-half championship. Task evaluation perfect. Starting to distribute task rewards a level skill. Third lung. As the system prompt sound faded, a wave of extremely warm energy exploded from Suchin's chest, rapidly flowing to his limbs. The muscle soreness, thigh cramps, and the burning sensation in his lungs from this high-intensity match, under the wash of this energy, vanished without a trace. Suchin's breathing became exceptionally steady, and his heartbeat returned to normal. He clenched his fist tightly. It felt as if he truly had an extra reserve fuel tank inside him, with endless energy surging wildly. This was definitely a super cheat to combat the Christmas devil schedule. In a great mood, Suchin shouted loudly at his surrounding teammates. The first-half championship means nothing. We are going to grab the league championship. We are going to lift that real Premier League trophy. Hearing this, the surrounding Arsenal players were initially stunned. Then they completely erupted. That's right. To hell with the first-half championship. We want the overall championship. There is only one team in London. Arsenal is the champion. Dozens of players formed a large circle, jumping up and down on Anfield's grass. In the high-altitude VIP box, Mourinho put on his black overcoat again, donning a flat cap and oversized black sunglasses, covering himself up completely. Let's go, Jorge. Mourinho pushed the box door open. He had come to Anfield. If the paparazzi from Fleet Street caught this, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. He did not want to get himself into big trouble during Chelsea's critical championship run. Jose, wait a moment. Mendes stopped, looking down at the screen of his phone. His breathing suddenly became extreme. Even the fingers holding the cigar were trembling slightly. You better take a look at this first. Mendes directly handed the phone to Mourinho. Just now the match has just ended. What happened? Did Chelsea draw? Mourinho frowned. No. Mendes lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with extreme excitement and fervor. The official Twitter of the Italian Tuttosport just released an announcement. This year's European Golden Boy Award winner has officially been announced. Anfield Stadium. In the high-level VIP box, Mourinho stared intently at the phone screen handed to him by Mendes. The official Twitter page of Tuttosport. On the bright red backdrop, there was a photo of Suchun wearing the number 14 jersey. Below it were bold English letters 2014 European Golden Boy Award winner Arsenal Suchun. Upon seeing the result, Mourinho let out a loud snicker. He tossed the phone back onto the sofa. If the Golden Boy Award doesn't go to Suchun, it would be a crime against the entire European football scene. Mourinho huffed coldly. These hypocritical judges delayed announcing the list until now. I see many of them are unwilling to award this honor, which symbolizes the highest talent, to an Asian person, let alone to a Huaxiao person. Mendes laughed coldly beside him. According to past customs, the Golden Boy Award is usually presented before the home game of the winner's team. It should have been officially announced at the beginning of December, not dragged out until halfway through the league, and just before. This is purely the result of deep-seated arrogance and prejudice. But what can be done? Suchun scored 23 goals in half a season of the Premier League. His stats overshadowed all top strikers across Europe. Even Real Madrid's Cristiano Ronaldo and Barcelona's Lionel Messi were firmly beneath him on the live Golden Boot rankings. If they don't give it to Suchun, these judges would be publicly tarnishing their own reputation. Forget these boring judges. Mendes straightened his expensive suit and tossed the unfinished cigar into the ashtray. His gaze returned to the celebrating Huaxia youth below the pitch. He saw a golden mountain, a super gold mountain, that could open up a vast market of over 1 billion people. Jose, you must be confident in your Chelsea. I'm heading to London now. Mendes strode towards the box door. Tonight, I must secure my golden boy. In the mixed zone of Anfield Stadium, the entire Arsenal team was originally prepared to board the bus and leave. However, the passageway was already blocked by hundreds of reporters from major media outlets across Europe. Everyone held cameras and microphones aloft. All eyes were focused on one person, Suchun. If it were the previous matches, Coach Wenger would absolutely have a dark face and block Suchun behind him, refusing all interviews. But not today. The old Coach Wenger smiled and patted Suchun's shoulder, indicating he could go and say a few words. The Golden Boy Award was confirmed. The half-season champion was secured. In such a glorious moment, the core player of the team must enjoy the baptism of the spotlight. This is also the essential path to becoming a top superstar. Suchun nodded. Just as he approached the advertisement backdrop, hundreds of camera flashes went off simultaneously, creating a dazzling white light. Fang Ichio, a special correspondent from Huaxia Sports Channel, stood in the front row. Watching the 18-year-old boy drenched in sweat, yet radiating a powerful aura, her heart raced uncontrollably. A reporter from Sky Sports UK was the first to extend the microphone. Su, congratulations on leading the team to the Premier League halfway championship. What are your thoughts on this 30 victory? Suchun smiled. A perfect victory. We took all 3 points. Another French reporter immediately followed up with a tricky question. Su, what is your ultimate goal for this season? This question had its pitfalls. A conservative answer would lead the media to write that you lack ambition. An arrogant answer would paint you as someone who is oblivious to reality. Suchun didn't hesitate and spoke directly. Premier League champion, Golden Boot, and the player of the season. The journalists at the scene gasped. What a bold claim. Each of these honors was difficult. This Huaxia kid wanted them all. But looking at his absolute dominance on the Golden Boot list, who would dare say he was just boasting? Fang Ichio pressed forward and asked loudly. Suchun, just 10 minutes ago, Tuttosport officially announced this year's European Golden Boy candidates. Can you guess who it is? Suchun looked at Fang Ichio and chuckled softly. Is there even a need to guess? All the reporters present understood and laughed. There was indeed no need to guess. With 23 goals and multiple decisive assists in 12 Premier League matches. If the Golden Boy Award doesn't go to Suchun, the editorial department of Tuttosport would surely be torn to shreds by angry fans tonight. Congratulations, Suchun. You are now the true European Golden Boy. Fang Ichio spoke excitedly, almost in tears. What would you like to say to the fans who support you regarding this? Suchun put away his smile. He looked at the dense array of cameras before him, his gaze sharp. I want to say this is far from the end. Suchun paused for 2 seconds, then dropped a bombshell that would shake the football world. I hope that one day this Golden Boy trophy can turn into the Ballon d'Or trophy of Europe. Boom. The venue fell silent. All the reporters were stunned by this statement, their scalps tingling. The Ballon d'Or. That is the highest honor representing the top player in world football. Currently, it is the exclusive territory of the two legends Messi and Ronaldo. An 18-year-old Huaxia youth, just 5 minutes after winning the Golden Boy Award. He directly issued a challenge to the throne of the world's #1 player in front of the entire European media. Click, click, click. Flashes went off wildly. The reporters went completely crazy. This would definitely be the super headline that shocks the global sports community tomorrow. Just half an hour later, this interview video spread like wildfire on Twitter and YouTube. The entire European fan community erupted. Many rushed to the world's most authoritative football valuation site, Transfermarkt, leaving frenzied comments. At this time, Suchin's market value data had just been updated, valued at 30 million euros. As soon as this figure was posted, the comments section was flooded with hundreds of thousands of angry insults. 30 million. What international joke are you making? Suchin alone is worth more than 30 million. Chelsea's owner is willing to offer 200 million pounds to poach him. Paris Saint-Germain would fill in a blank check casually. Is the editor blind? Hurry up and change this ridiculous figure. Fans are well aware. The current Suchin is undoubtedly the most expensive super rookie in the world of football. As long as Arsenal agrees, his transfer fee will surely break the record of 100 million euros set by Bale. In Huaxia, the late-night internet is ignited by countless sleepless fans. The European Golden Boy Award. For the first time, a yellow-skinned individual, a Huaxia person, has won this highly prestigious award. This is a historic moment for Asian football. The headlines across major forums have all turned red. While fans cheer and celebrate, they rush to the official Weibo of the Football Association to continue expressing their thoughts. The 100,000 comments quickly swelled to 300,000. All are calls for the Football Association leaders to step down. Inside the office of the Beijing Football Association, Cheng Ju watched the screen full of insults, so enraged that he smashed the purple clay teapot on the table to the ground. He is now too afraid to go out, fearing being pelted with rotten eggs by angry fans. But no matter how much the outside world clamors, he can only grit his teeth and continue to play dead. England, on the highway to London, Liverpool, is en route. The Arsenal bus sped through the night. Suchin sat in the last row, resting with his eyes closed. The energy from the newly acquired third lung was circulating continuously within him. All the fatigue from the recently intense match had long since vanished. He felt like he could immediately get off the bus and run another 20,000 meters. Head coach Wenger approached and handed Suchin a bottle of water. "Su, well done." The smile on the old gentleman's face was impossible to hide. "I just received notice from the club. The award representative from Tuttosport has already boarded a flight to London. The club's higher-ups have decided to hold the Golden Boy Award ceremony before the next home game in 4 days. At the Emirates Stadium, so that 60,000 home fans can witness you lift that trophy." Suchin nodded in agreement. This was an important part of the club's publicity. He had no reason to refuse. It was also a recognition of the results he had achieved through sweat over the past half-season. After Wenger left, Suchin opened his phone and logged into his private bank account. He took stock of his current finance. The hefty signing bonus from the club, combined with half a season's weekly salary, already amounted to a substantial sum. Not to mention that he had just completed a system task tonight. In addition to the regular pocket money of 100,000 euros, the system also awarded him a cash prize of 500,000 euros with an SS-level evaluation. All the funds added together, Suchin's personal fortune had already surpassed 15 million euros. Converted into Huaxia currency, that amounts to over 100 million. Money sitting in the account is just a string of dead numbers. It is now late 2014 and the domestic real estate market is about to experience another surge. But in London, he currently lacks a decent permanent residence, having been living in a rented high-end apartment. As a European Golden Boy with a fortune exceeding 100 million, he must purchase a top-notch detached villa in London's famous affluent area to improve his living conditions. Just as Suchin was planning how to use the funds, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed a familiar domestic number. It was his uncle Su Dingfang, who had been managing his tedious affairs back home. Suchin pressed the answer button. "Chinzi, we struck it rich. We're going to make a fortune." As soon as the call connected, Su Dingfang's extremely excited voice came through. "Slow down, what happened?" Suchin's tone was calm. Su Dingfang took a deep breath on the other end. "You have no idea. In just the past half hour, my phone has almost been blown up by various agencies across Europe. Major clubs want to reach out to you privately. The most exaggerated are those two biggest giants." Su Dingfang gulped hard. "One is that Italian fat guy named Raiola, and the other is Mendes. Both of them have contacted me. They promised all kinds of sky-high signing fees and commercial contracts right off the bat. Chinzi uncle doesn't understand these things. This matter is entirely up to you. Who should we choose?" Upon hearing these two names, Suchin knew. Raiola and Mendes. These are indeed the two super agents who command the current football world. If it were an ordinary young player, they would definitely be excited and at a loss facing the olive branches thrown by these two. But Suchin was well aware of their ways of doing business. Raiola, he is a pure vampire. To extract high commissions as an agent, he constantly encourages his players to demand transfers and higher wages, creating chaos in the locker room. Although he makes money in the honor room, apart from a pile of domestic league championships, there are very few tangible honors from European competitions. What Suchin wants is championships. The UEFA Champions League trophy, not to be a cash cow tool led by an agent. In contrast, Mendes, this businessman pays great attention to the personal commercial value development and long-term career planning of players. His star client, Cristiano Ronaldo. Not only has he reached the pinnacle of honors, but has also been developed into the world's highest sports brand in commercial value. Uncle, listen carefully. Immediately reply to Riola's people and tell them to get lost. From now on, no matter what price Riola offers, we will ignore it completely. On the other end of the phone, Su Dingfong was momentarily stunned, then immediately agreed. Okay, I'll do as you say. What about Mendes? We'll hold Mendes off for now. Tell him to wait until he personally comes to London to discuss with me. In such negotiations, whoever panics first loses the initiative at the negotiation table. Just after hanging up with his uncle, another call came in. It was his father Lao Su from far away in Huaxia, Sichuan. Lao Su is a retired soldier and currently works as a PE teacher at a local school. As soon as the call connected, Lao Su's strong voice erupted in his ear. Son, well done, European golden boy. Today I can finally hold my head high. Everyone in the town has been watching your match. You've brought great honor to our Su family and to all Huaxia people. Listening to his father's praise, Su Chun felt a warmth rising in his heart. His mother grabbed the phone and urged him to eat more nutritious food, to add clothes as the weather turned cold, and to be sure to protect his legs from injury on the field. Su Chun patiently responded one by one. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've just received a large prize money. I'll buy a big villa in London soon. Then I'll bring you both over to enjoy a good life. The Arsenal bus sped along the highway. The interior was very quiet. After such an intense red and white battle, the players had long succumbed to slumber, leaning against one another. Su Chun hung up the phone with his father, tossing the mobile onto the empty seat beside him. Old Su's temper hadn't changed at all. The call was filled with trivial chatter about which local leader had visited his home and how impressive it was for him to go grocery shopping. Family matters can be quite a headache. However, this also made Su Chun feel very grounded. Leaning back in his seat, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to sink. He summoned the system panel. It was time to settle the spoils of the Anfield battle. He completed a goal of Puska's level, scored a powerful free kick from 30 meters, successfully dribbled past the opponent 12 times, caused one red card for the adversary, achieved the highest rating of the match, awarded match funds of 155,000. Su Chun watched as the balance in his account kept increasing, including the 5,000 cash reward from completing the mid-season champion main quest. Along with his previous accumulations, his current savings had directly surpassed 15 million. The first thing he would do upon returning to London was to look at houses in the affluent area by the Thames. He planned to buy a large villa with an indoor training ground, bringing his parents over to completely in their renting days. With the financial tally complete, he focused on the newly acquired A-level skill, third long. Physical condition is the crucial factor determining the length of a professional athlete's career. In football history, many exceptionally talented South American stars frequently suffer injuries and experience a dramatic decline in form after turning 25. The fundamental reason lies in muscle fatigue and strains caused by inadequate physical condition. Especially for Ronaldo, his explosive straight-line bursts put immense strain on his thigh muscles. Once physical condition hits the red line, it can easily lead to catastrophic ligament tears. Su Chun now had no concerns in this regard. He carefully checked the attribute feedback of the third long. In the final 10 minutes of the previous match, his thigh muscles had been stretched to their limits. But once the energy of the third lung was injected, all the soreness and lactic acid buildup was completely drained away. It was like installing a supersized backup fuel tank in his body. With this physical enhancement and the system's recovery mechanism, even during the intense Christmas schedule of the Premier League, where he would have to play 3 matches a week, he could still run his opposing defenders into exhaustion. As he contemplated this, the system's crisp mechanical voice sounded once again. Ding. Detected that the host has won the European Golden Boy Award, causing an explosive rise in international recognition. Commercial value is fully activated. Released a new main quest, Golden Empire. Quest requirement: within 1 month sign the host's first top-tier commercial endorsement contract for his career. Quest reward: a level skill, elevator ball. The elevator ball. Upon seeing these 3 words, Su Chun instantly felt invigorated. This was precisely the free kick technique he urgently needed. Today at Anfield, he scored a 30-meter free kick with a powerful strike. However, powerful strikes have significant limitations. What if the foul occurred right on the edge of the penalty area, only 20 meters from the goal? At such close range, the direct trajectory of a powerful strike would hit the wall of defenders formed in front of the goal. To deal with close-range free kicks, the taker typically needs to execute a shot with an exaggerated curve. But those shots tend to be slower, making them easily intercepted by top goalkeepers who anticipate the movement. The elevator ball perfectly addresses this pain point. By explosively striking the lower middle part of the ball with his calf muscles, the ball spins not at all, launching straight up at an extremely high initial velocity. After clearing the defender's heads, the ball's trajectory becomes exceptionally unpredictable due to high-altitude air currents swaying left and right. Ultimately, in front of the goalkeeper, the ball will lose all lift and crash down heavily into the net. The goalkeeper simply cannot predict it. With this A-level skill completing his arsenal, any set piece from any position will become a nightmare for his opponents. As long as they dare to commit a foul, it would be equivalent to giving away a penalty. However, when it comes to commercial endorsements, Su Chun stroked his chin. He wanted the very best endorsement contract. Such negotiations involve complex clauses regarding portrait rights, revenue sharing, and penalties for breach of contract. Su Dingfang was merely a novice in this realm. Playing mind games with colossal commercial empires like Nike and Adidas, Su Dingfang would surely be eaten alive. He needed to find a professional operator who was knowledgeable and had a strong arm. That person was currently eager to meet him. At 4 a.m. in China. The night was thick and many office workers were still lost in slumber. Meanwhile, the domestic internet platforms had already exploded. The national sports channel urgently cut off the scheduled UEFA Champions League replay program. They directly switched to an urgent news bulletin with a red background and white text. The host hadn't even fully dressed up in his suit, holding a freshly printed document in his hands. Dear viewers, we interrupt this broadcast for an urgent announcement. The authoritative Italian media Tuttosport has officially released. Our 18-year-old player Su Chun has dominated the Premier League with a record of 23 goals in 18 matches. He has officially won the 2014 European Golden Boy Award. This marks the first time a Chinese player, and also an Asian player, has received this prestigious international honor. As soon as the news broke, major social media platforms in the country crashed. Forum servers continuously went down. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were completely dominated by Su Chen's name. Chinese football fans went absolutely wild. This is the Golden Boy Award. Messi, Rooney, Fabregas. These are all past winners. Now a Chinese name stands alongside these towering figures in world football. After years of frustration, Chinese fans finally welcomed a day of celebration. A large number of fans spontaneously gathered in forums, flooding the screen with excitement. Awesome. This is the real Golden Boy Award. This is what you call a meteoric rise. Who would dare say that we cannot produce football talents in China? European Golden Boy Award. Let's see if those fools at the Football Association dare to come out and talk nonsense now. While the domestic fans celebrated, many even banded together to bypass firewalls and flood football forums in Japan and South Korea with their triumph. Fans from the neighboring countries were already bitterly envious. Their pride in overseas stars who had played in Europe for years couldn't even touch the threshold for a Golden Boy nomination. Now Su Chun had directly brought back this trophy, which symbolizes the highest talent in world football. He was even topping the European Golden Boot rankings above Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi. In South Korea's largest football forum, jealousy was rampant. How could a monster like that be cultivated in a desert of football like China? There must be some foul play. Our players are the true light of Asia. Chinese fans saw these comments and immediately countered with Su Chen's statistics from the Premier League. Be jealous. 23 goals in 12 Premier League matches. Can your players even score that many combined over 10 years? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is just the appetizer. Su Chen stated that his goal is the Ballon d'Or. 4 days later, London Emirates Stadium. This is another home match day for Arsenal during the Christmas fixture congestion. However, today's theme is far grander than an ordinary Premier League match. The Emirates Stadium, with a capacity of over 60,000, is packed to capacity, turned into a vibrant sea of red and white. Huge floodlights shine down on the center of the pitch. The editor-in-chief of Europe's Tuttosport personally flew to London, standing on the grass covered with a red carpet. In his hands, he holds a dazzling golden trophy. On the base, there is a model of a football made entirely of pure gold. The European Golden Boy Award. Su Chen, dressed in a sharply tailored Arsenal match jacket, strides towards the center of the pitch. At the moment he reaches out to receive the heavy Golden Boy trophy and turns to raise it high, a roar erupts. Over 60,000 Arsenal fans unleash a tsunami-like cheer. Su God, European Golden Boy, our king. The slogans in the stands are a forest of praise written in both English and Chinese. Thousands of cold fireworks ignite outside the stadium, red smoke swirling in the sky above London. The camera zooms in frantically. Click, click, click. Countless flashes of light create a blinding brightness, making it hard to see. A just 18-year-old Chinese youth raises the Ballon d'Or, symbolizing the highest talent in world football, with one hand. This visually striking photo, just a few minutes later, tops the headlines of all global social media. Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Weibo. The overwhelming shares completely ignited the frenzy of fans worldwide. Spain, Madrid. At the top of the Real Madrid club headquarters. That striking photo is currently displayed on a massive LCD screen. Real Madrid president Florentino sits behind a mahogany desk, his eyes shining as he stares at the young Chinese star on the screen. This old Buddha who commands the European football scene begins to breathe heavily. 18 years old, from China. Standing in front of the desk, Real Madrid's sporting director Baldano points at the data report on the screen. Sir, he possesses speed and shooting skills comparable to a young Kaká. More importantly, he has the backing of a whole 1.4 billion people. As long as he wears our white jersey, he will become a super cash cow with the largest fan base in the world. Our jersey sales and broadcasting shares in Asia can easily triple. Florentino nods emphatically. No kidding. He is a shrewd businessman and an ambitious club president. Barcelona's dominance in La Liga has made him unable to tolerate it any longer. Messi, Neymar, Suarez. Just hearing the names of Barcelona's lineup sends shivers down the spine. Real Madrid desperately needs a super weapon that can completely crush Barcelona Hedon. What did Mendes say? Florentino crosses his arms and inquires. Valdano opens a document. Mendes relayed Mourinho's evaluation to us. Mourinho believes Suchun is a monster that can be compared to the peak Pelé and Kaká. If he goes to Chelsea, he can dominate Europe for 10 years. Hearing this, Florentino stands up and begins pacing. To receive such high praise from the madman Mourinho proves Suchun's unmatched potential on the competitive level. We can't let Abramovich get ahead. The old Buddha stops in his tracks and slams his hand on the table. Chelsea has money, but we Real Madrid have even more money. Immediately contact Arsenal's management. Tell them we want to bring Suchun to Bernabeu this winter window. The transfer fee is 100 million. If they refuse to sell, we can raise it to 150 million euros. Valdano gasps in shock, but he doesn't dare hesitate and immediately turns to take action. At the same time, London, in the head coach's office at the Coney training base. Bang! Arsenal's head coach Wenger slams the red landline phone he is holding onto the desk. The phone's casing shatters from the impact. The old coach's face is ashen, his chest heaving with anger. Just half an hour ago, he received a call from Real Madrid's sporting director. After hanging up, Chelsea's executives called in, as well, all waving checks worth 1 or 200 million euros, brazenly demanding to poach Arsenal's absolute core. Arsenal's CEO Gazidis walks in. Gazidis is a complete vampire executive, always focused on, Arsene, why are you so angry? Gazidis rubs his hands. I've heard about the offers from Real Madrid and Chelsea, 150 million euros. That's much more than the money Tottenham got for Bale 2 years ago. With this money, we can build a new stadium or buy 10 times. No way. Wenger glares at Gazidis with intensity. Don't even think about it. The old coach nearly roars, his face inches from Gazidis. They're crazy. Are you crazy too? Sell Suchun. You're completely ruining Arsenal's only hope of. Wenger points towards the training ground outside the window. Do you understand football? Suchun is not an ordinary player. He is a system. He is a weapon that can elevate the team by 2 levels with his individual ability. If we sell him, do you believe the stands at Emirates Stadium will be ignited by furious fans tomorrow? Gazidis steps back 2 paces, intimidated by Wenger's aura, and shrinks his neck. But that's 150 million. Get out. Wenger shouts towards the door. As long as I am still in this coaching position, this transfer will not happen. Not even for 200 or 300 million euros. Gazidis dejectedly exits the office. Wenger slumps into his chair, exhaling deeply. The heavy hammer of the big clubs has already struck. Arsenal currently only holds a halftime advantage. To make Suchun stay resolutely, they must present a genuine Premier League championship trophy. In downtown London by the Thames River, in a highly secure, private high-end cafe, Suchun sits at a window-side table, a steaming cup of black coffee before him. Across from him sits a slightly plump, middle-aged man in a custom-made suit. Jorge Mendes. This super agent who controls half of European football is currently smiling broadly as he looks at the young Chinese star before him. Just last night, after finishing the match at Anfield, Mendes chartered a flight to London, canceling meetings with 3 heavyweight clients, all to secure Suchun before anyone else. So I am glad you can give me this opportunity. Mendes pushes a very thick folder towards Suchun. I don't like to waste time with small talk in business. This is the top-tier commercial endorsement contract you have always wanted. As the first piece of my sincere cooperation. Suchun opens the folder. On the first page, the iconic large red swoosh logo of Nike is prominently printed. This is not a regional endorsement for Asia. It's a draft contract for a lifetime global endorsement of all Nike products. These are the terms I fought for with Nike's global headquarters for half a day. Mendes explains in detail. The signing fee is 20 million euros per year, plus a 5% commission on the global sales of your personal exclusive sneaker series. You retain 100% of the portrait rights. This is already the highest specification Nike has offered, second only to Cristiano. Suchun carefully reviews the core terms on the contract. Indeed, the old fox. Mendes has put in a lot of effort to impress him with this offer. A 20 million euro annual sponsorship fee, plus a handsome share of sneaker sales. Just this one item is enough to equal his total salary over several years at Arsenal. The most critical point is the full retention of portrait rights. Under the exploitation of top clubs, this is simply a privilege. Just as Suchun closes the document, in his mind the system's crisp and pleasant notification sounds right on time. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the prerequisites for the top-tier commercial endorsement contract. Congratulations, host. Completed main quest Golden Empire. Quest evaluation perfect. Beginning to issue quest rewards, a level skill, elevator ball. Boom. A series of complex force application techniques and memory control of calf muscles are forcefully infused into Suchun's brain and limbs in a manner akin to enlightenment. Suchun's calf muscles involuntarily tense up. He feels an explosive power surging in his right foot. As long as he stands before the ball, he can rely entirely on the terrifying explosive force of his calf to strike a shot that defies aerodynamics, producing an ultimate leaf ball that changes direction bizarrely and descends rapidly in midair. Elevator ball. With this, his free kick arsenal is now complete. Even for free kicks within 20 meters, he no longer needs to worry about hitting the wall. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su-Chun looks up at Mendes across the table. A very good contract, Jorge. Su-Chun pulls out a pen from his pocket and signs his name on Nike's sponsorship intention letter. Then he also elegantly signs his name on a contract authorizing Mendes' agency. From now on, Jorge Mendes officially becomes Su-Chun's exclusive commercial and transfer agent in Europe. Seeing Su-Chun put pen to paper, a flicker of uncontainable enthusiasm flashes in Mendes' eyes. He has secured it. Mendes' commercial empire has finally stepped onto the eastern continent of 1.4 billion people. As long as it is managed well, this Chinese boy will undoubtedly be his top cash cow for the next decade. Pleasure working together. Su. Mendes extends his hand, and Su-Chun shakes it firmly. This is just the first deal. Next, he'll help you finalize the highest bids for contracts from giants like Adidas and Pepsi one by one. Mendes puts away the contract, his expression growing serious. He lowers his voice and throws out the second bombshell of their meeting today. So now that we have settled the commercial matters, we should talk about the competitive plans. Just now, the old Buddha from Real Madrid and Abramovich from Chelsea both called me at the same time. Real Madrid offered a transfer fee of 150 million. As long as you give the nod, you can wear the white number 10 jersey at Bernabeu for the second half of the season, and Benzema will become your supporting striker. On the Chelsea side, Mourinho promised to give you an absolute core tactical position with a direct transfer fee of 200 million euros. Mendes stares intently into Su-Chun's eyes. These two conditions are enough to drive 99% of professional players worldwide into a frenzy, forcing them to pack their bags and push their current clubs to let them go. If he goes to Real Madrid, he will undoubtedly be the next successor to the dual superstars. If he goes to Chelsea, he will be the true leader of the new generation of the Iron Blood Blues. However, Su-Chun's reaction completely surprises Mendes. Su-Chun lifts the black coffee on the table and takes a gentle sip. Thank you for the affection from the old Buddha and Mourinho. He places the coffee cup back onto the saucer with a crisp clink. His tone is extremely calm. I won't go to either of them. I'm not going anywhere. Su-Chun's words make Mendes gasp in shock. Mendes is taken aback, his eyes wide like saucers. The offers from Real Madrid and Chelsea are enough to make any player in the world submit a transfer request on the spot. Su-Chun actually rejects them outright. The old Buddha personally called to recruit you. A transfer fee of 200 million euros. Aren't you tempted? Mendes raises his voice. Su-Chun leans back against the leather chair. In his eyes, Real Madrid has no glamour of a top club. This is purely a rational consideration for career development. Real Madrid indeed boasts an all-star lineup, but the locker room there is chaotic. Spanish clique, Portuguese clique, French clique. After going there, he would not only have to handle high-intensity matches on the field, but also navigate internal politics. That's not going to be about being the tactical core, it's more like palace intrigue. Real Madrid is often dubbed the last 16 kings of the Champions League. Is it because their paper strength is lacking? It's purely due to excessive internal strife. Not to mention, going to Real Madrid means being a supporting player for those superstars. What Su-Chun wants is absolute firepower, not to dress others in finery. On the Chelsea side, Mourinho is indeed a top coach, but his current tactical core is hazard. If he goes there, he will have to fight for authority in the locker room again. There's absolutely no need for that. In Arsenal, Wenger already sees himself as the absolute core. All tactical arrangements revolve entirely. This is a tactical position that no top club can provide in a short time. Real Madrid is great, but at this stage, I am not considering a transfer. Su-Chun interlocks his fingers, staring directly into Mendes' eyes. Mr. Mendes, watch closely. Within 2 seasons at most, I will win the Champions League with Arsenal. Mendes takes several deep breaths. The young man before him is remarkably clear-headed. Faced with the monetary temptations of top clubs, he is completely unclouded. He can objectively analyze the pros and cons. All right then. Mendes nods, no longer persuading. Arsenal is also an excellent platform. You are too young. Going to Real Madrid now would indeed easily entangle you in locker room politics. With talent and brain, such a person can definitely reach the pinnacle of football.